Welcome to Tweet Me 2. In this one, what we're going to be building is a Twitter-like web application using Django, Bootstrap, and React.js. So what we're going to do is actually start with everything in Django. We will add in some Bootstrap and just pure JavaScript, and then we'll sprinkle on some React.js to just make it that much better. Now, the reason you'd want to do something like this is if you have any interest in building a social network, and specifically building one in Django. Django has a lot of built-in features that make building really robust applications that much faster. In fact, Instagram was built based off of Django. Who knows how much they use it today, but they certainly started that way, and you can do the same. And that's actually my hope for you, is you learn these skills to actually make something real from this. Like, I don't actually want you to make the exact copy of Twitter, but rather take the concepts you learn here and build your own social network, whatever that might be, because I'm sure you have a really good idea for it, and it's worth testing. That is the key here. So my name's Justin Mitchell. I'm going to be taking you through this step by step, and I'll explain a lot of the details as we go forward, but not everything, because I don't want to overwhelm you with everything, but also you don't always need to know everything. Instead, what you should do is learn as you go, build that thing, and then you're going to get a lot of questions. I know, because that's how I got good, is I would build something, have a bunch of questions, and then ask them, and then hopefully get some feedback, or even by asking the question, a lot of times that came up with the answer. Anyways, let's go ahead and jump into this thing because I want to get started. How about you? Hey there and welcome. In this walkthrough, I'm going to be showing you where the code is stored right now that you could grab and use right now. And then I'm going to show you an actual working example that I have on my local computer that you could also do right now. So it's at cfe.sh/github. This is our GitHub repository. This is where we store all of our project's code. And if you click on the link for repositories, you can actually search for Tweet Me, and you'll see all of the different Tweet Me projects. In this case, I have two, and the one we're looking at is Tweet Me 2. So let's go ahead and click and open that up. This is the code at the end of the project. So you can check all of your code against what's here. You can download this code, you can run it, you can use it in your own projects, you can do anything you want with this code. That's the purpose of it. You can learn from it, even if you don't take the whole series, which I think is pretty cool. So the main thing I want to get across here with this code, though, is number one, that it's there and you can use it at any time, but also that each lesson has its own code. And these links that you see here, those are the code links at the end of that lesson. So if you finish lesson 13, our first template, you click on this, that's the code at that state. But just remember, when you're at one of these, that every once in a while you might want to go back to the home repository for that project to make sure you have the latest code there. So that's pretty cool. So now let's actually take a look at the demo, the actual project itself. So here it is. I know it probably doesn't look like a whole much, but there's a lot going on that's in the background. And what is actually happening is Django, the Django REST framework, and a React.js application, they're all working together to make this happen. We also use Bootstrap, which we'll talk about more of those things soon. But the idea here is that we start with pure Django and pure JavaScript to actually render a lot of these components. And then little by little, we turn it into a React.js driven project, as well as a Django REST framework driven project. So those concepts, I think, are really key here as you build this project out. Now, as we notice, we've got a little form here that I can tweet, but as you also should notice, there's a login and register here. So that's kind of weird. Let's go ahead and check it out. So if I say hello world, ! And hit tweet, I get an error occurred. That's expected. It's telling me to log in. So I can go ahead and log in here. And sure enough, I can do another hello world, and that tweet comes through. So another thing I can do is, of course, log out, and then I can register a brand new user and call it whatever I'd like with a whatever I'd like password, as long as it's fitting in with all these, and they are the same. I hit register. It looks like I have the invalid password here, so I'll go ahead and try that again. Make sure that they match this time, and sure enough, they do. Now it actually took me to the home page and it did not log me in. So let's go ahead and make sure I do that. And it's brand new user and the password I just set. I log in now. This user has no tweets. No surprise here. The reason for that is because this user is not following anyone. And this user also has not said anything like hello world, right? So this is now that brand new user. Now, what I can also do is take a look at all of the tweets by going into global, right? So this is every tweet that's on the site right now. And I can see this particular user like CFE and I can follow this user. That user now has 2 followers and is following one user, has a little location and bio, as well as a little image. And then I can go back into my homepage and what I see is the most recent tweet that I did and then this other user's tweets. So my feed is now showing me everything that I am following. And that of course is all of the tweets from this other user. And I can go back in time to that if I want. There, of course, is yet another user in here. If we scroll down in our tweets right here, that's another user. I can click on that one, follow that one, and then go back home and I'll have even more tweets in my feed now, which is pretty cool. And that is not exactly trivial, but it is super nice that exists. So I can also like other tweets and I can retweet other tweets just like that. And it does it automatically and I think very, very fast. So that is pretty much the core of the project right there. And there's a lot of things that need to happen for us to get there. All of this is driven through something called AJAX, which is asynchronous JavaScript requests, which means that Django and React can talk to each other without the entire web page reloading. As you notice, it never did. So we can also view individual tweets. Of course, like I said, we can like and unlike them. All of that stuff is through AJAX in combination with Django itself. So the vast majority of this is still driven through Django. All of the URLs are through Django or URL routing, which is this right here. And it's just rendering a single JavaScript component that's driven through React.js. Things like login and log out, all the authentication stuff is built in Django authentication. So it actually shows you how to integrate those things and have it do it securely, which I think is also pretty cool. So you don't have to do authentication twice, in other words, right? You don't have to build authentication for React.js to make this project happen. There is a place where that needs to happen, but the thing here is we want to actually implement React.js little by little. And you could use Vue.js in the same sort of concept or any sort of JavaScript client or any client for that matter whatsoever, is you can integrate it little by little, but having the full knowledge of the Django backend with the front end client and being able to modify these things on the fly is critical to making something like this work and work well. All right, so I want to emphasize that we need some requirements done prior to jumping in here. I am going to go step by step, so even if you're not clear on everything, hopefully it becomes clear as we go through the project. But I do recommend that you do try Django, whether it's try Django 2.2 or any other try Django series. Honestly, you can do any of them and they're always free. So it's on cfe.sh/YouTube and I have it in a variety of places as well. So if you do that, it's going to talk about some other requirements that you're going to want to have going forward. And the next thing is we want to actually know some JavaScript. I don't actually have an introduction JavaScript course just yet, but I will soon. So just keep a lookout for that on YouTube as well as on my website. So those are a couple things that we definitely want to make sure that you do prior to jumping into this. Now the actual requirements, the software that we're going to be using is, well, we're going to be using Python, and specifically I'm going to be using Python 3.7. And you can use Python 3.6. You might be able to get away with 3.8, but use either 3.6 or 3.7. That's pretty critical for this. Next, we are going to be using Django version 2.2, not 3.0. I realize 3.0 is out and you probably want the new hotness, but we aren't doing that. We're going to stick with Django 2.2 because as we're approaching the end of 2020, Django 2.2 is going to be well supported into 2022, long after 3.0 and 3.1 and into 3.2. So just keep that in mind when you go forward. But just Also keep in mind that Django is Django. So even if you're using 1.11, you should be okay. They've done a great job on 1.11. So, it's still an amazing piece of software. The next thing is we're going to be using Node.js. So definitely download and install and run this. If you haven't done that, that's okay. We will actually do some stuff related to that in the future. I always recommend that you use an LTS. If you use the current version, that's fine too, but the LTS is really nice. If for some reason we need to upgrade it, I'll show you how to do that when that happens. And then the last reference I'll give you is our website. So if you go to codingforentrepreneurs.com/t/setup, this will give you a bunch of different topics that are related to setup. So if you're having issue with various setup pieces, whether it's in this course or any of our other ones, this will show you a number of things related to setup, including stuff like Angular or Ionic, or GitHub, Python on Mac, and so on. So there's a number of configuration type things there. Hopefully for those of you who have done all this wasn't too much. And for those of you who haven't done all this, it gives you the actual next steps that you really need to do now prior to jumping into the course. That's it. Let's keep going. Now what we're going to do is go ahead and set up our project. Now if you're on Mac, you're going to be using Terminal. If you're on Windows, you're going to be using PowerShell. So as I open it up, I have ZSH here. So I'm using the Z shell. If you're not familiar with what this means, newer Macs are going to be using Z shell by default. Older Macs are going to be using Bash. So if for some reason you want to change between the two, you totally can. It's really easy. You just go to System Preferences and then to your users, click the lock there, type in your password, right click or rather control click and hit advanced options. And then you can actually change it back to Bash right there, just like that. And when you do that, you hit the lock again, and I can open up a new terminal window, and it's going to give me this warning. Of course, you can go either direction there. I'm just going to stick with Bash to keep things simple for us Mac users. Windows users, thanks for staying with us. Let's go ahead and jump into our development now. So if I list everything out in the root of my user folder, PWD is dir for you Windows users, as well as ls for that matter. There is a folder already in here called dev. I created this folder. You might make it as development. You might make it as anything else. It doesn't really matter as long as you're being consistent in your environment as to where that is. So I'm going to go ahead and cd into dev here. Now, of course, I want to make sure that I have Python 3.6 installed by just typing in Python 3.6. I do have it installed. That's great. So with this, I'm going to go ahead and do Python 3.6-m pip, as in the pip module, install pip env. And then I'll just do -- upgrade, of course, depending on when you installed pip env. What pip env does is it keeps everything in a virtual environment for us. There's a really good chance I've already told you about virtual environments, but it makes sure that our project is nice and contained into one package and no code conflicts with other code. Okay, so I already have pip env in here. So if I type out pip env on the command line, I can see that I've got all of these different commands I can run. This is the same whether you're on Mac or Windows. It doesn't actually matter there, or Linux for that matter. I'm going to make a new directory, and I'm going to call it tweetme2. And then I'm going to cd into, well, let's get rid of this ampersands here, and then we'll cd into tweetme2. And then I'll do pip env install, and I'm going to use Python 3.6, and I want to install Django == to 2.2, and I'll hit enter. So right now it's installing everything. It creates a virtual environment for us, and it also installs Django, the version that we declared there. There's a good chance that you might want a newer version of Django 2.2, but I'm going to leave it in as just Django 2.2, and that's it. So we'll go ahead and do pip env shell. This activates our virtual environment whether you're on a Windows or a Mac, and we can list everything out here. And what do you know? I have a pip file in there and pip file lock. This comes by default to every pip shell. So when you run pip env install, just like we did, you're going to see these two files here. I'm going to type out clear. That works both on Windows and Mac, or Mac users, you can hit Command K. That will clear it out as well. And now what I should have is this Django admin command. Without .py or anything like that, I can just type out Django-admin. This is a script that I can run all sorts of things, such as, start project. And that's what we want to do. So I'll go ahead and type that out again. First, clear everything out and do Django-admin, start project. And I'm going to call this tweet me 2. And then I'll put a period at the very end to create this project in my current directory. I'm not going to make a new directory at all. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter here. Now if I list everything out, I see that there's tweet me 2 in here, there's manage.py, and there's a pip file. Okay, so now what we want to do is add a text editor or code editor to this project. All right, so now what we need to do is add our project into a code editor. And if you've been following along with me for a while, you know that I used Sublime Text almost exclusively. Well, that is until now. There is another text editor that you might consider checking out, and that is PyCharm or PyCharm. I've tried it. I'm not a huge fan, but I know that other people absolutely love it. Instead, what I recommend is VS Code or Visual Studio Code. This is an open source code editor created by Microsoft. I spoke with some of the team members of the Python side of VS Code, and really, I'm just excited for the future of what this program is going to do. They're not sponsoring this video or anything, but I would absolutely love if they did. But for now, I just want to make sure that you know about it because it's a fantastic editor and it's well worth adding to our projects, even if it's a little too advanced or too cheating for those of you who are absolute beginners. But even if you're an absolute beginner, I think it's probably time that we use VS Code because Sublime Text doesn't have a lot of things built into it that are just necessary to develop in the modern world. That doesn't mean you can't do Sublime Text and you can't do it really well, because you absolutely can. But VS Code has a lot of things built into it and add-ons that you can easily install that I'm just absolutely in love with. Now, of course, since it's created by Microsoft, it certainly works on Windows. It definitely works on Mac, and I believe it also works really well on Linux. So it's this nice cross-platform experience that's identical across all of those platforms as well. Really, really cool there. So go ahead and download that and open it up. So we're going to do VS Code or Visual Studio Code. Command-Shift opens that part up, or if you're on Windows, you can just hit the Windows key and start typing. So we're going to go ahead and add our project in here. We'll go to File and then down to Add Folder to Workspace. And then we're going to navigate into the root of the TweetMe folder, which has manage.py. And then I'll go ahead and hit Add. And then what you'll see is on the Explorer side here, we can see the actual project itself. And then we're going to go ahead and save this workspace. So again, File, Save Workspace As. And then I'm just going to call this tweetme and then .code workspace, and we'll go ahead and hit save. And there we go. So that allows my project to be editable. One of the things that we notice right off the bat is you'll start to see these warnings down here. These warnings are related to your project. It's telling me that, hey, you don't have anything related to Git working here. So you should probably add it. Now, of course, I am certainly going to have all this stuff on GitHub, but before I introduce that, I'm just going to go ahead and do git init, and this initializes a GitHub repository inside of this project. And this is one of the main reasons that I think VS Code is so great. Now, of course, I definitely did it inside of terminal still. I didn't do it inside of VS Code's terminal, which you certainly can, right? So if I did git status here, I actually see that it's the exact terminal that I'm working on, in the same place, in multiple places. And I can also change the default shell if you are so inclined, just like I did in the last one where we introduced that on Mac. So what I can also do is see the changes that are happening on this project, right? As of now, I don't have any changes that have happened, but I will. So I'll go ahead and do git add -- all, and then git commit -m, and we'll say initial commit. Now, don't worry if you're not familiar with what I just did. If you're not familiar with the git commands, even if you don't have git installed, all of that is okay. But the reason I'm showing you this is because of the built-in features that VS Code has. So if I go into Python or manage.py and say print hello world and hit save, and then I go into my git changes, I'm not actually seeing any changes right now. So let's go ahead and close out of this project, and then we're going to just open it back up. And again, you can follow along with me if you'd like, or you can just see what it is that I'm doing. In here, I click on this part. That is the sort of universal symbol for Git. Notice that I have two things that were changed, and now I can inspect my Git commits or file changes right here. This is really cool. It's really nice to be able to do that right inside of my code editor. Now, of course, I don't actually want hello world in there, so I'll get rid of it, save it, and then go back in here. And what I should see, well, it's just showing me that a line was moved, so let's just hit enter one more time. I don't actually want to show any changes at all. So if we look back here, notice that once I removed all of those changes from manage.py, it's no longer showing up. So it's constantly tracking this. This is so cool. I can't even tell you. If you have experience with Git, you'll be really excited about this too. There's a few other features that we might want to look at. That's something I'll do in the next one. But if you have any questions on VS Code or more specifics as to why we chose VS Code, please let me know. Otherwise, let's keep going. Before we go any further in our project, I actually want to open up VS Code again and show you some configuration that you're going to want to do by default. Okay, so when we open this up, notice that it has this welcome page here, right? So there's all sorts of tools and languages that we can install. And if you plan on working with these, definitely install them. So like JavaScript, I'm going to say okay. It reloaded. Now JavaScript's in there. Python, that's what we're going to be using. So we're going to go ahead and do that and say okay. And cool. And if you came from Sublime Text, you can use the keyboard settings that has. Great. You can also change the color of your theme, right? So in my case, I have dark plus, but there's a lot of other ones that you could use, right? Monokai. That one's kind of cool. I'm going to keep it as dark plus. Okay, great. The next thing is actually searching for extensions. So naturally, I already installed the Python one by clicking that suggestion. That installed this extension, which is really nice because it allows us to do all sorts of Python things as well as native Jupyter Notebook support. That is cool. I want both of those things. And we'll see this a lot more once we actually go forward. The next thing I want to do is actually update my default setting for Python, right? So for my actual user, I'm going to go ahead and search Python. I want to update whatever the Python path is. Notice we don't have a project open yet. I just want to update it so that my Python path is the correct one. Let's actually search out Python path. For me, it took a few seconds to actually find it, a few seconds of scrolling. We've got you can do a virtual environment path if you have a default virtual environment, and then finally Python path right here. Okay, so this is going to be the default one that you're going to want to use. So if you only have one version of Python in your system, then Python 3.6 should work. But in my case, like Mac by default has Python 2.7 in there, even though Python 2.7 is going away in a few days, or at least not supported any longer. So I want to use the correct version of Python that I've been working with. In this case, it's Python 3.6. So if I can write it on the command line for Python, I can write it here. So in this case, Python 3.6. I can also say which Python 3.6, oops, not inside of Python, but inside on the command line. This I can also add in there as well. Okay, cool. So now that we've got that setting that's already in there, it's working well, I believe. So let's go ahead and add or open our recent project, which of course is the tweetme2 project. And in here, what I'll see is if I hit like settings.py, I should see something like this. Linter pyint is not installed. Another thing I should notice is down here, I see that it says Python 3.6.6, and it also has tweet me to pipenv, which indicates to me that it's probably using the virtual environment that I have for this, but perhaps it's not. I have many, many others on here. So instead of just assuming that it is, I'm going to go ahead and navigate to my dev folder, to tweet me to, and then running pipenv shell right here and seeing that, hey, here's the actual virtual environment that I want. So coming back and selecting it, we've got one. I have actually one in here. I have two in here. One starts with LF3V up. Looks like they're roughly the same, except this one's at local share. So that's the one I'm going to use. Local share. This one right here. Okay. So I can close out my environment and then open it back up from the terminal window. And sure enough, it should be in there. It should be the exact same one that I was using, which it looks like it is. Okay, great. So now that I've done that, I have the correct virtual environment that my project needs to use. This is actually really important. All the other things aren't nearly as important as this if you want to use VS Code as your primary place to code. In other words, I can use the VS Code terminal in here and notice that it will actually activate the virtual environment when I create a terminal. And that means I can do stuff like manage.py, run server right inside of VS Code. I can hit enter, and sure enough, it will actually run the server. I can open it up, or rather just go into Chrome and go into localhost 8000. And what do you know? My Django project is running. And of course, going back into VS Code, if I can Control C inside of that terminal, that should turn it off, and it does. Sweet. So that means that I don't actually have to leave VS Code for any of my development. I can keep it all in here, and I can certainly add another terminal here. So I can do what's called split terminal, and it will give me another terminal window to run other sorts of commands. Okay, so now the question is, do I always install these things? Well, no, of course not. The recommendations that it gives you, you don't have to do ever, right? You don't even have to run the project inside of VS Code. It just makes things slightly easier to do so. Now I'm going to go ahead and hit install. I actually do want to go off of what they recommend because we might as well. And then I want to look at my pipenv file, and what I'll see is a new package being added as the terminal is being updated as well. Cool. So now all the nags are gone, and I think all of my configuration is done. So I'm going to go ahead and save this and then go into my Git. I'm going to write a little message here. I'm going to say updated. Let's see, this would be 6, I believe. Updated the VS Code config. I hit Command Enter, and then I can go ahead and stage all those and commit them. Pretty cool. Okay, so that's pretty much all I'll be covering with VS Code specifically. There might be a few things here and there, but now it's actually time to start actually working on our Django project. So now, we actually need to start building our project. And I think that logging into Twitter should give you somewhat of an example of what we might want to work towards. Now, of course, I'm not going to do all of this stuff. It would take a very long time and a team of developers to get it actually to the point that Twitter's at right now, but we can still build on a lot of the fundamentals. So I'm going to break down what those fundamentals are so that we can build towards that. And then after we build towards that, we'll think about what we should do next. So inside of this project here, I'm going to make a new file, and I'm going to call this todo.md. So todo.md is really where we're working towards. So the number one thing is, well, users, right? So that means we need to have registration or register. We need to have login. We need to have logout. And then we also need to have a profile and like a feed, right? that kind of covers generally what the users can do. Now, of course, inside of this profile, what do we need here? Do we need an image? Do we need some text? You know, there might be other things that we might want to add here. And what is this feed? Is it the user's feed only? User plus who they follow? Okay. And then back on that profile, do we need a follow button? Cool. So I don't want to get too complicated here, right? Because the more complex you make these to-do lists, the much harder it's going to be to actually accomplish this. Now, the nice thing about Django is it actually covers some of this stuff. So that's cool. The next thing is, the next core of this is actually tweets themselves. So creating, whether it's text or image, and then maybe deleting, and then retweeting, and then that's probably the gist of it. And then finally, there's this other feature called following, / followers. This is just like a feature itself that probably fits in combination of these two. But I'm going to boil down Twitter to just these things. Now, naturally, like I said, there's probably long-term to-dos of like maybe the notifications, DMs or direct messages, and then explore, the explore tab, like finding hashtags and whatnot. So that is what we would eventually work towards. But the core of this project is to do at least these three things. So the question is like, what do we start with, right? To me, the most obvious thing to start with is actually the tweets. Now, of course, if you didn't have Django, you would absolutely have to start with the users. But I'm going to go in this order. That way we can really get some cool things going right away and then start building out the rest of the service. Because since Django has a lot of user stuff built into it, I can really just rapidly iterate on tweets first and then build in some of this user stuff second, and then finally the following and followers feature last. Okay, let's get started. Let's go ahead and start creating the very first app of the tweets. So we want to open up the terminal window inside of VS Code. So I'll just hit Control tilde, and that's Control on both machines. If it for some reason doesn't work, you can see the shortcut right there, Control tilde, and that's the curly line. That's called the tilde. Okay, so now that we're in here, I can run Python manage.py. I also don't actually have to type out Python. I can just do /manage.py, and this is going to be start app and whatever we want to name the app. Now, in this case, it makes sense to name our app tweets, right? So tweets absolutely makes sense because of how our database is going to end up looking, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. So we'll go ahead and start app tweets. Sure enough, what do we got here? We have everything related to the app itself for Django called tweets. First thing is models. This is how we map Django to a database. Now, if you're not familiar with how databases work, let's just do a quick recap on a sort of a fundamental level of what these databases do. So if we open up Google Sheets, you don't have to do this. What I'm doing here is I'm saying make a new spreadsheet and call it tweets. And then each workbook, as in these down here, I can name them however I'd like, right? So let's go back into Django, and then we'll say class tweet. So a single tweet, one single tweet equals to models.model. So it's inheriting from this model class here. I'm going to go ahead and just literally say that the content equals to models.text field, and that's it. Okay, so how does this eventually translate into what a database would look like? Well, we would go back into Chrome here. I'm going to click on one of these sheets. I'm going to change it to being underscore or lowercase tweet. And then what will happen is we'll have our first column will be ID, our second column will be content. So ID is a hidden field that Django has, and it's called, I think it's called a it's called the auto field, and it is primary key equals to true. So automatically, when this is stored in our database, we get an ID of 1, 2, 3 for first tweet, second, third, and so on. So that's actually what's happening. When we create a model, when we save that model, it goes into our database. Of course, not a Google Sheet. It goes into a better database than Google Sheet. Google Sheets is different than a database. It's not meant for that. Neither is Excel. But we're using this as a way to explain it. Okay. So that's essentially how it works. Every time you save, it just adds a new row with that data. And as you notice here, there's nowhere to actually store an image. And so in our to-dos, we need to think about images in the sense that we should probably have a media storage server of some kind, right? If you're familiar with Django, you probably already know this, but I definitely want to make sure that it's clear that that's the case. So then realistically, if I had an image in here, it would be something like models.file field. And then we would say where we want to upload to, and I'll just say images with a trailing slash, just like that for now. We will absolutely change this. And then in our database, what we'll actually see is a path to the image, some image.jpg. That's actually what's being stored in the database, not the actual image itself. I'm also going to make sure that this is blank equals to true and null equals to true. In other words, it's not required in Django. That's what blank does. Null equals to true means it's also not required in the database. It's not required in two places. Content, well, we probably want content to be the same. Blank equals true, null equals to true. Because if all they tweet is an image, then we should only have that image there. Pretty sweet. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and save it. And we're going to go in and jump into our Django settings. So look for that tweet me to folder. I realize there might be a little confusion from that main folder and this tweet me to one, but bear with me and just go into the tweet me to one that has settings.py in it. And we're going to scroll down to installed apps. So if I want Django to actually know about this new app that we created, we have to add it in here into installed apps. So I can just write tweets and then hit save. I hit Command S constantly. So if you don't see me or hear me say save, just do it. Always be saving. Okay, so now that we've got that, we can run manage.py again and make migrations, and then Python manage.py. I'm so used to writing Python manage.py. Python manage.py and migrate. Okay, so what happened here is it applied all of this schema, or the way I have this organized and how I have fields declared, like this is a text field, this is a file field, this is a number field, right? So it's going to take what we wrote in Django and then make sure our database matches that. Things can get really complicated with databases. Just take solace in the fact that Django does a lot of the database level heavy lifting for us. And it does a lot of built-in things. That's what you see here. All of these installed apps are also being installed. As we see, like, hey, look, alter username, email, max length, alter username or user username. Oh, that's cool. You know, there's a number of things in here that are built in, and that's that auth stuff. That's what I mentioned before. Users are already built into Django. Not every framework does that. And then finally, of course, our tweets. So now we have a database that resembles something like this. So I can actually store things in that database. But what we covered here was models and how they sort of map to a database in the way of seeing it in Google Drive, and then also adding it into our settings, and then finally running the standard thing. After you save models, what you're going to want to run are these two lovely commands of make migrations and migrate. Let's keep going. So naturally, I want to test these things being stored. I want to go ahead and jump into the shell. So I'll do manage.py shell, and then we'll do from tweets.models. We're going to import tweet. Okay, so how this actually works out is it's going into the Django managed Python shell. That's how that command works. If you just type out Python, you will not be able to do something like this. So it's looking for the tweets module, which is this module right here. And then inside of there, it looks for models.py, and then it looks for the class name tweet. We go ahead and hit enter, and I'll go ahead and say object equals to tweet. Okay, so it's simple. It's just a Python object. So we can do stuff inside of a Python object, such as like abc equals to 1 through 3. And then I could say object.abc, what is that? 1, 2, 3. Now, of course, if you look at the model itself, there's actually nothing in here called ABC. So if I did object.save, it's not going to save ABC at all. That's just some sort of argument that we added or property that we added to this object that means nothing to Django. So we need to use stuff that means something to Django, which in this case, it is content and image. So if I did object.content, we'll go ahead and say hello world. And then now if I do object.save, this actually saves into the database. Well, how do I know that? Well, a couple of ways. First of all, I can exit out of the shell here and then go into manage.py shell again, and then do from tweets.models import tweet. And then again, we'll do object equals to tweet.objects.get, and we'll say ID equals to 1. I hit enter, and then I do obj.content. What do you think it's going to say? Hopefully you know. And yes, it's hello world. Okay, so of course, maybe you don't know how this works yet. That's okay. But the concept here is that I actually opened up the shell, and then I saved this data into a database. And what you might have noticed while I was doing this, this turned yellow. And that's because it was modified. I have Git monitoring all of my changes, and this is my actual database right now. Pretty cool. So I actually was able to create a tweet and store it into my local database. And that, I mean, is pretty much the gist of what Django is going to do for us, right? It's going to store these things in a database. It's also going to retrieve them for us. And of course, we can delete things too. And then when we say store things, that could also mean store things about a user or store things about a tweet. So really, Django is just this like nice layer on top of a database that makes it really easy to develop for. And also, so I don't have to know exactly how to write this exact model into a database that would then map into something like this, but in the correct way, right? So like I don't have to know yet another language to really be effective using something like Django. And that other language would be something like SQL, which definitely is a lot more complicated than Python in my opinion. Okay, so that's it for this one. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, let's keep going. As I hope you already know, one of the main reasons of using Django is to create web pages. And right now we don't actually have any. I mean, there is a built-in one for the admin site, but realistically, if we run the server right now with /manage.py run server, what we'll see is, well, it's simple. We'll just see this Django powered page, right? So this is a static page. It won't ever change until you actually add in some URLs. So that's what we want to do. Let's go back into VS Code, and inside of our views here, I'm going to go ahead and create my first view. So I'm going to just call this home page or home view. And it takes in request, args, and keyword args. And then it's going to return an HTTP response. And in this case, I need to import that. So we'll do from Django.http import HTTP response. Now, the reason I do this is just to show you how much is built into Django as a default. So in this, I'll just go ahead and say h1, and we'll say hello world, h1. Okay. So this view itself, I want to bring into my URL mapping. If you don't bring it into the URL mapping, Django won't ever send anything there. So let's go ahead and take a look at what I mean by that by importing this view. So from tweets, the tweets, module here. From tweets.views, import the home view. And I'm just going to go ahead and copy this admin path here and get rid of admin and just use home view in its place. Okay, so now that we've got that, notice that my server restarted on its own. And if I refresh in here, now it just says hello world. Right, so what these paths do is allow me to declare what URL makes sense. So ABC, and then if I go into ABC, it goes there. That's really cool. So you also should be wondering, what are args and keyword args? How does that work? Well, if we come in and do a dynamic routing, as in the route might change based off of some value, like our tweet ID. So I'm going to go ahead and just do something like this and call this tweet ID. Okay, so I've got a new path here with tweets and then something that you may or may not have ever seen before. So now if I go into tweets and then 1, 2, 3, 4, I hit enter, it's still saying hello world, but this page is showing up, right? So if I do some other random page, it's not going to show up. So this brings me back to that view of what these args and keyword args are. So if I print them out, so print out args and keyword args, I should see what they are using the dynamic URL, right? So using this one in particular, I refresh in here and print it and go back into VS Code. I see that I have a dictionary in here which will correlate to my keyword arguments that I have a tweet ID of 1, 2, 3, 4. Now naturally, those of you who did try Django and understood it well, you can just come in here and do tweet detail view, and instead of the request args like this, we can actually put in that parameter of tweet ID, the one that came through here. And also what we named here, we could then use that there and say tweet detail view and replace those things. And now, assuming that I've got everything saved up here, now what I should see on this page is that new URL running. Assuming my server is running, let's go ahead and make sure that's going. And if sure enough, there it is. And I can pass this argument into my response. And save it, refresh, and there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, and so on. So this is what I mean by a dynamic URL routing. Is essentially the view function handles whatever's being passed in that URL and will then send back an HTTP response or send back another web page with that new dynamic content. And of course, that means we can use this dynamic URL routing to actually look up content that is actually meant to be shown. Let's try that out. So in previous versions of Django, we didn't use something called path. Instead, what we used is called RE path, which stands for regular expression path. And that would actually change how this works ever so slightly. I'm not actually going to cover that right now, but RE path was known as URL, and that's essentially what was done before. But now Django has this path built in. We're making dynamic URLs really, really easy. So you can use integer or string or all that. But now that we have this dynamic URL, it's time to return dynamic content. We sort of did that, but I actually want to return that content based off of the database, or more specifically, based off of our model that's stored in the database, right? So to do this, we go into our views, and it's really simple. We do from.models, import tweet. And the reason I can do from.models is because views and models, or the model I am trying to import from, is on the exact same module, like it's inside of the tweets module. So I can do this relative import. And this is actually best practice. You should get in the habit of doing that when it's inside of your app itself. If you have questions as to why, please let me know. I can elaborate. So we'll go ahead and grab the tweet that's related to this dynamic URL and this particular argument that's in here. So I'll do tweet.objects.get, and then the ID equals to tweet ID. Really simple. And then now, still using those F strings, I'm going to go ahead and just add in obj.content, and we'll take a look at that. So now I have a dynamic lookup. I don't need these print statements anymore, so we can get rid of both of them. And let's go back in here. And of course, I get a server error that has occurred. There's no surprise here, and I'll explain why in a moment. But let's go to with an ID of 1. And in my case, I actually have an ID of 1. I have at least one tweet in my database, which gives me that one single ID. Now, one of the challenges that you might see with that previous server error has to do with the ID itself, right? So if I did ID of some ridiculous number that for sure does not exist, you get a server error. So this is expected, actually. This means that it's looking up in the database of something that does not exist, right? So it's trying to get an ID that is just simply not inside of our database. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to set this into a try block, and then we'll add an exception here. So to catch this, then I'll just go ahead and return the shortcut called HTTP 404, as in page not found. This is another one I want to import. So we save that. And now when I refresh in here, oops, it should not be returned, but rather raise HTTP 404. And try that again, and now it's giving me the standard 404 page. This item is not found. That is definitely expected. The first one is found, this other one is not. Pretty cool. Okay, so now that we've got this detail view, it's time to turn it into something that's a little bit more usable that we'll be able to do on our homepage. Let's check it out. Now what I want to do is turn in this dynamic view into a REST API view. So all this means for now is returning back JSON data. So REST API view, we're going to return JSON data. Now this is so we can consume by JavaScript or Swift or Java or iOS / Android, right? That's the purpose of creating these into these views. You could also say React Native. You could say a whole bunch of things. But in our case, we're going to be using JavaScript. So what I need to do is, instead of having an HTTP response, I'm going to use another class called JSON response. And what that's going to do is it's going to take in a data dictionary of some kind and return it back. So we'll just say JSON response, and we'll pass in that data. Now, if you're familiar with Python's JSON module, it's very similar to doing JSON dumps for HTTP response with a content type of application JSON. If you have no idea what I just said there, no worries. But for everyone else, great. Okay, so the ID naturally is going to be tweet ID. And then the content is going to be that OBJ's content. And then we might want to say the image path is equal to object.image.path, or actually rather .url. But I'm actually going to leave that out for now. We don't have a place to store the image, the actual physical image item yet. So I'm just going to keep it in there because I know eventually I'll need it. But for now, I'll just leave this data in like that. Okay, so now I have a brand new way of returning this data. So let's go ahead and look at it. If I refresh in here, I now have a dictionary that's coming back. Now, in a few videos, we're actually going to use this data, just not yet. And then there is one more thing that I need to change, and this is this raise HTTP 404. I actually still need to have some sort of HTTP response. So what I'm going to do then is cut out this data, paste it here, and then if there is an object, then I'll add in that content. So I'll go ahead and say content equals to obj.content, and then I might want to add in that image path later. And if there's not, we'll just go ahead and say data.message, and we'll say not found. And then finally, I'll go ahead and add a status of 200. And then in here, we'll say a status of 404. And then we'll pass that status as an argument to this response. Now, if you ever forget or are unsure of what can be passed, this is something that VS Code's really good about, is if you just scroll over it, it's going to tell you what this class is, right? So I didn't really do a whole lot to the class, but I remembered that, hey, status is in here, so I can actually pass in one of those status codes. So now if it's not found, it's still going to return a JSON response, and it's just going to return it in a way that I needed, right? So in this case now it's saying ID of 1, and if I do some other random ID, it just gives me something back saying message just not found. So it's just a little bit more of a robust way of responding to things. So that is something that I think is pretty cool. Okay, so now that we have a REST API view for the actual detail of this tweet, it's time to start building some way to actually look at this value on our homepage. So we need to work towards that. It's going to take a few videos before we can actually render it out, but it is getting closer. Now what we need to do is actually bring in templates to our project. So what templates are going to allow me to do is replace this hello world hard-coded string into an actual HTML file that can render out data in a similar way that we saw before with that detail or that dynamic detail view. So let's go into our settings, and I'm going to take a look at my base dir here. So base directory. So this base directory is where manage.py is. So that's, just remember, on the same level as manage.py. That's what the base directory is. So if you're ever confused about it, if you see manage.py, that's where the base directory lives. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder in here called templates. This is a standard and conventional way of naming our templates directory. And of course, we're going to name it in our settings based off of base dir, because if I sent this project to you, no matter what system you're on, Django will know for sure that it's a localized base directory. And naturally, if you wanted to ever find out what these directories are, just hit print, and then it will print it out for you just like that. Pretty cool. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and now scroll down on my settings file to templates. And where this dirs is, I'm going to go ahead and ospath.join base dir, base dir and templates. So that basically gives me this directory right here. The next thing I'm going to go ahead and do is add a folder inside of that templates called tweets. And these are going to be all the templates that are related to tweets. I actually don't have any yet, and I may never have any, but that's something I often do when I create a new templates directory, is I make respective folders for the apps themselves. And then I'm going to just go ahead and say pages, as in like my default pages. In this case, I'll definitely have one. So I'll just do home.html, as in my home page from my home view. In this case, I'll go ahead and do hello world. Quite literally the same here. And so I need to actually take from that template and render that out from this view. Now, there's a lot of ways on how I could get there, or I could just use in the built-in shortcut, which is called render. So then we just do return render. And this is another just magical thing about VS Code. If I just hover over render, I see all of the things that could be added here, right? So as I mentioned before, every single view function has the request as an argument. So we pass that back, and then the template name. And in my case, I need to actually use the path to that template. So in this case, it's already in templates. So it's just pages/home. So pages home.html. And then my context, I can just pass in an empty dictionary. And my status code defaults to 200, but I'll go ahead and add that in there too. So now that I've got that, I can, make sure that my server is still running and refresh in my home page. And of course, it still says hello world. So there's no real good way for me to show you that that is the correct template unless I changed it. So let's go ahead and get rid of that line there. And I'll say hello world again. We save that, and there we go. So it's definitely coming from that template. Now, another advantage to using these HTML templates inside of a code editor is then you can use the extension .html and you'll get all of the code completion that some of these editors have built into them. Like that's why this is blue. And also when I hover over it, it gives me the actual reference as to what this is. Another cool thing about VS Code. Okay, so now that we've got this template, we need to make it a little bit more robust by building into some of the default features that Django has for templates. All right, so go ahead and jump over to getbootstrap.com. I'm using version 4.4, and if you go into documentation, and there's a quick start link here, but you're going to want to scroll down and just grab this starter template. I'll go ahead and copy this. And we're going to go back into our project and replace our home.html, hit Command S or save it. And then let's go back into our project. I believe the server's still running. If I refresh in here, notice it's slightly different. It doesn't seem like it's a whole lot different, but it is different. The font is different. There's a title tag there. And then of course, if I went and inspected the element here, I'll be able to see that there's content related to it, as in Bootstrap is in there. Okay, so that part is cool and all, but what the challenge is here, when I want to make a new page, am I going to really recopy all of this doc type stuff and all that? Well, of course not. I mean, that's an old way of actually building HTML pages. Like, if you want to build an old website, absolutely copy and paste it and do it the bad way. We're going to do it the good way. So let's go into our templates directory here, and we're going to make a new file called base.html. This file is convention, so you're going to want to call what this file is as base. So I'm going to come in here, save that, and then where this hello world here is, I'm going to get rid of it and do curly brackets, %block with the space block content, and then we'll do in block content. Okay, I'll explain what these are in just a moment, but I'm going to go ahead and copy this and get rid of everything in home.html, and we'll do something called extends base.html, and then we'll do block content, and I'll say welcome to tweet me. Oh yeah, this is tweet me too, so let's call it that. And then back into base.html, I'm going to change the hello world title to tweet me too as well, and then I'll refresh my page, and sure enough, what do we got? We have that data rendering out. So what's happening here is when you create templates inside of Django, you can create a base template, which is what this is, right? So if we had this base template, I'm going to actually just zoom out real quick. As you notice, it's just HTML, right? There's not a whole lot going on here except for this one block. So this block can be replaced inside of any of the templates that inherit from it. And you know it inherits from it by saying extends base.html. So essentially what Django's doing in this view function here, this render call, this right here, Django is taking that HTML template, so it's going into home.html and sees at the very beginning, hey, it's extending from another template. So load up that template, and then let's replace the blocks that I also put in here. So another example of this is if I put another block in the title and said block title, and then in block. Okay. Oh, well, you might want to say head title, because title might be used on a page anyway, so we'll just call it head title, and we'll call it in block head title. So I'll go ahead and copy this, and now I'll say inside of here, this is amazing, exclamation mark, refresh, and there you go. So there's a lot to Django templates, but we're actually not going to spend a lot of time using Django templates because we want to make our TweetMe project as dynamic as possible, which is the primary reason that we started off with the REST API view. We want to make it dynamic, so why would we start any other way? Let's keep going. The Django templating engine is really great for reducing the amount of HTML we have to type. That's essentially what it's for, because we still want this HTML in a lot of places. We just don't want to have to retype it all the time. And it actually violates the concept of, it's called dry, as in don't repeat yourself. Even though I tend to vocally repeat myself all the time to help you guys learn. But while you're coding, you don't want to repeat yourself, or at least you want to work towards not repeating yourself. And so we're starting this in that vein. We want to not repeat ourselves as much as possible, or really do a design that doesn't make sense for what we want to build. I want to build something as close to Twitter as possible. So that means that I want to already have API endpoints that can be consumed by JavaScript. So that means then my homepage needs to actually dynamically load some JavaScript into it, or rather dynamically load in a tweet of some kind. So there is going to be another view that I'm going to need to create, and that is a list view. So I'll go ahead and do tweet list view, and it's going to take in a request, and it's going to take in args and keyword args, and then we're going to go ahead and get a query set, which is a list of Django model objects, so tweet.objects.all. This is grabbing every single object in there, and then that can be treated as a list. And so I actually can say my data equals to, well, some sort of list. And to iterate through lists and to turn it into a key value, we can actually put in a dictionary here. So we'll do for x in QS, and then we'll say ID equals to x.id, and content equals to x.content, or not equals, but colon, right? So this is the data dictionary, and then we're going to return JSON response. And I'll actually go ahead and do one more step here, and I'll call this the tweets list. And then I'll say data equals to, and we'll go response. And there we go. I'm going to ignore this for now. And then we'll return this back, data, and there we go. So now that we've got this list view, let's bring it into our URLs. So inside of tweetme2 urls.py, we're going to import this one, and I'll grab this path here and paste it underneath and get rid of that and change this as list view. Okay, great. So now that we've got those two things, yet again, it is a REST API view. So I'll just make note of that. And this should say consume. Well, consume is fine. Okay, cool. So let's take a look at what that list view is. And we'll just go into tweets. And well, sure enough, I have response, and it gives me these objects here. Okay, so what this is doing is giving me a list of the exact same data. I actually don't have very much data, so it's not giving me a whole lot. But now I have two endpoints that the home view will be able to actually absorb. So what we need to do now is actually build some JavaScript to do so. So now that I have this endpoint for tweets, the big question is, how do I make my home page actually load what that endpoint is, and perhaps reload it on some sort of interval without refreshing the page or the user doing anything? To do all that, we have to use JavaScript. And I'm going to be doing a very basic version of this first, and then we'll start to build on it as we go forward. And the reason I'm showing you this so early is because this is actually a critical piece to building out this whole service. Having that dynamic interaction, I think, is important. So it's also important to test it really early on. So let's go back into Visual Studio Code. I'm going to open up home.html here. And I'm also going to open up my views inside of tweets just to make sure that I know what's going on here with the data and all that. And the reason I'm doing this is because I don't actually have a quote-unquote API documentation yet. I just have my views, so the raw code itself. So inside of home.html, this is where I'm going to be rapidly iterating on this. So I'm going to go ahead and type out a script tag here. So script allows me to write JavaScript inside of HTML. And I'm just going to go ahead and say const xhr equals to new XML HTTP request, as you see right here. Okay, and then we do parentheses. So this is JavaScript, right? So I'm declaring a variable here, and I'm saying that it's a new instance of this class. The equivalent in Python, the equivalent way to trigger something like this would be, some class like that, right? So JavaScript just adds some sort of declaration for the variable, whether it's const, let, or var, and then also saying that, hey, this is a new version of that class or a new instance of that class. Okay, so now what we need to do is declare the method that we're going to use. In this case, we're going to use a get method as opposed to a post method. And then we're also going to be using the URL of, well, it's just /tweets, right? So that's the URL that will return back JSON data right here, right? Cool. So now that we've got that, I'm also going to go ahead and say const response type equals to JSON. Okay, so I have a lot of the initial setup for this. Now I need to actually perform the request. So I have to also set up the XHR itself. So this instance, I need to do a number of things with it. The first thing I want to do is actually set its own response type to this response type. This is just to let the XHR request itself know that, hey, you're getting JSON coming back. And then the next thing is going to be xhr.open, and this is going to be our method and our URL. And then I want to actually handle this somehow, so I'll do xhr.onLoad. This is going to be equal to a function, and I'll just go ahead and console log the xhr.response. And then finally, we'll do xhr.send. Okay, so what's happening here is this is saying, hey, open up the request with this method and URL. And then we're going to go ahead, once it's finished loading, we're going to just log out the response that comes back from the request itself. Much like on our web page, when I load it or refresh in here, this is the response that comes back. And then finally, I'm actually going to go ahead and trigger that request. That's what send does. It actually triggers the request for me after I sort of set it up. Okay, so now that we've got that and it's on our home page, I can refresh in here. And what I get is a response inside of my console log. So this response is 100% tied to this data right here. So I can also say that is user, and naturally we haven't talked about users yet, so I'll just go ahead and say false. I save that, and then I refresh in here, and sure enough, is user is false in there. Great. So that means that inside of this request, it's not that complicated, right? This isn't a whole lot of rocket science yet. I mean, it does get more complicated than this, but the idea of actually doing this request is pretty simple. So now what I need to do is say var listed items equals to xhr.response, and that's the response, right? So we actually called it response. So maybe it'd be better to say const response equals to xhr response, or maybe server response. And then inside of that server response, we have another data point called response itself. So now I can actually just console log out those listed items. Okay. And of course, I only have one item in there. So if I had 100, it would actually look up all 100 of those things. And that's pretty cool. So we now have a little bit closer to a dynamic loading of these items. We still need more, so let's keep going. Okay, so what we need to do now is figure out a way to insert the response or these listed items into our HTML. We need to dynamically render the HTML from JavaScript. So what I'm going to do first is say div ID equals to tweets, and then inside of this I'll just say replace me. Okay. So what I have to do inside of my JavaScript now is to reference that specific div. And to do that, we'll go ahead and say const, and this is going to be the tweets element, and we'll just do document.getElementById of tweets. Now, document is built into JavaScript, so it's going to get anything that's on this document, and it's going to grab it by its element ID, which in this case is just simply tweets. So what I could do then is I can change the HTML that's in there to being loading. So inside this div, we can do inner HTML as loading and then save it. I still have my server running, so if I go back in here, I see that it says loading, and I'm still getting this data here. Okay, cool. So now that we've got that, I naturally have listed items in here. So this is actually considered an array of items. In JavaScript, they're called arrays. In Python, they're called lists. So actually, we have to iterate through each one of those things and then append it to this div. So when I mean append, what I want to do is say, like, I'll just do something like var L1 equals to hi there, and then I'll just copy this a couple times, say L2, L3, and hi there 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so these are JavaScript elements now that I need to append to this div, right? So what I can actually do is say tweets element dot inner HTML equals to L1 plus L2 plus L3. So it's essentially saying this is the new string. I'm just adding these three strings together, and that's going to replace the div that's in here. So I'll go ahead and save that. Refresh in here, and what I see is hi there 1, 2, 3. Cool. So hopefully that's simple enough, right? All we did was reference what element we needed to replace, and then actually replace it with a different kind of string. That string can have HTML inside of it, or it could just have text. It doesn't actually matter as far as JavaScript is concerned. Now, this is not a whole lot different than doing similar things in jQuery. So if you've done this in jQuery, it'd be this would be the selector here, and then you would change the HTML to something like that. But I don't actually want to spend much time with jQuery. I think jQuery has served its purpose, but we want to use React.js eventually. So until we get to React.js, we're going to be using the good old-fashioned pure JavaScript. So now that we've got this, what I actually have to do is take these listed items and do something very similar to what we've done here. But if you are struggling with this part, you're going to want to learn some more about JavaScript really to fully understand everything that's going on. If you didn't struggle too much here, then awesome. The things that I think you might struggle with are like remembering what inner HTML is. And you shouldn't. You actually should not remember that's what it is. What you should remember is, how do I get an element? And then how do I set HTML? Right? So this is getting an HTML element. And this is setting new HTML in that element. Right? Just remembering those concepts will help you go back and find references on how to do this. Now, React works way different than this, so don't even worry about that right now. But as far as getting this going, we're a lot closer. Let's keep going. So we know this is a list, or in JavaScript, it's known as an array. What we need to do is iterate through it, as in loop through it, to actually replace this inner HTML in a similar fashion that we did with these two, right? So I actually replace it twice here. So I'm going to do a couple things. The first thing is replace me is now just going to be called loading. And then I'm going to go ahead and comment these out with command / or you can delete them. I'm just commenting them out for you. But the idea is that we now need to loop through each one of these and then set each one as a part of the string. So I'm going to go ahead and say var final tweet str equals to just an empty string here. And then I'm also going to say var I. So I'm just declaring the variable of I. And I can actually have listed items as a constant. So I'll leave that there. Usually when you switch between constant and var or let, Constant means it will never change. Var or let can change. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and now iterate through this. So if you're not familiar with the syntax of iteration for JavaScript, it goes like this. For I equals to 0, semicolon, I less than the actual length of the list that we're going for. And that's just as simple as, or the array that we're going for as doing dot length that will actually give you what that length is. And then finally I plus plus. And then curly brackets here. I just want to take a moment to clarify the for loop in JavaScript if it's not clear to you right now. So if we look at this, we see that this is essentially the exact same iteration, right? So we've got our array here, or list, and then we declare a variable called I. You could also just say that the I equals to 0 here. It doesn't actually matter if you set it equal to 0 or just declare it. And then our for loop, we start at 0. And then as long as I is less than the length of this list, then we add 1 to that I. Right? So that's what I plus plus does. It'll just add 1 each time. So that's for each iteration. It'll just add 1 to it. And then that way we're able to see which each item is. So it's going to go the very first iteration, which would be 0, or position 0 rather. It'll be sum. And then the second iteration, it will add 1 to it. The item will be, it'll be position 1. So the same thing in Python looks like this. So it's not quite the same as saying for item in my list, right? But rather it's going through the range of those items, and it's getting me an iteration here. And I mean, I could say I equals to 0 as well, but in Python, this isn't necessary. It's necessary for how we did it here inside of the JavaScript for loop, but in Python it would look something a little bit more like this, where we're starting at 0, then we're getting the length of whatever that list is, and it's getting the item that way. So hopefully that clears that up a little bit. So let's get back to it. So I can just show you this by saying console log I and get rid of this console log. So we save that, and then we refresh in here, and I see that as 0. So iteration 0 means position 0, and as far as indexing is concerned, otherwise known as list or array indexing, I can actually get what item is at iteration I, which in this case is going to be 0. So I save that, and then I refresh in here, and notice that it's showing me iteration 0 for that first console log, and then this other one for the second. So before I actually do anything more with those iterations, I'm going to jump into the shell or the terminal here. Press that button if you need another terminal. It will open up another one if you forgot that already. Then we're going to go ahead and do /manage.py shell, and I'll do from tweets.models, and we're going to import tweet, and I'll go ahead and make a new tweet object. So tweet.objects.create. I'm not sure if you saw this one yet, but create is pretty cool. I'll say content equals to hello there number 2. And this should be my actual second object. I hit enter, and then I'm going to go ahead and refresh in here again, and now I see that I have 2 items in this array. So item 1, item 2, and things are starting to look good. So that means this console log has the data that I'm looking for, except it's actually in a dictionary, right? It's still in a dictionary, so I need to actually get what those values are. So what I'm going to do then is say, I'll do var current item equals to, well, let's make it a string. I'll go ahead and do h1, and then I'll add in the ID. So that's the listed item dot ID. And notice that I still have that iteration there. And then I'll just do plus h1. And then I might as well add inside of my current item, I'm going to do another plus, and we'll add a p tag here. And then inside of that p tag, we're going to do listed item, listed items I.content, and then plus a closing p tag. Okay, so that's the current item. So then with my final tweet string, I'm going to go ahead and say that plus equals to that current item. So this should append it to that one. And then finally, scrolling back up here, tweets element inner HTML equals to final tweets string. So it's going to go through all of the iterations, and then hopefully our tweets element will show the correct values. So let's save it and refresh in here. And what do you know? It is showing the correct values, except I do have some issues with the HTML. One of them being that I have two open H1 brackets. Okay, so let's close that off, and then let's make sure that I've got my div here, and sure enough I do. In fact, or my p tag rather. In fact, I want to actually have a div tag all the way around this, and close that off. And using some Bootstrap classes, I'll put a class in here and just say margin bottom or MB of 4, just to show us some things that are going on here. So I'm going to go ahead and save this, and then refresh in here, and sure enough, I have the makings of tweets. And we can test this out again by going back into Visual Studio and going into our terminal here, pressing up, pressing 3 or changing it to 3. I hit enter, and then we'll just refresh that page. And what do you know? I now have my tweets dynamically loading. There's still a number of issues with this loop, such as how all of this is being formatted. That is kind of a mess. So we want to actually change that at least a little bit before we go much further. Let's keep going. So now what I'm going to do is actually make a function that will do this formatting. So I'm going to go ahead and just make this function call it, format tweet element, something along those lines. And then it will take in a tweet, and then it's going to return, some sort of string. So the string it's going to return, at least initially, is what this current item is. So I'm just going to go ahead and cut this whole piece out and paste it in here and say var formatted tweet equals to all of that. And then we'll return that formatted tweet. And of course, I need to just change what this part is, the actual element itself. There we go. So that, of course, means that I should probably say var tweet object equals to listed items like that. Let's get rid of this console log now. And then finally, current item is going to be the result of this format function here. So tweet object. And there we go. We've got our current item formatted, and it's a little bit cleaner. It's not super clean, but it's definitely a little bit cleaner. And this is actually where the limitations of pure JavaScript come in, or at least the speed as to which, right? So I could make this way better formatted right here in this function, but it starts to fall apart when I want to do a lot of things to that function. So such as like, I want to retweet these at some point. I want to like them at some point. And that falls apart using pure JavaScript unless we really want to spend a ton of time building out this front end, which I do not. I want to spend as little time as possible building the front end and user interaction. I want to spend a lot more time deploying it and getting people using it and hopefully getting some feedback and then doing some iterations and all that. That's where you want to spend the time, not in developing the first version, right? So I'm sort of at the edge of where I want to actually use JavaScript. There's still a number of other things that I want to do in JavaScript, so I'm not done with it just yet, but I'm done with the formatting side. I don't want to spend a lot of time formatting, as you shouldn't either. In fact, the only formatting I probably want to do is getting rid of this H1 tag, because that actually doesn't make any sense to put that H1 tag in there. But what I could do is actually add in the ID for this. So I'll just go ahead and say ID equals to these single quotes here, and then two double quotes, and then plus tweet.id plus. And then that way I have, let's call this the tweet dash ID in here. So if I refresh in there, I inspect this element here, I see that I've got tweet ID in there. And that might come in handy later, not quite yet, but I'll also add a class of like tweet itself. All right, so just other little changes that I might want to make this a little bit more user-friendly. But now I've got loaded tweets, and I have a way to do it all dynamically using JavaScript. So naturally, there's a lot more things that we need to build. So let's keep going. Build out our user interface for tweets just a little bit more now by dynamically loading in a button for likes. So to do this, I'm going to come down here to this format tweets portion, and I'm going to go ahead and hit enter here, and then finally here. Okay, so then I'll do function, and we'll say like btn, and I'm just going to add in that like button here to being one of the things that is called, and I'm going to return a string of btn or button class equals to btn and btn dash primary. Those are CSS classes coming from Bootstrap, and we already put it in, so we don't need to worry about it. So now I've got this like button here. Okay, so we save that and then we refresh, and what do you know? I have buttons being rendered that are for this like button. So I actually probably want to have it underneath this content. So I'm going to go ahead and add in a new closing p tag and then a new div tag actually, instead of having it inside of a p tag, and close that off as a div tag too. And I'll give it a class of btn group. So we save that, we refresh, and we got a little issue here with our JavaScript. Too many pluses. And there we go. Okay, so now I've got a little bit better handle on what this might look like, right? But what I want to do is add an additional feature to this like. I want to actually have an element to handle it. So I'll go ahead and say function, and we'll say handle did like. And I'll go ahead and add in the tweet ID and then maybe the current count, something along those lines. And then this handle did like, we will put on this like button, we'll just say on click equals to that function with the tweet ID and the current likes. Well, I actually don't have the tweet ID being passed into this like button. So let's go ahead and say tweet is the argument that comes in here. So that tweet, I'll just go ahead and say tweet.id and then tweet.likes. And then of course, that means that down in this format tweet, I need to pass that tweet that's being passed through there. I need to pass it through the like button. And then down in this on click, I have to just add it in this way by using those plus signs. And of course, I need to actually add a place for the tweet likes as well. So that means that I need to actually have the tweet likes come back. So in my views, I'm just going to add another argument here called likes, and I'm just going to do some, random number. Or let's actually do a random number. An actual random number, as in import random, and then we'll do random.randint between, let's say, 0 and some ridiculously large number. Okay, so now I've got this like button that has some interaction, and handle did like. I'll go ahead and just console log what's coming on there, and we'll say tweet ID and current count. Okay, so we save that and we refresh in here. I hit like. Looks like I might have some issues here. There we go. So I saved after I got rid of some spacing issues. And what do you know? I see that there is a like button and there's some interaction that's happening here. Now, naturally, we go back into this like button. If we have an actual number for likes, we might as well add those numbers in and put the plus here. Okay, and I'll also do btn small. We refresh there. Whoa, it's now showing me all these likes. I'm gonna lower that number quite a bit to like a little bit more manageable. so that when it's actually being rendered, we don't have to worry about the formatting of that number just yet. But now we have a way to actually have an interactive button, and we can do it all with JavaScript. And this is one of the ways I can highlight where pure JavaScript is going to start to get a little bit hard. And actually, I'm not going to do a whole lot more as it relates to displaying the likes from this. But so this did like, right? So I got this current count. Well, what I could do then is increment that current count and then return it somewhere, right? Where do I return it? Right. And I mean, I could bring it into this function maybe, or I could have this function call it, or so on and so forth. There's a number of things that then start to get a little bit complicated when we want to do even more dynamic state handling to this. Like, so actually clicking this button, it's cool that it actually does something. But what's not cool is that it's not really updating this button in any real dynamic way. All it's doing is console logging the tweet ID and the current count. So this is where you could be like, oh, well, you can refresh all of the tweets. That's not great either. So I'm really getting to the edge of doing pure JavaScript and what's great about it. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to continue along the lines of using some of the JavaScript so that I can build out my backend, because that's really what I wanted to do here. Is I wanted to use some of this JavaScript so that I can see just generally what I might want the interface to look like so that my views can start to build out. One of them being likes. I don't actually have anything for likes, of course. And the other one being actually adding in tweets. So we need to add in tweets before we add in likes, right? But I'm getting closer with the interface. And also, I probably want to add in Bootstrap styles. Like right now, it's ugly. So I want to at least add some basic Bootstrap styles. So that is actually what we'll do next. And if you're not familiar with Bootstrap, I definitely recommend that you come on cfe.sh/projects and look for Bootstrap basics. This is using version 4.3, but honestly, the things that you'll cover in here aren't a whole lot different than what we're going to be doing in this one, in the next one. Now, I'm a huge advocate of getting your project done as quick as possible, not spending too much time designing any one piece of it, right? You should get it out there and get users actually using it. And more than likely, you will be the first user, or at least among the first users, right? So for me, I really like having my project look real sooner rather than later. And right now, it just frankly does not look real. And we are using Bootstrap because, well, number one, it's probably the most used templating framework in the world, right? So it's a template itself. It's a really simple, easy to use template that is responsive and mobile first. So there's definitely other ones out there that are really good. That's one of the reasons that it's really easy to use. It's free and it's used by a lot of places. The other part of this is that there's a lot of themes, even like on themes.getbootstrap.com, that are built based off of Bootstrap. So they look drastically different than Bootstrap's default theme, but they are still fundamentally Bootstrap themes themselves. That part is really, really cool. And also, they're not very expensive, right? So like having a dashboard like this for $50, hey, that's pretty cool. And sure, you could probably change the colors and then match branding a little bit more, and then now you've got your own site. But again, even going back to something like this, you can look at sites like Amazon or Craigslist or even Apple. Like they're certainly branded to their business, but they're not like this radical change that's going to change everything, right? Even Twitter today from Twitter 10 years ago, I mean, sure, it's more colorful now, but it's not functionally that much different. So we're going to stick with Bootstrap. And in this one, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of give me some of the structure that I want to use, at least for this part of doing the tweets. So let's go ahead and do that. And inside of base.html, the first thing I want to do is actually create some like subcomponents of my templates, right? So in base.html, I actually want to add in a navigation bar. So I'm going to go ahead and come in here, make a new folder here, and I'm going to call these components. And inside of these components, I'm going to add in navbar.html. I'm going to add in maybe like footer.html. And that's it for now. So navbar, let's go ahead and go into getbootstrap.com, go into their components, and into navbar. Scroll down to a navbar, the very first one, that works for me. And then, you can just copy it here, paste that in, save it, go back into base.html. Now we're going to use a template tag called include. So include, and this is components / navbar.html. And that's it. Components. Spell that correctly. And now, if we come back in here, I now have a navigation bar. Sweet. So this navigation bar, I'm going to obviously change it from being called navbar to being called tweet me. And I'll just add a / to the href here. And then this other div, I'm just going to do something like d none. And that way I don't have anything else in here. So d-none means display none. Yes, that is a Bootstrap class. So I refresh and I'm removing some of the items here, including, we want to get rid of this as well. There we go. Okay. So now that we've got that nav bar going back into the base, the question is, do I want this to be a full screen type aspect, right? Do I want it in only the middle part of the screen or fluid where it goes to the whole screen size, no matter, how big my browser is? I'm going to leave it as a full screen. So back into base, right above block content, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add a new div and say div class equals to container-fluid. That's, of course, another Bootstrap class. I add in that block content there. Now I refresh and things move over a little bit. Cool. So now back into home.html. What I need to do here is, welcome to tweet me too. I should add a class for that. And this is going to be a row. And then underneath this row, where this actually would be, is going to be its own column. So you can just use column there. And this one, I'll go ahead and use an h1 tag for the welcome to. That might be a bit big, unless we did something like text center. Okay, there we go. That's looking a little bit better. And now the tweets themselves, I'm also going to add into a row. So the actual div that the tweets are going is into a row. That actually looks a little funny. So let's try it as an outside row. Actually, no, it needs to be inside the row. Let's leave it just like that. And then our format tweet button. This is a row, so I'm going to go ahead and say column 12 and then column MD maybe, or let's just leave it in as column 12 so that it takes up the entire width. And then I'm going to go ahead and add a border by saying border, and then there we go. Now we have a border around it, and I'll just add a padding, so py equals to 3, so padding on the top and bottom. And now we're getting a little bit closer to what tweets would look like, right? Maybe not fully. Maybe the border is not accurate to how we want to have it, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. Maybe the border needs to be somewhere else. Maybe just border bottom, right? So you can play around with this a little bit, or border top. There we go. So now we've got a little bit better tweets. Maybe it's border top and border bottom. That might give me some weird spacing. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. Okay, so certainly not what the end product is going to look like, but we're moving in that direction. It definitely looks better than it did. Obviously, my tweets themselves should be formatted a little bit more, but at least I'm in the ballpark of where I want things to go. You might want to spend some time changing the color of the navigation bar. So if you wanted more of a dark theme, you would just change it to navbar dark and bg dark. that changes it to more of a dark theme. And so if you were wanting to have a different background color, you could then change what that background color is based off of that. So that's also something I like doing a lot of. In my case, the tweet me red or tweet me to red is that color right there. So I'm going to go ahead and add a new class called BG tweet me. That's what I'll name it. So I'll just go ahead and copy that. And again, not spending too much time on this. I don't want you to waste hours upon hours trying to build this thing out. I'll go ahead and add a style tag in here. And inside of this style tag, I'll add that BG tweet me. And then back into my nav bar, I'll scroll to the top and do nav bar dark. And then do BG tweet me, get rid of BG light, save that, refresh, and there we go. So we now have closer to the colors, that are at least part of the color scheme that I'm hoping for. The next part is maybe adding a little bit of a margin below here so that the next part is just pushed down, maybe a little bit bigger than that, and B4, and there you go. Okay, cool. So now I'm sort of thinking like maybe I don't love that the tweets go all the way across, because I might want to limit how long a tweet can be. And if it's only like what Twitter was, the short amount of characters, I'm probably not going to want it to go screen to screen like that. So now after seeing it for just a moment, I'm going to change it to just a container. So getting rid of fluid. Now it brings it in. That is probably a little bit closer to what I want. And in fact, maybe I want it even tighter than that. And to do that, I can actually add something inside of the tweet itself. So like maybe column 12. So when it's really small, I go all the way across. But if it's a big screen, I'll make it 10 and I'll add something like MX Auto. Okay. And then finally, I'll go ahead and just bring back that border now that I've got this. And I'll also add in rounded as a radius. And there you go. So now if I break it down all the way, so on a mobile device, this is what it's going to look like. On my bigger screen, this is what it looks like. Okay, cool. So not great. I mean, it's still really plain looking, but it looks much, much better than it did before. And we're definitely on the track that we want to be, at least with our tweets. So one of the reasons I showed you this and I just like breezed through a bunch of these things is because, number one, I think it's well worth learning Bootstrap. And number two, if you didn't watch this or follow along, it's not going to be detrimental to the rest of this. It's just meant to serve to you that once you learn Bootstrap well, you are going to breeze through things like this. And I do think it is important to start getting towards the design that you want it to be, at least the colors and the color scheme and the fluid layout and all of that. Because the other part of the actual layout, not necessarily the colors or even the scheme of that, the layout will make a difference, right? What you set soon might be what you have for a long time, regardless of what the colors look like. So tweets might end up looking roughly like this for the next 10 years or something, right? So like I said, and Twitter didn't change a whole lot, at least in my opinion. So anyways, that's that. Let's keep going. Now, we certainly don't want to lose sight of what the roadmap that we laid out is, right? I could spend 6 months trying to make this look amazing, like polished, perfect, everything like that. But we don't want perfect in this case. We want our functionality to be going because the vast majority of our early users are here for the functionality. They're not necessarily here to see what color your banner is, right, or your nav bar. So let's go ahead and actually start looking back at the roadmap to decide what our next moves should be. So back in the roadmap, we see that we've got tweets here, creating, deleting, and retweeting. I'm going to add in one more thing in here. In addition to retweeting, we'll also do liking. Retweeting and liking are actually similar functions. They're just going to work just slightly different, as we'll see when we go there. But a number of things that I haven't done yet is actually being able for a user to create tweets or delete them, right? So that's definitely something that is important and something we need to start doing now. So inside of my Tweets app, I'm going to look at my models, and here it is right here, right? We've got 2 fields, not a big deal. I'm still not even focusing on the image field whatsoever. We will get to that. But what I want to do is actually create a form that users can submit to actually tweet, right? So inside of Tweets, we'll go ahead and do a new file here and do forms.py. And I'll do from Django import forms. And then I'm going to also do from.models import tweet. And I'll go ahead and say class tweet form. And this is forms.model form. And in here is where we want to declare our actual form itself. So we're going to declare class meta. And we'll say model equals to tweet. And fields, well, it's just content. That's literally the only one we're going to use right now. Yes, I have images, but we'll leave it just like this. So the meta class in here is just describing the entire form itself, right? If I wanted to adjust how these fields were, I could actually declare individual fields up here as form dot, such as like char field. You know, that's essentially what this content field is. It's a char, or it's a character field, which is what char field or car field is. But I'm going to go ahead and just leave that out and go off of whatever these defaults are. So with this, I'm also wanting to have clean content, right? So what this is going to do is it's going to validate my content that's coming through in here. So it's not over a certain length, right? I want to make sure that it's under 240 characters, for example. So I'm going to just say max length equals to 240. Okay, so we'll take in self here, and I'm going to go ahead and get the content by doing self.cleaned data.get content, and we'll say if the length of content is greater than max length, or let's call this max tweet length, then we'll go ahead and raise a forms.validation error and say this tweet is too long. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and return that content. Okay, so now I have a form with some form validation. Naturally, I'm going to need to test out this form. So inside of my views, I'm going to go ahead and import this form. We'll do from.forms import the tweet form. And now I'm going to make another view called tweet create view. And it's going to take in a request, args, and keyword args. And then it's going to return a render request. And in here, I'm going to go ahead and say components and forms.html. And the context in this case is going to have to be our form. So let's initialize our form by doing form equals to tweet form. And we'll say request.post or none. And we'll say if form.is valid obj equals to form.commit, or rather form.save commit equals to false. And then I'll just do obj.save. And then we'll re-return the form equaling to, or rather not return yet. We'll say form equals to tweet form, just empty. And then in our context, we'll go ahead and pass that form. Okay, so if you did try Django, you already know how this works, but I'm just going to go line by line as to what's going on if you're not familiar with this. First and foremost, the tweet form class can be initialized with data or not, right? So if there is data being sent through the post method, then it will send it to that form, or it'll just send none. And when I say send it to the form, it doesn't actually do anything until I call this method form is valid. So if the form's not valid, the actual page will render that invalid form. If the form is valid, then it's just going to save it. And of course, we could do other things in here if we wanted to. So do other form related logic. That's why I actually left that in there. And then if it is valid, we just hit save. and then we will actually save it to the database here. So the actual value, the actual data that's in there. And then finally, we just reinitialize a new blank form, just like as if we were going to this page in the first place. And then that's passed back to this component. So what we need to do then is go into our templates here, into components, and do forms.html. And you may have catched I didn't actually make a footer. I realize that. That's okay. We don't need it right now. So in here, I'm just going to add in an HTML form. So the method being, well, I'm going to just use post, and you have to add in a CSRF token. This is so that other sites can't just submit this form. And then we're going to go ahead and do form.asp, and then we'll do a button class equals to btn and btn default, or let's say secondary, not default. And then I'll just hit save. So button type equals to submit. Cool. So now we've got forms.html. This actually should probably just be form.html. Let's rename that. That was not a very good name. Oops. Rename. There we go. Okay, so we've got a view that renders out a form. We didn't add much to that form, which is fine. So I'm going to go ahead and use this now in this tweet create. So let's go into my URLs, inside of tweet me, URLs, and we've got all these views now. And next to tweets or above it, I'm just going to go ahead and say create tweet. And we'll use this tweet create view. Okay, so we save that, and let's go in here and go to tweet create. Oops, I had that backwards. Create-tweet. There we go. So we've got our content here. And I say hi there. I hit save. Another one. I'd save. Yet another one. And I hit save. Now if I go to my home page, I should see a few more of them, right? After I refresh, I see quite a few more. They're not necessarily in order of any particular time, but they are there. We now have a way to add new tweets. Forms in Django serve two very valuable purposes. One of them is actually just rendering out the form itself inside of HTML. And of course, that can come from just directly writing out fields or from a model, as we saw in the last one. The other thing is actually validating the content and cleaning the content to ensure that we're not putting bad things into our database. And that's a big part of the reason for this, right? That's a big part of the reason why you would use a Django form. So what we're actually going to do is use it for the latter. We're not going to render it on an HTML any longer. I mean, sure, it does render on that page, but now instead what we're going to do is hard code the form and its values, and then have our home view actually showing that form, and then that same endpoint that we created before, this tweet create view, will still handle that data. It's just going to work slightly differently. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump into home.html, and I'm going to go ahead and come in here and say div class equals to row, and I'll do div class equals to column medium, let's say 4, and then I'll do mx auto, and then column 10 as well. Okay, so what this is going to do then, let's close that off, close off that div tag here. What this is going to do is provide us with a place to put our form. So I'll do form, and the class is equal to form. The method is going to be equal to post in this case. And then the action is going to be the URL or the endpoint as to where I want to send it. So in my case, I used create tweet. I can verify this by going into my URLs here. So create tweet was it. So I can actually send data that direction. I'm going to add a couple things in here. The first one is input type equals to hidden. And I'll set the value equaling to this, or just a slash, and the name equals to next. So essentially, I want my input type to be redirected to the home page no matter what. And then I'm going to go ahead and do a text area here. And I'll add in a class of form control. That's a CSS class from Bootstrap. And then I'll go ahead and give it a name of content. And then we'll add a placeholder here saying your tweet. ... Okay, and then finally we're going to go ahead and add in a button, and I'll do a class of btn and btn primary, and then we'll just say tweet, and we'll give it a type of input, or not input, submit. Okay, so we save that, and now on our home page, if we refresh in here, we now have a formatted tweet, or a formatted tweet content area, versus this other one where it's not formatted, right? So it didn't have the classes that we wanted from Bootstrap itself. So with that, I'm also going to add a little margin bottom on our row here. That way I can, have an actual tweet altogether just like this. Okay, cool. So now that I've got this tweet, I'm going to go ahead and say hello world and hit tweet. I get this CSRF invalid error. Now, of course, that's because I still need to add in that CSRF token as we did before. So in form.html, we definitely did that. But now I added it in. I should be able to tweet here. So tweet again, hit tweet, and it brings me to this page, which may or may not have done anything. But at the very bottom, I see it says tweet again there. Pretty cool. So it appears to be working. I hit tweet. It brings me to that page, and if I refresh on the home page, it says it appears to be working. That's great. So I actually am sending this form to the right area. But what I'm not doing is using that URL redirect. So if I actually printed out the request.post data here, I can see that. Let's just go ahead and say post data is. And now I'm going to go ahead and try it again. Again, hit tweet. Going back into Visual Studio Code, we see this query dictionary here. We've got the CSRF token that is coming from that form that we did. We have a next argument, and then we have a content argument. So all of those things end up being sent to this view, which is why I actually added next. I actually want to use that in this actual form. But we're not going to cover that part just yet. But what we did do is we actually created a manual form, and we already used the pre-existing view that we have that's on here that will absolutely work for us. So let's go ahead and adjust this to handle that next URL, or in other words, this right here will be a redirect that we want to handle. So since I have this input type hidden, and I also do not have it inside of forms.py, right? I don't have any sort of validation going on inside of this form. I can grab it inside of this view here, but I still want to do some stuff to it. In other words, I can go ahead and say next URL equals to request.post.get next, or I can set it equal to none. And what this should actually do is send me that next URL. So I'll just say next URL and whatever that is. I'm going to get rid of this printout statement. We'll save that. I'll go ahead and do a quick test here on the home page, and it doesn't really matter what it says, but really it says next URL is that actual URL. And of course, I could change the redirect to anything I want. And you can use this whether it's a tweet or a login. It doesn't actually really matter. It's just now that I can actually use this next URL, I want to actually redirect to that page after the form is valid. So what I can do is I can import a shortcut called redirect, which is essentially an HTTP response redirect, right? So these two things are essentially the same, but I'm going to use the redirect shortcut. And all I'll do here is if the form is valid and I save it, then I'm going to come in here and say if next URL is not equal to none, then I'll return a redirect of that next URL. Okay, So I'm going to go ahead and save that. And then we'll come back into my home page here. And I'm going to say another cool tweet with redirect, hit tweet. And it looks like it actually didn't do anything. So let's make sure we've saved our views again. Let's refresh on our home page. Another try. We hit tweet, and sure enough, it brings me home. And if we go to the bottom, it says another try. Okay, cool. So this part is actually working, but it is still flawed, right? So I mentioned that forms actually clean out this data. So I still want to make sure that this next URL, whatever it is a safe thing to redirect to. Because if it's not a safe thing to redirect to, then I don't want to redirect to it. So whenever we redirect with Django, whenever we run a redirect method, we want to make sure that that URL is a safe place to redirect to. Now, in some cases, you're going to redirect off your web page, right? And that's okay. But it's important to know that there's a security measure built into Django to handle safe URLs, to ensure that they are actual safe redirects for our function to actually run. Now, of course, you can assume that this is safe. That's okay, but you want to be aware of the security feature that Django has to ensure that we're doing it correctly. So inside of settings, I'm going to go ahead and add in 127.0.0.1, and that, of course, is my host that I'm currently using, which is this right here. You don't have to worry about the port number or 8000 or HTTP for that matter. And then, of course, if it was your domain, you could say .mydomain.com, and that would just cover your entire domain, right? If you just wanted literally just part of your domain, then it would be without the dot. But I'll just go ahead and do cfe.sh because that is one of my domains. Okay, so here we go. We now have allowed hosts here. So going back into that view where I actually do the redirect, I want to make sure that it is safe. So we're going to go ahead and from Django.utils.http, we're going to import is safe URL. And so all this is going to do is check what this is. So we'll just say and is safe URL next URL. Okay, so this will give me a Boolean, so true or false. And if it is safe, then great. If it's false, then great. Right, so like, and then another thing is require HTTPS. You can add that in there. I'm going to leave that off. So we'll go ahead and save this. And then we'll refresh in here. I'll do yet another attempt. I'll hit run. And now it's using the allowed hosts argument is not being passed in here, which is probably why it's giving me that error. So I'm going to go ahead and do from Django.conf import settings. So that's our actual settings module, and I'll do allowed hosts equals to settings.allowed hosts. And so I can pass this is safe URL and pass in those allowed hosts, because now I'm saying, hey, in general, Django, these are the allowed hosts. That's okay. So let's go back to the home page, and we'll do yet another try, and I'll hit tweet, and sure enough, it does bring me there. So the part where this wouldn't work, let's just go back into our home page, and I'm going to just change this to HTTP, the value for next to http.google.com, right? So I'm just changing it to some random URL. In this case, I just said Google. Refresh here and say another one and hit tweet. And now it's no longer a safe one, so it actually brings me back to that safe page, which was the actual view itself, right? So it brings me back to wherever this action is. So that's pretty cool. That is a security measure that's built in, and I think something that's important to know about, especially when you're running these redirects. So the purpose of all of this was to turn this form into a JavaScript form. But before we go there, I actually need to update some of my JavaScript anyway, because this tweets, the way it loads, is actually not the greatest way. I mean, it works well, but we want to make it into a function so I can execute load tweets whenever I need to. So let's go ahead and get rid of all of this comment here. And I'm just going to call a method called load tweets. And we're going to set this equal to a function This is actually another way to write it. That's more of a modern way of writing a function, but let's actually stick with the older way so it's not too confusing. And I'll just call it load tweets. And we'll go ahead and add in all of these constants that we had before, as well as the XHR requests. Or, well, the XHRs really. Request is in the name of that acronym. Okay, so load tweets will then go off of this tweets element still. But instead of doing that, I'm going to go ahead and change it to where tweets element is the argument. And then I'll just call this tweets L instead, just to not get things too confused. And then underneath load tweets, I'll call it, and we'll do tweets L. And so now this will actually load tweets inside of that element still. And if I actually duplicated it, I could 100% load additional tweets as well, and it would work just fine. But this is going to happen. This load tweets is going to happen on load. Let's go ahead and test that by saving it, going back into our page, and sure enough, it loads up. Okay, cool. Now the reason for this function has to do with once we actually create a tweet, I want to be able to dynamically reload them. And that's what this load tweets will do. It's also a little bit cleaner and easier to follow what's going on in this script anyway. Okay, so now I need to convert my form into using JavaScript as well. So I'm going to go ahead and add an ID here, and I'll call this tweet-create-form. And we'll use that as our ID to grab that element. So let's go ahead and create that one. And I'm going to do const tweet create form element equals to document.get element by ID. And it's that tweet create form. So tweet-create-form. That is the ID that we used. Yep. Okay. So now with this, what I can do is I can add what's called a event listener. So an event listener means that if I do something like click it, it will trigger or can trigger that event listener. If I do something like submit this form, I can also listen for that and run a function when that happens. So let's go ahead and see what that looks like. I'm going to grab the form element itself and then do add event listener. And the event I want to listen for is called submit, as in a form being submitted. And then I can add a callback or some sort of, method that listens for this event, as it shows in this documentation here. But what I'm going to do here is say function, and it's going to be handle form did submit. And it passes in an event. Again, it's an event listener, so it's going to listen for an event. So that event is passed by default as an argument to that function. So we can do something like this. And of course, form did submit. It probably makes a little bit more sense to say tweet create form did submit. I know that's kind of a mouthful, but it's a lot easier to see what's going on here. Or you could obviously just say tweet create form did submit. But I'm going to use handle. And then I want to prevent what that form does by default. In other words, I don't want it to submit this form to the endpoint that I said it was. Instead, I'm just going to say event.prevent default. And so what this will do is it should absolutely show me that our event is working, or our event prevent default is working, and that form will no longer be submitted. So I refresh in here, and you can have your console open and preserve the log if you'd like. And I can say ABC123, I hit tweet. Notice nothing happens. So the event was actually prevented, and we can console log the event so we can see that also. So if I refresh in here and do ABC123, I hit tweet, I see that there's an event there, and I can click it as many times as I want, and it's showing me the event that's going on. And that's pretty cool. So that means that I can do all sorts of stuff with this object here. So now that I can prevent what that submission is, I want to grab that form element inside of this handler, and then I'm going to look at what that data is that's actually coming through on that form. So to do this, I can console log that event again, and let's take a look at it. So I'm going to refresh in here and just type this out. And what I see is a number of things that are related to this event. I see that there's a timestamp there. That's pretty cool if you need to have the timestamp. I see there's a source element, but there's also a target. Typically, target is the one that you're going to reference here. And you notice that it says form hashtag tweet dash create dash form dot form. So that is the element that we're targeting with this handler. So that means that I can go ahead and say const my form equals to event.target. Okay. And that will actually give me the exact same form. You could try that out by console logging both elements. But the reason I'm doing it this way is so that I could reuse this handler if I needed to in the future, as you'll see just generally what's going on in just a moment. So the next thing is I'm going to go ahead and say const my form data equals to new form data. So this is a built-in class that's related to form data, such as from an HTTP form like we have. I can pass in that target and it will give me this form data. Now it's almost like it's a dictionary of this data, but it's not quite there. And this is actually the reason we're doing it this way is also so that eventually we can add in images there and have a dynamic uploading for those images. But we still have a little ways before we're there. But anyway, so now I've got my form data here. I'm going to go ahead and iterate through the things that are inside of this data. So I'm going to use another kind of loop called a for loop, and I'll say var my item of, and then my form data dot entries with the parentheses there, and then I'll just console log my item. So this is just going to iterate through that form and just show me the things that are inside of that form. That's just another way to do an iteration, but it's specifically what you have to do with form data. Like if you just console log my form data, it's not really going to show you anything. So I save that, and then I refresh in here, and I type that out again. And sure enough, what do you know? I've got my key value pairs that are related to every single input that's in this form. That's great. So that means that I now have data that I can send to my backend. Of course, I don't actually need to console log them at all, so I'll go ahead and get rid of those things. So now I've got my form data. So the next thing I need to do is I need to figure out where this is going to be sent. So let's go ahead and console log this form again. As in my form, the target itself. I'll go ahead and run that. And I see that I have an ID, I also have a method, and an action. So the action, of course, is going to be the endpoint that I want to take this. So I can use a built-in method called getAttribute, and that, of course, is coming off of this target. It would work on my form or also the getElementById. Either way, I can use getAttribute, and then we can say action. This will give me the action as to where it's going to go, or that endpoint, right? So if I try that out, I see that there's the action. So going back into Visual Studio Code, I can go ahead and say const endpoint equals to my form action. And then const method equals to my form get attribute method. Okay, so we've got our data, we have an endpoint, we have method. Okay, so this is very good grounds for actually running an XML HTTP request, just like we did with load tweets, right? So we have our method, we have a URL. I called it endpoint up here, so let's be consistent with the other one, and then we now can actually create our XHR. So let's do that. I'm going to say XHR equals to new XML HTTP request. And then just like before, we want to do open with method and the URL, both of which we already have. I'm going to leave out the response type for now. And then I'm going to do an onload, and I'll just go ahead and console log the response if there is one. So we'll just do console log server response. And then we scroll down a little bit. We just did the onload, and then I have XHR-send. Now before, I didn't send anything. Now what I want to send is actually the form data, the data that came from the form. So before we actually run this, I'm going to pause for a second and say like, hey, is this actually related directly to that tweet form? Like, is there anything specific about this that wouldn't work on any other form? And of course, the answer is no. And this is all done through pure JavaScript, which is really nice. So let's go ahead and run this and see what our server response is, because now it should actually send that data to our backend. So I'll go ahead and refresh this. I'll say ABC and whatever, hit tweet, and I get something. What do I get? Interesting. So I'll go ahead and try. This is a JavaScript tweet. I hit tweet and there's nothing there, but if I refresh, this is a JavaScript tweet. Hey, that's pretty cool. So it's actually working, and the response that it's actually getting is the HTTP redirect. It's getting the redirect response. It's getting an HTTP redirect response. So it's giving me an actual URL that it's opening, right? So it's redirecting the request to a new URL, and that's what's being responded back to me. This is the actual home page all over again, because that's what I said for my next page, right? So if I actually changed the next URL to something different, then it's going to give me, well, something different. So let's actually change it. I'm going to come up here and say not a real page. We'll save that. Now this is still a safe page because it's referenced to my local URL, right? It's referenced to my local page or my local website because of that slash. I don't have another domain name in here. So if I refresh in here and try that again, now I'm getting a 404 page, which I expected, is because this redirect is actually bringing me to that page in this request. So when JavaScript's doing this, it's calling this, it actually sends it to Django, and it's waiting for Django to send back a response. Now the response is to redirect to a new page, and then it would load that new page, and that's how this is coming through. Okay, pretty sweet. Now, of course, this is not what we actually want to have happen. I don't want it to redirect it to a new page. One of the things I do want to have happen is it to reload the tweets after it does successfully load. So I can run something like this, right? And this should actually solve part of the problem, but it's really not going to solve the whole thing. So I'm going to go ahead and try this again and do another one. Bites the dust. I did refresh the page. I hit tweet. I get this not a real page. That's actually expected. And if I redirect all the way down here, I see that another one bites the dust is in there. Pretty cool. So again, I'm gonna change this back from not a real page to an actual real page, and then now what we still need to do is handle on the server side, have something that's a little bit better for handling this kind of request. So what we've been doing with this JavaScript is called AJAX. It's also known as asynchronous JavaScript and XML. So we're doing the XML HTTP request, and Django has a way to handle AJAX so that we're not getting back HTML from our server, right? So our server has always sent back HTML because all it's ever expected is the built-in defaults for Django. And that built-in default is rendering a template and rendering the context in that template. But it does have something called AJAX. So let's go ahead and print out the request.isAjax. This method right here will tell me whether or not it's AJAX. So AJAX request. I'm also going to get rid of this next URL thing. I don't need that anymore. That certainly works now. And then I'll go ahead and refresh in my page here. I'll hit tweet and then go back in here. And I see that inside of the terminal, AJAX is false. Well, how's that possible? Well, actually, if you look at Django's documentation for isAjax, you'll see that it's returned as true if it's made using a XML HTTP request. But what it does is it looks for the header of HTTP X requested with, as well as the other header, which is just X dash requested dash with. So it's looking for specific headers that denote that it is AJAX. And also, it tells you if you write your own XML HTTP request call, you might have to manually set this header for isAjax to work. We didn't set that header, but we did check whether or not it's working. So let's go ahead and set that header. And we can keep this reference open. And of course, if you just typed out this call right here for Django, this documentation will come up. So instead of VS Code, we're going to go to home.html, and right underneath the open call, we can actually set the header. So we do xhr set request header, and we're going to set these two headers. So I'm going to set both of them, not just one of them. So the first one is HTTP request header width, and we're going to set it to what it told us to set it to, which is this right here. Really simple. I'm going to go ahead and copy that, and now just get rid of the HTTP and then x dash. Let's go ahead and say requested width. So we save that, come back in here, run that tweet, look back into our code, and now we see that Ajax is true. Okay, so the reason that I did this is because now, if it is an Ajax call, then I can return a different kind of response. I would not return this redirect. I don't need the redirect. I don't necessarily need to even know what's next per se. But what I will do is I'm going to return back several things. So let's go ahead and say if request.isAjax, then we are going to return a JSON response, and we'll just have it as an empty item here, and I'll give a status of 201. 201 is typically for created items. Okay, so I don't need to print that Ajax statement anymore, but now that I have this, I can come back into tweet me, and I'll say, hello there, world, exclamation mark, I hit tweet, and, well, if I scroll to the very bottom, hello there, world is there. I have no errors running now, so I am getting some sort of response. And then I can also console log what this response is, and again say hello there, world, exclamation mark, hit tweet. I see that it's an empty response. I can also see what the status is by xhr.status, and we can look at that as well. And now it shows me that status of 201. Cool. So now the question is, what should we respond back with? And naturally, I think we should respond back with the actual object itself. So what was created, so that it makes sense for then this onload method can handle a new object and put it somewhere. I want to take a step back and look at this tweet list here inside of our tweet list view, and more specifically look at this dictionary that's being created. And what's happening is we are looping through all of the objects in the database, so as it relates to the tweet model. So tweet.objects.all gives me all of those objects, and so I can do things like dot notation to grab any individual field. So x.id is automatically in there, and then .content and so on. So what I'm doing is I'm turning that object, a Python object, into a Python dictionary with this entire loop right here, or this entire list. So what would be better is to actually go into the model and have something like define serialize, and it takes in self, and it's going to return that same dictionary. So ID is self.id, content is self.content, and then maybe likes. Well, obviously for new likes, it makes sense to say 0, but for the purposes of our testing, I'm going to go ahead and do import random and just say random.randint again, and we'll do 0 to 200 or something like that. Okay, now naturally in the future I'll also return the image. But now with this, in my view, instead of running this entire dictionary, I can now just say x.serialize, and now that data is what's called serialized, and it's one single method that I can call on any given instance of this model or any given object of this model. So that also means that if I scroll up to this create view, I'm actually creating that object as well in the exact same fashion as you might expect, but this object isn't any different than any individual object in this query set. So I can call obj.serialize as well. And what that will do then is give me the consistent formatting for my tweets, whether or not I'm creating it or just looking all of them up. And in fact, our detail view probably should have the exact same content being responded. I'm not going to worry about the detail view right now, but the list view and create view now have this serialize method. Okay, so going back into home, what I can do then is just take a look at that server response, and it should actually be identical to the list of tweets that are being loaded as well. So I refresh in here, run this, and sure enough, I see a very similar dictionary that I saw before. And of course, if I tweet it several times, I get random numbers for those likes. So this gives me a huge opportunity to take that data and use that same format tweet element method inside of my onload method. Okay, so naturally, I've already changed the onload method, so the handled tweet create form is no longer like reusable anywhere. But before we saw that it was reusable because this same sort of XML HTTP request can be used in many places in a very similar fashion. So anyways, let's go ahead and go back into this. And instead of reloading all of the tweets when I create a new one, all I'm going to do is handle this server response, which is actually my tweet. So new tweet equals to that server response. And then I also want to make sure that the status is 201. So I'll just go ahead and say xhr.status equals to 201. This means that whatever is responding is exactly 201. So the triple equals is important in JavaScript. Okay, so this gives me a new tweet element. So I can say new tweet element is equal to that. Let's change this to element, and then we will console log that. So console log new tweet element. And then I can actually add it into my tweets element. I'm actually going to change this to tweet container element just to make it a little bit more explicit as to what it is. Okay, so now that I've got this, let's go ahead and take a look. We'll refresh in here. I'll do another one, hit tweet, and here is that HTML. It's formatted. I'm getting a bunch of undefines, so perhaps my new tweet is not actually what it is expecting. So let's go ahead and take a look here. And I see that it is coming through, and it looks like it's right. So let's do new tweet.likes. So we save that and run it, and I'm getting undefined. Now, the reason for this is probably because of how the data came back. So what I'm going to do is then say const new tweet JSON equals to JSON.parse this response here, and then use that new tweet JSON and then refresh, and there we go. So sometimes you need to use the built-in JavaScript JSON parse to parse out what that JSON data is. It really depends on how you set up your XHR, because before here, the response type, we inferred it to be JSON. And in fact, if I change that, let's go in here, to being JSON, I probably don't need to parse it at all. So let's go ahead and try that out. I'm just going to call this new tweet JSON, get rid of that parse, save that, refresh in here, and sure enough, it works. Okay, so that response type did actually make a difference so that I don't have to do JSON parse. And I can be confident that it is returning JSON, at least when I do AJAX or that specific kind of request, because I use that JSON response here. Pretty cool. Okay, so now I've got this formatted element. I need to actually insert that element. And you might be like, oh, well, let me just grab this container element and do container element.prepend, and I'm just going to go ahead and throw this bad boy in there, save it, refresh, and run it, and then you're going to see something like this. That is not fun. Let's adjust, and we'll come back. So we were actually able to format that new tweet and prepend the text to this new container element, but it didn't actually render, right? So how can we go about rendering this so it works? So what I'm going to do is say const og HTML equals to that dot inner HTML. And then I'll say inner HTML equals to the element itself plus the OG HTML. Let's take a look at that, see if that works. Type it out, and sure enough, it does. Is it working? Yes. Okay. So that is a very quick and easy fix to actually setting that inner HTML. There's certainly other ways to do it, but I'm going to leave it just like that. And I do want to make sure that, A, do I want this being prepend? In other words, do I want the newest tweets first? And naturally, that answer is yes. We want to have the oldest tweets on the bottom, right? It makes sense when you log into any given page, the newest ones are going to show up first. So jump into our model. We're going to go ahead and add a ordering part in our meta class. So we'll go ahead and say ordering. And right now it is in ascending order. So ascending order being 1, 2, 3, 4. It's ascending in numbers. I want it in descending order, so I just put a negative in front of that. That actually reverses the order by default. And we save that. I also want to make sure I run python manage.py, make migrations, and then python manage.py migrate. Typically speaking, whenever you change models.py, you want to run those two things. Unless, of course, it's something like this. This is just a method, so I didn't have to do it. But for something like ordering or changing the metadata, you absolutely do want to do that. So now if I refresh in here, now I'm actually seeing the most recent ones first. So I can just say hello world and hit tweet, and sure enough, there it is. It's right on top. I still have an issue here, and that hello world is still in my form. No big deal here. I go back into home.html. Now that I've got the majority of the success working, I can go ahead and just reset the target form, which of course is my form in this case up here. So I just do my form.reset, and that should actually reset my form. And there it goes. It resets it nicely. One of the things I do want to get rid of is the ability to submit this form empty. I mean, maybe you want to be able to do that, but I certainly do not. So one of the things you could do is just add required into this. Required equals to required. And now when you go to submit it, it will have this browser prevent you from being able to do that. So pretty cool. We now have a way to do tweets, view those tweets, append them, and do all sorts of stuff like that. Obviously, I still have several actions I need to add, but all of those actions are just different in relation to the tweet itself, like delete, like hitting like or hitting retweet. All of those things are actions that are going to happen on the individual tweet level, where everything else has been more of a global tweet level. So you may have caught this, but our tweet create view doesn't actually have a way to show if there is an error that occurred on the server side. As in, if this form was not valid, it needs to render or send back an error. It's really easy to do. We can just say if form.errors, then we return back JSON response form.errors and status being 400. Now, of course, I also might want to make sure that it is AJAX, right? So it's a AJAX request, because the other form, and you might use this, but the other form doesn't necessarily need to get JSON back. It will actually render out that data as it normally would with one of those forms. So now we've got these two different requests. So I actually should be able to get errors now. And the error that I would see is something like in my form itself, if I actually went beyond the max length tweet that I gave, which was 240 characters, then I would have, an error show up. So to test this, we can copy whatever code. I'm just copying all of my model code. Actually, that's not probably enough. I'm going to copy all of home.html, paste it in here, and hit tweet. And now I see that I get some bad requests, right? So it's actually showing me that there is an error going on here. So it's not, doing these new tweets like ABC would. So I need to also handle this, of course, on home.html. So if we go open that up, it's in this xhr onload command. You might think, especially by looking at the docs, it's in xhr.onError. Now, on error is another thing that we would want to handle, but in this case, I'll say an error occurred. Please try again later. This error is actually an error on the JavaScript side. On load will handle various status codes itself. So we can say else if xr.status equals to 400, right? We set that status code here in the view itself. Then I can just go ahead and say const error JSON equals to xhr.response, and then console log that error JSON. Okay, so we save that. I'm going to go ahead and copy this home.html code again, refresh, paste it in this block, hit tweet, and now it gives me the actual error as expected from that form itself. Now, of course, if I went into create tweet and did that same thing, I'll see that error in here as well. So that functionality has not changed. This is obviously all driven through Django. But the actual endpoint, or using it as an API, now gives me what that error is. Now, of course, I need to render what that error would be, but the main thing is that we have to show there are a number of items that we might see when we run an onload method, right? So it's not, onload doesn't mean the request in the backend was successful. It just means that the request in the backend ended and it sent something back to us. You know, it's either a successful one or an error. And then, of course, if there was a major error, then it would alert whatever this is. So what would that major error be? Let's actually close out that server and try not to refresh this page, hit tweet, and now it's giving me an error. It's giving me a much bigger error because I can't actually run the XHR request or that AJAX request at all. So if I turn this server back on and try it again, this time what I'm going to do, I'll go ahead and tweet, so it's working, great. What I'll do now is I'll actually add in a server error. So I'm just going to go ahead and say ABC, or let's do print ABC, right? So that's not a valid variable. This will give me a server error. I hit save. It's running. Django's running fine. But now when I go to try to tweet there, I actually get a server error. So yet again, it's not the XHR error, but rather it's on the server side. So XHR actually is loading. So then we'd also want to say else if xhr.status equals to 500, as in there's a server error. We'll say alert, there was a server error. Please try again. We save that. And again, not change anything on the server side. Refresh, run that server error. Now I get it. And of course, it's saying that down here. Okay, cool. So we now have a way to handle a few different errors or a few different types of status codes. You could probably put in the, like, wanting this to actually be in a range of numbers, but I'm not going to cover all of that right now. That's just more if and else statements that you may or may not want to do depending on how your system works. Rendering out pure JavaScript error messages is very cumbersome. So what I'm not going to do is actually spend a lot of time making a great error message function, but instead what I'm going to do is show you the basics of it, because we know that we're going to be replacing a lot of this JavaScript with React anyway, and React handles these kind of things much better, as we'll see when we get there. So what that means in this error console message, I need to actually, get whatever that content message was and then put it in next to the content item itself. So I'm going to go ahead and say const, and we'll say content error equals to error JSON.content. And then we'll say if content error, then we'll go ahead and say, well, first I'll say let content error message. So I'm just declaring an empty variable there. So if there's a content error, as in if there's some dot notation that I can actually grab it, I'll just say content error message equals to the first item of that content error. Now again, if you actually logged the console log, what happens is each message itself actually gives one response back, which we'll see in a moment. I'll leave this console log going so you can absolutely see that. And then otherwise, I'll just go ahead and say alert, another error occurred. Please try again. Well, it doesn't make sense to say another error, but rather an error occurred. Please try again. Okay, so now that I've got this console error, or this content error message rather, let's go ahead and console log it, just so we can make sure that this is just a string of some kind. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh in here. Let's go ahead and copy some long text. In my case, I'm just doing home.html. I hit tweet, and I see that here's the content right here. And again, in that JSON, we see that the key is content, and then it has an array. So key being content, which gives me this dot notation here for content. Right, if it wasn't content, if it was image, it would be dot image. That's what that would be, but it's also directly correlated to the field name and this clean content stuff. So that's important. So since it's an array, I know I can just grab that first element and that would work just fine, at least for these purposes. Okay, so now what I need to do is inside of my form, I need to have a block here. So I'm going to call it div class equals to d none, as in display none. And then I'll give it an alert and alert danger. These are CSS classes, of course, from Bootstrap. And then I will give it an ID of tweet create form error. Okay, so then down in my function, I'll go ahead and say function handle tweet form error. And we'll go ahead and say message and also something for display. So we'll say if display, then we'll put in the message. So if display equals to true, otherwise that means we need to hide it. So hide error and show error. Okay, so the ID itself is this right here. So let's go ahead and say var, and we'll say my error div equals to document.getElement by ID, and a little extra parentheses there, and then my error div dot inner HTML, or rather we'll just say inner text equals to the MSG. And then we'll also need to remove the classes from that. So I'll just do my error div set attribute class to alert and alert danger. And then otherwise, I'll go ahead and set attribute to class d none and alert danger. Okay, so actually we can say d block here. Cool. So now that I've got that, I'm going to go ahead and grab this and bring it into my content error message here. And again, we can say if content error message, then we'll render out that content error message and we'll say true. Otherwise, the same thing, we'll just alert this error has occurred. Okay. So we save that, and let's refresh in here. I'm going to go ahead and copy that old tweet. Hit tweet. That tweet is too long. Great. It's a good start. The next thing is handle error form. Well, if it's not an error, as in if it's 201, we can just say false here. And then an empty message, because there is no message. And this should actually toggle that to make it hidden. Okay, I'm going to get rid of some of these console logs. We don't need to see those any longer. So we save all that. And let's try this again. I'm going to copy all that, refresh, tweet in here. This tweet's too long. And we'll say, is it working now? And then sure enough, that goes away. And then again, we put something long in there. And again, it'll say tweet is too long. Okay, cool. So this is actually a really good reason, if not many other reasons, but this is one of those challenges that it's like, geez, I wish this user interface or writing this was much better, right? I wrote a lot of conditional statements here, and really it falls apart when it's not just content. And I could certainly spend a lot more time trying to make this better in pure JavaScript. But I actually don't think that that's fruitful because we are going to be using React.js to handle much of these other things. And we will still use pieces of this pure JavaScript, but something like this, we will not. But I still think it was important to see how you could do it in pure JavaScript, because anything that you can do in pure JavaScript, you can do in any other sort of JavaScript framework. So it's nice to have that foundational knowledge on how these things are done. And then it'll also give you a much greater appreciation to what we do with React later. So as we see in our to-do roadmap, we've hit a huge milestone here, and that is tweets. We can create them, we can use text, we can view them even, and this is all driven through pure Django and pure JavaScript. Right? We didn't add any additional libraries to make all of that happen. The only thing that we added additional was Bootstrap, but Bootstrap just makes things look visually more appealing. They don't actually have anything to do with the functionality, at least in this case, for what we've built. So that's pretty cool. I mean, for a lot of you, that might have been a huge learning. But the next few things, as in deleting, retweeting, and liking, and even in the image stuff, we need to make sure that we have user permissions. In other words, we need to make sure that we have users to really build this whole thing out. So that means that I need to start doing login, logout, register, maybe profiles, but certainly having the users being a big fundamental part of this. And so naturally, the first thing that I'm going to do is associate a user to tweets. I need to have the user object into tweets. Now, Django has the user object built in by default. So what I can do is from django.conf, we can import our settings and set our user to settings auth user model. So what this does is actually references a built-in Django feature for that user model. You can customize this user model, but when you do customize it and you still want to use all the Django features, you need to adjust accordingly. There is a lot of documentation on doing that specifically, but I'm not going to modify the Django user model. I think it's really good for what it is baked in. So if you need to modify it, you're definitely going to want to stick with something like this. So what I need to do now is actually assign each tweet a user. So it's models.foreign key to that user. So we use a foreign key so that many users can have many tweets, right? It's not quite many to many, but what it means is that one single user can own one single tweet, but that one single user can also own thousands, if not millions of other tweets, right? Whereas on the other hand, one tweet can only have one user. One tweet cannot have thousands of users. That's why we use a foreign key itself. And whenever you use something like a foreign key, what it's doing on the database side is actually creating a relationship between these two tables. So if you remember back to when we looked at the table itself in Google Drive, we had it in as a field. So imagine now that I'm referencing this user field and these are going to be connected, right? So user equals to, let's say, user 1, right? So let's say user 1, user ID of 1 for all of these, right? So if I did something very similar on my user side, and I'll say username, I'm just going to delete these for now and just say Justin, that's me. Like what I'm saying is once I add this column in here or that field in there, it's going to be attached to this value right here. So the next question Django would have is what happens if this value is deleted? What do you do with all the things that it quote unquote owns or is attached to, right? So that means that we need to declare something like on delete. And there's several reasons for this. One of them is that Django doesn't want to infer what you do with it, right? So when I do models.cascade, that means that if the owner user is deleted, all of their tweets are deleted too. If you don't want that, what you can do is you can set it equal to null, as in that the tweet no longer has an owner. So you could say set null, right? Now in my case, this might be really good because if you want to have a history of these tweets and you want to have a backup of them in the production database, you could leave it in as this. But I actually don't think that's necessary. I can see how cascade would probably be the best choice for this, as in the owner deletes, right? So let's look back at the spreadsheet here. User with an ID of 1 is deleted. All of their tweets are deleted too, right? So they deleted their account, whatever, all their tweets are gone. Everything about them is gone. I think this is probably the best method to do stuff. If you need to back up your database, that's a completely separate subject. And then backing up the database would obviously keep a history of all of those tweets. The one exception to this, I think, if you wanted to use null being a true and then saying set null, one of the reasons you might consider doing this is if you want your users to be able to delete tweets or themselves, and then the retweets show some sort of message saying like tweet was deleted. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to assume that, hey, if the user is going to delete themselves, then all of the retweets are gone too. Like everything related to that user is now gone. Okay, cool. So we're going to leave it like that. And now typically what you do when you run models, you run Python manage.py and then make migrations, and then you go through that process. But unfortunately, I actually haven't created a super user yet. So I'm going to go ahead and do manage.py create super user. And in this case, I'll just say Justin, and then I'll leave my email blank, and then my password is a whatever password. That doesn't actually matter. As it relates to development, it does not matter, right? And now what I'm going to do is then Python manage.py make migrations, and now it's going to ask me, hey, provide a one-off default now, or set a default in models.py. Now, of course, the reason that this is coming up for me specifically is because I never set null equaling to true. If you set null equaling to true, that means that field can be empty. But without that there, that field cannot be empty. So I actually have to add something in. I could add a default, but I don't want to have a default for all my tweets. I want to make sure that all of them are clean. There's no default whatsoever, so that the actual user is required when we create it. So another way to look at this is if we look at our sheets here, what it's saying is actually what happened is all of these first few columns don't have a user associated on them. These are already in the database. So we need to tell it what it's going to use, what user should be that default. And that's why it's asking a one-off default now. And of course, I'm going to say 1, and then I'm going to use 1 because my ID for that initial user is 1. So I'm going to go ahead and now do, well, actually, we don't have to type out Python. We can just do /manage.py, migrate, and hit enter. And there we go. So now we actually have users associated to this. And so now we need to actually take a look at the admin and see what has happened as a result of the things we just did. Django has a lot of built-in features related to a user. One of them being the actual request. So every single request object has the user attached to it. So if I print request.user, I'll see what it associates as to that user. Right? So in this case, it's an anonymous user. And so if I logged into the admin by going to /admin, which is another thing that's, of course, built into Django, I log in with my recently created super user. And of course, if you forget what that is, you can always create a new one. And if I log in here, I'm now logged in to Django. So if I go back to that home page here and look at that printed statement, it says that specific user, right? And of course, if you forgot how to make a super user, it's just manage.py create super user, just like that. Cool. So let's actually take a look at the admin. Another way to create a user is to log into the admin, of course, and hit add, and then create the user you need. Now, in the case of like an internal company-wide system and you work in IT, this would be perfectly acceptable. But in our case, we're making something similar to Twitter, so we need to allow users to actually add themselves and also log in themselves and do so outside of the Django admin area. The Django admin area is really meant for internal use, like for your internal team. It's not meant for your real end users. realistically, Django has a lot of things that are built into it to make it super easy to build your own version of the admin if you need a lot of these features. And that's actually what I recommend you do. But for us, it's still a useful tool to check to make sure things are running correctly. And if we need to somehow delete some users like tweet, we could do it inside of the admin as well. So let's go into admin.py, and I'll go ahead and do from.models import tweet. And then we'll just do admin.site.register tweet. Okay, so we save that and we refresh in the admin site. Sure enough, here's tweets. And if I click on any of these tweets, I should see that my user of Justin has been associated to all of these tweets. That goes back to when we ran those migrations, and a history of your migrations is in any given app. If you go into the most recent migration, I added that field with a specific default of ID 1. Of course, that happened only that one time because now in models.py, I don't have a default here. It's only in that migration. So when the change actually occurred, I actually set that default of 1. Pretty great. Okay, so what if I wanted to make my admin at least a little bit more robust? So for example, what if I wanted to search all of the tweets by Justin or by any particular user? How do we do that? Well, before we jump into that, let's actually take a look at Google Sheets again, or the spreadsheet, as to what this generally looks like, right? So I've got my tweet model here, or the database itself. It has a bunch of columns in here. It has the user as that primary key, or sorry, not the primary key, but a foreign key. And that foreign key then is associated to this other table. So to actually search things, we haven't gone into too much of the detail of searching in Django, but to actually search between two different models, especially as they are related to a foreign key, I have to do something like this. Let's actually look at it inside of the terminal itself. So I'll go ahead and do python manage.py shell, and then we'll go ahead and do from tweets.models. We're going to import the tweet, or the tweet model itself, and then I'll go ahead and say obj equals a tweet, or rather not obj, but qs equals to tweet.objects.filter. So filter is a way to filter or narrow down our tweets by some sort of like value. So if I said content equals to, ABC, this will give me something. I actually do have a query set or an object that says ABC. So it gives me back what's called a query set, which is a list. And that's great. So that's a field that's built into it, right? So we've got this field right here. Those are all built into it. So I can do something as easy as content ABC. But if I try that same thing by pressing up and change it to user equals to ABC, it gives me this error, right? But if I said user equals to 1, it does not. It gives me the correct amount, or the tweets that are all associated to that user of 1. But I still want to be able to search by that username, so how do I do it? And that's where we use 2 underscores and then username, or whatever that field is. And these 2 underscores are important. You absolutely have to use those 2 underscores, and then whatever the field name is. So in the user model, it has a variety of things, including username and email and ID, so we can actually do a lookup or a search for that specific thing. Obviously, if I search for a user with a username of 1, it doesn't give me anything back. But if I search with a username with the string of Justin, it will actually give me all of those same items back, because that's the username for that first user. I can also do other things to this and use something like __ I exact, which means that it's not case sensitive anymore. And these 2 underscores here can either do something inside of a related model like this. There's a foreign key relationship there. Or you could do it even in your content as well. So let's try it with the content. I'll just do tweet.objects.filter content __ I exact equals to, and that was ABC. And again, it's still that exact value. If I change ABC to A with a capital ABC, it gives me that same thing. So it doesn't matter if it's capitalized or not. Whereas if I changed it to just content and then capital ABC, it gives me nothing, right? So these parts are query set lookups. They're getting more complex query set lookups. So really the question is, how do I do something like this inside of the admin? How do I actually do that search? So what we're going to do then is say class tweet admin, and that's admin.model admin. And we'll go ahead and say class meta model equals to tweet. This should look very familiar to the tweet form because it is. And then we'll add something called search fields. And again, we'll do user underscore underscore username. And then I can do any other field in here as well. So user underscore underscore email. And now I can actually do that same somewhat complex lookup. So I can search based off of whomever that user is. I refresh in here. Oops, I need to add it into the registration of this. So this register line here. I save it, refresh in the admin again, and now I've got a search box here. So if I type out ABC, it's looking only in the users. It's not looking in the tweets at all. It's just looking in the users. So if I type out Justin, it's going to show me all of those related tweets. And of course, it's hard to actually tell that. I mean, I know it's showing that, but if we went ahead and added search fields, if we went ahead and added content in here, it's going to be very hard to tell that, right? So what I need to do is just augment the list display to being the str. I'll explain that in a moment. And then, you might have the intuition to say user underscore underscore username. You actually can't do that in a display sense, right? I have to actually use user. So the actual field name itself. I refresh there, and sure enough, it actually shows me what this user is. But if I did, let's say US, I'm going to guess that, oh, well, I don't have any other users. But the idea here is that now it's searching in content and user. And then this str method here is actually defaulting to just tweet object with the actual ID. Now, of course, I can adjust that by going in my model and adding in the str method here and changing what I return. So I can return something like self.content if I wanted to, and refresh, and now it's showing me all of that. I'm actually not going to change that, but the reason I wanted to show you this is because that's actually what's being displayed over here, is that same str, but specifically for the user model. So if you were to ever need to associate this tweet to something different, you might want to actually update what that str is, or the string representation. It's called the string representation of the actual object itself, if you were so inclined to really start building out the admin. And this should also show you that the admin itself is super customizable, and you can add a lot of really cool things to it beyond what I just covered. But I just wanted to show you that only to get us familiar with what we're building towards, and also the fact that now we have a way to authenticate our user into our actual project, as we saw when we were printing out on that home page who that user was, right? So that's right there. Of course, I'm going to get rid of that print statement, and now what we need to do is actually associate the user inside of this view. So now that we have a way to authenticate, that is through the admin, we can now associate our user to any given tweet, right? So if we go back to our home page and say hello there, exclamation mark, and hit tweet, I'm going to get this 500 server error. Now, of course, if we look at what that error is, we see something like this. Typically, when you see an integrity error, not null constraint failed, that typically means that you have a foreign key that can't be null. And we've talked about it a lot. Our foreign key cannot be null. So when we're creating this actual object, it's going to run this server error. Django is checking to make sure that, hey, when you hit save, that is object.save, that the user is actually in there. And since it's running this error, I need to make sure that I have it in here. So it's got to be in this view. But before I even get to that part, what I want to do is add in a new clause at the very top and say, if not request.user.is authenticated, then we'll go ahead and return. Well, It depends on what request we're doing. So if it's a JSON or an AJAX request, rather, then we want to check that. If it's just another request, then we're going to go ahead and return a redirect, maybe to our settings.login URL. And I need to make sure that settings is installed here. We'll take a look at that login URL in a moment. And then we'll say if request.isAjax, then we will just return JSON response with empty data and our status equaling to 401, as in not authorized. Okay, so that handles the authentication for both a JSON request and a regular HTTP request. So to set the login URL, if we go into our configuration here and we search for login URL, I'm not actually going to see anything. So let's actually go into Django documentation. I'll just go ahead and say Django login URL and then click on that first one with this settings. Right now it's on 3.0, so I'm just going to change it to 2.2 and then search the login URL. And sure enough, it gives a default value already. So I actually want to change what that default value is inside of my settings to just /login. Okay, so now then in my view, it handles a number of things pretty well. And then the next part of this is actually if the user can actually get past this block, which would imply that they're authenticated, which then implies that I can do user.object equals to request.user. Or none, right? So if the user is not authenticated and for some reason you allow them coming through, as in you don't put this block, you would want to put none here. So if you were using null equaling to true here, you would want to make sure that it says none. And what's going to happen then is if you ever see anonymous user, then it will default to none. So a way to check this, so we all are on the same page here, is on my home page. I'm going to go ahead and print out request.user or none, and then I'm going to go into my project here and copy it and do Command-Shift-N to get into an incognito window, which means that I'm for sure not logged in. It loaded up that page. I go into Visual Studio Code. I get anonymous user. So it actually didn't print none. That's not great. So that means that didn't work. So instead what we're going to do is say user equals to request.user. And if they are not authenticated, we would say user is none. Okay, and then down here instead, we'll change it to that. And that's where testing things out makes a lot of sense. So again, that's if you weren't using this part of that block. But I do recommend that you have your users authenticated, but it's still good to know how to associate users if they are not authenticated, because in some cases you will want that. Okay, so now that we've got that, I'm going to go ahead and say hello world here. It's not going to do anything. If I look into the JavaScript console, I get a 401 unauthorized. I haven't actually handled that error on my client side yet. But of course, if I go in here where I am logged in, again, checking that I'm logged in by going into the admin itself. So let's go in there. I'm logged in and I go back here and say hello world, exclamation mark. I hit tweet. Sure enough, it shows up. And then I go back into the admin, into tweets. The most recent tweet is right here, and sure enough, it says hello world. Okay, cool. So a number of things that we did, and it's based off of authentication. And so we now have a way to not just make sure that the user is authenticated, but also to associate them to this exact object. What we actually accomplished in that last one was user permissions. So if I'm logged in, I can say hello there and tweet. And if I'm not logged in, as in testing in an incognito window, I can try and tweet and it won't let me. So if I look into the JavaScript console, I see that a 401 unauthorized is there. So that is actual user permission. Before we talk about that in more detail, let's actually open up home.html and handle that error just really quickly and say that alert will say you must log in. and say 401. Now, 401 doesn't always mean that you have to log in, but in this case, that's how we're going to use it. And I'll just do window.location.href, and we're going to put it equal to, some sort of login page, which I'm just going to leave it in as /login, especially since we changed that login URL to that in our settings as well. So I'll refresh on this page and type that out. You must log in. Okay, and now it redirects me to, well, it's a view that I haven't created yet, but it did the appropriate handling of that. Okay, so now that we've got that out of the way, let's actually take a look at our to-do roadmap again. We had user permissions down here. I can actually move it up now as a accomplished task, and we can tab in the creating. Of course, I still need to be able to delete, retweet, and like things and do all of that. But this is where we've actually now hit the limitations of pure Django. When I say limitations, they're not actually limitations. Django could handle all of these things. But if we look at our view, we're starting to see that it's getting very complex. So I'm going to hit Control-tilde to bring that terminal down for right now. But look at, it's just complex. There's 22 lines to handle just creating one object. And the reason for this is it's checking a number of things that are in here. And I can certainly get rid of the Django form rendering itself. But in addition to not just checking certain things, it has a tweet form. It actually is using Django forms. It also has a serializer method that's on the model itself. So the question is there a better way to do this? And the answer is yes, there absolutely is. And it's called the Django REST framework. Now, you might have wanted to jump into the Django REST framework and just use that. But without understanding the pain it is to do it in pure Django, I don't think you will fully appreciate the Django REST framework nearly as much. So now what we want to do is reverse course a little bit and just change this single view into a Django REST framework view into the Django REST framework, like a REST API CRUD view or just a create view. That's what we want to do it, and we want to do that with the Django REST framework. So now we're going to go ahead and install the Django REST framework. Now, I tend to use this as a default for Django when I need to create a more robust API. And so what we've done up until this point didn't really require a super robust API. And realistically, if all we were doing was stopping now, I wouldn't need to either. In other words, if you wanted to just add this one feature to a pre-existing Django project, you could be done. You don't actually have to go as far as adding the Django REST framework. But I have a huge roadmap of things, even if it doesn't look that big. I have a number of things that I want to add in here. And Django REST framework just has a lot of built-in features to it that make it really easy to do. And of course, it's integrated directly into Django. So inside of VS Code, I'm going to open up my terminal with Control-tilde and make sure I have a terminal window with the pipenv activated or the virtual environment activated. If not, you can just do pipenv shell and that will activate it. So I'm going to go ahead and do pipenv install Django REST framework as one word. And then inside of settings.py, in my installed apps, I'm going to go ahead and add this comment here and say third party and put REST underscore framework here. And then I'll also add internal. Okay, so typically I separate those things out like that, so it's really easy to tell when I need to pick up from a project that I haven't worked on in a while. It's really easy to tell which ones are mine in this app based off of this installed apps. Of course, you don't always need to do that, but in this case, I did. Okay, so my very first task is to change my form from a form into a serializer, and this is a serializer from the Django REST framework. So let's do that. Looking at forms.py, we see a lot of great built-in features that Django model forms have. And actually, Django REST framework has something very similar for serializers. What serializers do is very similar to forms, and what we did in this model where we called serialize. So let's go ahead and create a new module called serializers.py. And we'll go ahead and do from REST_framework import serializers. And I'll go ahead and say class. Well, let's also import from .models. We'll import our tweet. And I'll do class tweet serializer. And it takes in serializers.model serializer. Ooh, shocking. I mean, it's not shocking. It's exactly the same so far, right? This max tweet length thing, I should probably move to settings because I definitely want to use that again, but I might want to use it in multiple places. So let's move it back there. That's definitely a better place for something like this. So serializer, we'll do class meta, model equals to tweet, fields equals to content. Shocking. I mean, it's identical, right? It's just a different class. The thing that's not the same is the cleaning or validating of any given object. So I can just do clean def validate, and then the name of the field I want to validate, and this will be self and value. So the actual value that's being passed into that field. And so I'm going to go back into my form here and just grab what I had, right? So I'm going to have to import that in just a moment. So now I'll just change that to value and this to serializers. And there you go. Okay, so now let's go ahead and make sure I have that imported. And we'll do from Django.conf import settings. And this is now going to be settings. So max length equals to settings dot max length tweet. And let's do that same thing inside of forms. We might as well bring in conf in there too. Okay. And also let's rearrange our import statements here. We want to make sure your import statements are at the top. Okay, cool. So now that I've got this, I have a new serializer. Let's go ahead and hit Control tilde to make sure that I'm not getting any errors just by creating this one single file. Okay, so now that I've got a serializer, let's go ahead and add in a view. Now, I'm not going to do the Django REST framework just yet. So instead, what I'm going to do is add tweet create view pure Django. And then I'll change this from that. And we'll have our REST framework view handling this. And of course, I'm just going to go ahead and return a JSON response. In this case, I'll just have a status of 400 just for the moment, because I actually just want to see what it is that's coming in here. So again, I want to make sure that I'm getting the post data or none, just like we've done before. So I'll go ahead and say data equals to post data or none, and then serializer equals to, well, let's import that serializer. So from .serializers import tweet serializer. And then we'll go ahead and pass in that data. So request post or none. And then we'll say if serializer.is valid. Then we'll go ahead and say serializer.save. And let's go ahead and see what happens now. So I save this. I certainly have to improve this, but I go ahead and hit tweet. And wait a minute, what happened here? It did actually save it. So if I go into the admin, let's take a look at the admin in my tweets. It looks like I might have to restart the admin. That should not have happened. So let's go ahead and restart this server here. And everything's saved up. Now if I run this, I get an internal server error. And that's because I've got is valid as no data keyword is passed. So it's not identical to forms, but we want to say data equals to data. That's actually how you're going to pass in this requested data. So we'll do something more like that. So yes, slightly different than forms, right? So now we save that. Let's try again. And we refresh in here. And I'll get another server error. This time, not null constraint failed again. So my intuition might be obj equals to serializer.save, commit equals to false. and then obj.user equals to the request.user, again, assuming that that user saved in this case, or logged in rather. So we do something very similar as we did with the form. Let's try it again. I'll refresh in here, hit tweet, I get another server error, and again, I get a not null constraint, failed. And that's because of how this actually works. So serializer.save, you don't have to say commit equals to false. Instead, what you can do is just pass in the user itself. So user equals to request.user, and that will save that actual field in here. So another way to think of this is I could pass in content and say ABC. So no matter what was passed into that serializer, this will save each one of those fields accordingly. So if I refresh and do that again, I get a bad request, but that is actually a good thing because that's what I told it to do. So now what I should see in the admin is a recent one saying ABC with that same user. So I'll actually do it a few times so we can actually see that content. I'll just refresh this page so we can see the content that way. I refresh and what do I see? ABC a few times. I do it again with some other content and ABC a few more times, or another time rather. Cool. So naturally I don't want to actually change that content. I'll save that and I'll say, hi, this is a tweet, exclamation mark. I hit tweet and there we go. Okay, so a number of things that happened here is, well, we saw how to adjust a Django form into the Django REST Framework serializer. And the errors are pretty explicit as to what's going on. Of course, you can look up the documentation to see that, but as you see here, it's actually not a whole lot different than the actual form itself, right? So how these Django forms work. And another thing is I probably could use this data as well. So I'll go ahead and say obj equals to that. And this time I'm going to go ahead and return a response of 200 with that obj. And we'll take a look at this. So we refresh and I'll say this is my new object, exclamation mark. I hit tweet. I get a server error. What was it this time? This error doesn't actually show me much, so let's go ahead and just print out what that object is. And we print it out. Scroll up a little bit above this error, and we see that it's that tweet object. So it's actually giving me the object itself. So I can actually respond with serializer.data, and that should give me the exact data that's being serialized. And again, it's valid data. So I could say this is valid data. I hit tweet. And I must have used the wrong status code. And yes, I did. It should be 201. Okay, let's try that again. And this is the correct status code, and we hit tweet. Sweet. Now I have undefined likes. That's not surprising. I didn't define them anywhere, but everything else is working. So if I refresh this page, of course those likes come back. But this is, in my opinion, this is so much cleaner than this. And it also provides me with a number of just shortcuts to make all of this stuff happen. But of course, the Django REST framework is not just about converting forms to a serializer in this manner, but it's about doing all other sorts of things, including handling views, as well as permissions like is authenticated. Now, we've been doing a lot of function-based views, right? So this is a function. It is not a class. Class-based views shortcut things quite a bit, and Django REST Framework does it very, very well. But we're going to stick along the lines of function-based views for those of you who either aren't interested in class-based views or just aren't ready to try and tackle that as a concept, or just want to move quickly. Function-based views help you move quickly, at least at first. Not to worry, we will convert these function-based views into class-based views later. But for now, let's go ahead and import from rest_framework.response. We're going to import the response. So response itself is actually what's going to send back. So instead of JSON response, I'm just going to be using response. Okay, something like that. Now, the other piece of this is valid. I can also pass in an argument called raise exception being true, which that means it will actually send back what the error is, so I don't even have to think about it like I did before. I actually had to think about it and I had to send it back. Raise exception will send it back for me. Notice that VS Code is underlining OBJ. It's because it's an unused variable. I'm going to get rid of it. Okay, so now that we've got this, that's a good start. Like, we now have a way to actually run through this and actually have the more API driven from the Django REST framework. Now, there's another thing that I need to do is I need to add in a decorator. So from REST framework.decorators, we're going to import the API view decorator, and we're just going to come in here and say at API view. Now, in this, I can actually pass a list of the methods that I want to support. In other words, if I only want a post method, which is what I want, I can declare that. So that means that the HTTP method that the client has to send equals to post. So in other words, I can get rid of this. Now, our other view, we could have done something similar to that, and we did handle request post or none because we had a form and we actually rendered that form. We are no longer rendering that form. Now we are just accepting post data, and it's more true to what an actual API would be, or a REST API would be. So this is handling our new create view. I can save that, and let's go back into our project here, refresh, and again, I'm going to tweet something. And maybe I didn't put 201 as far as the status is concerned. So let's make sure that our response has 201. And there it is. Very cool. Okay, great. So that is pretty nice as far as our create view, but what about our list view? All of these objects here, how about that? How do we change that one using that serializer? Because we used this serialize method before, but we don't want that. So I'm going to go ahead and change this to pure Django again and copy the name of it. And I'm just going to be pushing these old views out of the way because eventually we're not going to have them anymore. So list view. And this time, the only method we want to allow is get. Okay. And I still want probably some of this data. So let's go ahead and look at it here. And there we go. So I actually only want the query set and perhaps the list that I'm going to return. But really, I'm just going to go ahead and say serializer equals to tweet serializer with that query set. And then we'll go ahead and say many equals to true. And now our response is going to be serializer.data. And now I can get rid of all of those. And before I handle the home page, let's take a look at the tweets URL. And sure enough, here we go. We actually have all of that content coming back. So the response is the array itself. It's not giving me multiple pages. So that would be something that we would want to update and change if we were so inclined. But the thing is, I've been doing the front end and back end. So I know that I need to just adjust a little bit on the front end. So that's on home.html. And that's going into wherever my list view lookup is. And I've been doing server response.response. That's not it anymore. Now it's literally just the server response. So I can get rid of this other one. Save that. And now back in my home page, what do you know? There are all of my tweets, and it's literally all of them. So yes, we probably need to improve the lookup itself. But for now, it's working, right? We have a server response. We have changed the way our list view is. And then this is also true for our detail view. So notice that I did create a detail view that I didn't spend a whole lot of time on. But this would be also a good candidate of something that I would want to change. And so I'm actually going to just copy this get view here and change it from being a list view to detail view. And I'll put the old detail view to again, append pure Django here. And then this detail view will pass in the tweet ID and then the OBJ. Well, we could do it another way and say filter the ID equaling to tweet ID, and we'll say if not qs.exists, then we'll return a response, and I'll just leave it empty and say status equals to 404, as in it's not found, and then we'll go ahead and say the obj equals to qs.first. And now we don't pass these two in because it's not many objects. It's not a query set, so it's not a list. We just passed in that single object. And again, we give a status of 200. And now we go to tweets like 1. And what do you know? There's our tweet detail view. It is showing the Django REST framework and all this stuff. Those things we can adjust later. But for now, we have converted all of our views into just the REST framework. So I could probably delete a lot of the built-in Django features that are here. And there's a couple things to note, though. I'm not going to delete those yet because I want to leave that other code in. But let's take a look at how many lines of code we have now. So it's from 20 to 41. And that's obviously with some spaces versus what we had before, which was 45 to 104. So 60 is 40 lines less, right? That is huge. And the serializer versus the form is roughly the same length, so that doesn't really matter. But I mean, that is a big reduction in code and complexity of reading this code. Now, of course, you're going to be like, hey, I don't have anything related to authentication. You know, this create view doesn't have anything like that. So we do need to add that, but that only adds, well, it only adds one line. Pretty cool. Let's keep going. Now we're going to go ahead and bring in the permissions decorator. So API view, and there's the permission classes decorator. And what this is going to allow us to do is add in another decorator here, and we can pass various permission classes into this, meaning we can have multiple levels of permission built into this. But I'm not going to do multiple levels. Instead, what I'm going to do is just do from REST framework.permissions import is authenticated. And I'm going to add that into my create view. I also have a typo on my detail view. Fix that a little bit. Make sure we don't have any other typos. But the general idea with this is, hey, if they're authenticated, then they have access to this. If they're not, then of course they do not have access to this. That is so cool and also so simple. Because if we look at this one, this is like essentially doing that same sort of idea. Well, at least the JSON portion of it. But how much better is this, right? That's cool, I think. And certainly a lot of you are like, well, hey, you could build in a decorator yourself for this view to do all of that. That is true, but the Django REST framework has it built in because it's such a common thing that would come up. And as you notice when I was importing this, there's a few other types. So like is admin user, is authenticated or read-only. And then, of course, you can make your own custom permission classes as well. Now, I really think a lot of the things related to permissions becomes unlocked when you go to the generic class-based views. That makes it a lot easier, I think, to handle various permissions, including custom permissions. So check out our REST API course. We go into a lot more detail on all of the Django REST framework there if you're interested more about building these REST APIs. Okay, so now that we've got this, we should at least just test it out. So I'm going to go ahead and open up a new page here, and I'll go ahead and say hello world, exclamation mark. Of course, I'm in an incognito window. If I do Command Option J, I see a 403. This time it's a 403 error forbidden because I'm not authenticated, right? So it's not a 401 error. 403 is probably more accurate. That's probably what I should have done anyway, but no worries there. So now all that means is I need to come into my home.html and add another handler for 403. Okay, and I'll say hello there. Oops, spelling error. Now it's saying 403, you must log in, and then it'll redirect me yet again. And then, of course, hello there. This one actually works. Pretty cool. So that's built-in permissions. Now, of course, this has nothing to do with authentication, actually. It just has to do with the permission itself, right? So does this user, regardless of their authentication status, have permission to do anything with this view, right? So a non-authenticated user is not authenticated, therefore they do not have permission. So the other part of this that you might consider doing is authentication classes. We can grab this one, and right on here we can have the authentication that we're using. So we would go from REST_framework, authentication, import session authentication. That's actually the type of authentication that we are doing. So what that means is these two things in combination with each other means that, hey, only for session authentication is a valid source of authentication, and that therefore the next part would be whether or not that person who is authenticated fits in with this permission class. Person or app. It doesn't actually have to be a person. So these API calls and these permissions could work with another app. It doesn't have to be a actual real user. And then, of course, you could do my custom auth, class if you wanted to as well, that the REST framework has a lot of support for. So out of the box, I believe session authentication is done by default. Now, of course, if you went into the REST framework's documentation and wanted to update the configuration as it is right now, you would want to go into their settings module here and see what a lot of their defaults are. Those things will be written out throughout here. So default authentication classes, we've got session authentication and basic. So in other words, if we wanted to actually change those things, I'll just give you an example really quickly since we are talking about this. We would go into our settings, and I'll put it at the bottom just for simplicity's sake. We would come in here, put in REST framework, and then whichever, sort of like key value pair we need to adjust. So default authentication classes might be one of them. We would come in here and do this. And again, you would use a list even if there's only one element in it. And in my case, I definitely want to have the session authentication in here. And then that means that every single API view that needs permission or has either the permission decorator, permission classes decorator, or is a class-based view that by default needs a permission class, this would go off of that session authentication token. And while we're at it, we might as well do the renderer as well. So default renderer classes, right? So one of the things that you may have noticed before was this tweets here, this list view. That's great when you're diagnosing issues, but it's not great when you go into production. You don't actually want to show that in production. You just want raw JSON data. So I'm going to go ahead and add in the defaults here, and then trying to remain consistent with single quotes all around. Okay, and then the browsable API one, that's the one I'm going to go ahead and get rid of in this portion. So we save that, and now if I refresh in here, now it's just raw JSON data. Cool. So that is doing permission classes and authentication classes. And again, I mentioned it's only one line, and that still covers a number of things for me. Pretty awesome. Let's keep going. We have now covered a lot of really cool stuff. So this means we can rapidly iterate on the things that we've done. So here is one. We are going to go ahead and now have a delete API. And so the delete API is going to come in here and we'll say just tweet delete view. Okay, so naturally what I want to get is the tweet based off of that ID, but also we want to check beyond that and say QS equals to QS.filter, and we'll go ahead and say user equals to request.user. Now, naturally, I need to make sure that this user is authenticated, so let's go ahead and grab the permission classes, and also I want this to be capitalized. I could use delete or post. Might as well use either one. So each HTTP method is okay by me, I think. Okay, so what we are doing here is saying, okay, if we don't have if not QS.exists, then this is a forbidden. You do not have permission to do this. This is unauthorized. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and give this a 401. So this is unauthorized, and we'll give it a message saying you cannot delete this tweet. Okay, so beyond that, of course, if they can delete it, we're going to go ahead and say obj.delete, and then we're not needing a serializer now. I'm going to just go ahead and give a response of success, a 200 response, and we'll go ahead and say obj or tweet removed. Get rid of that serializer because we aren't serializing any data now. That would actually delete it for me. So let's keep in mind here that this is 100% checking permissions that this particular user can delete this, and it's on the server side. It's making sure of that. Okay, so since that's the case, I'm going to go ahead and add this in as a URL. And yet again, I will import this. I'm going to have to change these URLs a little bit later, but for now, I'll go ahead and just keep on importing each view itself. So the delete view, copying the detail view, coming in here and just changing this to delete, and then appending delete to the URL. And we'll go ahead and paste that underneath here because I'm going to start calling this API. Because that's actually what I'm building towards, is building a REST API using the Django REST framework. And I've already done that with these other ones, but I'm not going to change anything in relation to the other ones just yet, because that means that I'll have to update a bunch of stuff with the current JavaScript, which, again, I'm not going to touch just yet. So inside of settings, I'm going to actually scroll back down and allow the browsable API to work if things are going in debug mode. So I will do something along these lines, and we'll say if debug. Then I'll go ahead and let's get rid of this. That was a mistake. So if debug, then we'll do plus equals like that. So I'm just adding this in. If Django is on the debug mode, that way I can still use the browsable API while I'm testing stuff, and then I'll just replace this here. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump back in here, and now I'm going to go ahead and just grab some random tweet. So I'll do API tweets 1 and then go to delete. And here's my delete view. It's telling me which method is not allowed, which is the get method, which is what I'm currently trying to use. Notice that I am logged in, so my user is logged in there, and I can do a post method here or a delete method. Either one should work. So if I wanted to support the get view, you can, right? You could still use this in here and then adjust things as you see fit for showing that. And that's also true for this detail view. Like, you could combine these two, is what I'm saying. It's a lot more complicated to do it with a function-based view than a class-based view. So I'm going to stick with this, but I just wanted to mention that is possible. Okay, so to delete this one, I'm going to go ahead and hit delete. Are you sure you want to delete? We say yes. We got our message, tweet removed. That's great. That's exactly what we wanted. Now, if I refresh on one, it says, method not allowed, but also, more specifically, we should get a 401. So let's go ahead and get rid of delete and just go into tweets 1. I see that I get a 404 page not found, and we can verify this yet again inside of the admin and just do a 1 right there. And again, 1 no longer exists. So that verifies that our tweet delete view actually does work. I mean, you could do this on multiple times with other tweets as well to make sure that that's the case. And also you could associate other tweets to other users. So there's still some user interface things that we need to do. So I need to actually see the delete button on here and see it for the correct user. In fact, I don't have any information related to the user on the tweets at all. So there could be a number of things that we could do for the user interface still. But before we actually touch the interface anymore, this view function is almost ready to be a like or a retweet. So the other primary things that we are trying to do. There are some additional logic pieces I need to add and discuss, but overall, this whole block is getting a lot closer to being done, of course, except for this giant caveat right here. So let's go ahead and address those other views right now. So now we need a way to actually handle our actions like retweet or liking, or really unliking something as well. So to handle this, we're going to create one view that does all of those things. Well, we'll do that eventually, because the first thing we need to do is make note of being able to retweet or being able to like something. So the easiest one is actually adding in the liking feature. So inside of my models, inside a tweet here, I can actually add a new field called likes. And we can do models.many-to-many field for the user. And we're going to have to add in a related name, and we'll just say tweet user. And then I'll also add in blank equaling to true. Okay, so what this allows me to do is actually add individual users into the likes, right? So many to many means that one tweet can have many users can have many tweets. It's similar to this foreign key, but now I can have a list of users in here versus one user. That's kind of the point. But there is one more aspect to this that I might want to actually use, and that is, how do I store the time that this like happens? This is something else that I think is actually important. So when we like something, we want to actually measure when that happens so I can have it as some sort of historical record. So to do this, we can say class tweet like, and this is going to be models.model, and it's going to take in two things. It's going to take in the user and the tweet. Okay, so these are just foreign key objects here. So we add in the user as a foreign key object and the tweet also as a foreign key object. And in this case, I have to use these quotes here because the tweet model itself is actually below the tweet likes. And with this, I'm going to go ahead and now add in another part here and say through tweet like. Okay, so I now created a whole another table, which is another sheet essentially. So going back in here, I'm creating a brand new sheet that is basically tweet like. So this is the action. It's kind of a relationship here between the user and the tweet. And then this essentially just references this model itself. And then the next part, of course, is a timestamp. We'll do models.dateTime field. And we use auto now add being true. Cool. And since we've done this adjustment, I actually want a timestamp for the tweet itself. Right? It makes sense to have a timestamp on these tweets. But now that we've got this, we have a way to add users to a tweet, which means that we can have them like it. So I'll go ahead and do manage.py, make migrations, and then we need to provide a one-off default for that timestamp. That's going to be this right here. I'm going to go ahead and say 1, and notice it says you can use timezone.now. I'm going to go ahead and use timezone.now, and then I'll go ahead and do manage.py migrate. Cool. So I'm not going to go much further into this portion just yet as far as the view is concerned. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the admin on how all of this works. So let's go ahead and open up the admin, and we'll go into a tweet, and we'll click on any of the tweet objects here. Notice that the tweet likes are not actually showing up. Okay, So what we need to do is then add in tweet like, and we'll go ahead and say class tweet like admin, and this is going to be admin dot tabular inline, and we'll go ahead and say class meta model equals to tweet like. And with this, I'm going to go ahead and add it in as an inline. So inlines equals to the tweet like admin. And I'm getting this error right here, I think, because the tabular inline needs to be declared like that. Okay. Now, if I refresh in here, I now see that there's this thing called tweet likes. So I can actually add in a user liking these things. So if I hit save and continue, I now actually have a like on here. So we can actually take a look at that on many other ones if we like, right? So there we go. Okay, cool. So now that I have the ability to associate these things, I need to actually add the logic into my view. Now, I realize that this might be a little bit confusing, but just keep this in mind. Number one, I don't actually have to add this through model. All this through model does is add a timestamp to a many-to-many field. If you want to make it extra simple, you just get rid of that through model, and then you can just now add users, and it works roughly the same way, except I don't have that timestamp. But I do want that timestamp. I want to see what things are liked over time. That's just, I mean, I'm not going to use it yet, but in general, in the future, I'm definitely going to want to use something like that, and this is a good case for that. And since we did that, we might as well add the timestamp into our model itself. And then finally, we just made a simple way to see that in the admin. Now let's go ahead and wrap up the logic inside of a view to actually not only quote unquote like a tweet, but actually use this many-to-many field as well as this through model. And I'm going to show you how to do both things. So if it's just the many-to field, that's really easy. And if it's just the through field, that's also very easy. I'll show you how to do exactly those things. So let's keep going. Now let's run through some tests of actually adding users to likes in the Python shell prior to doing it in the actual view itself. So inside of the terminal, look for this plus sign here. Go ahead and hit that. I'm just going to have two separate ones right now just to run this example. And then I'll go ahead and press this arrow up key here. So now I have just the terminal showing. And we'll do ./manage.py, and we'll go into shell. And then I'm going to go ahead and import my tweet models. So from tweets.models, import tweet and tweet like. First thing I'll test is whether or not the tweet like has objects. So tweet like.objects.all, and sure enough, it does. If I press up, we're going to go ahead and delete them with .delete. That's pretty cool. If you've never seen that, yes, you can delete an entire query set by just passing .delete. Awesome. So now if we look at it, we have no tweet like. So none actually currently exist. Now this is important because what I want to do is I want to see all of the tweets, so tweet.objects.all, and we have a bunch of tweets in here. So now I'm going to just grab one of them and do tweets.objects.first, and I'll do obj.likes.all. Now this actually shows me that I can access the field itself and use .all, which is a query set. This actually sends back a query set of all of the user objects themselves, right? So like bringing this down, it's a many-to-many field, so I can actually access all of the user objects, and this is a query set of user objects. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, let's go ahead and import the user model itself. So from django.contrib.auth, we're going to import get user model, and we'll say user equals to get user model and user.objects.all. That is also a user query set. So, I mean, these are not the same query sets, but they are equivalent types of query sets because they're both of users. So now what we want to do is actually say me equals to user.objects.first. So me is, my single user in here. I'm just going to go ahead and say obj.likes.add and just say me. And now I can do obj.likes.all, and what do I see? It's now that same query set, right? That is pretty cool. So I can also do obj.likes.remove me. And let's try it again and again and again. Notice it doesn't actually have any effect, but that user is gone. That's pretty awesome. The next thing is we could do something like query set equals to user.objects.all. And now I can say obj.likes.set related to that QS, which is a user query set. And now if I do obj.likes.all, I see all of those users. And granted, if you had more than one user, you would see all those users as well. So what we covered here was how to actually add in likes directly onto an instance itself. And this is true whether or not you have this model right here. That actually does not matter. But what we can also see is if I grab an instance of that model, so let's go tweet like.objects.all, I should see a single object. And the reason it's a single object is because we have one tweet and one user, and they are correlated together now. And the ID, this is actually a representation of the ID, is 4 because we added it, we removed it, we added it, we removed it. Like that's why we see that, but we also deleted some of those other ones as well. So what we can actually see in here is if we grab the first one, which will be that only like, I can also do .timestamp, and this will actually show me a timestamp that this occurred, right? So when this actually happened, when I actually added to it. So by default, it is creating this instance on its own. Now, of course, if you didn't have that through model there, it wouldn't do that. It wouldn't create an instance. It would just add it into this many-to-many field, which is cool as well. But since we do have that, there is another way to actually set any given object likes. So what I can do then is I can, let's go ahead and remove those likes again. I'm just going to do up all the way. So obj.likes.all, I have none. So what I can do is actually say tweet like.objects.create and say user equals to me and tweet equals to obj. I can hit enter and then go back into obj.likes.all, and sure enough, there it is. It's back in there. So that's there's a few different ways on how we can go about doing this. Just to recap, I'm going to go ahead and clear this out. We can do, obj.likes.add. We can do obj.likes.remove. We can do obj.likes.set. And this, of course, requires a query set. And then we can also do the actual through model. So in my case, it was tweet like.objects, and then the user and the tweet itself. Of course, these are syntax errors, but the goal here is to understand that there's a few different ways on how to set and remove things. So even set could set a empty query set, right? So let's go ahead and just try that last piece out. So obj.objects.likes.add. We'll go ahead and add me. So we go to obj.likes.all. Okay, and then I'll go ahead and say empty users equals to user.objects.none. Empty users gives me an empty query set. That's a way to do an empty query set. And now if I do obj.likes.set and empty users, oops, that was a mistake. I needed to close it off like that. And now we do obj.likes.all, and it's empty again, right? So that is pretty awesome. So if we needed to delete a group of users from that many-to-many, we could do that. We could just do user.objects.filter and then remove these things. Now, the important part here is not just for likes. I hope you realize that. I hope you realize that this could be used in many, many other features, including something like follow, like users following other users, or users following groups or items or something like that. Likes is essentially that. It's essentially declaring something like that. It just, we aren't going to do anything to the likes or to the users that like this tweet beyond perhaps in the future recommending tweets that are similar to it. Pretty sweet. So now let's go ahead and handle the view logic. Cool. So now that we've got this like ability, let's go ahead and come into our views here. I'll zoom out just a little bit. And I'm going to copy my delete view because there's a number of aspects to this delete view I still need, or I could use the detail view, but the delete view is more accurate to what I need, with the exception of actually deleting it, right? I don't want that. I do want the object, and I actually don't need to filter it down to the specific user. So I'm just going to let any user like any tweet. In other words, if you own the tweet, yes, you can still like it too. Okay, cool. And now what I'm going to do is change the name of it, of course, to tweet like view. And then I can assume that my user is authenticated. So I can just do obj.likes.add and request.user. Pretty sweet. So I could also do one other thing, which is making this more of like a like toggle view. And we can say if request.user in obj.likes.all, then we'll remove it. Otherwise, we'll add that user. Pretty simple, right? So if the user's in there, we'll remove them. Otherwise, we will add them. Now that's certainly a cool way to toggle things, but I don't want to just assume that we should be toggling, because like what if our client side or our JavaScript is just running slow and the user presses the button 15 times to like it and they really intend to just like it. So what I want to do then instead is change this to being, instead of a like toggle view, to being a tweet action view. And the actions it's going to be, I'll just make a little note here and say action options are, let's say, like, unlike, and retweet. Okay, so since we have these options here, I want to actually add in one other aspect to this and say that ID is required and just remove it from the URL altogether. So instead of having one single URL per tweet for these actions, I can now have data that comes through for those actions as well. So in other words, I need to make another serializer specifically for tweet actions. In this case, I'll call it tweet action serializer, and we'll do serializers.serializer. So it's just a plain old serializer, no model needed. And I'll go ahead and do ID equals to serializers.integer field, and this one's going to be required. And then action equals to serializers.character field, and this one is also required. So both things are required in here. And now I'm going to go ahead and bring this in to my view. So inside of views, let's import this serializer, tweet action serializer, and then we'll go ahead and come down here and say serializer equals to tweet action serializer request.post. Again, we know that it's post data in here. And then we'll say if serializer.isValid. And like we saw before, we'll do raise exception being true. And then the data that's actually coming through here is serializer.validated data. So the tweet ID should be data.get ID. And then the action should be data.get action. Okay, so then now we'll actually run through this logic here. So we've got our tweet ID. This should give me all of this stuff. And then we'll now say if action equals to like, then we'll go ahead and add them. Right? And if action equals to unlike, then we'll go ahead and remove them. And then finally, the last elif will be if the action equals to retweet. And this is, I'll just say pass and put a little comment here. This is to do. Cool. Okay, so obviously there's one more thing I need to do in the serializer, or maybe not so obviously, is I need to limit my action options to like, retweet, and unlike. Okay, so to do that, we go into serializers here, and I'll go ahead and say tweet action options. And in this case, it's these items here. But you might be wondering, hey, should I move these to the settings? The answer is yes. It almost always is yes for configuration. And this is no different. Tweet action options. And tweet action options equals to now settings dot tweet action options. And now we'll do define, validate, action, self, and value. And we'll say if value in action tweet action options, or rather if not value in tweet action options, then we'll raise a serializer validation error. And this is not a valid action for tweets. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and return the value. And another thing I could do really is say value equals to value.lower. So I'm not really worried whether or not if they add the lowercase in here. And I can also add in strip. So like if I had to actually, if it was something like, like that, that would then turn it into just simply like, which, whatever, that's fine. Okay, cool. So now that I've got this, I have a view that's actually going to handle it and a view that will, parse through these different actions. And that's just one of many different ways we could do this. Like I said, we could have had a different kind of view here and include different arguments. But what comes with time and programming things, you want to look at this as like, hey, how do I make this more simple? And that's a way to do it. And again, we could add the action, one more like conditional statement here that actually does delete and handle it in a very similar way. But again, I'm not going to be doing that. I'm going to leave it just like this and leave them on their own, mostly related to permissions, but also to make this view explicit as to what it's doing. It's doing actions beyond what the owner has control over it, or that original user that created the tweet itself. All right, so let's go ahead and add our tweet action view into our URLs. So open up URLs, do an import, and I'm going to go ahead and make it an API itself. So we'll just say path, API, tweets, action, and that's going to be our tweet action view. Okay, so now that we've got that, let's go ahead and check our view one more time. I actually did notice this off camera that I should have done data equals to, just like we did in our create one. That error would have came up after sending some data in there anyway. But now that I've got this URL here, let's go ahead and open up home.html. And let's actually look for the handle did like method. This is something we created before, but now we actually have a way to do it. And of course, I actually need to update this serializer likes as well. So inside, before we do the home tests, I'm going to go into serializers, into my tweet serializer here, and I'll go ahead and say likes. Now in this case, I don't actually want the list of likes. I'm just going to use this as a number. So I'm going to go ahead and say likes equals to serializer method field read only equaling to true. We don't need to update or change this ever. So I'm going to go ahead and say def get likes, and this is going to take in self and object, and we're going to go ahead and return object.likes.count. And what this will give us is a number right back that we'll be able to use. So saving all that, saving the home page, refreshing in here. Now I actually have a number in there, which is pretty cool. So now in our handle did like method, we'll go ahead and say const URL, and that's going to be equal to our API tweets action, and const method equals to post, and then const, let's see, data. We're going to pass in the data, and that is going to be our ID, and this is going to be the argument of tweet ID. And then we will say action, and I'm just going to default to like. Okay, and now we have to do, well, we have to actually update this data to do JSON.stringify. So we'll just stringify that dictionary so that this is now a JSON dictionary that we'll be sending. And so we need to do a couple things. One of them being creating our XHR request. So that's the XML HTTP request. And then, of course, I'm going to do xhr.open, and this is going to be our method and URL. And then I need to set a few things here. So set request header and content type. And this is going to be application JSON. Let's make sure that we have that header in there. The next thing is we need to actually come up here and grab from our handle tweet create form. We want to make sure that we're using these headers as well. So let's bring this down. Okay, and then next one is XHR on load is a function here. And in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and console log xhr.status and xhr.response. And then finally xhr.send, and we're going to send in that data, that stringified data. Okay, so we set our headers. We then have a way to call back this, and let's give it a shot. So I'm going to save this. This handle_did_like method should still work. Right? I haven't tested it in a little bit, but we've got this on click here. That's actually handling that for any given like button itself. So let's go ahead and take a look. I refresh in here and I hit likes, and I get the CSRF failed. CSRF token is missing or incorrect. So the problem that I have here is that I'm doing a post method, which is the preferred method here, and I'm only sending in this raw data. So I don't actually have a CSRF token inside of this raw data like I did when I was converting the form, right? So my form element took all of that form data and it just changed it, right? So it actually had that CSRF token in here. So what we need to do is actually account for CSRF in this case. So let's go ahead and take a look. Django has a lot of built-in security. CSRF cross-site request forgery is no different, but unlike when we had a form with the token being rendered, our JavaScript does not have that same form. So you can actually go in the documentation, which is referenced here. It's really simple, or you could just do a quick Google search for it, just like I did there, and make sure you're using the correct version of Django for it. Okay, so what we're going to be doing is using CSRF in an AJAX request. We're not going to exempt this view. That is an option to just say on this particular view, don't use CSRF. But in our case, we do. So scroll down to the AJAX section. This has been here for a long time. Notice that it says on each XML HTTP request, set a custom XCSRF token header with a token value, of course. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and we're going to bring this over into our project here. And I want to load down or scroll down to where my handle_did_like is. And we'll go ahead and xhr.set request header. And again, XCSRF token. And now we need to find where that token is. Well, Django's really cool, and they actually created a way to get the CSRF token cookie, which is the actual item we need to pass in. So I can go ahead and copy these two things into my JavaScript right now. So right above that function, or even at the bottom or at the top, let's actually put it at the top here. I'm going to add in the getCookie method, and then I'm going to scroll down, and inside of my handle_did_like, I will go ahead and grab that cookie. And in this case, I'm going to add it in as a constant, and then we'll just add that right here. Now we could use this anywhere we want, anywhere else we might need to use that function itself. So let's go ahead and save that, and back into our project. We'll click on this like button, and then now I'm getting an error with this saying this field is required, this field is required. So my view is incorrect. Let's just see what that data is. So I'll go ahead and print out request.post, and for good measure, I'll also print out request.data. So I'll go ahead and refresh in here, hit the like button, still that same error, no big deal. VS Code shows me two different items here. One is the post data, One is the request data. So when we use the JSON data type, we can actually use request.data. So change this into request data, get rid of this, save it, and refresh in here, hit likes, and what do you know? We've got our tweet. Well, it says tweet removed. That's incorrect. But we'll refresh, and now I've got a like there. I click there, and now I've got a like there. And that's actually stored in the database. And the reason it's saying tweet removed is because of this response that I returned here. I'll just go ahead and leave that empty. I don't actually need a message for this per se, but I might actually want to return back the object at some point anyway. So what I'll do is for the default object, I'll just go ahead and say 200 for this one right here. I actually want to serialize that data, much like we did on the detail view, which is this right here. So I'm going to grab that, scroll down here, and serializer.data. Okay, so let's refresh in here, and I click likes. Sure enough, it actually brings back that serialized data with the likes in there. Granted, nothing is updated here, but it is actually showing me the correct values when I do run a refresh on here. So in home.html, all I'm going to do is on this onload function, I'm going to just call load tweets, which is just right up here on that container element. This will just refresh all of the tweets. And of course, that's not how we want to have it happen in the future. But once we move into React.js, this will handle the state much better. Okay, so the state being, hey, when I click a like button, that's a state change, right? And also, I need to have some sort of way to, if it is liked, I need to also make sure that I can unlike it and so on. And that state is going to be much better served by using React.js. That's why I'm not going to develop it here, because really we want to make sure that this part is working, and so far it is. So the next part of this is I'm just going to go ahead and add a unlike button. And for that, I'll go ahead and add in a comma, and we'll say like. So just another argument to the handle did like method here, and we'll pass in action and change that to action. We save it, refresh in here, click like, and we're getting a little error here on the item. So inside of that formatting, we've got an error here. Just remove this spacing from it, and we'll hit like, and there we go. Looks like it liked it. Okay, great. So that actually is passing in an argument here. We probably don't need all of that. Let's try it this time. Hit like. There we go. Okay, so since this is a like button, I can just copy this and change this to the unlike button and pass in this argument of unlike. And in this case, I probably don't need the actual count of tweets. I'll just go ahead and say unlike. Okay, and since we've got this, I'm going to go ahead and add the unlike tweet down here. So now we have two buttons right next to each other. And then the unlike, I'll go ahead and just do btn outline primary. And so if I refresh in here, I now have like and unlike. Now, of course, I could do thumbs up and thumbs down in lieu of these, but I'm going to just do like and unlike. And also, of course, the unlike should only show up, that specific button should only show up based off of whether or not the user already likes this item. But again, that's going back to how the state is going to be handled, and that's in React.js. So I'm not too concerned about that at this point. But now we have a way to like, unlike, and I also can add in one more button and just say, let's just call it a retweet button. So retweet. And yet again, retweet as the actual button itself. This time I'll use lowercase. And then finally, retweet button with that tweet being passed. And in here, I've got the retweet method here, and I'll do outline success. And now I've got likes, unlike, retweet, and so on. right? And naturally, retweet isn't doing anything just yet, but I do have the actions that are in there, and they're all set up both on the client side and on the view side. I do want to add in a delete button as well, so I'm going to do that soon. But now that we've got this handle did like method, I'm actually going to change that to handle tweet action. Let's say btn. And change all these from handle did like to handle tweet action. And yeah, this is another area that can be improved, how all of these buttons are being rendered. But we're not going to touch that just yet, so let's keep going. Now we need to talk about retweeting and how we can execute this. There's a few different ways on how we could go about doing it. If we look at models.py, we probably could do something very similar to the like method, right? To where an individual user can be a part of the retweet set. But that actually doesn't make a whole lot of sense for this, because instead what it is every time a user quote unquote retweets, they are actually tweeting themselves, but they're just referencing another tweet. Right, so they're actually embedding that other tweet inside of their thread. In some cases, they might add comments to their retweet. In some cases, they're just going to just retweet it all together and have nothing else in there other than the retweet itself. So what that means is we need to have a foreign key to itself. So the tweet model needs its own foreign key. And we could think of the other one as like the retweet object or a child object or just a child. I'm actually going to think of it in terms of a parent. Now, the reason I think of it in terms of a parent has to do with the notion of how to nest things. And we'll talk about this in a second. But before we jump into that, let's go ahead and make the foreign key. And to reference the same model that you're working on, you just type in self and as a string. What that does is reference the exact same model in there. Not a whole lot different than referencing a later model, but really just using the same instance. And think of it in terms of how methods use things, is they all also pass in self too. Okay, so we're going to also set something like null equaling to true. And then in this case, I'm going to do onDelete equals to models.set null. Right, so this means that if the parent tweet or the other tweet that I'm referencing, if that one's deleted, then we're just going to set this equal to null. Okay, so let's go back into this parent idea. Now, when it comes to nesting things, think of comments. So if I have a comment on something and then I make, a reply and then reply and reply, the actual top comment is the main thing. And these replies are just referencing what that top comment is. So in this case, it makes sense that this reply's quote-unquote parent would be comment. And then this comment would have 3 children or, 3 things that are underneath it. And of course, we could have a sub-reply on here as well, right? So sub-reply inside of any given reply. And in this case, this sub-reply's parent is this reply, and then we go up a little bit further. Now, tweets, if we think of it in this same context, we got a tweet, and then we would have a retweet, and then we'd have a retweet of a retweet. Okay, but really how Twitter displays it is the newest first, right? So that means that taking this same notation, we would turn it around and say the retweet is here, and then the retweet is here, and it goes like that, right? So I'm just sort of breaking it in a different direction. But that relationship is still the same. This is still what the relationship is, where this is a child element of this, and this is a child element of this, right? So that's generally how it's done. And then our view, or whatever logic we have, we would put it into something like this. Now, if you're an avid user of Twitter, you know that it doesn't always come out this way. Sometimes it might be the tweet, and sometimes it might be the retweet, let's say with a comment, or sometimes it's literally just the retweet. It doesn't necessarily show all of it. But how Twitter worked in the first place was something more along these lines, right? And then they got more sophisticated with how they displayed their tweets. But the actual feed itself, this is how it worked. This is like every person that you followed, you would get this kind of order. And then, of course, when I'm saying retweet, I mean, in some cases, it's a comment on the OG tweet or the original tweet, right? Okay, so keeping this in mind, that's where we then come into this model here with having parent as an element in there. And so by default, the tweet will not have a parent. So when I create a brand new one, it just will never have a parent. It's only when I retweet it that it will have a parent. So let's go ahead and do the fundamental mechanics of this in our view. And I'll first have to run python manage.py make migrations, or /manage.py make migrations and migrate. So now we have that new field there, and our database is going to look something a little bit more like this now. So we've got our original database with tweets, and of course, all of those have users, right? And in some cases, they might have images. And then we have our parent elements that in some cases, there is a parent element. In other words, it was retweeted. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's go into our view for that action for retweet. And all I'm going to do in this case for retweet is literally just add that tweet in as if it was my own, right? I'm not adding any additional context to it. In other words, I'm not using something similar to this tweet create view. Instead, what I'm doing is I'm going to be grabbing this new object as my parent object. So I'll just say parent obj equals to object. And now I'm going to say new tweet equals to tweet.objects, and then create user equals to user and parent equals to parent. And I want to make sure that I have user declared in here. It doesn't appear that I do. So I'm going to just change it from user to just request.user. Okay, so this should actually create that exact same retweet, right? Which is pretty awesome. Okay, so now that we've saved that, let's make sure that we can do this. And the parent object should be here, actually. And this new tweet, we might as well have the response serializer doing something very similar to this with this new tweet object. Just like that. Okay, cool. So now that we've got this, let's go ahead and try it out on our client side, because that button should actually do it. So if I click on that, it says null. No surprise that it's rendering out to being null because it is a retweet, but it doesn't have any content in it, right? Okay, so that means that how my serializer actually shows this content will need to be changed, right? So the serializer right now has something called content, but perhaps I need a different kind of serializer specifically for viewing my tweets, not just creating my tweets. So that means that we got to go back to the drawing board a little bit there. But hopefully this concept now makes sense as far as how tweets are concerned, and the fact that it's actually really easy to then make what we call a retweet in this case. I'm not going to have this extra variable here. I'm just going to change that and get rid of this is to do. And then the other part of this that we could consider having is in our tweet action serializer. I could add in a section for content and or image, but that's going to start to get things a lot more complex to add image as well. So we can also have in content here, and we can say allow blank equals to true and required equals to false. So that allows me to just add in one more piece if for some reason I did want my front end to be able to make a comment on it. And we're not going to allow you to retweet with an image. We're just going to allow you to retweet with additional context as far as the content is concerned. And so that also means that my data here, I can go ahead and say content equals to data.get content, and then passing this argument in to my create function. And so now I have another aspect that I could use in my retweets, even though by default, I don't have that set up at all, right? So if I still retweet, yes, it certainly does retweet things as I sort of expected. Okay, let's keep going. So because of retweeting, we now have to change our serializers to have a read-only serializer and then a create-only serializer. And the reason I'm separating these two things out is only because of that retweeting. And also because when we did retweet, we see these null values inside of that content area, which is certainly possible, right? So down here, we do have null values as well, or empty values. So what we need to do then is go into serializers.py, and I'm going to go ahead and copy this tweet serializer here and change it to tweet create serializer. And this one is going to be what we'll end up using on our create view. And then down here, this is going to be our read-only one. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that validate. We don't need that anymore because I'm not going to be validating things in here, because what I'll do is say content equals to serializers.serializer method field, and it's going to be read-only equaling to true as well. So now all of my fields are read-only. By default, the ID field you cannot change, or at least the default built-in one to Django. So to use the serializer method field, we're going to go ahead and do get underscore the name of that field, as you probably have already inferred, and then it's going to be self obj, and then this would just return obj.content. Okay, cool. So not a whole lot different overall, except now we have this tweet create serializer. So let's add that into our views. We're going to go ahead and import it in here, and now I'm going to go ahead and use parentheses as well for this. And again, the only place I need to use it is in this tweet create view, because this is really the only place that I'm actually creating anything that's related to this serializer. Everywhere else, I'm literally just using it as a way to serialize the data that's coming back. So in the list view, also even in the retweet view, I do create a new object here, but then I actually read it and serialize it using that same tweet serializer. So saving everything, both places, I'm going to refresh in here, and what I should see is the exact same data. And I can also say hello world and tweet that, and sure enough, that's also the exact same data. The part that I need to change is what's being rendered out here, and also declaring whether or not it is a retweet. So back in models, what I want to do is add a property that is related to this parent element here. And, well, I don't need this serializer method anymore, so this can be deleted, because this is our old way of serializing. So feel free to delete. But I'm going to add a property method in here, and we'll do define, and we'll say is retweet, takes in self, and then we return the if self.parent is not equal to none. That's it, right? So this will give me a Boolean value. If the parent is not equal to none, then it is a retweet. If the parent is equal to none, then it's not a retweet. Simple as that. So with that property method, I can now go back into this serializer here for this content, and we'll say if obj.isRetweet, then we will say content equals to obj.parent.content, and then we will otherwise say obj.content equals to, or rather, we'll say content equals to obj.content. So by default, we will use the content from the object itself. Otherwise, we'll return this content. The next thing is, obviously, before I go much further than this, we'll say is retweet. That's what we want to use. So I'm going to go ahead and say is retweet, and we'll do serializers.serializer method field read only equals to true. So we'll say is retweet. We'll add that in. Notice I did not use a get method here at all. And I refresh, I get the error. It has no attribute, get is retweet. So we can use that and just say, well, let's actually get rid of the serializer method and use just is retweet. And we refresh, and sure enough, I don't get an error this time. So I don't need to call the serializer method again for a property that is on the object itself. So that's pretty cool. Let's get rid of that now. Okay, so there's another way to think about this, and that is to add in a serialized version of the parent object itself, which we'll talk about that in just a moment. But for now that I have a new way to display the content, I can refresh in here and notice that many of these are actual correct retweets. So let's just go to the very first one that we have here. Hello there, number 3. I hit retweet, and if I go to the very top, hello there, number 3 is there. And it's also still down there as well. So that's pretty cool. So that means the retweet actually worked. But the way I actually render this part out is not ideal. In fact, I want to leave the content as the content. So no matter what it is, I actually want that original content in there. But that was a cool way to see how I might be able to add some sort of Boolean value there. But instead, what I want to have is, yes, this Boolean for is retweet inside of the serializer itself, but I also want to have whatever the parent element is, or whatever that original tweet is. And for this, I can actually use either the tweet create serializer, which is probably the easiest one to do, or I could use another version of this same tweet serializer that would potentially show the parent element as well. What I'm saying here is I can come in and do parent equals to tweet create serializer, and we'll do read only equals to true. And now I can pass that parent field in here, and it will be serialized for me. So I save that and refresh in here. Notice that I have content being null again, but all this means is that I need to change how the front end looks. So we can actually double check with our API by going into tweets, and we see that this is now how it works. So this actually makes a lot more sense, right? So we have our content here. In the case of null, we can have an adjustment and actually on our front end grab what that parent is. And notice it also says is a retweet. Now, I don't actually have to call it parent. I could call it original tweet or something along those lines. I don't have to leave it in as that label. But I'm going to leave it in as that label because that is the most logical to me. But you are more than welcome to change whatever that is called. And to say that, you would say, something like OG tweet equals to that, and you would just do source equals to parent, and then OG tweet would come and replace that. And then you can refresh in here, and you see it's the same data that's coming through, but now it just has a different field name. And in my case, again, I'm going to leave it in as parent. Since like 95% of the tweets feature is complete, what I want to do is package it in a little bit different way and get it better prepared for a more robust client. In other words, actually make it into a REST API type package. So that means I am going to add in urls.py into the Tweets app itself and quite literally copy the other URLs from the main portion there. And we'll just do a relative import. I'm going to get rid of RE path. I don't need that. And I also don't need all of those comments. All I need is path and then all of these things. Now, the parts that I don't need, of course, are these, right? Or rather, these. But I do need create. I need a way to list all of them out. I need the actual ID. I need the action. And I need the integer and delete. Okay, so I'm going to put these in order. So action first, actually an empty string first. And then integer and whatnot. Okay, cool. So this is now my new URL patterns. So inside of URLs, I need to add in one more thing and say include. So include, what that's going to allow me to do is essentially get rid of all of my current paths for this API and just say API/tweets/ and then include the tweets.urls. Okay, so that means that we now have our Tweets app as a REST API app. It's no longer a traditional Django app, with maybe the exception of the homepage, which probably shouldn't even be in here anyway. But for now, I want to go ahead and test that this is still working, at least in part. So I can go on here and obviously I can retweet and it looks like that's still working. But I also want to go into API tweets and make sure that that's a list of tweets. So that solves that first URL. The next one being action. I just want to make sure that that's actually in there. In this case, it's not. I actually have a trailing slash here. So I'm going to add in these trailing slashes just in case. So I want it to be able to use the trailing slash or no trailing slash. In other words, I want it to append that slash. And sure enough, it does. So getting rid of it, can allow that. Okay. And then the next one is create. I just don't want errors here. That's it. And then some ID detail. That's good. So that was the detail view. And then let's actually find one that works, which is 3. And then going into the delete view. And sure enough, the delete view is there. Okay, so now I have all my tweets in a URL format that makes a lot more sense for my client. In other words, if I come in here and tell my client that the base endpoint for tweets is /API/tweets, then and I also have all of these other paths in there that's built in, it's a lot easier to build an application for something like that with these in mind than it was before, right? This is just sort of all over the place, and it's definitely not something that we want to end up using. I'm actually not going to get rid of the other ones just yet until I have fully replaced the front end with something different. So in that last one, I made a bunch of breaking changes. These breaking changes were changing the URLs and the way those patterns are structured. Now, I also changed my serializers and my models throughout this whole time, and obviously I'm making changes as I go. But once you start to get closer to finalizing those changes, it makes sense to then create test cases for them. In other words, Django has a way to automatically test scenarios that you lay out. So ./manage.py test, or even testing a specific app, it will go through and run the test that you create. So in test.py, this is where we need to create these tests. And it's actually really easy to do. So what I'm going to do is say class tweet test case, and it's going to inherit test case. And I'll go ahead and do from.models. We're going to import tweet. And then another thing I need to import, since my tweets are associated to a user, I'm going to go ahead and do from django.contrib.auth import get user model. And we also want to use that user model. So user equals to get user model. Okay. So each test case has the method called setup built into it. And this method allows you to actually create all of the instances that you might need to create. So in my case, I need to create a user, at least one user, to actually run this test and run it appropriately. So let's go ahead and create our user with user.objects.createUser, and we'll say username equals to ABC, and we'll also say password equals to some password. And of course, you can create as many users as you need, right? So if I made CFE, cool. Now what I'm going to do is just say test user exists. We can do multiple users, or you could also say test user created. And then I can do self.assert equal, and that would be, well, we need to grab the actual user. So I'll just say obj equals to, or rather user equals to user.objects.get username equals to CFE. Assert equal user.username, and then the next one would be the actual username, which I said was CFE. Okay, so naturally that's going to run a test for me, really easy test. I'm going to just do ./manage.py run test, and it ran one test. Everything went well. Now, of course, I don't have to actually test whether or not a user was created, because this is related to tweets. It's not necessarily related to users. The user related stuff would probably happen in some sort of user feature. So all I'm going to do then is actually use one single user like this. And I can also say self.user equals to that. And then I can just now do self.user.username is equal to CFE as well. So let's go ahead and run that. And in this case, I have no errors. Now, the other part of this is I can say self.assert equal 1 and 2. And obviously, that's going to give me an error. So let's go ahead and see what that error would be. Now it runs 2 errors, and it shows me this assertion error here. So this is just doing that actual test that we want. Now, of course, I don't actually need a test user created or any of these things, but if you're not familiar with writing tests, this is where it comes in. And this assert equal comes from the inherited class of test case. But really what we want to do is test tweet created. So we are first going to just create it the old school way, which is just directly in Django. So tweet.objects.create, and I'll go ahead and say our content equals to my tweet, and then I'll say user equals to self.user. And then I can grab the tweet being something like that. And now I can do self.assert equal, and we could say tweet.id is 1, should have that first object, and self.assert equal the tweet.obj.user is equal to the self.user. Okay, so we run that, and now I run those tests again. And in this case, it gives me the tweet has no attribute object. And of course it doesn't, because we spelled that incorrectly. And this is the tweet object, so let's just do tweet obj, and there we go. And this should be tweet obj.user. And we'll run the test again. And we have no errors or no issues. And it's only running one test, right? So each function you write in here is a one single test. And in order for it to actually run as a test, you need to use test underscore. And also the setup is just like that in camel case. I actually think the underscore case will still work as well, or I think it's also called the snake case. And actually, no, it does not. So it needs it in camel case. Don't ask me why. Okay, so now that we've got the ability to create it inside of using Django, I mean, this isn't hugely surprising, right? What we really need to actually test is these various URLs. So to do this, that means that we need to take a look at the Django REST frameworks testing, which you can find in their API guide for testing. And we need to use their tests. So I need to actually be able to send a request with a logged in user. So let's go ahead and grab into, instead of force authenticate, let's go ahead and look for their API client and their login. There we go, right there. So we'll go ahead and grab this and force, we'll go ahead and log in this user. So I'm going to go ahead and define and API client login. So we'll do test API login self. And in this case, the username is going to have to be self.user.username. And the password, we probably cannot just grab the password, so I'm just going to use that some password. And so now I should be able to actually log in this client. So let's go ahead and try it out. I'm just going to run it, and I get 2 runs, and it seemed to have worked. That's pretty great. So what we'll do instead is actually use a method called getClient, and we'll say self, and then I'm going to return the client itself. So come in here, log in that user, and get that client. So first off, we're going to go ahead and say test tweet list, and I'm going to use the client. So client equals to self.getClient, and then we'll do client.get, and this is API tweets, and that should give us a response of some kind. So we'll just go ahead and print out whatever that response is. Let's go ahead and run the test. And we have a response with a status code of 200. And we see the status code is 200. So naturally, I'm going to go ahead and do self.assert equal. And this should be response.status code being to 200. Right, so it should actually be able to log in, grab those tweets, and get 200 back. And now I actually don't know how many tweets are in here. So let's go ahead and hit response.json and try that again. So this will return back that JSON data for me. In this case, it's just an empty list. And you might be wondering, well, why is it an empty list? Well, this test tweet created doesn't actually run off of, like, it doesn't create a new tweet, and therefore in my tweet list I can actually see them. So if I need something in the database, I need to put it in my tweet setup. So what I'm going to do then is change this to tweet ID of 2 and then create a new tweet object up here with the exact same data. And I don't actually need to set it equal to anything. I'll just do create my first tweet and then my second tweet. And so now I have 2 objects that are being tested, but really only 1 in the test database. So that this should actually give me a length of 1, which we could try out. Let's go ahead and do the run. And what we see is ran 2 tests, and I've got 1 item in here as expected. So we'll do self.assert equal, and this is going to be the length of response JSON, and that's equal to 1 as well. Okay, and of course I could actually test the content that's in there and making sure that that's equal, but that's not really the point of this. It's actually to go down each URL here as we see fit. So the next one is going to be test. Actually, let's make a few more tweets on that note. I'm going to just add in 3 more because I do want to be able to delete some or retweet or any of those things. So this should technically be tweet with an ID of 4 then, because 3 are being created here, and then we've got a 4th one here. Okay, so now this final one should just be 3. Okay, so the next thing is the action. There's a number of actions that we will need to do. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this in. Test action like. So naturally we go into action, and we actually want to use some data. So client.post, and I'm going to go ahead and pass in some data here. And so the ID is 1, and then the action is like. Okay, so then that means that I need to actually do a lookup then. So after this runs, well, actually, let's go ahead and assert that it's equal there. And then I'll print out the response.json as well. And of course, you can leave those print statements in there if you want, but you shouldn't need to. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and run that. I get a failure. I have a 301 error here. So the 301 error, let's go ahead and just look at that. So Django REST Framework 301 error. And we've got a 301 moved permanently. Okay, so that is because I don't have a trailing slash here. So just make sure you append that trailing slash. The 301 error happened because Django is actually trying to redirect that URL. So let's go ahead and try that again. And this time it actually does add likes in here. And so in my data, there's actually a likes of 1. So now what I can say is data, or let's say like count, equals to response.json.get likes. And now I need to do self.assert equal like count is 1. Okay, so that's for that first ID of object, right? And I think overall we can assume that that is correct. Okay, so the next thing is I need to do 2 of them now for unlike, right? So we're going to go ahead and test unlike. The first one is I absolutely need to hit like, so I'll leave it just like that. And then after that, let's just change the ID to 2. And then after that, I need to run the same notion here, but just changing the action to unlike. And I can certainly, and I probably should, is actually test the response on each one, right? So it's testing the first one, and then it's testing the second one. And then finally, we should get the likes as 0. Okay, so let's delete this print statement. I'm not even going to look at the print statement. Now I'm just going to go ahead and run it again. And I get a none is not equal to 0. So that means that, hey, my response JSON from this, perhaps it's not sending back any data on that unlike. So let's go back into my view, right? So I actually have an error that perhaps I need to go fix. So let's go in that tweet action view. And sure enough, it's not actually sending back a response with anything. So perhaps I need to do the exact same thing I did with that like method here. So I'll go ahead and do that. So we save that. And now if I run it, I should get that 0 number in there. And sure enough, I have no errors. That's another reason to do tests, is once you start writing out these stories, if you will, you'll start to uncover things that are just like what I just saw. And of course, the last action is that retweet there. So with this one, it's not really any different than what we've already seen. So I'll go ahead and copy this. And we'll go ahead and say test action retweet. And yet again, we grab the action response. Okay. So I could guess what the ID is or the response is, but I'm pretty sure I can just go ahead and assume that it's actually 201, right? So retweet should actually be creating a new tweet. So here we go. We're just doing this retweet action. So we want to change the like to retweet, and then we run it again. And we get another error. It says 200 is not equal to 201. That's this error right here. Obviously, I could scroll up a little bit and it will show me exactly where this error is happening. Right, so the fail happened at test action retweet. And I'm not surprised here. And this is because perhaps I overlooked something on the retweet, which was, of course I did. This status code right here didn't actually accurately represent what was happening here, which was recreating or creating a new tweet, which is what the retweet does. So there we go. I fixed another error. And now when I run it, sure enough, it runs, and it runs successfully. So I might also want to check that the ID has been incremented or it's not equal to that, right? So like the view, I wanted to make sure that the new tweet is not equal to the original tweet's ID. So then what I can do is I can grab that response. So again, we'll say data equals to response.json, and then we'll just say new tweet ID equals to data.get ID, and then we'll just say self.assert not equal. And now what I'll do is say, well, this ID we just said 2, so I'm going to go ahead and say 2 and new tweet ID. So we go ahead and save that, run that, and sure enough, we should get no errors there. Another thing I could do is say current count equals to the actual count of the objects that we have after they're created. So let's go ahead and say self.current count equals to tweet.objects.all.count. So we can reference that current count here. And current count equals a self.current count. So after that, we'll do self.assert equal. And current count, and so the current count should give me the actual most recent ID. So current account +1, and then also that new tweet ID. There's a really good chance that this actual logic won't work, but the idea was after I created all these things, let's go ahead and just add that count into this test case class, and then re-reference that test case count right before I retweeted something, because retweet something should actually create a new one. So I'm going to go ahead and run that, and sure enough, I have no issues and no errors. So that's great. That's great that works. Okay, so back into my URLs. Now the next one is create, because I actually went through all of the actions. I have like, unlike, and retweet. The next one is create. That's super easy. This one's probably going to be test action, test, tweet, create API view. And so data equals to content. This is my test tweet. And then yet again, we're going to grab that client and go ahead and send a response. This time, of course, it's to create, and the data itself is that data. Okay, and so naturally, I need my response code again to be 201. In fact, I could probably use virtually the exact same data here because the creation here isn't going to be stored as it relates to this data itself. So I'll go ahead and do request data and then response data. Okay, so I'll explain why these two can work in basically the exact same fashion in just a moment. So the response data, new tweet ID should not be 2. Well, I actually don't need that anymore. All I need is to grab what that current count is, which I did not bring that in. In fact, I can just reference self for self.currentCount. We don't need to write too much code here. Okay, so self.currentCount, and then response data, new tweet ID. Cool. So I will run this, and I get no errors. Okay, so why is it that I actually created 2 new objects, but each one of these functions didn't actually update that test database? Well, really, if you actually want stuff in the database, you need to put it here in this setup. That's the only place that you can put it. Otherwise, the test methods will not care about it, which is cool and also maybe a little frustrating at the same time. But now that we've got that, let's go back into our URLs. Let's just check our detail view. This one is, well, this one's really simple. Again, I will get my client. You don't have to actually check to make sure that they're authenticated in this case. So I don't actually have to use the client to log in. But I'm going to do that because I don't want to spend too much time trying to build everything out for unauthenticated users at this point. But as you might see, this can start to get really tedious. You have to think of every possible thing that might happen in your tests. And so, yeah, it gets tedious. So next thing is, so we're going to just test tweet detail API view. Okay, and I don't actually need data this time. Instead, what we'll do is response equals to client.get, and we'll use an f string here. Actually, we won't use an f string. We'll just do API tweets and 1. And then I'll just do self.assert equal and response status code, and that's equal to 200. And then the data is response.json, and then the ID equals to, we'll do underscore ID equals to data.get ID, and we'll just do self.assert equal and the ID and the 1. There we go. So we go ahead and run this, and sure enough, we get that. Cool. So those now work. So the final URL we need is this delete view here. This one actually might make sense to do a couple of them. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the detail view. Let's spell detail correctly. The detail view is almost identical to the delete view. It's just the method's slightly different. So there's a couple things here. First of all, I'm going to go ahead and do the delete method to that URL. And so this should actually give me a delete call as well, and the response that I gave back for that delete method, let's just verify what I did, was 200. Okay, good. So we've got that delete view. So this should actually be able to delete that. I'm going to get rid of this. And then what if I run it again, the exact same thing, what I should get is a 404 error. Okay, so that would go off of the ones that were already created here. So the next thing is I'm actually going to make another user up here and say user B, and I'll say CFE2 and some password 2. So user B then will also create a new object here. So I'm going to have to increment my tweets Well, actually, I don't need to increment my tweets. I just need to create a new user here. And that should have an ID of 3 because it's the third one. So then that means that in my test case for delete, test delete API view, I'm going to go ahead and grab the third one with that other user, right? So this should actually give me a permissions error of, I think, either 401 or 403. So this is going to be the response incorrect owner. Okay, so let's give this a shot and hit run. This is maybe logically the most complicated one I have so far. The incorrect owner was actually 401. I was just remembering it incorrectly as far as what authentication needs to be. So go ahead and do that again, and we'll leave it in as 401. You know, I could change it to being like it's in some sort of range, but this actually works for me. Okay, so a lot of stuff that you can do with these test cases. There's definitely more places that you could consider using this as well. But the idea now that we should understand is I can actually run through my entire tweet API URLs and whatnot just by running those tests. And that allows for just a little bit more confidence in building a more robust front end, even if I just broke all of these things. Because now if I actually change something and change this to, let's say, like actions and saved it, and then went to go run my tests, right off the bat, I will see a good number of errors in here, right? 8 tests, first one is failed. And it's showing me, hey, 404 is not equal to 200 in this one. And then I go up a little bit more, test action, retweet, 404 is not equal to this one. Of course, 404 means it's not found. So that would also then allow me to go and look at what I changed to make sure that, oh yeah, I actually have the correct tests. So then I run it again, and you know, lo and behold, I actually have a way to find all of this stuff. And this becomes more important as you start to build Django as a REST API service that relies on a completely separate technology to actually run, which we've already been doing. We've already been using JavaScript for that, but this is just on a whole nother level that it's going to rely on a separate technology. So if you have any questions on tests and if you want to see more things related to this, please let me know in the comments. I personally find tests really easy to do. I don't think they're beyond what we did here are super complicated. You can start to write more complicated tests. And if you ever need to have more than one test case class, you totally can. And you can also create other modules with tests as long as it starts with test, at least test like underscore. So if I wanted to duplicate this or just rename it and went tests ABC, so test ABC will still run, right? So it's going to give me it's going to run 8 tests, and it did run. So you can have multiple tests just like that. But I'm going to leave it in, of course, as just simply tests. Cool. So we'll see you in the next one. So now what we're going to do is download and install Node.js if you don't already have it. Now, if you do already have it, go ahead and skip to the next part. But for the rest of us, let's go to nodejs.org and click this download link. And once it downloads, you'll see it in your download folder, something like this. And this should also work on Windows as well. So nodejs.org is a very fast and easy way to work across any platform you're working on. Now, of course, if you are using Mac, you can probably use Homebrew. That's okay. But in general, you want to make sure that you can run these 3 commands. So npm, npx, and nvm. npm is the node package manager. npx is a node package executor. I believe that's what it stands for. And then nvm is the node version manager. So npx is the main one that we need to use for creating the React app. And then npm is for installing other pieces in that React app we might need, much like pip. So if you're familiar with Python, npm and pip are very similar. And of course, these things can get sort of complicated. So The main thing here is we just need to know that we can do this, and that's why we're going to go ahead and install it. So let's go ahead and open up that package that I downloaded, this package right here. Every once in a while, depending on what system you're on, you might see something like this. Now, Node.js is a secure package. This one's okay to download. But Apple added some additional rules to their packages being opened on their system that we just need to circumvent, or not exactly circumvent, but just allow this to be downloaded. So click on the Apple icon in the top left corner, hit on System Preferences, and then go ahead and click. You're going to want to look for Security and Privacy. And what you'll see in here is going into General, you'll see that it blocked this app, right? So you can allow apps to be downloaded from the App Store and identified developers. So that's why it's not allowing this. Node.js, the organization, just isn't identified by Apple just yet. So I'm going to go ahead and open this anyway, and I'll hit open regardless of all those warnings. Let's see, open anyway. And there we go. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and install Node, and these are the couple things that it's going to install. Notice that npm is in there, and also Node.js is in there. So go ahead and hit continue, agree, install. Type in your admin password, and it's going to go ahead and run the installation. And what it should also do is add these to our terminal, right? So it should be in our path. If it's not, we will check it out in just a second. So I'm going to open up a new terminal and type out npm. In this case, it is nvm. I actually don't have the Node version manager. That's okay. That's something you can use Homebrew for. We don't need the Node version manager, but it might be something you look into to update to different versions of Node.js or use different versions of Node.js. But npm is in there, and also npx. That's great. Okay, so now I can come back and run each one of those commands again by doing npm -version and npx create-react-app. And now I have a way to run both of those things. If you're on Windows, you would have done all of this same stuff in PowerShell, and you would have seen these same results. npm is cross-platform, and it should have worked just fine. So now we're going to go ahead and create our React.js application. So if you go to reactjs.org and hit Getting Started or Get Started, and then on the right-hand side, create a new React app. This is actually what we're going to be going through, just a little bit of a modified and more concise version of that. So if we look at this React Notes markdown file that I have in the repo, you can see the options that you can use to actually create your React application. Now, React doesn't have to be super complicated, and using the command of npx create react app makes things a lot less complicated if you have the right versions. So I actually did not have the right versions, even though I just installed Node.js. I just did a fresh install of it, and I still did not have the right version of React create react app. So what we want to do is actually show you these various options just in this page, and you can use it as reference going forward. There is one for Yarn. I just don't have Yarn installed, so I'm not going to cover that one. But these three options are viable options. The first one, of course, was that npx create-react-app, and then whatever your app name is. So in my case, I'm going to go ahead and call it tweetme2-web. And I'm calling it -web because it's the web interface for the tweetme2 project. And in this case, so much more about this project is about the backend. And that's one of the reasons I'm keeping it in the Django project. The other reason is I need to have this all in one place, so it's nice and easy for you guys to reference it in the future. So if it's your own project, you might have your React application and your Django application in completely separate directories, and that's completely okay. Just keep it in mind that having it in the actual directory itself, you're going to want to update your gitignore file to ignore the various components like the node modules that you just don't need in there. So I'm just going to go ahead and add that really quickly right now. So node modules, and save that. Okay, so while that's running, I'm also going to take a look at the React init function. So yet another way to do this, and I'll just go ahead and say tweet me delete and hit enter. So that is also going to create another React application. Now, we'll know that it's a successful creation of the React app if it actually creates some scaffolding for us, some things for our actual project. So if you look at the tweetme2-web, what we see is an SRC file in here, a public file in here, or a directory in here. And if those things are not in there, then it actually did it incorrectly. I also have a getignore file in here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that getignore file and add it to my Django one as well. So I definitely want to make sure that my Django one doesn't have all of the getignore things that I should ignore that React.js has mentioned. So I don't actually need that file any longer. So I'm going to go ahead and delete it, move that to trash. But basically, if npm or npx rather, actually if either one of those commands or any of these commands don't work, the don't work means that they wouldn't have these two directories in here. They probably won't have a README file either. And they won't finalize with, hey, cd into this and run npm start. Instead, all it will have is a package.json file, which this is how you could do it. So if I copied this whole thing here and brought it into my notes, pasted that in, and ran maybe something with like your-app-name, and then you ran npm-init, or install rather, on the same place that that package.json file is, it's going to install all of those dependencies, and you'll still be able to create a React application. It just won't already have the SRC file folder or the public folder in it. And the npm one is taking a while, so I'm actually going to cancel that one out. I really just don't need it, but I just wanted to show you there is another way to do this. So I'm going to remove that one. So rm-rf tweetme-delete. Okay, cool. So now that we have our interface, let's go ahead and take a look at it. Okay, so now inside of our project, we're going to go ahead and run our Django server again. Of course, my virtual environment is actually activated in both of these terminal windows. It doesn't need to be activated in our React app, but make sure you navigate there as well and just do npm run start or simply npm start. So those methods, if you're not familiar, are just in package.json inside of scripts. That's where you can actually run all of them. So start is the one we just did. You can also do build and test. Eject, I do not recommend that you run that one. So it's actually probably a good idea to just comment that out so we don't accidentally run that here or just delete it altogether. Okay, so now that we've got that, I'm going to jump in to my React app, and what do I see? Here it is. It's actually running and loading and looking pretty good. So if you've worked with React before, you're going to actually be surprised to see how app.js looks now. So app.js has changed into being a functional component. It used to be a class component that extended from the component class. So just a refresher, if you see older versions of React, they still work, but they're just a little bit different. So I'll just call this app C, and it extends component, and then it would render, and then it would return this exact same thing. And then there was all kinds of what's called lifecycle methods in here that you could add to this component. We're not going to use any of that. We're going to be doing all functional components. I think they're a lot easier to understand and a lot easier to implement and build on top of, among other reasons as to why React brought it out. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's just take a look at the first hook that we're going to use. It's called use effect. So what use effect is going to allow us to do is run our HTTP request. So actually do a lookup on our server, like on the back end. And before I actually implement this, I'm also going to do another one called use state. These two you're going to use all of the time. So the state being like we would set it this way. So the first argument inside of this array is the actual variable that you're going to want to use for the state. So I'm going to call it tweets, and then we'll call set tweets. And it use state, and it's just an empty array. So with this, I can actually now use these inside of my component down here with those curly brackets. So I can do something like tweets.map, and then this would be the actual tweet and the index and then we can return those items here. So we could return some sort of sub item like tweet.content. We will see that in action hopefully very soon. So that's how we actually use this state. So I can show you an example of this by saying content, or rather putting an object in here, say content and equals to 1, 2, 3, and just save that. And now when we take a look, we see that 1, 2, 3 actually renders up there from that array of items. Now, of course, that is not how we want to get our tweets. We want to get them from the back end, and that, again, is why I'm using useEffect here. And in this, it takes in a method, so I can say const handle lookup, or rather, instead of handle lookup, we'll do perform lookup, as in a backend lookup, and then it's going to be a function just like that. So I can also type this in the exact same way, is perform lookup. That is, those two are the equal. This is just a shortcut way to write a function, and it's seen all the time. Okay, so I can pass that in here, and then I can also pass in any dependencies to that lookup itself. Okay, so oftentimes you're not going to see it written this way. Instead, what you'll see is something more like that. You're going to see useEffect being done in this way versus the perform lookup way. So we'll leave it in as useEffect like this. And this is where I want to actually do my lookup. And then we'll do set tweets. And this is going to be some sort of array of tweets. So let's just, again, use an example and say tweets, tweet items equals to some array here. And we'll do content 1, 2, 3. And then another one saying content hello world. And then we can set tweets here. We save that. And what do you know? We've got our 2 items in here, and they're actually rendering out as you might expect. Now, one of the things about this is I realize I just breezed through this, but this is how we're going to be using functional components. We're going to be doing this a lot. So even if this part wasn't super comfortable, that's the gist of it. And the main reason for this is actually how we render this out. Notice that we didn't have to find a document element like by class or by ID and then replace that HTML. Instead, it renders in a way that's very similar to Django or Flask Django's templates. It's very familiar in my opinion. So again, we'll go through and get a lot more familiar with this. So let's keep going. Now, we actually already have a way to do our tweets lookup, to actually get these tweet items. We already wrote it. So inside of our templates here, inside of pages and home.html, we already have a place for doing the tweets lookup. So let's go ahead and find that, and it's load tweets here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this entire function, and I'm going to bring it into app.js, paste it in there, and I'm gonna close or minimize the terminal here, and also minimize the side. Okay, so we've got load tweets in here. This is just an XML HTTP request. It's going to some URL, and it's then going to look up things and then finally handle this last piece. So what I really want to have happen is inside of onload, I want to have a callback that I call, or some sort of return function that I can call with xhr.response and xhr.status. You might reverse those, but essentially I now have a function that I can run a callback from. So inside of my useEffect method, what I can do now is use this load tweets and add in a callback to handle that. And if you remember back, we can say const my callback equals to something like this, and then it would be response and status. Those are the 2 items that I'm sending back. You could do it inside of the functional component or in the useEffect method itself, and that's actually where we'll do it. So my callback is called then inside of there, and so this item or these items in here would actually be set right there, right? And the tweet items themselves are actually just the response, right? So that actually sends back an array, if I remember correctly. And so now we've just converted what we had before as our text, which was adding, these few items here, and then basically eliminating these few items to then be replaced by a few less items, or, well, you could maybe argue the same amount of items. I don't know. But the main thing is actually rendering it out is a lot less. So it's already a way more concise of an application. So if I save this and reload in here, naturally I get something that, it can't read property map of null. And that's because we're not actually checking the status. So we'll say if status equals to 200, then we'll go ahead and set these tweets. I'm expecting 200 because that's the HTTP method one would expect when you're actually doing a lookup like this. So I refresh, and yet again, I'm getting a property of null, a property map of null. So that then begs the question, well, I'm getting a 200 status back. Why is the response null? Well, it's actually not really that complicated. It has to do with how we set up the URL here. This URL does not take into effect that, well, let's take a look at the terminal. We've got a server running on this URL, and then our React.js is running on this one. They are the local host. They still can sort of communicate with each other, but I have the incorrect URL. I mean, at the very least, in that last portion that was all Django related, we did at least change it to API, but we also need to make sure that we're accounting for our base URL as well. So this is actually the URL lookup that we need, right? So after we do that, we now get an error. So it's not attempting to set anything because I'm getting an error on that request. And if you think about it, this callback should be called on somewhere else, and that's xhr.onError. I do also want to have that function in here as well, doing the callback and saying the response. Maybe we give a message in here and saying the request was an error, and give a status of like 400 or something along those lines. I can actually console log what that E is as well. But this allows me to do the callback both times with some sort of error that's actually rendering out. And if you notice on here, we see that I've got a number of errors from Django as well, including the HTTP host header. We're not going to cover that just yet. We will cover it, don't worry. But if I refresh in here now, I see that I am getting this progress event. So on error seems to be showing up. And then if I go into the actual response callback inside of my useEffect method, I can console log that and see that I should see that status in there. And sure enough, I do. So now my actual lookup for my load tweets is definitely a little bit better than it was. At least showing me that, hey, there's an error here. So, I can also say else alert, there was an error. And now it's actually going to alert that there was an error with this. Okay, so there's a couple things I need to do back in Django related to these problems. Number one is this core stuff. And then number two is the allowed hosts. I'm getting this allowed host HTTP header issue happening as well. We left off with two very simple things that we need to fix. One is adding in local host, not just from app.js, but also inside of our settings.py for the main project into our allowed hosts. This one is super easy. So that's cool. And then the next one is our cores headers. So I need to do pip env install django-cores-headers. And while that runs, I'm going to look at the documentation. A quick Google search for this will find this for you too. There's a couple things that I need to do as well, which is update my installed apps and my middleware. So the middleware is critical because it needs to be able to intercept these cross-origin requests, like our React app talking to our Django backend. But I can actually limit to what they can access using cores headers. So I'll show you what I mean by that right now. So inside of settings, we'll go into our installed apps and add in course headers. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste this middleware here as well, right above the common middleware. And then now the configuration related to cores. The first thing is cores origin allow all. Now I'm going to allow all by default. I'm going to put it right above this default renderer class, and I'm going to go ahead and say true, which this means that any website has access to my API. And when I say my API, that means the actual URLs that I want to allow in here. So using course headers URL regex is a regular expression that I'm going to say any URL that matches this regular expression, allow them to access this resource. So in my case, naturally, this makes a lot more sense to have this API tweets here, right? So this will allow, these two settings will allow any app from any website to actually access the API itself. So the other part of this is you can do, a regular expression whitelist as in an actual URL that's requesting it. So a specific URL instead of all of them, or you can write a list of them as well. But notice you have to write HTTPS and HTTP if you end up going that direction. You definitely need both versions if you want to allow for both versions. Okay, so now I've got this. I'm going to go ahead and run my server and my React application again. So manage.py, run server, and then React app, npm start. And the cores doesn't have any migrations needed. That's why I didn't run migrations or migrate right here, just like the REST framework didn't either. Okay, so now that we've got that, notice that I actually have my tweets being rendered out. I do have an error on them, which we'll explain later, but now I've got all of my tweets there. Pretty cool. I mean, obviously it's not the style I want it to be in, but they are rendering, so that's nice. So the last part probably didn't hook you really, because it's not really that interesting and it didn't really save that much time. This is where I think it will, and this is what I hope to come across as being the most important part of using React, is how to actually render your own custom functional component. That is, changing all of these tweets into something that's a little bit better designed. So what I'm going to do is right above app, I'm going to go ahead and declare another function. I'm going to call this tweet, and it's going to take in props, and then it's going to return something. So I'm going to return div, and we'll say class name. So you have to use class name inside of HTTP divs instead of class. Not to worry, React will warn you, and so will VS Code. So in here, this is our class name, and I can declare whatever I want. So in the case of the Django REST, in Bootstrap, I did something like this, and then call a medium, 6, something like that. And then I would actually come in here and give my p tag, and this is like, what was it? It was tweet.content, something along those lines. So then I would do const curly brackets tweet equals to props. Okay, so this is now the tweet element itself, and I can come down into this map here, and instead of returning a list element, I can return this tweet element and literally close it off, and then just say tweet equals to, well, let's just go ahead and say item instead of tweet here, and tweet equals to tweet. And then you also need to add something like key equals to index. That's something that React will bug you about as well. I'll leave it out for just a moment to show you what I mean. But now we've got a new way to render out our tweets. Let's go ahead and make sure our project is running with npm start. And if we look at our tweets here, they are now going to be reformatted altogether, right? That doesn't seem like it's much yet because of how it's done. But now I can just change just general things about this if I'd like. So I can pass a different class. So if I want a different class name or the default class name, I can pass that in right here. So what that would do is allow me to say, hey, let's pass in the classes directly on that element. Or I can get really creative with it and say const class name equals to props.classname If it exists, then we do props.className. Otherwise, I can set a default like column 10 mx auto and column md6. And then now my class name's even more dynamic. And of course, this will make a lot more sense when I actually have Bootstrap in there. But what other elements of the tweet did we have? So I think I had tweet.id. So let's go ahead and do that. So tweet.id. And there's my tweet.id. Notice that it's now rendering out the ones that were missing. So that's cool. And how quick that was. I can also go one step further and move this into a completely separate component. So it's just very narrow as to the use case of what this is. So on this same note, let's go into public, into index.html. I'm going to go ahead and add in the Bootstrap HTML or the Bootstrap CSS from my home.html. I'm just going to grab this real quick, copy it, not cut it. Copy that and bring it into here, right above my React app title. And now that I've got that, it does change these elements a little bit, but again, kind of hard to tell. So let's go ahead and add in on the tweet itself. We'll say class name equals to margin my5 or py5, and we'll do border and bg white, so background white. Save that, and whoa, and then we can do text black, or rather text dark, I think it is. And there we go. So now our tweets are even more formatted to fitting just generally how we set it just now. And it's done very, very quickly and also very easily. And now I can re-render this anywhere. And it's only just a few lines of code, right? So I can do all sorts of amazing things with this. And what props does is you can add in various things on the element itself, like tweet, like class name, and then it is actually passed down into the function itself, so you can then recall them. And that includes objects like the tweet object itself. And so I did mention that there was one error that will constantly nag you. There's all sorts of errors that's going to nag you. One of them being P cannot be a descendant of P. The other one being a list should have a unique key property. So P should not be a descendant of P. Well, I think I already know what that is, and that's this one right here. So we'll go ahead and say div and div. Close that off. And then whenever you map something like this is through an iteration, you want to make sure that it has a key element on here. So we do key, and then in this case, I'm going to use this cool string substitution. So $ curly brackets index dash, and then I'll do tweet.id, or I think I called it item actually. So item.id, and now it actually has, well, it's logging out all those items, and if I inspect the element here, I can actually see the divs as well, right? Without that key doesn't actually show up inside of the React and how it's mapping through things, which is also pretty cool. So that is, I think, to me, one of the biggest selling points of using React.js, and this functional component. It's just so easy, and even if you don't understand some of this logic, I mean, it just totally is clean and something that I think that's very approachable for using React.js throughout your projects. Now, I mean, if we compare this to what we had before in home.html, I mean, we had all of this stuff. I mean, I see that there's like button, unlike, and tweet button, and of course we're going to get there. But the idea of stringing together things like this is just so cumbersome. Instead, we use these functional components, and of course, when I use tweet, I can use a functional component in here. It's not any different. So now looking back at home.html, we see that we have the like button, we have the unlike button, we have the retweet button, and they're pretty much the same. They do change a little bit, but overall they're the same. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this function and bring it into app.js right above my tweet here. I'll keep it in as like button, just change tweet to props, and then we'll do const, and this is going to be tweet. We'll set that equal to props. And then now what I'll do is pass the like button down here. I'm going to put it under this p tag here. I'll say class name equals to btn and btn group. And then we close that off and we put in the like button. Close that. And then we'll just go ahead and say tweet equals to tweet. Okay. And what we should see is it rendered out. Well, we actually don't see it rendered out. Instead, we see the string being rendered out. And it actually does replace the items that it needs to. So naturally, I don't want the string rendered out. I want the HTML element to show. So I need to change how this is done. And, well, it's pretty simple. We just close out some of these things. I'm going to get rid of this onClick method. I don't need that any longer. And then all of the string elements I can get rid of. And just put curly brackets around what's relevant. Okay, and just like we did in the tweet, I might want to have a class name in here and a default. Because, you know, we often like to use those things. And then I'll keep class in there to show you the error that you'll see. So class equals to that class name. Let's go ahead and look at it. Sure enough, it's rendering out. If we look at the JavaScript console, I see that I have an error here. It says invalid DOM property class. Did you mean class name? So yes, CSS, you need to add in class name here. And then that error goes away. I am still console logging all the tweets, so let's go ahead and get rid of that response that's in there. Okay, cool. So now I have a simple way to do tweets, right? Or show like buttons and tweets. But of course, there's one more step that I can go here, and that is calling this something like an action button. And instead of being, well, we can leave the tweet itself in here, and we can also add in what the actual action is. Okay, so to do this, I'm going to go ahead and say action equals to, well, like. Or maybe let's say type is like. And we'll just leave it like that. Change this to be an action button. And then we need to use actually 2 curly brackets here because we're passing in an argument here. Okay, so when you pass an object like that, you could either set the object up here and say action like that and then pass it in that way, or we could just pass in like 2 curly brackets and then the actual object itself. Okay, so then now what I can do is give from this action, I can say action.type equals to like, then we render out that. Otherwise, I'll just go ahead and say null for now. And that's another quick and easy way to do this. Right? So if I had another action button with that tweet, and I can say type equals to unlike, well, it doesn't render out any of those unlike items. Okay, so we're starting to get a little bit more complicated of a method here. Now, of course, what I don't have yet is a way to actually handle what this action is. So before I really build out this action button here, what I want to do is move all of my functional components that are related to tweets into its own module. So inside of SRC, of course, in my React project, I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder here and call it tweets. This is going to be the name of the module. And to make it a module, we use index.js. And then I'm going to make a new file called components.js. This is often how you will see these components written, or any module written out. It'll have something called components.js. And in here, we're going to go ahead and import React from React. And then I'll go ahead and cut out a lot of these components here. So these two right here, let's go ahead and cut these out, put them into components.js. And then we also want to export them. So when I can export them, that means that I can import them into my index. So we're going to go ahead and import the action btn and the tweet from components. And then we're going to export them out. Okay, and now in app.js, I'm going to go ahead and import those. So we'll do import. And in this case, I'll probably only need to import my tweet from .tweets. Cool. And what I'm actually doing in here, this block right here, is actually another component in of itself. So I can go ahead and say function tweets list, take in props, and it's actually going to be this entire thing here. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this out, paste this here, and then what I'll return is this div or this element right here. So let's go ahead and cut that. And this returns tweets.map, just like that. And then so now tweets list comes down here into our app component itself. And since we're using this load tweets here, I'm going to go ahead and cut this entire block out and move that into my components as well. I'm going to put it at the very top. And now I'm going to go ahead and export this tweets list and import it, export it again, and then in app.js, I no longer need to import the tweet, but rather just the tweet list. Okay, and notice it's giving me an error that these two elements are not defined, or these two hooks are not defined, and that's because I didn't actually import them. And so I need to import them as well. And there we go. So we've got them saved here. Let's save this app.js. And now it's rendered out the exact same way. But now I can actually start to make it a little bit cleaner of an application. So if I need to update my tweets application, I can click on this element and hit go to definition. So that's also a really nice thing that VS Code has that will find where I defined that actual method. Which also means that my load tweets probably shouldn't be in here either. So I'm going to make another src folder in here, and we'll call it a new folder, and I'll just say lookup, and a new index file here to make it a module. And then finally, I'm going to call this one my lookup.js. And this one, I'm just going to call it load tweets for now. So I'll go ahead and cut that out here and bring it into lookup.js. Again, we want to export this function. There's a really good reason as to why I'm changing the location for this that we'll get into later. I want to import this from .lookup, and then we're going to export those load tweets. And now inside of my tweets component, I need to get that. So I'll go ahead and do import load tweets from, and then we do // and lookup. So these two dots will go up a level and look up for that component called lookup. And naturally, I kind of violated my rule here, so let's go ahead and rename this. Instead of being lookup, we're going to call it components. And notice it gives me this. And I want to automatically update these imports. I pretty much usually always want to do that. But if you don't want to do that yet, you can just go ahead and say yes this one time. And what that means is then in index.js, that has been changed. Component is now component. And my entire app should still work, right? So index.js here. Let's go ahead and make sure. I'm getting an error on lookup.js, so let's just rerun that server here, the development server for React.js, and we're still getting an error that it cannot resolve lookup. So let's go back into our index. Let's save this and into our components. This is obviously the error, or nope, that's not the error either. It's giving me the error in index right here. Let's make sure that's saved. And there we go. Okay, so it's still the same. It's just now broken apart just a little bit better so that app.js can still remain, very, very narrow in its scope. All right, so let's go ahead and improve this a little bit further. And what I'm going to say is I'm going to add something in here called display, and I'll go likes, and then display and unlike, doesn't make, I mean, I'm not counting unlikes, so I'm going to go ahead and just leave it in as unlike. And then finally, the last action would be retweet, and then of course the display being retweet. So adding that display into the action property, I can actually go ahead and now do something like const display equals to, well, if the action.type equals to like, then perhaps my display should be this. Right, so perhaps then I should actually display my likes, or better yet, use action.display. Otherwise, we'll just use action.display. Okay, so now that I've got this display here, I'm going to go ahead and use it on the button. And this also means that my action type no longer needs to be inside of this button. Right, I just need to make sure that I have a display here. So if I don't have a display, so if action display doesn't exist, what I'll just do is say const action display equals to action.display equals to the action.display. Otherwise, we'll just say something like action. And now, coming back in here, we go just like that. And yet another sort of dynamic way to ensure that I have the action there or that display. So like if I left out display on retweet, it would just say action, but it's still the type of retweet. Right, so I probably should do the exact same thing with action, but realistically I'm not using action just yet. But now that I've got this action button here, I can also make a callback method inside of this function. So the callback method, again, const, we'll just go ahead and say handle click, put it equal to the event, and then using a fat arrow, we could do event.prevent default. And then if the action is of some kind, I could change things, right? So if action.like equals, or rather if action.type equals to like, then I'll just go ahead and console log tweets.likes plus 1, or tweet.likes plus 1. Okay, so this handle click, we just go on click equals to the handle click method there. We save that, so what we should get is an incremented like count if I'm clicking that. And notice it's just doing 1, even though I've clicked it many, many times. So I now have a way to actually handle this click. And I realize that some of this logic is like, oh, well, heck, that is kind of strange. But the nice thing about it is now I have a way to actually display things a little bit better. So obviously I can also choose how I change this display method as well. So I could come in here and do something like this and say let likes equal to action, or rather not like action, but tweet.likes. I'm going to show you the wrong way to do it first. That's what I'm doing here. And then down here we'll render out what those likes are. And then I would just say likes equals to tweet.likes plus 1. Okay, so we save that and we refresh. I hit likes and that number is not changing. And this is because I'm not actually handling state correctly. So another reason to use functional components or React altogether is to do stuff like this, where it's changing the actual state. It's changing how things are displayed. So let's give that a shot. If you know pure JavaScript, you know that this should in theory work, but that's not how React handles state changes. So state changes we've already seen in this series, and that is the tweets themselves. Right, so I want to actually dive into that use state hook just a little bit more. And what I will do is move this likes up here, and I'm going to get rid of it inside of this handle click method. And instead of just tweet.likes, I'm going to go ahead and also say tweet.likes or 0. So meaning that if the tweet doesn't have any likes on it, like if it's not defined at all, I'll at least have 0. And then I'm going to change this into a constant. and we'll go ahead and add in some brackets around it, and then we'll go ahead and say set likes, as in update likes, and then we'll use state for those likes. And then now inside of this handle click method, I can actually change that from a console log to just set likes. And what that's going to do is just render out the new like as it is. And, really, it doesn't actually matter what action type this is, right? It will re-render the component if it's clicked and the action type is like. But if it's not like, it doesn't matter. It's not going to actually increment or change at all. So if we see that, let's go ahead and save it and go ahead and click on any of these like buttons. And sure enough, if I click on it, it shows me that I like it, right? So this is also like, okay, well, if I click on it again, should I unlike it? And the answer is probably yes. So realistically, we probably wouldn't have two buttons there. But for now, we now understand better about what this useState hook is all about. It's about changing how this component works based off of a very small element, right? So the small element being that, hey, I clicked this. But of course, I could do this in other places as well, right? It doesn't actually have to be, hey, I clicked this. Or, see, this is the other part that I could set, is say just clicked and set just clicked. And then we'll do set use state false. So by default, we'll say that it's false. And then down here, I'll say if just clicked equals to true. Then we'll do the opposite of that, right? Realistically, I could always do the opposite of that. But if I said if it just clicked is equal to true, then here, perhaps I unlike it, right? So what will actually happen is otherwise we set it equal to true. And when I set it equal to true, I'm going to set my likes to being +1. Okay, so if I just clicked, then I'm going to go ahead and grab my current likes, not the tweet likes, but the current likes, to subtract 1. So we save that, refresh in here, I hit likes. Look at that. It's now allowing me to toggle between those two actions, even though the action type is like, right? So I don't need that action type of unlike any longer unless I have some sort of default state that I need to add, right? So just click, or this is not really just clicked, it's more like user like, and just set user like, right? So if the user likes it, then I want to decrease whatever those likes are. And then, of course, I want to set whether or not that user is liked, and so on. Right? So the likes, the default likes, this hopefully all of this still should make some sense here. I could probably even go off of the default likes in both places, just incrementing or decrementing them. Right? And really, these are also saying the same thing. So when I like something, it should increment it by 1. If I don't like it, then it should bring it back down, right? So let's go ahead and try that again. Now, if I refresh in here, it's still working. And if I wanted to say, hey, the user like, well, how would I set that state? Well, tweet.userLike, tweet.userLike, or more specifically, if the user liked this or did like this, I set true or false. Really, that's the initial state. And of course, I'll need to update things and all that. But really, I'm starting to now make this a lot more of a dynamic action button. And now we also should understand a lot more about setting our state. And it's usually with some sort of click element or a submission, like a button submission, or like, if you're typing like a form of some kind, that might also be another way to handle this state itself. All right, let's stick on this interface train and let's create a actual full-on component that will hold our tweets and the ability to add new tweets, as in a form to do so. So I'm going to go ahead and say export function, and we'll call this the tweets component. Okay, and again, it takes in props. And so the first thing that I want to do here is render out just a form. So let's go ahead and do return, and we'll say form. And this form is going to be similar to what we've seen before. So text area, and the class name being form-control. And then a button for tweeting. So button type equals to submit, and class name equals to btn and btn primary, and I'll add a margin in here of 3, so my3, and I'll go ahead and call it a tweet now. Okay, so we now have a form here, and now I can do on submit, and well, this is going to be sent to a method in here called const handle submit, and it takes in an event using the fat arrow method here. We'll do event.prevent default, and I'll go ahead and give this a name as tweet. So we'll go ahead and console log event dot, or well, let's just console log the event, handle submit, save this here. Okay, tweets component. I'm actually going to add one more aspect to this, and we'll say div class name equals to, let's say props dot class name. Use those curly brackets around it. And there we go. We now have this form here. And then div class name, column, let's say 12. I'll just leave it in as that. All right, so underneath this, I'll go ahead and do a margin bottom of 3. And now I'm going to go ahead and render out the tweets list here. Okay, and this component, we will bring it into our index. So tweets component. And now in app.js, instead of tweets list, we'll use the tweets component. Probably no surprise there. Let's of course make sure you save that, and then come in here and we see our synthetic event. Mostly this is showing us that, hey, it wasn't actually submitted. So going back into that component, let's actually grab that value that's coming through. So in text area, I'm going to go ahead and add required, and you can set it equal to true, just like that. And to get this text area, we use another method in React called a reference, or a ref. So I'll go ahead and do const, and I'll say text area ref equals to react.createRef, and then I'll just add ref as another property to the text area, and then that way I can console log text area ref.current.value, and that will give me this current reference for that text area's value. And then I can also do something like text area.current.clear. That should actually clear out what that value is. I believe we can check right now. I type in something random. Yeah, so clear didn't work, but the randomness did. Actually, I think we can say value equals to something different. And there we go. So yeah, I can say hello world, and we hit tweet, and I removed it, but yes, hello world is still there. So I'd actually be able to do something with that current value. So I'll just go ahead and say const new value equals to that. And then there we go. So the new value then would have to mean that I need to, kind of update my tweet list. I need to actually send in a new tweet list element there. So that's something we'll still have to do. But what we covered here was another aspect of something you would likely do is creating a new component like a form and using an old component. And it's just this easy. So I now know with confidence that this will render out as it always has. unless there's something wrong with my server, which is a whole nother issue. It would be an issue regardless of React.js. But now I can actually render out this form in here as well. And of course, you might be like, well, can I break out the form and just have that outside of this component? And the answer is yes. I mean, it's almost unlimited to how you can accomplish all sorts of things. I'm not going to get too nuts with, nesting all of these different components and stuff, but instead I just want it to be mostly functional. So the next one, we actually have to handle inserting this into a child component, which is this one right here. All right, so what we want to do is pass from our parent component down to our child component, or this tweet list right here. So I want to actually pass a new value of tweets down to it, and this will be initially not using the server, and then obviously in the long run, it will actually be using the server. So I want to actually update my tweets list right now to having different state variable names, so it makes sense a little bit more later. So instead of tweets, I'm going to use tweets init and set tweets init, and then just change wherever I actually called tweets, which was just here, and then set tweets init right there. Okay, so that will become a lot more clear in just a moment as to why I did that. So the next part is actually creating a state component inside of my parent component, which is the tweets component. So we'll go ahead and say const, and this is going to be new tweets and set new tweets. And we'll use state of an empty array. Okay, so to create our new array, I'm actually going to bring it right in here, and we'll go ahead and say let new, well, actually, let's call this temporary new, or temp new tweets. And I'm going to go into these brackets, ... and new tweets. Now, if you're not familiar, all I did here was copy this tweet list. That's a way to do it. And then I'm going to go ahead and do temp new tweets dot push, and the content is going to be that value there. And then you can say something like likes being 0, ID being some random ID. Now push will actually send this element into my list here. And so that means that this temporary list, I can say set new tweets. I can now set the state, right? So I'm working in a temporary list, so then, or a temporary array, so then I can actually set the new array based off of that new state, because it's changing every single time, and I don't want to have to mess with things too much. This is a way to change that state in a very simple and easy way. Now push actually sends it to the end of the list, or the end of the array, so I actually want to use unshift instead to put it at the very beginning, right? So we want the newest tweets on top. So now that I've got this, I could console log all of that, of course, or I could pass it down into my element here of new tweets. And with that, I can do console log and then props.new tweets. Okay, so I can actually see what those elements are by logging it out. So I'm going to go ahead and say hello world, exclamation mark, and hit tweet. And it will actually log out what I said. Pretty cool. But notice it's not actually updating the component itself. It's not resetting this, right? So let's try something and just say set tweets init with this prop. In fact, I want to concatenate it. So I'm going to just do a new list here and then do .concat with the initial tweets. Okay, let's try this out. And boom, I get an infinite loop. So that's actually not surprising, right? Hopefully it's not surprising, because what I'm doing is I'm setting the initial tweets right after I hit use state. It's just setting it over and over and over again. And you might actually have to clear out the React app because it might just stay running, which is what we want to avoid. So I'm going to just rerun it. And then now that infinite loop is really bad, right? So to avoid the infinite loop, we can actually use this use effect. It's a lot, it's the reason why we used the load tweets section in here as well, is to actually grab the tweets from the backend and only do it just the one time. and we only set the tweets just the one time because the status and all that. So I want to do something very similar by use effect, and we can pass in the fat arrow function and the dependency array. That's what that's called. The dependency array being what is this use effect dependent on, right? So up here, I actually didn't have anything that was dependent on. Sure, I had methods that I called, but I didn't actually use the tweets, the initial tweets that were in there. So what that means is I actually want to use these initial tweets because I still want to accomplish essentially this, right? So let's go ahead and pass in those initial tweets. But I actually now run into a new problem. Actually, so just not just the initial tweets, but also the prop tweets. I still have that same problem. It's still going to run this in an infinite loop. So what I need to do is actually create another list, and this is going to be just tweets, and it's going to be set tweets. This is why I changed it. And we'll go ahead and do use state again, and just pass in that empty array. And so what I want to do is compare this portion right here. So I'll say let final equal to, this is going to be what that final list is based off of the new tweets changing. I want to compare that final length to my tweets state. So I'll go ahead and say if final.length equals to tweets.length. Well, obviously not if it's equal to it, but if it's not equal to it, then I'll go ahead and set that state to whatever that final amount is. Okay. So then what that means is I can actually, well, not tweets in it, but rather set tweets here. So now what I can do then is finally use tweets again back as this initialized map. Okay. So this might be a little bit like kind of confusing as to how this works, but the idea is that, hey, we need to add in this property. We need to actually be able to monitor for those prop changes. And if they do change, I need to combine it with another array that has a state, right? It does change and it does re-render this component if the state changes. So that's where this comes in. It is saying that I also need to include tweets in as one of the other dependencies, which makes sense, right? It has 3 different arrays that it's essentially looking at or looking for, and that's how we're able to do it here. Okay, so that's pretty cool. I actually don't have to make this let. That can be a const. And now we could go ahead and try this out. So back into our app here, I'm going to go ahead and say hello world, ! And hit tweet, and there we go. So it's actually showing that. Now there's a couple things that are important. Props.newTweets has to come first. Now the reason it has to come first is because if I put it second, this brings or combines 2 lists together. The second one is going to be further down, right? Just how this currently is set up, right? So you could try that and see it looking backwards, but that's essentially how that functional component is going to work. And the initial tweets, so one of the things we also might consider doing is how we set those initial tweets. We could say props.newTweets. So if it's in there, we'll go ahead and add it. So props.newTweets. Otherwise, we'll have it as an empty array. And since we're doing that, we should now say const final tweets init equals to, well, something similar, but in this case, it's going to go ahead and be the response. So the lookup coming in first and then concatenating with whatever that is. So concat, and this is going to be that initial tweet init or props new tweets, something like that. But really, I'm going to leave it in as tweet init. And then now I'm going to go ahead and bring in that as the final response. And then tweets init will come in as a dependency in here as well. Now, I actually don't think what I just showed you is actually that practical. I don't know when you would be doing something like this, other than if you were doing pagination. That's like really the only time. But if you were doing pagination, you're going to have to set up a few other things to handle how this whole use effect works. And you might have to grow beyond just standard state stuff with this and use something more robust than what we have here. So I'm going to actually bring this back to what it was initially, but it's still important to know that you can do it that way, right? It's not necessarily meant to be that we should do it that way, but it is food for thought is the point. Okay, cool. So now we can actually pass that component in. Our tweets are starting to look, a lot better, I think. Oops, let's see. Little mistake there. And then we can go ahead and again test it out with this another attempt. And we hit tweet, and sure enough, it's working. Cool. And naturally, the next big step for all of this is to actually change this to a server-side call, but we're not there yet. All right, so in our React project, let's go ahead and open up public index.html, and in src, look for index.js, which is right next to app.js and index.css. So index.html is the example index file that's running when we run our server, right? So if I change this to CFE app and save it, it changes to CFE app up there, okay? So the most notable part of this is div ID of root. So this is actually where our React application is rendering. So if I change this to div ID -root2, I get a target container is not a DOM element. Now the reason for this is because of index.js. It's because of how this is being rendered right here. Now you might know that you can actually cut this out and say const, and we'll go ahead and just say app.l or app element is equal to that. So that's still the same call. It's just in 2 lines now. But what I can also do is say if app element, so if it exists on this page, then I could go ahead and render it out. So I refresh in there, it doesn't exist on that page, therefore it does not render. And that's also true if I wanted to change things or use other components of this project. So if I did import tweet component from .tweets, right? So that entire tweets module that we have before, I can also say const tweets l equals to document.get element by ID, and we can say CFE tweets or tweet me to, anything you want to call it. And then I can say if that actually exists, then we're going to render out that component inside of that element. Okay, so back into index, we can come in here and say tweet me -2. I save that. Let's make sure that we've got everything rendered, and right now it's saying that it's not exported from tweets, so let's just verify. There's that tweets component. Oh, there it is. I had a spelling error. There should be an S there. Okay, so now that we've got that, let's look back at our project. And now it's actually rendering out just that one singular element. So this is actually the thing I want to bring into Django. I want to actually show this on my Django's run page and also show you that you don't have to replace your entire front end with React.js. You can just do pieces of it, and this is actually how you would go about doing that. So the next part of this is I actually need to build a production-ready React.js file, and that's actually really easy. So let's go ahead and cd into tweetme2-web, and then npm run build. Okay, so that npm run build should give us a build directory here, and this build directory will have a JavaScript optimized file that we'll be able to end up using. Now, one of the things that it might not have is inside of this index file, it might not have any reference to Bootstrap. It actually, in this case, it does. So in other versions of React, I've seen it where that final index build doesn't actually build from that public one. But in this case, it did. So that's good. But we might not even end up using how this index file works in the long run either. But with this, I now have to go back into Django and set up our static files in order for all of this to work. Now back into our Django project, into settings.py, we actually need to add in a few more configuration items here. I'm not going to get into super depth as far as static files are concerned. There is a URL here that you can check out if you want to learn more about it. But also, Django shouldn't be handling your static files. At the very minimum, you use something like Nginx to serve those static files. What I actually recommend is you use AWS S3 and potentially CloudFront to do all of that. But we're going to be going through and running this on a very minor test to actually show that our React.js project is working and it works well. So the thing that I need to do is add in my static files dirs. So this is where I'm going to store some of my static files locally. Okay, so notice that it says that we've got a new directory that I need is called static. Much like our templates that we did before, I need to do the same thing for static. So inside this project, I'm going to make a new folder called static. And then in here, I need to actually render it in a similar way that is written out inside of our tweetme2 project that has static in here. So I actually want it to look pretty much identical to this. So let's actually bring it over. So inside of static, I'm going to reveal in Finder and navigate to my build static and quite literally bring that over into my Django project instead. And I'll just go ahead and replace it with the one I'm copying so that I have all of those same files. So I actually have the Django project files, or rather the React project files in there right now. So the next part is actually bringing a few of these other build items in there as well. Okay, so now what we need to do is build something called the static root. So static root is going to be an emulated version of a static server. So what I'm going to do with this is just call it static-root. And right next to static, come in here, new file, static root, and that's it. Okay, so what I need to do then is just inside of my Django project, we need to run .manage.py, collect static, hit enter, and then I get all of my static files going over to static root. Okay, so that's the first step. The next step is actually adding these into my URLs. And notice that it says during development, this is okay. I'll say that a lot of times you don't want to do this in production. Okay, so into my URLs, there's a couple things that I need to import. These are the root Django project URLs. So right next to settings.py, I'm going to scroll up a little bit and bring in these configuration items. So the first one is I'm going to go ahead and say if static settings.debug, then we'll go ahead and do URL patterns plus equals to a new list of URL patterns, which in this case, it's just static. So I'm actually going to do plus equals to static URL, static root. Okay. So hopefully not too crazy here as to what's going on. Oh, we need to get rid of that. It's just adding to my URL patterns of that static file, that static root, and all that. So I need to actually find a path to a static item. In this case, it's one of these React.js files. So let's go ahead and grab one of them. So let's grab the first chunk.js. I'm just going to go ahead and copy the relative path, or, well, the relative path should give us that, right? So that's a nice thing about using VS Code, or another nice thing. So http://localhost:8000 this time. Hit enter. We need to make sure our Django server is running. So let's go back in there and do that. So ./manage.py, run server, and refresh in here. And sure enough, there it is. So this is now my React.js application. It's the whole thing built. Okay. So what I now am going to do is actually go back into my React.js project and copy this index.html, the entire thing. So I'm going to copy that out and come inside of my templates here And I'm just going to make a new file in the root of the templates and call it React.html. I'll paste that in, and notice the URLs that are being used here. So they are based off of the actual URLs that are inside of the static file. So that relative path thing is fairly important for the CSS and the JavaScript and the media too. Okay, so now that I've got that, let's do the next step, which is just rendering out that view. Okay, so I'm actually going to use a template generic view. So from Django.views.generic, import template view. This will just render out any given template view you want. I'll go ahead and say path equals to React, and then we'll do template view as view and template name as React.html. So of course that React.html is correlated directly to here. If I had it in one of these subdirectories here, I would say, like tweets/React or something like that. So this should actually render out all of our React application as we left it right before I actually ran the build method. So now back into this server, let's go into React, hit enter, and sure enough, there you go. That is Django powering a React application. And if we view the page source, what we'll see somewhere in here is this div ID of tweet me too. That's actually where it's being rendered out, right? So in the future, what I need to do is bring a lot of this stuff over into the base.html so I could reuse that in other places. Reuse the React rendering component in other places. And one of the biggest advantages of using Django is that Django can manage URLs. We only have one place to manage URLs then, and just have to remember what IDs actually render out our React application or React component. Now I'm actually going to go into my templates and make a directory for React. Inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and say base embed.html. The base embed being between these two scripts here. So it's kind of hard to copy it. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this in here, paste it in, and I just want this raw JavaScript that's written in here. So from script to script, and that ends, there we go. So no script is okay. We don't need to worry about that. There we go. So this script with all of that JavaScript in there, all the way to that script. Okay. So the next part is the js.html. So the actual JS elements here. So that's just these other two linked items here. These aren't a huge deal. Okay. And then finally, CSS.html. And this is only if we want the CSS from React. We actually don't have to use it since I've been using Bootstrap. And there's a number of other things that I might need to ensure that's in there. So let's just double check where the CSS is. So I don't need the Bootstrap CSS from React. All I might need is this CSS right here. Okay, we can copy that over. Okay, and then the next things are related to the HTML head tag. So I'm just going to go ahead and enter these things out. It might just be the meta content overall. So like the viewport, let's go ahead and grab that. That actually might already be in base. And sure enough, it is already in base. And I have shrink to fit of no. I'll leave that one. That is fine. The next thing is theme color. This is probably a good idea of something to include. And that's probably it. It's probably actually all I need in base.html. Those two things are pretty standard, so I'm going to leave them. So a number of things that we want to add in was the styles. So right above the inline style sheet that I wrote here, I'm going to go ahead and say include, and now it's React/CSS.html. Okay, so there's that. the next part is going to be, well, we don't need JavaScript anymore, and I don't need the Bootstrap.js either. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all of those. And so I'm going to go ahead and include React base embed.html. Now I'm trying to include these in the order they actually rendered on the public, or that index, this index HTML. That's why I'm doing it that way. So js.html. There we go. So now we've got all of that being rendered on our home page. So let's go back to our home page, or rather our index page. I don't see anything new here. So what I just need to change is going into Pages, Home, actually looking for the element ID, which in my case is just tweets, and trying to remember exactly what I saved it in as index.html. I called it tweetme2. So going back into, let's see, go back into our Django template for home, change this ID to tweetme2, or, well, let's just leave tweets in there actually, and we'll just do div ID equals to tweetme2. And we don't have to put a whole lot in there. I do actually still want the no script text. So back into React, into index, we want this right here. You need no script showing up. No script basically just renders if you don't have any, if the user doesn't have their JavaScript enabled. We certainly want them to make sure that they have their JavaScript enabled. Okay, but now we have both versions of the tweet list showing up. One from, of course, the pure JavaScript we wrote, and the other one coming from React. So let's go ahead and take a look. I refresh in here. Now the React one isn't styled very well. It definitely needs to be improved, but it's there, right? The other one is there too, which of course we don't need anymore, but if I scroll down, it's definitely there too. It does look a little bit better, but it's not fully necessary to do much more. And in fact, I can render this in anywhere I'd like, right? I don't need it to be there. I can bring it there. And so another thing that I could consider doing in the future is changing it from an ID to a class, and then inside of my React app, inside of index.js, instead of being document by ID, I could change it by document by class, or elements by class, and then loop through all of those elements and render it out. Of course, I'm not going to actually do that. That's, especially in this case, it's not necessary. But there we go. I'm going to go ahead and type out dnone on all these other places for the old items that we're rendering, and really just work off of the React.js stuff. So certainly I don't actually have the functionality working like it was working, but the reason we built the functionality is so that eventually we could integrate the React.js stuff into it. So it definitely works in some form. We just need to get there. But we're now at a really cool place because I can also test out the functionality that I set up before, which was embedding or adding into that list of items here. And this is still working. And you know, obviously the CSS needs to be improved, but the functional, or the function of it, is like amazing. Like, I mean, I would argue that it is, just because of how great React.js is, and also how easy it is to re-render this. Now, the other part of that is that I can now, inside of React, let's go ahead and just say React via dj.html, and change this to being extends, base.html, and then block content, in block content. Okay, and then go back into those URLs, and then this is React via dj.html. Okay, and then I go to React. Oops, little error with my extends. There we go. Refresh in there, and what do you know? Inside of a new URL now, rendering out that same page, home page and new page. Both places are there. So a big difference here is that Django is handling the URLs. That's one. The other one being that I can handle all of my SEO related content outside of what's being dynamically fed through React. So that also helps too. It's not necessarily perfect SEO, but it is at least there. So cool. Now we have to just finish off our React application to actually allow our user to interact and save things. Let's go ahead and open up our load tweets function inside of the lookup components. And I actually want to parse this out to being a different function altogether, as in the Ajax or the XHR request. I want to make sure that that is its own function so that I can just, change a few parameters here and then it'll actually run. So right above this, we're going to go ahead and say function and lookup, and it's going to take in a method, maybe an endpoint, and also probably we're going to have to say our callback and maybe some data. Okay. So naturally, if we have data, I want JSON data. So I'll go ahead and say let JSON data, and then we'll say if data, then we'll say JSON data equals to JSON.stringify that data. And then we want all of our XHR stuff otherwise. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and paste in here. Okay, so the endpoint is going to take place of this right here. So let's go ahead and use some string substitution here. Use those backticks and just pass in the string substitution with $ and curly brackets, just like that. So now we have a URL that's based off of this. Next, the method, of course. We actually don't have to write a method here unless we somehow want to verify or make sure that the method that I'm using is get or post. But in this case, I'll just go ahead and leave it in like that because the XHR will run an error if it's incorrect anyway. Okay, so the next thing is XHR send. We can pass in the JSON data if there is any. I mean, realistically, that's pretty much it. The response type, I don't need to have that in as something separate. I might need to add in some headers and stuff like that in a little bit, but I'm just going to go ahead and replace my load tweets with this now lookup. And we are going to call that lookup, the method being get, the endpoint being tweets. Let's just double check how we set up that endpoint. I do have a slash there, so let's get rid of that slash. And I'm going to actually pass it in here instead, so I can know exactly which endpoint it is. And then the callback itself is the actual callback that's being passed. And then I can just leave data empty. So now that's going to go ahead and run that lookup for us. We could probably make that a little bit better still, but as of now, that's like at least a better way to do our lookup method. But something else you might notice is the lookup is being triggered multiple times. Now, your intuition might be in this lookup there's something wrong, but that's actually not the case. It's in our component itself for load tweets. So if we go in our tweet list here, we have these use effect methods, and this load tweets, it's just going to keep going. It's going to run in a loop, in a loop, in a loop because of tweets in it, right? I also don't actually have any sort of condition here that's going to prevent load tweets from even happening, which this use effect is triggered when we set the state over again. So I just need to add in one more parameter in here, and we're going to go ahead and say const tweets set, or let's say tweets did set, and then we'll go ahead and set tweets did set, and this is going to be equal to use state, and the default state we're going to go ahead and say is false. And then we go ahead and pass in the set state and the tweets did set as parameters to this use effect. And then what we're going to go ahead and say is if tweets did set equals to false, then we'll go ahead and wrap that whole call there. And then of course I want to make sure that I'm actually setting this. So right after I set the response, I'll go ahead and make sure that I set that as well. So now that I save that and refresh in here, I run that, I should not actually see this being reran multiple times. It might still run multiple times on my old URL, right? So I'm going to go ahead and let's navigate just to the admin or something just to make sure. So refresh in there, and sure enough, it's not actually loading it over and over again. It's not just running that reoccurring tweets API. So just adding this little factor made all the difference there. Okay, so now we have a little bit better of a lookup. So now it's time to actually start being able to send data to the back end with React as well. Now I created this lookup method so I can actually send a post request to my backend. So let's go ahead and create something for that. I'm gonna go ahead and do export function, and we'll say create tweet. And in this case, we are just gonna grab what the tweet data is. So let's go ahead and say new tweet and a callback. Okay, so much like our lookup down here, I'm just gonna come in and say post, and then our new tweet is going to come in as, we'll probably come in here and say content new tweet. Let's just double check in our component itself as to how we were kind of setting that right here. So it makes sense to actually pass in the content, and then when we need to add that content to our actual tweet lists, then we'll actually run this method. But content itself is what we're going to be pushing. So that's why I did it just like that. And if we pass it in as just an object, remember that we actually will turn it into JSON data. So we don't need to do that twice, is kind of the point there. Okay, so this is our lookup now for our post method. So I'm going to go ahead and make this actually usable by importing it into my index and then exporting it from my index, and then going into my component here and doing this as well. Okay, so we're going to do that create tweet. In this case, it's just new val, and then our callback, we're going to go ahead and do response and status, because that's what the callback will send back. And then we'll go ahead and come in here. So realistically, when we create something, our status should be equal to 201. And of course, if it's not, then we'll have to adjust appropriately. And then we can do this unshift, and our response should actually bring back that data as well, the actual tweet itself. And then I'll go ahead and say else, then we'll just do alert, an error occurred, please try again. And that error, I'll just go ahead and console log for now, and we'll just do response. Okay, cool. So now I actually have a method for sending the tweet, and then also to see what that tweet is going to happen. Like, I already know this is not going to work, and there's a lot of reasons why, but let's go ahead and try it out. I'm in localhost inside of my running React project here, and I'll just go ahead and say hello world and hit exclamation mark. I'll hit tweet, and of course an error occurred. We can look at the console itself, so Command Option J if you're on a Mac. If you're on a Windows, I think it's Command Control Shift J, if I remember correctly. Anyway, so it's now saying post method is not allowed. Oh, well, we probably used the wrong endpoint. So let's actually look back at our tweets and URLs. Of course, I have to use that create path there. So let's go ahead and go back into our lookup components, and this is create. You might have caught that already. Good on you if you did. So now that we've got that, let's go ahead and refresh again, and I'll say another, and I'll hit tweet, and yet again another error occurred, and now we get this authentication credentials were not provided. Okay, so hopefully this is not super shocking to you. Like, I mean, we are on a completely different app, and my user is not logged in even in the admin. So even if I logged in as this user, and I've got my users, got a couple users here now, but even being logged in and then trying to tweet, it still gives me this authentication credentials were not provided. Now, that's definitely something we should expect to see, because if you remember back to when we were doing it with pure JavaScript, what we had to do in the handle tweet action button or any of the post methods, we had to add in, these headers here, right? So that means that I actually need to bring in my CSRF token. So to do that, I'm going to grab the function that Django provided for this get cookie method. Might as well try it out. And then go back into my lookup component and paste that in there. And then I'm going to just go ahead and grab all of the lookup stuff that we did before. So all the XHR for a post method. It doesn't have to be the post method, right? It could be the get method stuff, but the post method actually had the set request header, like all of these things. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this, and then of course I need to actually get the token as well. So I might as well just grab these few lines here, and we're going to go ahead and copy that and bring it into our lookup method here, and it's going to be right underneath the open. I think I actually have it declared twice here now. I don't actually need that. So we'll get rid of that one. And with the response type of JSON, I don't actually think I'll need to do that because of this, but I'll leave that header in there too. But now we actually have the ability to get that token. But of course, if I save this, what's going to happen is I get an error right away. The big part of the reason for this error is that I don't actually have a CSRF token. So this is returning nothing. So I'll just go ahead and say if that token, and then we'll go ahead and pass that through. And yet again, another error, right? So I'm getting all sorts of errors here. And of course, it's probably related to all of these things. So I'll go ahead and get rid of these and put them just if there's a token itself. Because if I remember correctly, Django said that you need these if you are going to be passing in that token itself. And now, of course, I have the list method working, so it's listing out all of the tweets itself. But if I try to tweet something, I still get the authentication credentials were not provided. Now, of course, this shouldn't be that surprising because CSRF stands for cross-site request forgery, and our sites are actually at two different domains, right? So one's being hosted at 3000, localhost 3000. The other one is at localhost 8000. So it's Django's looking at that as completely separate domains. Even if this was at localhost, it would still invalidate it. Now, it's invalidating it not because it's at a different domain, but more specifically because the CSRF token is not actually being loaded here. So what we need to do is actually bring this over into Django and run it from Django to actually grab what that token is, because Django is the one who will generate it in the first place. Now, of course, we could use something like a JOT token or a JWT token, but the reason I'm not doing that is because I actually want Django to handle this portion of things, right? So the login, logout, and registration. If you have React.js do it, which you totally could, it makes your project just that much more complicated and that many more things that you have to consider, as in handling authentication at two different places, right? Not just in Django, but also in React. You need to do both of those things. So instead, I'm just going to be focusing just on having this portion handled in Django. Some of these other things I could probably do in just React, but the actual authentication, we'll leave it there. And that is the actual reason as to why that we're going to be using our CSRF tokens elsewhere. So with this in mind, what that means is then that our actual future tests are going to be a lot harder to do working in this fashion, right? So like I'm not going to be able to actually create things using React in this way. So there's definitely a way around that. Like I could come into any of my views and have some sort of handler in here that allows, if it's in debug mode, which we are in, right? So we're running right now. It would allow the non-CSRF requests to come in and then just use some default user instead of the request user. So let's go ahead and actually set up that feature so that I can still develop in the React development environment, and then yet the final one would actually go off of the production, which would be over inside of Django, as we've already seen. So right now when we try to create tweets, we get the error authentication credentials were not provided. We actually don't get a CSRF token error, right? It's not saying something related to the CSRF token missing. And this is because of the Django REST framework. So the fact that we're using the Django REST framework means that it's not going to default look for a CSRF token. It could, and for testing purposes, if we wanted to add a CSRF exempt decorator to our views, we probably could use it that way. But Django REST framework has a bunch of different ways to actually authenticate with the backend. We're not going to go through all those ways of doing it, but the idea here is that just because our views are built in Django REST framework means that we can, instead of using the Django built-in CSRF decorator, we can actually adjust how our REST framework settings work as it relates to authentication. In other words, in the actual settings down here, we have these default authentication classes. I can actually add in my own. And so what I'm going to do is similar to what I did with the render classes. I'm going to make a default authentication classes. And then, of course, we're going to be using the session authentication. And then if debug, I'm going to go ahead and add another one. So we'll do plus equals to. And this one is going to be my custom authentication, which I don't have anything yet. So I'm just going to go ahead and make sure I paste this in here. So the one that I'm going to do is obviously based off of either session authentication or basic authentication. So in this configuration, I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder, which is going to be a new module. So I'll say REST_API, and then we'll pass in an init file here to make it a Python module. So that's 2 underscores there. If you don't do the 2 underscores and then 2 more underscores, it's not going to work. Of course, if you're in VS Code, it will actually it will give you that little Python icon there. And then I'm going to make a new file, and I'm just going to call it dev.py. And the reason for this is because in my settings, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in a new object here, or a new path, and that's tweetme2.rest_api.dev, and then I'll say dev authentication. So that's the class that I'm actually going to name it. So to do this, I'm going to go ahead and import. So we'll do from rest.framework. We're going to import authentication, and then I'll say class, and I want to make my authentication class here, which I called it dev authentication. And this is going to be authentication.basic authentication. And then we're going to do def authenticate, and that takes in self and request, and it returns 2 things. One is going to be a user, the other one is auth, but in my case I'm just going to go ahead and return some sort of user. So I need to grab a user here, and I'll do from django.contrib.auth. We're going to import the get user model, and I'll go ahead and say user equals to get user model. And then the user I'm going to return, I'll just go ahead and just do user.objects.all, and user equals to QS order by random. So that question mark is random, and then first, and that will actually give me back some sort of random user. Okay, so now what we want to do is actually test this out inside of a React project. So this random user then is really just being associated to our request, and you definitely do not want to do this in production. So it's really important that you put this dev authentication inside of this debug. Otherwise, you're going to run into all sorts of issues. In fact, you probably would want to delete this when you're starting to go into production. But now that I've got that, let's go ahead and save it. We might need to restart our server. Let's just do it to be on the safe side. Restart the running of the server. Okay, and then I'll go ahead and say hello world as my tweet. I hit tweet, and it does seem to come through. So let's refresh in there and say yet another one. I'm not getting any authentication errors, so that's nice, but I'm not positive if my data is actually being saved. So perhaps I did something incorrect on the React side. But now what we should see is actually this dev authentication thing working, and go into our tweets. We should see a bunch of new tweet objects. And of course, I can keep testing this out by typing it in. And sure enough, I'm actually getting tweet objects. And it looks like the user is actually flipping, right? It's not always the exact same user that's coming through here. And that was done on purpose, right? We wanted to actually simulate as if the requested user is the user that's coming through. Now, of course, for real actual testing, you would probably just want to use one of these users so that you can delete things, you can retweet, you can do all those things as appropriately as possible, only during development though. I must stress that this should only be done through development, otherwise you're going to get some weird behavior in the future. Now that we have the dev authentication class, we actually want to see what's going on with the content. Like, why isn't it actually saving real content here? So let's go ahead and take a look at our React project. I'm going to close out all of my Django stuff, with the exception of serializers. Perhaps there's something in here. Content, that's correct. So going back into my React app, I'm going to go into the SRC here and into my lookup component. And what I should see is my data. Okay, so that seems to be okay. I might want to console log it just to make sure. Okay, and then the next part is inside of my components. When I actually run this tweet, I have my tweet data here. So I'll do console log response and status. And the tweet itself should be that new value. So we're going to go ahead and console log that as well. And I'll just go ahead and put new val and new value. Actually, let's go ahead and put this here. Okay. So the create tweet, the new value part, this actually seems to be the problem, I think, is because I'm passing the new value itself when I actually create this tweet. So let's look at our lookup again, and we have our create tweet, our new tweet here. We actually have data that's coming through as a dictionary, so that should work. So let's go ahead and try that again. But now I have everything console logged. So I'll go ahead and say hello there, exclamation mark, hit tweet. I got content, hello there, and content is actually not coming through. But of course, I am sending it. I'm attempting to send it. So it's attempting to send that content. It's attempting to do everything that it needs to do. It just, for some reason, it is not. So what I'm going to try actually is just sending in the raw data. So I'll just send JSON data equals to data and not stringify the data. Let's try that. This time it gives me the JSON parse error. Okay, so certainly not how I'm formulating the data, because we now know, because of those console logs, I have the correct data, and then I'm actually sending that data. So that all of that should be done correctly. It's possible that it's related to the CSRF token, but I don't think it is. The reason being that it's not giving me an authentication error, right? It's only just not taking in the correct data. So perhaps it's something with the view itself. So let's go ahead and take a look at the view inside of Django. So inside of the tweets app, I'm going to go ahead and into the views here. So we want the tweet create view, and it's going to request post. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and print request.post. Let's actually see what's going on here. So it's possible that the post data is not coming in correctly. So I'll go ahead and run this, posted some data out, and I am not getting any request post. So this is the problem. It's the data that's actually being sent to the backend. So let's try request data instead. And we'll run the server again. And this time I tweeted it, and sure enough, I get the actual correct value. I get an actual content item here. It's still not updating React correctly, but now it's actually coming through as the appropriate request data. And of course, the reason for this has to do with how the JSON data works and how the Django REST framework handles that data. It handles it as request data. So little ways of diagnosing things. I know this stuff intuitively because I've done it so much, and you will just have to go through similar tests that I just had to ensure that it is the appropriate stuff. But I'm still not out of it yet. I still have a problem, and that is how my tweet is being rendered. It's not actually rendering the tweet. So the response is coming through. So let's try that again. I'll say, hi there, exclamation mark, hit tweet. So that's the response right there. That looks like the correct value for the setting the new tweets there. So what I want to do then is, instead of set new tweets here, what I actually want to do it with this unset here, or rather unshift, and set the tweets inside of the callback method itself, because I don't think I'm actually setting it, right? It was outside of the callback method. So I'll go ahead and do another one. And now it's going to set them. Hello world, exclamation mark, and there it is. And so it's actually setting those tweets. Now again, this comes with time, but the idea was that, hey, I'm triggering this method here. I have a callback in it, which means that, once the request goes through, what's in here is actually going to be handled. So another way to think of this is, say, const handle backend update, and that would take in the response and status. And then we can set that equal to, with the fat arrow, set that equal to this whole deal here, all the stuff that was in this. And then we put our create tweet method here and add this handle callback just like that. This, of course, is a little bit closer to what we've already been doing with the handle submit method, right? So this handle callback doesn't actually have to be inside of the handle submit either. I could actually cut that out and put it up here and save that. And what that's going to do then is, well, we have a problem here, as our temp new tweets is not inside of this handle callback. So let's add that. Okay. So shocker, it actually adds it in, and then we've got no problems here. And so there is a little bit cleaner of a handle submit and then handle backend update or backend response. Either way, this is now, I think, a little bit cleaner and easier to understand as to what's going on. So this is like a success, or actually the backend API response handler. And then this is the backend API request all itself. Okay, so backend API request. Simple enough. So the lookup component, this right here, this function, we should probably leave it in as its own module. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to export this lookup function, and then I'm going to move out my create tweet and load tweets. Now the reason for this, of course, is that if I end up building a bigger React component, I don't want to have a bunch of these in here. Instead, I want them to be where they make sense to be, and that is inside of that module itself. So in here, I'm going to make a new lookup.js inside of the tweets module, and I'm going to go ahead and cut and paste these in here. Okay. So naturally, that means that I'm going to need to import the lookup module itself. So we're going to go ahead and do import lookup from .lookup. Okay, so the actual name of the function and module are the same, as to not get those looked up. I mean, I could change it to something like backend lookup, just to make sure that we're not, getting anything unclear here. So I'll leave that in as backend lookup. And of course, now that I've got that, I need to bring that into index instead of these other ones. Okay, so our new lookup is almost there, right? We've got our backend lookup and these two items here. So that's good. But then our actual component is not correct. So I just need to get rid of one of those periods. And now it's going to look inside of the local lookup.js. And now I actually have the correct items loading. But of course, there's one more thing that I want to do, and that is mapping the actual function name itself to being a little bit better associated to the API itself. So I'm going to go ahead and say tweet create and tweet list. Okay, so these names are certainly better than what they were because it's definitely associated with the API itself, but they're not quite there, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say API tweet create and then API tweet list. And the reason for that, you could say lookup, you could say backend, but the reason for naming it that way is because if any of our components, if we accidentally called them, like tweets list, like we do here, we don't want to get our lookups confused at all either. Okay, so now that I've got them in as this, I'm going to come back into this component and of course just copy and paste these in here and then change them where it's appropriate, right? So they handle submit method for the create tweet one, so API create tweet, and then the list out one was load tweets API tweets list. Okay, then of course my callback should probably be like handle tweet list lookup, something like that, right? So you want to start actually naming your functions, your components, your variables, all of those things. You want to name them a lot more descriptively so that anybody can jump in and make sense of what's going on. Yeah, and also making comments will make a difference there as well. But that's good. So now that we've got this, we're actually ready for doing all the other kinds of components we might need to do for any given object, right? So like we want to have a liking, we want to have a delete, we also want to have a retweet. So all of that stuff we still need to do. Now let's go ahead and map the tweet action view to the action button. So we actually want to send this to the back end, do some stuff on the back end, and then come back. And if we look at this view, I see that there's only two things that are required: the ID and then the various actions. So one of the action options that are in here. And of course, we actually already set most of that stuff up. So I've got action type, and then, this is where I'm actually going to end up doing that API call. And also, I want to just double check where that API is being called, and it's just the path of action. So that makes things a little bit easier for us in the sense that if I go into my tweets lookup module, I can actually just copy this create one, paste under here, and just say action. And in this case, it's going to be the tweet data. So I'm going to just say tweet ID and then action. So this comes in here then is say tweet, we'll do ID, whatever that is, and then action being the action. Okay, so that's going to be our actual data. I'll just make it a little bit friendlier by saying const data equals to that. Okay, so roughly the exact same. It's just slightly different because we're adding a couple more items of data here. And naturally, I could actually pass this dictionary as the thing that comes in here, right? But I'm just going to leave it in as a little shortcut method here. And this is going to be API tweet action. Okay, so let's go ahead and import this in as well. And sticking with alphabetical here, got API tweet action. I'm going to go ahead and copy this and go down to the action button. Okay, so event.prevent default, it's actually going to be under here, right? So setting and updating things, yeah, I certainly want to do that, but it's going to happen after the API itself. So the data that's coming through here is going to be the tweet ID, so tweet.id, and then whatever the action type is. So action type is action.type, right? As we've already discussed and seen before. And then finally, my callback, I'm going to go ahead and say const handle action backend event. And this is going to give me a response and status like it normally does. And handle backend action event. And now what I'm going to do is cut this and paste this here. I will console log the status and response to just see if things are going as anticipated in just a moment. Okay, so I save everything, and let's refresh in here. I'm gonna hit like, and sure enough, it shows me like. If I hit like again, it unlikes it, right? Or does it? It doesn't, right? It's actually just liking it again. It's also possible that it's two separate users, right? So I don't have that user. So it looks like that's the case because of my dev actions and stuff. So I'm probably gonna have to change that in just a moment. But the idea here is now that I have this response and status, and that is actually giving me the likes themselves, right? So I can update the tweet, in other words, to how the action type is happening. But instead what I'm going to do is just use a lot of the logic that I've already created, and I'll say if status equals to what was the status, just 200. Then we're going to go ahead and say, well, I don't see that user like is not one of the items on here, right? So we probably need to add that to a serializer. But at the very least, I can do set likes being equal to what the response likes are. So response.likes. And now all of these other ones, I can just uncomment. The set user like, well, that's going to have to be like, we would have to say something along the lines of, did user like this? Or is the user one of these likers? So for right now, I'll go ahead and just say true. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and get rid of this. And now we have an error of did the user like this or not? As in, it's saying, hey, you defined it, but you never used it. So in that case, let's just get rid of the user like altogether. I think that was actually better for us to just monitor whether or not the state was coming through correctly. But we, again, never added that into the API itself. So now if I refresh here and hit like, it's still giving me likes of 2. And that's because I don't have a toggle here, right? It's either like or don't like. So I need to add unlike in here. But unlike should actually do it, right? So unlike gives me a like of 1, right? So I am not seeing any update there. So I need to refresh, and sure enough, it actually is running through. So this is actually a good time to think about how I need to maybe redesign how this action button is working. And that is, the tweet was just updated. It's not necessarily the button itself or the states need to be changed, but rather the tweet needs to be changed. The tweet needs to be updated on a higher level itself. So I really just need to run this and then call the parent element and say, hey, this tweet was updated, refresh it, or do something along those lines. Nothing I'm going to do just yet. But the idea here is now our actions are actually working. I can like things, I can unlike things, and then I can, actually work with the API a lot better. So the next one, let's go ahead and actually handle updating the tweet itself, because this retweet method, which we need to write in here as one of the actions. Let's go ahead and write out retweet. I actually do want to have the ability to retweet, and the content's not coming through, so maybe there's a couple of things that I need to fix, but the retweets definitely need to come through here, and they also need to be displayed. Now let's go ahead and render out a parent tweet or a retweet, right? So to do this, it's pretty simple. We're going to go ahead and come into our tweet component, and I'm going to go and add another div class inside of the content area like this. And then underneath that, I'm going to go ahead and add another div, and this is going to be the tweet itself, and the tweet component itself, right? And then the property of tweet is going to be tweet.parent. And of course, I only want to render out this whole block if that tweet parent even exists. So we'll go ahead and grab this and just say like that, and There we go. So we save that, and sure enough, it renders out. Now, there's definitely a couple things that are a little bit of a disadvantage. Is probably how these action buttons work. Like if we retweet it, right? So if I retweet this again and take a look at this, it's possible that I could go parent after parent after parent, right? In this case, it's not doing that, but it's possible that, how this is being rendered, it would just keep on showing up a new parent. Now, the only way it would really do that is how my serializer is set up. So if your serializer is not set up in the way that I did it, then you will see that parent over and over again, right? So in this case, I have a tweet create serializer that does not include the parent element, which is probably the best way to do it. That way, I'm not seeing many things stacked or threaded on here. Now, if you're thinking in terms of like a comments thread, it actually would work really well as a comments thread. So to change it to being a comments thread, it would be literally something more along the lines of having the parent element like that, and then everything underneath it, but just sort of CSS changed a little bit. But we're going to leave it in as the tweet.parent. And then I also want to give it some sort of additional styling to notice that it is a parent element. So I'm going to go ahead on the tweet itself. I'm going to change the class to being just a empty string. So now it's not styled at all. But then instead I'll have this div tag, and we'll give this a column 12 and maybe a P of 3. We'll also add a border, rounded, and maybe leave it like that. Okay, so this now has a column of 12. It's going all the way across. I actually do not like that, so I'm going to change that to being row, and this class name to being like that. That's getting a little bit closer to what I might want. So it's showing the holding tweet is above, and then everything else is below. But I'm actually going to go down one more and just say MX Auto. So column 11, MX Auto, to bring it in just a little bit, and that's probably a little better. And above that, I'm going to go ahead and do a P class with MB being 0, or margin bottom being 0, and we'll say retweet. And maybe I'll do text muted and small. So there it is, tweet, text muted and small. Yet again, I might need to add the exact same column class in here, but since I'm going to be using it twice, I'm going to, again, leave the tweet class name being small, and then just add in this new div. So div class name equaling to all of that old stuff. Maybe like that. There we go. So that probably makes a little bit more sense, right? So it's retweeted. And realistically, now that I've built this, I'm like, I should probably turn this into something different, as in its own tweet itself. So right below or above this, I'm going to go ahead and say export function parent tweet takes in props, and it's going to return this whole block. And tweet.parent is right here, so that means that I'm going to want to have my tweet. So I'll do const tweet equals to props. And I'll also want to say if tweet.parent, then we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll return null. Okay, so then the parent tweet is now down here. And in this case, I no longer need tweet.parent, but rather just passing in the tweet itself and say tweet equals to tweet. And closing that off. And there we go. So this is how I often test new little components like this. I'm usually first writing it out in the component I'm going to do, and then I'll break it out as it makes sense to break it out, right? So obviously I could add in these class names as different props and all that as well, much like I did with the original tweet. I'll leave that part up to you. But the nice thing about this is if you go down, eventually you'll start to see tweets that don't have parent tweets in there. and they should work just fine. The other part of this is if I like this tweet itself, it doesn't necessarily update on this one, but if I refresh, right, so let's see, I'm going to go ahead and like 105, and 105 is the next one down, so I'll refresh. I liked 105 here, and now 105 has a like. Right, so 102 has no likes. I'm going to go ahead and try that again. And let's go down to 102, the actual tweet itself. That has a like now. So that's pretty cool. Now that we have the formatted tweets actually working, it's probably time to figure out how to better use these action buttons. All right, so these cross components aren't rendering out very well. They're not communicating with each other really well. So I want to change that. So in order for me to change it, what I'm going to do is add in a new argument into the tweet itself. So what I'll say is const, and we'll call it action tweet, and set action tweet equals to use state. And we're going to go ahead and do props.tweet. Props.tweet or null. Really, we probably don't need to write props dot. We could probably just use tweet, but I'm going to be very explicit here and just leave it as that. So then if we actually have an action tweet, then I'll go ahead and render out the div for all of the action buttons. And then I'm also going to go ahead and add in the action tweet itself. Okay, so we save that. Nothing seems to have changed because it really didn't. So now what we need is an actual update that the action is happening back to the tweet component. So that is handle action backend needs to then let the parent tweet know what's going on. So in other words, I need to say in here and say did perform action and then handle perform action. Something along these lines, right? So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, paste it in here. And so I can then say const handle perform action, and this is going to equal to something which we haven't set yet. So in there, this is when I'm going to actually set the new action tweet to something else. Okay. So that also means then I added a new prop to my action button. So let's go ahead and grab that item and pass it through on the handle action backend on the success. And I'm actually just going to return the response. So that response is just going to be the actual like itself, whatever that ends up being. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this set likes here. Instead, what I'm going to do is just go off of the prop itself. So I'm going to do const likes equals to this prop value, or that default value we used for state before. And then I'm going to get rid of those two lines there. And did perform action, I'm going to go ahead and add this in to that. And so there's a few more conditions I want to add in to the handle backend portion. So let's go ahead and grab that. First off, the status being 200 or 201. That's the primary one. The next one is putting parentheses around that. We also want to say that did perform action exists. So and did perform action. So that property is a valid property. And so what that means is up here, handle perform action is going to just be a new action tweet. And so we will set our action tweet based off of that. Okay. So fairly simple. Whenever we actually get a successful status back, it's going to update our parent value, whatever that is. So likes, I currently have one like. If I hit unlike, notice that it now is updating that button. Sometimes. So perhaps I have an issue with my dev. I guess I didn't save that. So filter ID equals to 1. That is why we need to make sure we do that. So unlike, like, unlike, like, and so on. That should now give me the appropriate values. And it seems like it is. Okay, cool. So hopefully you're wondering, why didn't I just actually update the entire tweet? Well, the one thing that you will come across if you update the entire tweet in a very similar manner is you will actually get the retweets parent, right? So you'll start to get multi-threaded levels when you hit like here or unlike here. You'll start to see tweets within tweets within tweets because of how it's rendered out. So I did this as a test off recording, and that's because of our action view class. So the tweet action view, the actual serializer that's being used there is the tweet serializer, and it doesn't take into account whether or not the object that's being passed is the parent or the child. So it's just a funky rendering that happens if you were to just replace the entire tweet. And really, it's still going off of the exact same tweet, and you're not really updating any of the tweet content itself because we just don't have that functionality and we don't intend to. You're literally just updating these actions here. And this retweet one is also interesting. So what I actually might want to do is come back here a little bit, and instead of status 201 actually performing this, I actually think I'm going to take that out and do it a little bit differently, because I also want to say did retweet perhaps, right? So did perform that action or did create a new one. So I could do that logic in here, or this did perform action. Maybe I just add in the response and status code in there, so then I can make that call up here on whether or not it was actually a new tweet. So I'll just go ahead and say response, or let's just say new tweet action, and then the status code. So if status equals to 200, then we'll do that. Otherwise, well, we're going to have to say, well, maybe not else altogether, but else if status equals to 201, as in it was created, then we need to let the tweet list know. Cool. So we left it off where we need to let the tweet list know that a new tweet was created. In this case, it is, of course, just a retweet, but nonetheless, it's still a tweet being created. So we need to actually push that into our list as well. So the tweet itself, let's find out where it's rendered other than just the parent tweet. It's going to be rendered in the list itself, so tweets list, right? But this is not actually where we handle or have handled where the new tweets are coming through. So I actually did that on the main component here, right? So I was able to pass in to that main component. But that's because similar to these action buttons, they needed to communicate laterally. In this case, I just need to communicate to the parent, which is these tweets here. So it's not a use effect anymore. Instead, what it's going to be is another handler or some sort of callback method from the tweet itself. So let's go ahead and run through with that logic. And I'll go ahead and say const inside of my tweet list component. I'm going to do const and did retweet. And I'll go ahead and say the new tweet. Okay, or rather handle did retweet. And then on the tweet element, let's go ahead and enter here a couple times so we can see this a little better. On the tweet element here, I'll go ahead and say did retweet. And this is now the handle did retweet method here. Okay, so I'm going to just make that work first. So let's go down into our tweet item itself, did retweet. Okay, and now we'll go ahead and just say if did retweet, then we will pass that tweet right on up. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at this. And I have a few different effects for handling how the tweets are working. And so one of them being the new tweets with the old tweets or the initialized tweets. So that's probably where I need to push it for this reason. So when I actually create new tweets, I want to make sure that those newly created tweets have the correct data, not necessarily the final tweets only, right? So I definitely want the final tweets as well, but I also want to make sure that I'm setting the tweets in it. So I want both of those things. So let's go down in here and say const updated tweets init, and that's going to be equal to ... init, or rather tweets init. Okay, so that's grabbing that list, and we will unshift that to being new tweet element, and then we want to set tweets init to being update tweets init, and we want to do that same thing with the final tweets. So update final tweets, and that's going to be tweets. Set tweets. Okay. So the reason that we're doing both of these has to do with when we created a tweet, this actually shared it down to this tweet list in this new tweets item. So these two things need to mostly match as it relates to pre-existing tweets, but not necessarily when a new element is sent. Because in other words, like right here, this is grabbing that final, it's going off of new tweets, but we don't have access to that with how this works other than this state shift altogether. Because really, if I retweet something and then tweet something new, then I definitely want to make sure that my retweet and my new tweet, they're both in there. So let's go ahead and save that. And let's give this a shot. Now I'll go ahead and hit retweet. And what I should have seen was the tweets being moved down. So let's make sure everything is saved up. I'm going to go ahead and retweet 108 again. And sure enough, 109's there, 108's there. And so one of the challenges that you also faced is if you like or unlike one of these retweets, it doesn't update the other one, right? So I just unliked 110. This one's not showing that I've unliked it, right? So that's certainly a problem with the retweets themselves. The other part is the actual retweeting. So if I hit retweet, it does it, but it didn't append it to the top like the other one will. It does actually create it, as we see down here, but it's not appending it. So what I'm going to do instead then is change this from being able to have those actions on retweets to not having those actions. So that means then in my tweet element itself, we're going to go ahead and say hide actions. And then I'll just come in here and add in one more element here, tweet action. And then and hide actions equals to true. And then when that's the case, I'm going to go into my parent tweet and say hide actions. Okay, so now when I refresh, I should actually see hide actions, oops, not equaling to true, but rather equaling to false. Or not equaling to true. Okay, so now the parent tweet is there. And then, of course, maybe we'd have to have a link or something to the tweet itself for the reason of likes and unlikes and then retweets and all that. It just starts to get a lot more complicated on rendering out the appropriate state without just completely refreshing the page. Because what you could certainly do on the parent tweet itself is if any of those actions were selected, right? So if this right here, we have the tweet itself. If you did add the did retweet here, you could re-render out either the page or a list of the tweets or a number of other things. But again, that's going to get way too complicated for what we're trying to do here. It's just a lot easier to just show what the retweet is and give them only the option to like whatever that retweet is. And then maybe we'll have to link it at some other point too. Okay, so now what I want to do is render out my tweets component with a new argument being passed into it. So like in Django, when I actually change what the URL is, perhaps I can parse some data from that URL all in Django and then render out a different template that has some different parameters in it. So what I mean is, if we look at index.html inside of our React project, we have this element here. And in Django, we could probably do something like username equals to, and then putting in these curly brackets, hello username, and putting this around as something like that. Django could absolutely do that, and then the template itself would actually render out the appropriate username in here. So I want to create it that my React app can understand those things. The other main reason for this is, like, think about it that you can just say you want to load in somebody, one specific user, you would be able to go about doing that in the way we're about to do it. So that's the goal here. And it starts with index.js. So in index.js, how we actually render out any given component, that is actually where we need to change things. And of course, it's right in here. Just like any other property in this whole project, that's where it needs to change. But the biggest difference is tweets element, we can actually grab the attributes that are listed on here, and I want to actually add it in as data dash. So when we do it as data dash, that means that I have, let's go ahead and do console log tweets element.dataset. So this is a built-in property that allows us to see everything that's added on to this element here, right, with data dash username. And as we see here, when I refresh it, there it is, data dash username. And I could also say something like, data dash valid, or whatever. You can do all sorts of cool things in here, and then it will give you those actual items. Now, if we add these in and we want to pass them as parameters to this tweet component, what we could do on a simple basic version, we could say username equals to data tweets element dot dataset dot username, and then that will actually pass in the username to the property for this component itself. So we can console log the props for that component, and then take a look, and sure enough, I got my username in there. But notice valid is not coming in, right? So it's not dynamically doing it. I have to actually add in all of these elements, and that's certainly not something that I want. Instead, what I want is I want the tweets component to just be attached to whatever these data sets is. So if I arbitrarily add a bunch of new things, I don't also want to have to remember that in index.js, my component needs to be rendered differently. So what I'm going to do then is have a whole new set of actually rendering out this element. It's not really that different, but we're going to go ahead and say const e equals to react.create element, and then we'll use that, and we'll go ahead and say const my component equals to e react create element, or sorry, not react create element, but rather the tweets component itself. So these are still the same, right? But the difference here is this e, I can now pass in some parameters to it, and I can pass in the arguments that I want to add in as properties. So this right here is a dictionary, or it's an object value. So now this component is quite a bit more advanced, or just a little bit better. So I'm going to go ahead. I don't actually need to render it out that way. I can just say my component, or more specifically, just cut this part and put it here. And now what we should see, let me get rid of these lines here. Now what we should see in our tweets component is all of the properties that are being passed to it, and sure enough, we do. So that makes things a little bit easier to not have to always remember about index.js. Now, of course, you could do it the other way if you want to be more explicit, but I think this is nice because it gives me a lot more dynamicness to it that then I just focus on this one single component. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and actually update our tweets component to work with this now new data property that we're passing through. All right, so the main purpose of showing you how to do this is to allow you to add a little bit more dynamic features of passing components that are being rendered, but then also passing those back to our backend so things can be different. Now in our case, I actually want to have a list view for a specific user, but I don't want to recreate the entire component. Instead, I just want to augment the one I already have. So data username is Justin, and then I'm also going to say data can create, or realistically can tweet, like can they tweet on this like the original component, and let's go ahead and just say something like false. Okay, so with data username, that means our backend needs to be changed to actually handle this. So that's actually what we'll do first. We'll make it so that this component can render out a specific user's username. So inside of tweets in views.py, I have it at line 98, but you just want to look for your tweet list view wherever you have this. And then we're going to go ahead and grab one more thing and say username equals to request.get and username. So that means that my URL is going to pass in a parameter like this. So something like username equals to Justin, right? And if that exists, so we'll say if username is not equal to none, then we'll go ahead and filter down this query set to qs.filter, and then we want to grab the user. So the user is in this model, right? So we actually did pass that, and we'll say user and then underscore underscore username equals to this username. So if you're not familiar with how these query set lookups are, please let us know, but that's a little bit more on the basic side at this point. We did cover it already, but adding two underscores and iExact means that this username can be like this with a capital, and it'll still actually look that up. So now we actually have a way to limit the list that we're getting inside of that same list view. So let's actually take a look at what that would do inside of our Django project. So inside of tweets, we've got tweets here, and then if I do question mark username equals to Justin, it's going to limit the number of tweets that I have in here. And that should actually even be more clear if we type out something like a different username. We should see our values actually change and just a number of items narrowed down quite a bit. So that means then I could, in theory, have a page that is only looking for that user's data. This is, of course, very important for our profile, the user profile. Of course, we aren't quite there yet, but at least we can make our components work. So the next part is just doing that, is actually making the component work with these new views. All right, so now that we can limit the results on the back end for our tweets list, we need to update our tweets component and specifically our tweets list itself and how we actually do the API call, which is this API tweets list. So that's what we need to change first, is the actual lookup. So if we come in here, we've got this right here. I need to pass in another parameter in addition to callback. I need to have something like username. And in fact, just like we did up with this action, we'll put the callback last, and we'll say username and callback. So we'll say if username, then we'll go ahead and update our endpoint here. Okay, so what I need to do then is say let endpoint equal to whatever this endpoint is. And then if there is a username, we'll just change the endpoint to being whatever that dynamic URL is. In our case, we just added it in as a request parameter. So we just come in here and say username equals to $username. And then we pass that endpoint in here. Okay, so since we have this, I actually need to make sure that my component here has just an empty string or null for the username as default. Otherwise, we get that weird error that showed up over here. But now that we've got that, that's pretty cool. I might as well also just use this as an opportunity to say API tweet detail, and instead of username, it's going to be just simply tweet ID, and then we just change this ever so slightly to being just that, and I'm just going to pass that in, and now we've got our detail lookup as well. Might as well have both of those things. The tweet list is a little bit more dynamic because it can go back and forth between with a username or without, whereas the ID has to be passed in there, and if it's not, then we'll probably get some sort of error with that, which is cool. Okay, so now that we've got that, let's go ahead and go back into our component and actually put a username in here. So to pass the username down to tweets list, remember we passed it into the component in index.js. So tweets component has the username in it if it is in index.html. So that means then in here, I'm going to go ahead and say const username equals to props. And I can pass that down into this tweet lists like so. Or another thing I could also do is ... props. And that will actually pass in the props that the component has itself. So then down here in this list, I can pass in props.username. And of course, if I'm doing it inside of this useEffect method, which I am, I need to pass this in as a dependency as well. Okay, so we save that. And let's go ahead and take a look. I refresh in here. It's kind of hard to tell if that's one specific user or which user that is. So let's go into index.html, and I'll first off just do username CFE, and then refresh in here. There's a lot less in here, but also more specifically, when I do it on the back end, I see that ID 106 is that first one. ID 106 is the first one. Cool. So that's showing up, and it's showing up fairly nicely, which is exactly what we were hoping. Okay, so if I also use a user that does not exist, instead of giving me does not exist or some error, it's just going to give me an empty list, right? Because there's no tweets that associated to that particular user. Okay, so that's pretty cool. But there is one more thing, is this data can tweet. This part is actually important for my overall tweets component. So we'll do const, and well, let's actually console log the properties first, because with this dash in here, how do we find that? So let's just do console log props, and we'll take a look at our props there. And now it says can tweet. Notice it changed the casing. It got rid of that dash and put it into camel casing. So that then means that const can tweet is in here like that. Okay. So what I want to do actually is see if that's equal to the true string because of how it's being passed. Because the other part of this is if you did console log can tweet equals to true, comes in and it says false. Okay, well, let's try if it's equal to false. It also says false, right? And that's because it's not being passed as a Boolean value, but rather it's being passed as a string value. So that means that in my component itself, I'm going to go ahead and say const can tweet equals to props can tweet equaling to the string of false. Then we would return false. Otherwise, we'll return true. So the default is going to be true no matter what, unless they literally write the string of false. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this prop. And now that I have this can tweet here, I'm going to add it around the tweet form, or maybe even around the entire div class. So I'll say can tweet equals to true. Then we will allow for that div to be rendered with and, just like that. And now that we've got that can tweet, when I have a username in there, it's not correct. If I go into my index and change this to an actual user, it's not going to, or well, it is correct, but it's just not going to allow you to actually tweet for that particular user. And this is not necessarily how Twitter works, but it's nice to know that we can change something dynamically in this fashion. And then if we wanted to render a separate form for creation, which is something I'm not going to do, but you totally could, you could come in here and say something like tweet me ID 2 dash, tweet form, and then have that element rendering out the actual tweeting form. And the reason you would do something like this has to do with how we append new tweets into this tweets component, right? So like if you're tweeting new form, if you're tweeting a new tweet, it's not going to be on this user unless you are that user. But if it's somebody else, you're not going to append your tweet to theirs. That just doesn't make sense, really, which is why I'm not actually rendering out that form. Okay, cool. So now that we've got this, there's still one more thing that I need to build out, which is the lookup that I started doing, which is that detail view. So we'll do that in just a moment. All right, so I want to clean up my tweets component.js so that it only really has a couple of things in here. So the first thing I'm going to do is move out the action button. So inside of tweets, I'll go ahead and say buttons.js. And these buttons are specific to the tweets. And of course, in this case, it's literally just the action buttons. So let's go ahead and grab those. I'm going to cut it out here. Cut that, paste it in here, and grab all of the imports for it. I literally grabbed everything because VS Code makes it nice and easy to see what you're not actually using, so you can just delete that instead of trying to go, line by line as to what is being used. Okay, so it's got a number of things there. Now that I've got that, I can actually import that. So we'll go ahead and do import action button from buttons, and we can get rid of this import now, save it, and then our index.js, it looks like we have our action button being imported in there too, so we can import action button from buttons. Okay, cool, that's a little bit cleaner now as far as my components are concerned. The next thing is I'm actually going to add the list.js, as in the list component. It's different than the tweets component. It's literally just the thing that lists everything out. So I'm going to go ahead and grab all of that. And we'll cut that out. Paste it in here. And then yet again, I'll go into the components, just grab all of these. Bring it into list, paste that in. Get rid of the ones that I'm not using. Okay, and then what I know that I don't have in here is the tweet actual component, the tweet detail component. So I certainly need to adjust that. So back into components here, I'm going to go ahead and cut out the parent tweet as well as the regular tweet. So cut those out, save it, and then make detail.js, paste that in. And yet again, I'm going to go ahead and copy everything here and remove what we don't need, which in our case is a lookup and the action button. There we go. And then in list, I need to import the tweet from detail. That should give me the appropriate one there. So we save that. And then inside of my index, I need my tweet list to be, well, we need to just reorganize a lot of these. So we'll say tweet from detail and then import tweet list from list. Okay, and then we'll reorganize this as well. There we go. Tweet list from list. There we need to just save that. And I've got components. Tweet list is not defined. That's not surprising. So this error down here is what I was referring to. We're going to go ahead and grab tweet list from list. I no longer need use effect in here. And since we are cleaning up this module, what I want to do is actually change where this form is being rendered to being its own component as well. So let's just go ahead and make that. I'll just say function tweet create, and it's going to take in props. And like, what do we need to put in here? Well, it's pretty much this entire component actually. There are some things that I will need to change, but let's just put that entire component in, and I'm going to get rid of the tweet list in here. Instead, I'm just going to have the form related stuff. So just this. Okay, so tweet create is now running through with all of that. It actually has the form showing up. The class name, I'm going to just have it as props.class name. Okay. So then the next thing is the set new tweets. That should probably just be a callback. So I'll go ahead and say const did tweet, and this is going to be props. Oops, I did that wrong. And this is props. So instead of set new tweets, we'll just do did tweet. But that also means that I probably don't need the unshift method in here or these new tweets in here. They're going to definitely need to be somewhere, but not in here. Okay, so let's get rid of those. So I'm going to get rid of new tweets. I'm going to get rid of can tweet. I don't need that in this component. And then did tweet is literally just a callback. The text area ref is correct. So all of the rest of this is pretty much right on. So then that means that down in my tweets component then, what I want to do instead is get rid of this whole div and just put in the tweet create here. And then I need to have some sort of handler for when it is created, which I kind of already have a handler set up. And that's this handle backend. So I don't need the response status anymore. Instead, what I need is just the response, which was the actual tweet. So we'll go ahead and say tweet, or rather new tweet. Okay. And then in here, we can assume that this handler, so instead of handle backend update, we'll just handle new tweet. So this handler itself, we don't need to worry about the status because it's only going to be triggered if there is a new tweet. So that means then I can just have it nice and simple like this. It's no longer that. We can get rid of the error. And we can put this handler in here for the callback of did tweet. Okay, and now I'm going to go ahead and get rid of a few other things that I'm not using, like this text area ref. We don't need that any longer. And we got temp new tweets is not defined. Oh yeah, did tweet. This should be not temp new tweets, but instead response. Okay. So now our tweets component is, well, it's a little bit more accurate as to how we want this to run, right? So we want, if the ability to tweet is there, there's that new tweet. And we also now have that tweet create component that we can render out anywhere we want, which is something that I mentioned anyway. So now that our tweets component is more concise, I'm going to finally just, copy all this again. And inside of my tweets module, I'll go ahead and say create.js, paste this in here, get rid of the things that I don't need, and then import this into my components. So we'll go ahead and say import tweet create from create, and then delete this altogether, and delete the things I don't need. Okay, so quite a bit different than it was. Oh, I need to export this function. So export function tweet create. And since I did that, I might as well also come in here and say import tweets or tweet create or tweets create. Let's just make sure it's tweet create because that makes a lot more sense than tweets create. There it is. Okay. And then finally, we export that one. Cool. So now we've created a much more cleaned up version of our components. We have a tweet list. We have a tweet detail, which we probably need to rename, but we have a better component that's more concise and also a reusable form. So a number of things that we did there that are really just kind of putting things together and just cleaning up how they're importing, where they're importing, and all that. And as you noticed, I didn't do it until now. If I was doing a real project, I would be doing it at the very beginning because I know how all of this needs to interact with it. But you learn that over time, and then you want to start parsing things out to make it more clear. Now, some developers don't necessarily do it in this manner. Like you might put all of those components still into component.js. I do this for myself to know exactly where to jump into things. Create might be form.js. Detail might be something different, but I'm trying to match this a little bit closer to how CRUD, or create, retrieve, update, delete, works with the backend. So that's the reason I parse it out just like that. Now we want to go ahead and grab an individual tweet from the backend and then render it out as its own component. Not a whole lot different than the tweets component, except the tweets component's tweet list component actually does the lookup for us. Our tweet detail is going to do the lookup and then actually grab that tweet component that we did everywhere else. Okay, so to do this, we're going to go into components and we want to import from our lookups. We want to import the get tweet detail. So back into the components, we're going to go ahead and do import get tweet detail from lookup. And then we're going to go ahead and create, we'll do export function, and this is going to be tweet detail component. And it takes in props, and it's going to return something. Okay, so naturally, I also am going to need to grab the tweet itself. So import tweet from detail. Okay, and then we also are going to need to grab use effect as well as one of our imports. Okay, so what are the things that we need from this? Well, first of all, I'm going to need to grab an ID from the prop. So from my properties, I grab whatever my tweet ID is. I'm actually going to declare it as tweet ID. And then with this, I'm going to go ahead and say use effect. And we're going to do the backend call here. That's one part of it. I also want to set the state. So we'll go ahead and say did or lookup and set did lookup. And we'll use state of false. Let's just call this did lookup. Okay, so we're going to pass these in as arguments into our use effect. And we'll say if did lookup equals to false, then we'll run this. And naturally, I'm going to go ahead and hit set did lookup being true. Okay, and the next part is, of course, using our API detail here. So this is the lookup for this. Looks like I had a spelling error on the detail lookup. Let's make sure we spell that correctly. Okay, so I've got my tweet detail here, and we need to pass in the tweet ID. So that's another argument that's required. Okay, and I also need some sort of callback handler here. So we'll go ahead and say above use effect, I'll go ahead and do const handle backend lookup. And this should give me a response and a status. Okay, so then I'm going to go ahead and set my tweet. So we'll just do tweet, set tweet, and we're going to use state of null. And then handle backend lookup. We'll go ahead and if the status equals to 200, as in a successful backend, we're going to go ahead and set the tweet to the response. Otherwise, we'll just say there was an error finding your tweet. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and pass that handle backend lookup here. And then finally, in our return, if the tweet is equal to null, then we're just going to return null. Otherwise, we're going to return our tweet with the property value of the tweet equaling to curly brackets tweet. Let's just double check in our list that this is generally how we render out the tweet itself. Here's a number of things that are happening here. So I also might want to add in perhaps my class name being related to props.className as well, because we might want to pass in something like that in my data. But for now, that seems to be an okay value for my tweet detail component. So the next thing, of course, is importing this into my index. So let's go into the local index first, into tweet detail component, and then, of course, exporting that tweet detail component. And then our main app, index.js. And now we're going to do one more thing and say const tweet detail elements equals to document.query selector all. And in this, we're going to add some sort of class in here. So what is the class that we want to use for this? I'll just go ahead and say tweet me to detail. Okay, so this is going to grab all of the elements that are in there with this class, and it's going to replace all of them in a similar fashion that we did the tweets element for. So to handle this, we are going to call this tweet detail elements. We're going to call for loops for it. So for each, and then in this, we're going to say container, and we're going to set that equal to something in here. Now, not a whole lot different than what we did here. So we can render out that element and then render out the React element this way, but we want to insert it not into the tweets element like we did up there, but rather into the individual container that this is looping through. And then we also want to get that single container's data set. So if we have a lot of different data or embedded tweets, this would be a way to actually render those things. And of course, it's not the tweets component, but rather the tweet detail component. And that should actually render it out for us. So we can try this out inside of public index.html. And this time I'm going to go ahead and add a class of dNone just to ignore the list itself. So div class, tweet detail. So there's a few things that we need to have, and that's data tweet ID equaling to some tweet ID. I'm going to go ahead and use 1. And then I'm also going to do data class name, and we'll do column 6mx auto. Okay, so we saved that. There was an error finding your tweet. Maybe that one's not actually a valid tweet. So let's try 12. And there we go. So it's actually rendering out this tweet. Now, granted, what we can see here too is if I put a few of them, I think I have all of those as actual tweets, they will render out. And this one even has a parent element or a retweeted item. So that's pretty cool. That makes things nice and easy for us, that we can pass in an ID, pass in a class name, and actually render out any given tweet itself. So naturally, this is also really good for Django, which is the purpose that we did it. But we really just combined several elements that we've learned to get this working and working well. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense in the terms of the local testing for React.js, but it does make sense on how it is now. And of course, all of the elements of it still work. All right, so now what we need to do is have a link to an individual tweet. So let's go ahead and start it out by going into index.html. The reason I'm doing this is because I'm gonna have index.html actually parse any sort of number that's coming in here in the path. So this is gonna take a little bit of time to actually get going. The first thing is I don't need this detail to show up anymore, so I'm actually gonna cut one of these out and get rid of the other ones. And then in here, we'll do a script tag, and I'll go ahead and say var the tweet element is this, and we'll turn this into a string. And I'll also say var tweet ID equals to, let's just use 12 for now. And then I'll just put plus 12, just like that. Okay. So with this, that means that then in my body, I can embed or just dynamically add this into my body up here. But what I'm going to do is say div ID equals to tweet container. And then we'll actually embed that same HTML element in here. So we'll go var main container equals to document.getElement by ID and tweet container. And so main container.inner HTML is going to be equal to that tweet element, whatever that is. We save that, and sure enough, it's loading something up. But I wanted to load the ID based off of what the URL is in the parameters and all that. So the first thing I'll do is say var path equals to window.location path name. And we'll say, well, first of all, I want to check to make sure if the path is not equal to the home page. So if path is not equal to that, then I'm going to actually make the tweetme2 element hidden. I'll just add the class in there for hiding that. So again, we'll get element by ID. And in this case, it's going to be tweetme2 and tweetme2 element. And then to this tweetme2 element, we'll go ahead and add class name being dnone. And of course, if it's not equal to the home page, I also am going to actually render out whatever tweet I actually have. So checking on the home page, that's not showing up. Checking any number here or anything that's not the home page, that's correct. Okay, cool. So the next thing is actually finding what the ID is. And perhaps this isn't the appropriate condition that should be here. Instead, what we should do is check if there's a match to this path to a specific regular expression. So I'll go ahead and say var match equals to path.match and then some sort of regular expression. So I'll just go ahead and do var ID regex, as in ID regular expression. And it's these two slashes here, some parentheses, and then question mark, these curly brackets, ID, and then slash D plus. So that's a named regular expression. In Python, if you're familiar, the Python version would look very similar to this, except there would be a P here. That's pretty much the only difference between that Python version. So this regex, I'll go ahead and pass in there. And then I can actually grab what the ID is or the named group here. So I'll go ahead and just call this tweet ID so we don't get too confused here. And I'll go ahead and say match.groups.tweetID. So if there is a tweet ID, that's what it's going to be. So again, I'll go ahead and just add another variable here and say tweet ID equals to whatever that is. And now if it is something, we'll put that in there. I can get rid of this variable because now I have a dynamic tweet ID. And sure enough, when I went to look up 123, it's saying it was not found. If I go to 108, it embeds that tweet. Okay, great. So this is certainly a more complicated way to do this than what we'll end up doing inside of Django, because with Django, we're just going to be dynamically changing this based off of context variables that Django is going to pass through. But this is certainly a way you could do it. This is how you could kind of handle routing on a very basic scale with pure JavaScript. And then the only part that's not actual JavaScript is the component itself, which, as we've seen, does get rendered when I put it into the DOM. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and create an actual link to this page. I mean, that's kind of the easiest part of all of this. So in the detail of any given tweet, we're just going to add in a button here next to these buttons, and I'll go ahead and say button, and we'll go on click, and we'll say handle click or handle link rather, and then I'll just say view. Let's go ahead and add a class name, and we'll do btn outline primary. Okay, and so handle link is going to be pretty simple. So const handle link, and that's equal to the event argument, and then event.prevent default, and then it's just window.location.href equals to these backticks, for string substitution here, and then it's going to be tweet.id, and we want that initial slash in there as well. So that should handle the link and actually redirect us. Now, another thing I want to check is const is detail, right? And I'm going to go ahead and say false initially. So if it's the detail view, I don't want the link to show up, right? So if detail equals to true, then I'll just return null. Otherwise, I'll actually go ahead and return that view button. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this out. In our link, our homepage here, if I hit view, I've got it. Cool. Okay, so something you should see is cannot read property groups of null. So that means on our index page, we need to actually just adjust this a little bit and say if match. So if there is a match, then that means that our group is valid. So we can just put if match. If there isn't a match, it's just going to be null. So now that we've changed that, we've got that a little bit better. Okay, so I also can use this same stuff in my detail.js page or the tweet detail itself to actually set whatever that parameter is of isDetail. So I'm going to paste these in and I'll do const. I'm going to refactor it a little bit to say, to kind of just save some room here. And I'll just do patch, first off, match. So we'll say match equals to path.match regex. Okay. And then from that, we're going to go ahead and do const tweet ID. So if match, then it's match groups. Otherwise, it's going to be, well, let's just say -1 because it's not a valid tweet. Okay. And then the regex, I'm going to go ahead and put that there. Okay, so that's actually the URL tweet ID is that, right? So we're just looking in the URL to see if that's the correct one. And then the detail, well, we just need to do a comparison of whatever this URL tweet ID is with the actual tweet ID to see if it's the detail page. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and put them both in as strings like this. So the first one, we'll go ahead and do $ curly brackets tweet.id, and the second one, $ curly brackets tweet URL. And if we do that, then our view page or that view link will go away on any given detail. Now, of course, the retweet itself now sort of needs to see that, right? So we did hide actions here. But this should hide the action buttons, not the view buttons, right? So to do that, I'm going to create a fragment, so React.fragment. And what this does is just allow me to wrap some code in here without having to put like an HTML element. So I can then cut out this portion and put that in relation to the fragment itself for all of those action buttons so that my div class is still in there and it's going to render out the way I need it to. So if I refresh now I can view, the retweets and I can go down that whole rabbit hole, which is cool. But also, like, if I look at the actual HTML itself, since the fragment is gone, right, I'm not seeing any other divs or spans or anything like that. So React.fragment allows that to happen. So you can still wrap things just like this. But there we go. So we now have a way to link these things, to view them. We can see old links, old tweets. We can go back all the way to the original after all those retweets and whatnot. So pretty good interactivity overall. Now, of course, these buttons don't have to be designed where they are. You can put them wherever you want. And in fact, you can add a click handler to the tweet itself to be in view, right? So on the outside of the tweet, if you did something like this, let's go ahead and just grab that and put it on, I don't know, the whole body, right? If I click on it, it's going to take me to that home page. And it'll keep doing that on anywhere on this tweet, right? Including the retweet. Won't necessarily go to the view either, which I don't recommend that you do that. But That's something that's really cool about React is you can easily just move elements like that around. Pretty cool. So I think I have the button classes incorrect for my view. So I'm going to do btn small. I think I might have done that. Let's see. Let's look at our action buttons. Let's see what my default classes are there. Yeah, and btn small. Okay. That's why it looked off a little off. Okay, cool. So now that we've got linking, it's time to actually bring this over into Django and see how all of that works with this. Okay, so now it's time to create a new build and bring it into Django. So let's close out our React server and we'll do npm run build. And of course that brings it into the build folder here. And we're gonna wanna bring all of that over into Django. And of course we still have to do it manually. So let's just double check how we had everything. I've got my CSS and my JS in here. And then my template I think is basically the exact same thing as the build. Okay, and sure enough it is. I scroll all the way over. And yeah, I still see my JavaScript stuff in there too. Okay, and then I did have React via DJ. That's definitely still going to be the template that we're going to use, but it's just going to change ever so slightly. And I also want to check base.html. Looks like I already have a number of the React components in here, which is good that we did that. So inside of React, all I really need to change is the JS and CSS. I don't think I need to change the base embed, but we'll find out here shortly. So let's go ahead and look in our static files here. I'm gonna go ahead and reveal in Finder. Okay, and then I'm open up the other static files that are coming from Django, not static root, but just static. Also reveal that in Finder. Okay, so I've got these two open here. And I want to go from my tweetme web build static files. So I'm going to go ahead and copy all these and move them here. With these, I'm going to go ahead and just delete. I do not want those in there at all. Bring those over. And then CSS, same thing. I want to just delete that. You know, in fact, what I could have done was just drag the entire static folder over, but I'm going to keep doing it the hard way. Okay, logo, I don't think I need to change that at all, so I'm not going to. Okay. So something I most likely did change is the names of the files themselves. So when React does a build, it does change the names to match what that build is. So it's not going to be the same as whatever the old one was. Okay, so that means then I need to grab all of the new names and put them into my React template for JS, right? So we see here, here's the old name, this is the new name. Now, to be safe on this one, I can go into my build folder, into index.html, and really I just need to go all the way to where the script tags are written. And that's these two at the very back. Copy those, cut them out, whatever you want to do, and then paste them in to your Django side. That really should be it. I didn't really change any of the CSS stuff, so I don't really need that. In fact, I probably don't even need the CSS from React anyway, because I believe in base.html we have Bootstrap coming through there, and we do. Okay, cool. So now that we've got that, let's go ahead and close out some of these things. I'm not going to save any of those. All I really want to make sure that I've saved is just the React.js template file, which is pretty telling. So that means that whenever I build something, I probably just need to bring over the JavaScript related stuff. And that includes all of these files here. It's just nice to have all of them. But since we've got that, let's go in the root of our Django project where manage.py is. So if you want to know, manage.py is this. All right, so I'm in that project. I'm just going to run collect static. And we're going to override everything. We'll say yes. Close that down. Now what I'm going to do is create two new pages in my templates. One is going to be tweets dash, or wait, not there, but inside of this tweets directory here, we're going to do list.html and then detail.html. Okay, so you might be guessing, hopefully you already know, as to what these two are going to be. So inside of public, we go to index.html. Our detail was this component, right? So that piece of that component, we're going to bring that into detail here. And of course, I need to kind of do a couple things here. So I'm just going to grab the data like this. So this should be some argument that we're going to pass in, and I'll pass in tweet ID. This is now a context variable from Django. So we'll go ahead and do extends base.html. And let's just double check what React via DJ looks like. I'm going to go ahead and paste that one into list.html. React via DJ is, well, it's not that complicated. Okay, there we go. So I now have the two templates that are going to handle my tweets, and these are all obviously through React. And in here, we might as well say users, or let's do profile actually. So tweet profile, something like that. And this one is going to be very similar to this, of course. And if we remember back to what we set up, I think I have it in index.html. We did data username and data user can tweet. So inside of profile, data username. So we're going to have to say the profile username and then can tweet. We'll leave it in as false. But yet again, I need to bring in other Django stuff. Okay. There we go. Cool. So now I have three potential views that I can be passing in here. And these are going to be, well, pretty easy actually. So let's close down some of the static stuff. And inside of tweets, I'm going to make three new views in here. So these views are rendering out actual HTTP. It's not going to be from the standard views. Like I'm actually going to render things out just like this. So with this, I'll go ahead and say the tweets list view. Let's just go ahead and make sure that I don't have that written again. And then we'll do tweets detail view. And then finally, we will do tweets profile view. And roughly the same. Okay, so the profile one, the argument is profile username. So I'll go ahead and pass in request and username, and then we'll do args and keyword args. I don't really need any of those things. This time I'm going to go ahead and give my context, being the profile username is the username that's here. Okay, the detail view, this is going to be the tweet ID. Tweet ID, we should probably use it more in the underscore casing that Python is used to. I think it's also called snake case. We can pass that in now. We don't need to give a status code at all. And then the list view doesn't need any context, so we can get rid of that. And so naturally the pages themselves, the actual templates, are in tweets list, tweets detail, and then tweets, I think we said, what did we say? Profile, there we go. Profile. Okay, so now these three views I want to actually bring in to my main configuration. So tweet me to URLs. And now we'll go ahead and do tweets views. I probably don't need any of these views anymore, so I can actually, let's just go ahead and get rid of all of those because I am importing them here. So the tweet views I actually need, no longer the home view, but rather the tweet list view, the tweet detail view, and the tweet profile view. So the list view, we're going to use that as our home view for right now. We'll probably need to change things a little bit related to that later. The next one is going to be our actual tweet view, which I believe we did tweet ID, and this is going to be an integer. Oops, I put those backwards. That should be int, like that. Okay, and then we can do, this is going to be profile, and this is going to be a string, so str. And what do we call it? What was our argument for that? It was something like just username. Simple enough. So username, and now we've got detail and profile. Let's put this to the test. Okay, cool. So now that we've got that, let's just make sure our server's running, and it is. So Control tilde to open this up. So let's go ahead and take a look at our Django server now on port 8000. The home page is rendering out the incorrect home page. It's rendering out the REST framework, so it's possible that I named things incorrectly. It's tweets list. So I probably need to update how my views are altogether, but before I even do that, I'm just going to go ahead and say local in front of all of these. And back into my URLs, this is going to be local, and it's all local just like this. Okay, cool. So local list view, local detail view, local profile view. Nice. Okay, so let's run the server again and take a look. Homepage, there was an error. Let's take a look at what the error was. It's giving me an origin error because I'm on the wrong host. So I'll just go ahead and say local host. We can worry about that some other time. But here we go. We've got our tweets listed out, now run through Django. If I hit view, it should go to that page. Also still run from Django, and everything should be working as according to what we set out to do. One of the things I would want to set here while I'm doing the Django related testing is to make sure that my dev authentication is gone, and then we'll rerun the server. And now I'll go ahead and like and unlike things. And I might be getting some errors here. Yeah, I'm getting forbidden errors here. So I don't actually have my authentication credentials coming through. The CSRF token is not working currently. So that's definitely something we're going to have to solve as well. But for now, some of the navigation pieces are working. Yeah, I still cannot tweet in this local environment. So I definitely need to get that situated. So that's something we'll do, as well as cleaning up how the local views are being handled. All right, so we went a while with having our API views live next to our regular Django views. And now I'm going to actually change that. So inside of the Tweets app, the Django app that is, we're going to make a new folder in here called API. And inside of this, we're going to add an init file and two more things. One is going to be urls.py, and then the other is going to be views.py. Now, you might know what I'm going to be doing here. The first one is going to be all the URLs. I'm going to go ahead and copy all of these URLs and bring them into my API URLs. I have everything correct except for this home view. I don't need that anymore. And then all of my views, I'm going to go ahead and copy literally all of them into views as well. And then I'll delete the ones I do not need, which are the local ones. I only want REST API views inside of this. Okay, so all of these right here, I no longer need. And then any other relative imports, if I have them, like serializers, models, forms, all of that stuff is no longer relative. I need to go back a few. So ... and ... You might want to move your serializers into the API, but really I'm just worried about the view so much and the URLs and making sure that those are mapped in just a little bit better way than we had, because we are still driving so much of this project through Django. So then my views now, I'm going to get rid of all of my API views from that other project piece. And in this case, I'll bring it back to being tweets detail, tweets list, and so on. Okay. Relative imports are good. A lot of them I actually do not need anymore. I probably don't need any of my models. I probably don't need forms. I probably don't need any of these, including all the REST framework stuff. I might not even need the redirect. There's a number of things that I could go through and check to make sure if I need them or not, which I'm not going to do just yet. Okay, so now that I've done all of these pretty major changes, I need to go into URLs. And the API one now is tweets.api.urls. And then all these local views, I need to change and get rid of all local. Okay. And I will keep them with these same domains here. Okay. And yes, I want to change this as well. There we go. So this is still the paths I'll end up using for those things. Based on a number of factors, but one of them being how we handle the detail view inside of this. Well, we could use it as tweets, and it'll still actually grab that integer, and we'd still really be able to manage how that works. But the link itself in here will not go to the right place, which is why I'm going to leave it like this. Okay, cool. So let's run the server again. And again, we can still run the server. This is a nice combination between Django and React.js now, and it's just better prepared for using future things. So in the URLs of the tweets app, we're going to go ahead and delete that since we moved the location of where the API URLs are. And the other part of this is, if I wasn't using Django to render any of these pages like this, I probably would have kept all of those views in views.py here. But since I wanted to just have a completely separate views.py specifically for that. So now it makes a little bit more sense as to what's going on with the project itself. A little bit ago, we actually tried to do some post actions onto our database. We tried to update the database using Django and React, and we got this authentication credentials were not provided. And I thought at the time that it was probably related to CSRF, as in the token itself. But then if we look at that inside of the React component for lookups, I still am passing the CRF token, and it's right here. The URL is probably not the best URL. I should probably make that relative. But overall, it should have the token in there. And really, this is not the error that says the CSRF token was missing. It's saying authentication credentials were not provided. So that's actually a good sign. So the next thing I did was to check if I'm logged in. And sure enough, I was not. It's kind of silly, but it's something that happens all the time when you're building stuff. So I logged in, and what do you know? I can unlike things, and I can also tweet. I can do all of that. That's pretty cool. So that does mean that it actually is working. But what is not working is how my authentication errors happen, or more specifically, what I do when I try to hit like. It doesn't handle it in a way that I would hope, right? It just says authentication credentials were not provided. So going back in here, I actually want to go ahead and see, error. I'm going to go ahead and console log the error a little bit more, see if it's related to on error, if there's a way to handle it in here inside of the XHR. The onload actually might be the one that's handling it too. So we'll go ahead and save that, and we'll run npm run start. Okay, and there we go. And I'm now getting a new error that's related to the CORS policy that I have, which is this header. I actually don't need that header anymore, so I can get rid of that. that does remove this error, but I'm still getting the authentication credentials were not provided. So it's not an XHR error, as we see here, but it's rather going to be on our callback or our onload here. So what I actually want to do is say inside of my lookup is say is if xhr.status equals to 403, and more so it's this actual error right here, and then the detail. So we'll go ahead and say const detail equals to xhr response.detail. And we'll say if detail equals to this string, then I'm going to do window.location href equals to /login. Okay. And actually not trigger the callback, or I shouldn't be triggering the callback, and this should be not data, but rather detail. I might also need to have a response in here. Let's go ahead and try this out. So if I refresh on here, hit likes, it should take me to login. Now, naturally, in the React page, it's not going to show me anything, but in this page, it does. I'll also go ahead and add in a URL parameter and say show login required being true. And then that way in Django, I can actually check, what the login required is. I can say like, hey, you must log in to continue. Okay, so this is just a quick and easy way to handle that last issue. So what we're going to do then is actually build it and then bring it over yet again. I'm going to run the build and then just copy everything over. I'm going to do it really kind of quickly because it's really just the JavaScript stuff. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so now that I have the static files changed, let's go ahead and refresh in here again. I hit likes. This seems to be working because I am logged in here. But if I go into an incognito window and try that again and hit likes, it takes me to a different page altogether. So that means now Django should be able to handle that portion and then redirect us back. And of course, if I try to tweet, it should do the same thing. So it gives me an error occurred. Please try again. So I might want to remove that at some point, but an error occurred is somewhat accurate here anyway. But that also means that I actually have my callback is still being called. So this callback right here is actually still being called if that error is done, which you may or may not want to have happen, but I'm going to leave it in there because that gives me the opportunity to do other things with the callback if I need to, like other kinds of alerts or other kinds of messages on there, or even storing in the case of a tweet, just temporarily storing what that value is somewhere. I'm not going to do that. That starts to get a lot more complicated, but it might be something you do in the future. This now is all we need to handle. So that's bringing us into like one of the more major things here, which is registration, login, and log out. Those things are going to be done only through Django, right? We actually already have a user's feed. The things that we still don't have are the follow button and also seeing what you're following. So your actual, your actual feed is just every tweet, which is not what we want. So that's pretty cool. So we're definitely close to just knocking these out. Now we get the very fun task of doing authentication and registration. Now, of course, I'm just joking. Authentication and registration is not really that fun as a part of your entire project, right? It's just a necessary feature that has to happen, and it has to be secure and reliable. And for that reason, I'm going to be using just straight up Django and its built-in features for that. Now, of course, you can do this in the Django REST framework and you can make it a REST API, but I think that's adding too much to our project as it is now. And what's more important is that we just finish this portion so we can continue to build the more important features of our service, which is, tweeting and doing all that cool stuff. So let's go ahead and do this. And the first step I need to do is actually create a new app. So I'm going to go ahead and do python manage.py start app, and I'm going to call it accounts. Now, calling an app accounts is pretty standard practice. This is often where you'd put a custom user model if you were going to do that. And it's also going to be where we're going to put all of our authentication views. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to define something called login view, and it's going to take in the request and args and keyword args, and then it's going to return some sort of response. So render request, then the template name, we can just say form.html for a moment, and then some sort of context here. Right? So I actually need context in relation to this. So to get that context, we can do from django.contrib.auth.forms. We can import the authentication form, and we might as well import the user creation form as well, because we will get to that at some point. And I'll go ahead and say form equals to authentication form. Now, you might be tempted to think that this is all you need to do with request.post or none, just like many of our other forms. But the authentication form doesn't actually work that way. Instead, you have to say, you have to pass in the request itself and then data equals to request, post, or none. That is actually how this form works. And then we'll do form.is, or rather, if form.is valid, then we'll go ahead and get the user. So the user is equal to form.getUser. Now again, these are all related to the Django authentication form. It's not a standard form here. So with that user, we can import one more thing, which is actually logging in this user. So from django.contrib.auth, import login. We'll also import logout because we do intend to have a logout view as well. So now that we've got this, I can actually pass in into login the actual built-in method here. I can pass in two arguments here. One is going to be the request. The other one is the actual user from the form itself. And then finally, I'm going to go ahead and import another shortcut called redirect. I'm just going to go ahead and return redirect to the home page. Okay. So in my context, I just need to pass in my form argument here. And that's pretty much it. Okay, so like you're probably already familiar how to wrap everything else up for this, but that's how we use the built-in Django authentication form. There are built-in Django authentication views, but I just wanted to show you how you can do this. Now, if you were to use a model form, let's say, for instance, you had your own form and you said my model form of some kind and you wanted to do request, post, or none. What you would do instead is bring in something called authenticate. And then this would be user equals to authenticate. And then you're going to grab in the request, user, oops, sorry, not the request itself, but rather the username and the password, and that's really the only difference. Username, of course, would have to be like username equals to form.cleaned data.get username. Right. I'm going to assume that you know for sure how to do build a form that allows you to get to this point. But I'm going to, again, still use the authentication form itself. I just wanted to show you essentially how all of this can work in two ways. Okay, so now that we've got that, I do want to change how the form is rendered, but we won't do that just yet. Instead, what I'm going to do is finish off the various views. So the login view is not a whole lot different than the registration view. So registration view, and this is going to be now a user creation form. So this is actually a model form. So we can come back and say request.post or none. And then before I actually finish off this registration, I'm just going to go ahead and say, let's go ahead and print out the form.cleaned data here. so we can see what's going on with that one. And then, of course, the form as being an argument that we pass in. And then finally, we have a logout view. So I'm going to go ahead and put that right underneath my login view. So define logout view, request, args, and keyword args. And all I'm going to do here is say if request.method equals to post, then I'll go ahead and log out and then return redirect to login. And in this case, I'm going to definitely have to make a new one. I'm just going to go ahead and say accounts logout.html. Okay, so basically if the method is post, then we're going to run the logout method itself. But that actually passes in the request too. So every once in a while, I run into this problem and I forget that I need to declare this as login view. So I'm not, accidentally calling it login because then this the import for the actual method of logging in is not going to work. So this right here is recursively calling itself and it'll just go in a loop. So you definitely want to make sure that you're using login view. Okay. And now since I have this logout.html, I'm just going to keep along this with accounts.login.html, and then the registration, I'll do accounts register.html. Now the reason I was starting to use form, because if you remember in our templates, we actually have form.html already. So I can use this form.html in my other templates, as we've seen. So inside of templates, I'm going to make a new folder here. I'm going to call it accounts. The very first one I'm going to make is login.html. This is actually pretty easy to do. It's going to be extends base.html and block content, and then in block content. And then we'll go ahead and include our components form.html, and I'll say with form equals to form. And I also know that my button label is off, so I'll go ahead and say button label equals to btn label. And then I also might as well say h1 and some sort of title. Okay, so there's another couple keyword arguments we need to pass in to that login view itself. So the keyword arguments, I'll give a context dictionary here for this view. And we'll put the form here. And then btn label being login, and then title being login. Passing that context into our render method here. Okay, so this login actually could be reused, or how this login.html could be reused multiple times. We do have this button label, so we might as well add that in here. So I'm just going to go ahead and say if button label, then the button label. Otherwise, we'll just keep it in as save. Just leaving whatever that default was. Okay, but again, thinking about this login here, this could be used for registration as well. So I'm just going to add one more div class in here, and it's going to be column 4 mx auto. Actually, let's call it column 10 and column medium 4, and then the margin being auto, and then I'll put those things in there just like that. So instead of calling this login, then I'll just go ahead and rename it to being auth. Back into my views, login is now auth, register is now auth, register needs context as well, and yet again we're going to be using form, and then btn label, register, and then title, register, pass in that context. Okay, simple enough. Let's make sure we put commas where they need to be. Okay, and then the final one is just the logout view, which in this case is going to be just an empty form. So what I'm actually going to try is passing in the exact same auth. And this time I'm going to go ahead and use context here and say button label being logout, form being none, the actual BTN label is now logout, passing this context to that auth. So let's give that a try. Okay, so I'm actually going to change this from registration to register view. Okay, so now that I've got these views here, let's go back into my project, into settings.py. I want to make sure that I have accounts in here. This is sort of standard practice whenever you add a new app. Should have done that before, but we're doing it now. And then the next part is adding in urls.py. We're going to do from accounts.views, we're going to import login view, logout view, and then the register view. Okay, so let's go ahead and make the paths for them. There's going to be 3 of them. Let's do login, logout, and register. Login view, logout view, register view. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this out. So we'll run the server. And let's take a look. So I'm going to go into login. Let's actually just make sure I'm actually logged out. So admin, log out of the admin. So login. First user, let's go ahead and try it out. I log in, and then I'll go ahead and try and tweet. And sure enough, I get a tweet. I don't get an error like we've seen before. Let's go to the logout view and log out. Okay, so what we need to do then in our view for logout is say something along the lines of like click to confirm. And then we can add some sort of description here saying like, are you sure you want to log out? This description then can go in the auth. And we'll just say if description. Then we put it into a p tag. None of this is like shockingly hard, I assume. Are you sure you want to log out? Click to confirm. And sure enough, it logs me out. As I can test by trying to tweet, an error occurred, please try again. That should take me to the login. And what do you know? There it is. Okay. So now I can log in and log out. That's really nice. How about register? Okay. So there is my registration form. So let's go ahead and try this. I'm just going to say some random username. Yes, of course you can use the suggested password that Google or Safari give to you. We hit register and nothing seems to happen. Well, if we look back into our code, we see what came through. So it's actually giving me the appropriate data here. So the other thing about this is if I use a whatever password, it's definitely going to make sure that, hey, you got to make sure your password fields matched. So that's built into that registration. So that's pretty cool. So the next thing is actually turning this data into a user itself. So there's actually one more thing I want to check is to make sure that it's unique usernames. So I'll try a user that I definitely have registered, and it does. It checks that already for me. That's also very nice. Okay, so in that case, that means that I can assume that the data that's coming through here is good data. Realistically, I'm just going to go ahead and say username equals to form.cleaneddata.get username, and then I need to create my user, or do I? Right? I did mention this is a model form, so let's go ahead and just say user equals to form.save commit equals to true, and then we'll go ahead and say user.set password and that's going to be form.cleandata.get, and it's going to be password 1 or 2, right? So that form is checking that for us. So let's go ahead and just comment these out now. Okay, let's try this again. I hit continue. Of course, it's not the correct user. I'm going to use a whatever username and actually you kind of need to set a real password because of this. It has validators into it. Okay. Yes, I think I had another error, as it says right here. Okay, so let's try this again, and I'll say ABC123 a whatever password. Okay, so I'm not positive if this set in, but I'm going to go ahead and log in because I didn't put a redirect at all. I'm going to try this user. And it logged in. Perfect. And I can tweet. All right, so we've got registration almost done. But the idea here is, check it out. I can save the user directly from the form, or I could grab this username and then get the user model and then do user.objects.create username equals to username, or whatever this argument is. And then you can set the password with set password. That's how you set the user's password with all the time, no matter what. But realistically, what I want to do is after that user authenticates, or rather registers, I want to authenticate them in a similar fashion as I did with the login view. This, of course, is not 100% necessary. What you could do instead is send a confirmation email, to verify their account. But that configuration we've done a number of times in other projects. So if you're interested in that, definitely let me know, and I'll point you in the right direction. But the idea here is now we have all of the authentication covered, and it's fairly straightforward, hopefully. But at this point, it's a lot to review. Unless you maybe didn't see the authentication form itself before, that might be the one aspect of it that's different. But I will emphasize that whenever you can, try to reuse these templates and just do it where you change the context a little bit. And then that way you're not having 50 different templates for all of your views themselves. And that is also the argument from going from something called function-based views to class-based views. Right, so every view we've done so far are function-based views. Class-based views take the concept of reusability to a whole nother level, and they're out of the context of what we're doing here, but it's worth checking out too for that same reason, because the built-in views that Django has for login, logout, and user creation, I believe they are all in the class-based views. And that's certainly a way to step up the way you use Django, is to use class-based views. Now that we've crushed our authentication and registration, let's go ahead and create our profiles app. So you might consider putting this into accounts, but I'm going to put it into profile because it's a separate concept from just accounts. It's similar to like tweets. You have a bunch of tweets. In my case, it's going to be a user having a single profile, but then there's going to be profile views and all that stuff that are just dedicated just to profiles. Thus, I'm going to make an app for it. So Python manage.py, start app profiles. And the very first thing that we need to do is create the profile itself. So we'll do class profile, and this is models.model. And then the user, this is going to be a one-to-one field. So models.one-to-one field, and it's going to have to be to settings.auth user model, and on delete, this is going to be dmodels.cascade. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring in that settings configuration. So from django.conf import settings, and I actually might need to use that user model multiple times. So I'm going to go ahead and say that user equals to this whole thing right here. Okay, so what other things do you want on this particular profile? Well, it's kind of up to you, right? So you could say, you could put their name here. There is a name field already in their user field, but you could put it in their profile, or you could say something like their location, models.char field, max length, like, I don't know, 220, null equals to true, and blank equals to true. Maybe any, like a bio, models.text field, blank equals to true, null equals to true. So those are cool, right? That's probably all we really need right now. I might need to add things later, but for now, this is fine. Okay, so with that, since we changed our models.py, what do we need to do? We need to go into our settings. First thing, we need to add it into our settings.py, and then we need to run migrations. So python manage.py or /manage.py, make migrations, and /manage.py, migrate. Okay, so the main reason to have one-to-one here is we only want one user to have one profile and one profile to be associated to only one user. That's it, right? Okay, cool. So now that we've got that, what I want to do is actually create some URLs. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new file here, and we'll do urls.py. And I also want to create views. So inside of urls.py, I'm just going to copy these main URLs here and bring those in. This is how I do it from time to time if I ever need to just really quickly use some URLs that already exist. Okay, and there we go. We've got our URLs ready. And naturally, I'm going to have to set up something. Ooh, I already have something for profile. That is great. So I'm going to get rid of that. This is going to be the profile view. I'm actually going to call this the profile detail view, and that is going to come from our views. So from.views, import the profile detail view. Naturally, I need to create the profile detail view. It's got to take in a request, args, and keyword args. And then we're going to return render request and profiles detail.html and some sort of context. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy the other profile detail view that we created before, which I believe is in tweets and views. And if you search down for tweets profile view, this is essentially what we want to bring in here. I mean, it's actually not all that complicated. It's really just bringing in this user argument here, or the username argument, into the request itself. And then we can pass that argument into the context dictionary itself. But actually, that's not correct. I want to actually get the profile for the past username, right? That actually makes a lot more sense. We're not going to do that quite yet. But since we have a URL pattern that inside of our profiles app itself, I'm actually going to change my main configuration URLs to match that. So inside of urls.py for our main project, I'm going to get rid of this one and instead use include. So I'll keep profile there, get rid of that, and we'll just go include. And this instead of course tweets.api.urls, we're going to go ahead and do profiles.urls. Okay, so that should actually give us the correct view. And since we just did that, we no longer need that tweets profile view. That is also a little confusing, so I'm going to go ahead and delete that one. I'm not worried about the detail or list view at this point. I think those are actually correct as they need to be. Okay, so going back into our main configuration URLs, just double checking everything. We got profiles in here. So profile itself is a single, it's the single version of profile. It's not a dual version. So if for some reason you needed an S there, I would use a regular expression here and then just do S with a question mark. That means that S is optional. And so that if we go into our profiles here, we can go to profiles and ABC. We get a template does not exist. That's okay for this moment. But if we get rid of that S, it also says the exact same thing. So that's cool. That's a nice regular expression for something like that people might accidentally make a mistake on how the URL is rendered. So now we need to actually make the template view for it, but I already actually have a template for it, and I just need to move it and rename it. So new folder, and this is going to be called profiles, and we had it in tweets profile, so I'm going to bring that over into profiles. Let's go ahead and move it and just rename it to detail. Okay, so again, we already had some of this stuff. Let's go ahead and save it. And we refresh in here, and sure enough, it's actually rendering out for that particular user. And if it's a user that doesn't exist, whoa, maybe it's not rendering out correctly. So we might have to look into that as far as, well, I see why. This should say username, not profile username. And there we go. So ABC doesn't have any, CFE does. But of course, there's additional context that we want to bring in there. And also, in our view, we want to make sure that if this is not a valid username, we want to raise some sort of error. So naturally, our profile detail view is not complete. This is okay, but what we really want to do is check if this user exists and add any additional profile information they may have. So from Django.http, import HTTP 404. This will raise a 404 error if the username is not for a valid user profile. So we'll go ahead and do from.models, import profile. Let's go ahead and actually check in our database if this username even exists. So to do this, I'm going to use the query set method, which means that we do query set equals to profile.objects.filter, username equals to username. It's not username, it's actually user underscore username, and that's because of that foreign key relationship that we have here. And so we will basically say if not qs.exists, then we'll go ahead and raise that HTTP 404. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and say profile view, or not profile view, but profile object equals to qs.first, or the first item in that query set. And then we can update our context a little bit. I'm going to actually just clean it up so our context dictionary is easier to read. Okay, so we've got our username in there, and then we will have our profile and profile object. Cool, so now our detail view has been changed. Let's take a look. I'm on a user that does exist, and it's CFE. I refresh in here, and it says page not found. What the heck? This is a real user. Well, it should be no surprise. We actually are going off of the model of profile, not the model of user, right? So it's definitely different. It's a different model. It's doing it. It's looking it up in a different actual database, or the table in the database. So that user doesn't actually have a profile yet, which is certainly a problem. So what that means then is I need to come into my models and do a slight adjustment here. So Django has built-in methods called signals. What signals do is if there's some sort of action in our database, a signal can be sent out. So if a user is created, for example, a signal can be sent, and then a receiver can actually parse what happened with that, which we'll do right now. And this is actually how we'll create our profile. So we'll go ahead and do from django.db.models.signals. We're going to import the post save signal. There's also a pre-save, pre-delete, post-delete. There's a number of signals that you can look up. These are the two that I probably use the most, but we're going to go ahead and stick with post-save. And what post-save allows me to do is define a method called user.did.save. This is an arbitrary name itself that takes in some arguments. And then in this, I can actually create a new profile. So profile.objects.get or create, and we want to do it based off of our user. Okay. So in order for me to use this actual function with my signal, I do something like this: postsave.connect, and then I use the receiver function name, and then the sender, as in I need to make sure that my signal knows what object am I tracking here. Like, am I, like, after this object is saved or after this model is saved, which one is it? And in this case, it's the user itself. So the user, after it's saved, it will trigger this receiver function every single time. So that means then I need to actually handle the arguments that come through. And by default, for a post-save signal, the arguments are sender, instance, and created. Those are the built-in defaults. You can see other ones that come in by printing out keyword args. But instance is going to be the instance of the class that's being sent, in this case, the class that's being saved. And so that's going to be our actual user model. So I can actually say user equals to user. And that's really all I need to do. I mean, I could also add in this if created flag. So I could say if created and then run this profile objects get or create, which this is probably a little bit more efficient because every time the user saves to their model, do we really need to run this? The answer is probably no, but realistically, this user is not going to be saved very often because we are using the profile often in lieu of the actual user itself. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it with is created. That's really just the best way to do it. If created, it's going to go ahead and create the profile user. Now, I do actually have a problem with my already created user. So this is definitely something you would want to do in your project from the get-go. So if you already have a bunch of created users, then this might be the best way to do it, or defining your own custom signal that handles, like, I don't know, after the user logs in, verify profile, something like that. You can definitely create custom signals as well, and it's almost as easy as doing this right here. So I'm going to go ahead and create my profile objects did create. I actually want to create that user, and I'm going to do it based off of the signal itself. So let's go into the admin. I'm going to log into my user of CFE. I'm going to click every single one of these users and just hit save on each one of them. Okay, so hopefully this gets them all. And the purpose is to make sure that my profiles are actually being created. To double check that profiles are being created, we come into the admin and we can just do from.models import profile and admin.site, site.register profile, save that, and we refresh in our admin. We might need to restart the server. There we go. We've got our profiles here. I have 4 objects, sure enough, CFE, and so on. Okay, and that also means that I can go to profiles and any of those profiles that actually exist, and the ones that don't, it will get that 404 error. So jumping back into models, I'm going to go ahead and delete this extra one because we now have our previously saved ones there. Just keep in mind that the reason that VS Code does this is it doesn't have all of the linting information that you may or may not need, so you can ignore errors like that. Okay, so we now are at a point where our profiles are going to be created every time we do registration. Let's just verify this real quick by registering another fake user. So register and this .1 ABC. Actually, let's just use. Okay, so this .1, that's a new user. Let's go into the admin. Log in there, profiles, number 5. Perfect. So it's doing it. And of course, we probably should have some unit tests for this. You're at a point now where you know how to do it, so I recommend that you run some unit tests on your own and get that going. But now that we have profiles and we've handled signals, like, it's just a matter of editing some of these profiles and then rendering out that data. Okay, let's go ahead and create our profile form. I'm going to come in profiles and do forms.py. And in here, I'll do from Django import forms, and then from models import profile. And I'm also going to import from Django.contrib.auth. we're going to go ahead and import the get user model. And we'll say user equals to get user model. Okay, so let's do a couple things here. First thing is we'll go ahead and say class profile form, and this is a model form, and it's going to take in the class meta, model equaling to profile, and the fields are going to be location and bio. Location and bio. Okay. I'm not changing the username here. Adding a username changeable field starts to get a little bit complicated, so I'm not going to worry about that. But instead, what I'm going to do is say first name equals to forms.char field, and we're going to go ahead and say required equals to false. Let's go ahead and add in last name as well. Last name. Okay. So these fields are not related to the profile, but rather the user. Right? So if we look in the admin at any given user, we can see that there is first name, last name. Oh, and maybe we should put email address in there as well. So email address. Okay, and you could add some other fields in there too, but these are really the personal info, as it even says. So what I'm trying to do here is actually use one form to set two different models. It's not really that complicated to do, but it's definitely something that we want to do. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this profile form, and we're going to go and do from.forms import profile form. Oops, I went into URLs that we should be in the views. Okay, let's go back into the views. So from.forms profile form, and then we're going to do define profile update view. It's going to take in a request, and then args and keyword args. Okay, so whose profile? It's going to be my profile, right? So we want to get my profile object, and as you remember, we create it as soon as this user is created, so they will definitely have a profile object. So to do that, we can say request.user. Well, we're also going to need to make sure that this is a like a logged in user must be logged in to actually come here. But if they're not, I'm just going to go ahead and say if not request.user.is authenticated, then I'm going to return a redirect, and we'll just go to login and say next equals to profile update, something like that. Okay, so let's add in that redirect. This is sort of like a quick way to make a login required there. If you're using an older version of Django, just remember that you have to put parentheses there. Okay, so the user's profile. Now, to get this, we can actually use .profile. Now, the reason I can use .profile has to do with the one-to-one. Right? I have this one-to-one key, and the model name is profile, so I can actually, in my view, use .profile. So that's my actual instance itself. And then the next part of this is saying form equals to profile form. And we can pass in the instance itself by using instance equal to, and that's profile. And we can also do request.data or request.post or none, and then instance equals to my profile. Okay, and then we can say if form.isValid, then we're going to go ahead and grab, well, the other thing. So first name equals to form.cleanData.get first name. Let's grab that. And then it was what, last name and email address. Okay, and then before I actually even grab that stuff, I'm going to go ahead and say profile obj equals to form.save commit equals to false. And then with this, I have my request user here. I can go ahead and say, well, let's just actually set it equal to the user. So we'll say user equals to request.user. That makes things a little bit easier on us. So now I can go ahead and say user.firstname is equal to that first name. User.lastname equals to last name. User.email address equals to email address. And then user.save. That's all the user stuff, just the user model itself. Profile object, we can call .save on it now too. Okay, so that's updating from one field, one form. It's updating two different models. Okay, and then we want to render this out, and I'm going to return. I actually am not going to return a redirect, but rather just return the form, or just leave it like this. So if the form's valid, we're going to have it in there, and it's going to give us the exact same context, which that context is going to need to be declared somehow. And we're going to go ahead and use form is form, and then btn label, I believe I called it, is save, and then title equals to update profile. Okay, so now that I've got that, let's go ahead and actually create profiles detail. Or not profiles detail, but rather profiles update. Let's call it profiles form.html. New file in here, so form.html. We've actually already done something like this, and that's in auth.html. So in profile form.html, I'm going to use the same thing. I could use auth here, but I most likely am going to change sometime in the future. I'll probably change how the profile form is rendered. Like, I have a very high confidence level that that would happen, whereas in an account, it's going to be separate. So at some point, these will diverge, and I just don't want to have to worry about that, like wonder why or what's going on later. So I'll just leave it in like this. Okay, so naturally, I need to bring this into my URLs. So let's go ahead and add it. And this is going to be, we need to import the profile update view. And it's just going to be path. And let's go ahead and say edit. There we go. So naturally, a user cannot be named edit. That's now probably a blacklist user, which a simple way to blacklist a user is to add them to your database. You just say edit. This is a not efficient way at all. There's definitely validation and all sorts of things that you could do that's better than that, but it's nice, quick little hacky way to do it now. Okay, so now we go to profile edit. I gotta log in, no surprise there. It gives me a next URL. It's probably not gonna handle that because we never set it up. So let's go ahead and do profile and edit. Okay, so it's not actually rendering anything, so perhaps our context was incorrect, or maybe our form didn't render correctly. You know, could be a number of things that I didn't save. And looks like maybe I need to just rerun the server. Profiles, edit. Maybe we need to have a trailing slash, and sure enough, there it is. Okay. So that trailing slash was it. Let's get rid of the trailing slash in the URL pattern. And there we go. Okay, so we've got update profile, location, bio, first name, and so on. That's pretty cool, right? And naturally, there's a few stylistic things we might want to change here. One of them being the ordering of this. That's not the ideal ordering per se. And then also the CSS classes that are in here. Now, a quick and easy way to change the ordering is actually to change the model that we're basing this off of. So I can go in here and say, instead of profile form, I can do something like user profile form, change user, and then do first name, last name, email address, and then location and bio. And that's a pretty simple way to actually change that form. We would just need in our view to just, well, sort of adjust how this part is happening, which is not a huge deal either. But I definitely wanted to show you the two different ways on a quick and easy way to change the ordering of that. yet another way to do this, to actually change the ordering, I will show you that as well. And this will be just a profile basic form or a non-model form. And then we would just do forms.form. And just like we did with the user profile form here, we would come in and use all of the fields that we need, do the validation as we need. And then in our view, instead of trying to save the object here, it's going to be similar to like what we did here. We would just go off of that profile and save individual objects itself. And then you could pass in other data as well. So that, I mean, some sort of interesting information there that's going on. There is one more thing that we might probably want to pass, is like the related to the instance is some initial values for the first name and last name. And that's using initial and let's say first name. If I did something like that, close off the parentheses there, and then refresh in our profile edit. We have an issue with our form. Oh, that's probably just email actually. That's good that that came up. So this should be email, not email address. That was the label. So let's change all these to email. I'm going off of what this error is right here. Unknown field email address specified for user. It's probably just email. Okay, but now that I've passed in that initial value, I can use what that initial value is, which actually makes sense for my user itself. So to actually pass that initial value in, I think I can actually unpack the user like that. Nope, it's not letting me unpack the user. So instead, I'll just go ahead and say user data equals to first name. And this is user dot first name, last name, and that's user dot last name, and then email is user dot email. Okay, so we pass that into initial so that when we do send data backwards or to the back end, it's actually giving me what the appropriate data is. So, for example, I think I'm logged in as CFE, so let's come in here, into my users, into CFE, and I'll just say Justin Mitchell, because that's who I am, and I'm going to go to Profile Edit, and now it shows Justin Mitchell. If for some reason I want to change it to Justin Mitch, I save that and go into Admin, Users, CFE, Justin Mitch. Cool. So that is editing our profile and also doing it with two separate models. We're now pointed at a project where we can start talking about the following button. That is being able to actually follow users, see their tweets and only their tweets and stuff like that. But the challenge here is actually understanding how all of these relationships work. Because technically speaking, the follow button or the following model is not going to be a whole lot different than how likes work. So let's go ahead and jump into the terminal and we're going to actually break down how this works, and then we'll also even back up some of it in tests.py. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump into the terminal. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here so it's easier for you guys to see. And we're going to go ahead and do python manage.py shell. Okay, so inside of the shell here, I'm going to go ahead and do from django.contrib.auth import get user model. Okay, so the user model, of course, is going to be how we actually grab any particular user's tweets. So in the tweets like, we have the tweets like, and we also have tweets. So notice I'm not actually importing tweets at all. So to do this, I first need to grab a user itself. So let's go ahead and get the user model. So get user model, and then J will be user.objects.first. That, of course, is my user of Justin. Now, to get this user's tweets, we can do something very simple. It's user.tweets j.tweet.all. It's actually not that easy, right? So it's actually j.tweetSet.all, and that actually gives me all of my tweets. Now, how does this functionality work? Well, it's the model name lowercase and then underscore set. Now, the reason it's underscore set and not tweets.all or even j.tweet.all has to do with how we associated this user. So if I take a look at that model again, we see that I have my user right here. The foreign key field itself is on the tweet model itself, right? It's not on the user model, it's on the tweet model. And thus we have to use underscore set. Now this is actually where related name comes in. I could actually come in here and say related name equals to tweets. And with that, I'll have to run my migrations. So Python manage.py, make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate. Why did I do that? Well, I always want to run migrations whenever I change a field in my models, but just in general, I run migrations on models.py. But in this case, I actually didn't have to do anything, right? Nothing changed. Oh, it did change because I didn't save the file. So that's where saving is important. Okay, cool. So now I've done this change. I've added it to my database. Let's go back into the shell. And I'm actually going to, I have to close out and redo all of these things again. Yeah, it's not fun, but it is what I need to do. So I'm going to scroll up a little bit and we'll copy and paste some things. And J. So again, so we did j.tweetSet.all. That is the sort of standard way of how we used to do it. But now that I have a related name in here, I can do tweets.all, and sure enough, there it is, right? So that's the purpose of having those related names. Now, how do I actually get the tweet likes objects, right? So these are the actual tweets that I've tweeted, but they're not necessarily the ones that I've liked, right? So tweet dot, well, what was the tweet like called? Well, it's easy, tweet like set.all. So this is now all of the instances of tweet like, not the actual tweet itself, but these are all of the things that I may have liked. So to get the actual tweets that I've liked, so I would say my likes equals to, and I can do something like this, tweet or x.tweet for x in this right here. That's just a single line for loop, and we hit X, and then we do my likes. And of course, my likes is not going to be equal to tweets.all. And you could check this by grabbing whatever the length is. So my likes, that's only 11, where my tweets, so j.tweets.count is 103. Okay. So again, I didn't import the model for tweet at all, or the tweet like model. Instead, what I did was use the reverse relationship, or the relationship that the user model has with the tweet model or the tweet like model. Cool. So there is one other thing that I can do. I've got my tweet likes set here. Well, the actual tweets, the likes themselves had a related name too, and that was just simply tweet user. So if I did j.tweetUser.all, then I'll see all of the tweet objects as well. So this right here, maybe let's go ahead and do length of that. I hit enter, notice it's 11. So those are all of the likes that are associated to this user. And in fact, this is the preferred method because it's a actual Django query set versus what I did, which was going through a query set and looping through. This right here will not be that efficient in the future, whereas this will always be efficient, or a lot more efficient. In fact, the most efficient way to get the length of that would be user.count. And that actually is how you're going to want to do it, and not length. Okay, so that's how these relationships work. And we can use the imports directly to the model itself and then filter things down. But I don't need to worry about that right now. The main thing about this was, hey, now I can see a couple things. Number one, all of the tweets that I did. Number two, all of the things that I've liked, right? And the instances related to the like. So like the description of the like, if you will, which has a timestamp in it. And then I can also see, again, seeing the tweets and the count that I did. And then lastly, the actual likes that I have associated to any given tweet and the tweets themselves. So that's pretty cool. Now, the reason I did this is because we can now think of this in terms of following, right? So if you look at likes, just change likes with following. So j.followers.all, perhaps it would be like this, and then j.following.all, and perhaps it would be a bunch of other users. So it's a really similar sort of idea. But with this, I actually want to grab or add in a couple new tests to ensure that this is correct. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom out a little bit here and open up the Explorer again and take a look at tests.py. Zoom out just a little bit more. Okay, so first thing that we need to recognize is the user that we're actually using in this test case, and that is the first user, so user of an ID of 1. The next thing I need to test is whether or not the related names are actually working correctly. So let's go ahead and double check that. The first thing that I need to check is how many tweets did I create in this setup process. There are 2. So I'm going to go ahead and check that one out. So we'll go ahead and say test tweets related name, and we'll say self. And then the user is going to be self.user, of course. So we'll say user equals to self.user. And the count of that should be self.assert equal, and it's going to be self or user.tweets.count, and it should be equal to 2 because we created 2 right here. Okay, just like this is looking for 4 being created after it made 1 in this test, this should actually look for 2, and it's going off of that related name. Okay, so the next thing would be the actual amount of things that that particular user has liked. And again, when we do the get client, it's using that exact same user. So down here, I'm going to test another piece of this action like, and to make sure that if I do self.user, I can get my likes or my like instances is equal to user.tweet like set. And then we can say .all, or in my case, it's going to be .count. And then we'll have to do self.assert equal this my like instances. Well, that should be probably like instances count. And that's going to be equal to 2. So why would it be equal to 2? Well, actually it should be equal to 1 probably, because there's only 1 like here. So let's actually go back here. So let's save that, and we'll go ahead and run our test. So we'll do python manage.py test. And it's running, and sure enough, I got 9 tests, and they worked all fine. Now, again, we think of this in terms of like the reason I'm doing this test is just to ensure that if I change the related names in any form or fashion, that they would still be correct. But that's not all of my related names, of course, right? So if I go back into my tweet, I also have this likes of tweet user, right? So that should be the same number of likes as the instance count. So the next part would be my related likes equals to user.tweetuser.count. And then we want to assert those things being equal as well. So I'm going to use that instances count with my related likes. So those should 100% be good. So I'm going to run that. It's still 9 tests, but it's going to assert all of these equal tests in here too. We're still good. I could move this actually out into a different area, but if I moved it into a different test, this action may or may not occur first. And we definitely want to make sure that that action does occur, which is why I did that. And then the next thing is I actually want to have my assert equals being all next to each other. It just makes things a little bit easier when you're wanting to debug everything and having your assert equals towards the bottom. It's not a requirement, obviously. It's just, it makes a lot of sense to have all of the sort of variables and actions up above checking. Okay, cool. So that is talking a lot more about the related items and then even adding tests to them. All right, so in this one, what we're going to do is add a many-to-many field for followers. Now, followers are going to be associated on our profile model. So that is, we're going to go ahead and say followers equals to models.many to many field, and it's going to be a user, and we need a related name in here, which should be following, and I'll explain these things in just a moment, and I'll also go ahead and say blank equals to true. Okay, so why is it called following and followers? Why is that the difference? Well, the main thing here is saying if we did profile obj.followers.all, this would imply that all users following this profile, similar to like all users liking a tweet, followers makes sense there. So profile obj, I'll just go ahead and say that it's some object here of the profile, the objects first. Okay, and then if I'm a user, we would say user.following.all, and this is going to be all users I follow, right? Or at least that's in theory how it should be. And that's why I'm naming it this, okay? But I also still want to have something that's related to the followers many to many. In other words, I want to have a timestamp as to when that following relationship happened. So I'll go ahead and say follower relation, and I'll do models.model, and we'll go ahead and grab the user model here. So user.models.foreign key, and we'll give that the user, and then we'll go ahead and say on delete equals to models.cascade. And then I'll go ahead and do the same thing for profile. So the profile object. And yet again, with this foreign key, we want to use the string just like we saw before. And then I'll also add a timestamp here, and that's models date time field, auto now add equaling to true. Okay. And since I'm adding a timestamp to the following relationship, I might as well add the same timestamp into the profile relationship too. It makes sense to have them in both places, like as in when was this profile created. And then actually, let's go ahead and also do an updated one. These are two fields I tend to do a lot. And auto now add means it, like as soon as it's saved to the database. Updated means the most recent time it was saved. So updated actually gets updated, like the field itself. Timestamp does not. It stays the same. Okay, cool. So now that I've got this, I'm going to go ahead and save it. And of course, I've made a bunch of changes here. So I'm going to go ahead and do python manage.py, make migrations. And then it's asking me that I'm adding one off with timestamp. So I'm adding a value that's not default, and it's also not in the database. So I'll go ahead and provide a one-off value. And I'm just going to go ahead and do timezone.now. Simple enough. And then python manage.py, migrate. Okay, cool. So now I have this aspect of followers inside of my profile model. Now, not any different to what we've seen before. I'm going to go ahead and run some tests related to this. So inside of test.py, we're going to create a test case in here. So I'll go ahead and do from.models import the profile. And then I'll also do from django.contrib.auth. We're going to go ahead and import the get user model as well. So first thing I need to do is get the actual user model, and then we're going to go ahead and set a class test case. So I'll do profile test case, and it takes in test case. And then we're going to define setup in camel case. And setup should do a number of things. Number one, it should create an actual user, which we've done before. So let's go ahead and just grab the example in our tweets test case. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab two users. I'm going to do it the same way, and it's going to create a few things as well. So user A, user B, cool. And then what we should be testing at first, the very first thing that we should test is test profile created, right? So we'll do self.assert equal, and this is now going to be, well, two accounts of the profile object. So let's go ahead and say QS equals to profile.objects.all. And then this is going to be QS.count should be 2. Okay, so we save that. Let's go ahead and do python manage.py test. And actually more specifically, python manage.py test profiles. So we're just testing the profiles app itself, and it's one test and everything's good. So it's actually, the signals are working in a test manner. So this is really test profile created via signal. That's actually probably a little bit better of a test name for it. And now that we've got that, let's go ahead and test out the following portion. So I'm going to go ahead and define test following, and we'll do self. And so I'm going to go ahead and grab the first user. So user A equals to self.user, and second equals to self.user B. Let's actually call it first and second, just to make sure everything's good there. So how do we actually access the profile object for any given user? Hopefully you remember this, but it's pretty simple. I'll go ahead and say first profile equals to first.profile. Okay. And then to actually add a follower to it, well, it's simple. It's first.profile.add, or rather followers.add second. So that should actually add this second user to that. And now what we want to test is we want to say QS equals to second.following.all. So that's getting that entire QS or entire query set in there. And now we want to go ahead and say, we want to check if the profile itself that we just added is inside of this list here. So I can actually add one more aspect to this and say filter, and then we'll do the user equals to first. Okay, so we just want to self.assert true, and that's going to be qs.exists. Okay, let's try that again. And we get an error. Profile test case, no attribute user B. Oops. It's not user underscore B, but rather just user B. Okay, let's try that again. And this time we've got all tests are running through good. Okay, great. So what happened here, we added a follower, and then from a user, check the other user is being followed. Okay, simple enough, right? So adding a user, and then we're grabbing the second user's following, right? So let's go ahead and just parse this out a little bit so it's even more clear, and we'll say second user following who, and that's going to be .all, or I think it's actually whom. And then we can actually filter this down based off of another user, right? So who they are following or whom they are following, and then we just want to make sure that that actually exists because we just added it. So that also means that on the other hand, the reverse of that is first user following no one is equal to first.following.all, and that should be not exist. So self.assert false qs. Or rather, not qs this time, but first user following no one exists. So that they should follow absolutely no one. So that's giving me the reverse, right? Because I didn't actually set them to following anyone. And that's as simple as it is, right? Even if it feels a little complicated, I realize that if you go through the last one and this one, and you go through a number of times and do these tests and run them in the shell too, you will definitely really start to grasp this following portion. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that my asserts are at the bottom, and then check new user has no following, or is not following anyone. Cool. So now what we're going to do is create the logic for a follow button, and that is follow or unfollow any particular user. now that we have those models set up correctly. And if you remember back to the tweets action serializer, it's not a whole lot different than this, except it's not going to be likes, it's going to be follow. So to do this, we need a couple things. The first thing is, well, what are the actions that we actually want to have? And also, do we need to use a serializer for this? Now, you don't actually need to use a serializer. There's a number of things that you could do in lieu of having a serializer, and also in lieu of using maybe an API request. But I'm going to use an API request because I actually want React to handle this eventually, but definitely JavaScript handling the interaction between following and unfollowing. Okay, so let's go into my profile, and I'm going to make a new module in here called API. And inside of this, I'll go ahead and do an init. And then we're going to go ahead and make a urls.py and then a views.py. Okay, so a couple of things that I'm just going to copy from tweets are urls.py and views.py. Now, I'm not going to use all these things, obviously, but I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste them because it gets me started pretty quickly. And I'm actually going to go all the way up to just the very first view that we have, which was the tweet create view, and just delete everything else, as well as all of the related comments that are in here. Okay, and then of course I don't actually have these serializers, so I'll get rid of those. And then the tweet form, I do not have that, or have a need for it even. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab in my profiles. I'll go ahead and just say that I'm going to grab the profile object, potentially. I may or may not actually need the profile object, but I'm definitely going to need the user object. So I'll go ahead and do from Django.contrib.auth import get user model. And we'll put this right up here. Okay, and oops, we don't want to initialize that user model yet. We'll go ahead and do it down here. Okay, so what is this going to be? We're going to go ahead and rename this from tweet create to rather the user follow view. Okay, so the user follow view is not going to take any of these things, so let's get rid of that. And what is it that we need here, right? So we need our current user is going to be request.user, of course, and they are definitely authenticated based off of that permission class. And then we also want our to follow user. Okay, so how do we actually get that? Well, there's a couple different ways on how we could do it. We could pass in some post data with it, or we could pass in the user name to the URL as well. I'm actually going to go on this method, right? So the username being very similar to how we set up the profile URLs in the first place, right? So I actually have a path for the profile detail view for that username. So it stands to reason that my URL for following that user would also fit in that same sort of pattern, right? And it also would stand to reason then too that I would have a user profile detail view at some point with very similar things, but with a get here and actually getting the user profile. Of course, that's not something we're doing just yet. And so now I have my user follow view here. I want to actually grab who this to follow user is. Now, the easiest way to do this is by using that user model. So user.objects.filter username equals to username. Of course, this is just to show us a way to see how to look these things up. I'm just going to go ahead and say me and then other user is equal to that, or rather other user query set is equal to that. And so if other user query set exists equals to false, then we can return a 404. Because remember, this is an API endpoint, so we want to make sure that we're returning API endpoints correctly. We could also say if not other user exists or query set exists, and then I'll just go ahead and say other equals to other query set dot first. Okay, so now I have me as the requested user and then the other user. Cool. Now, of course, grabbing the other user can also happen with the profile object itself. It just would be profile.objects.filter user __ user name equals to that username. And this would give me, and then if we did, first or whatever, this would give me that same profile object that we have right here. So profile equals to other.profile. Okay, so those are two different ways on how to do that actual lookup. I'm going to stick with just the user because of how everything's associated. This works just fine. So now that I've got this profile, there's a couple things that I could do here. Number one, I could toggle me or the current user that's authenticated to being a follower of this profile. And that's really simple. If me in profile.followers.all, then we would say profile.followers.remove me. Otherwise, we would add them. And this is just a simple toggle, right? And then we could pass, send back something like the count or like followers being followers.all. We could certainly do that. And that would be generally okay. But the problem here is with network requests. So whenever you're requesting a backend, every once in a while, there's a server interruption and it doesn't work. So the user ends up hitting the button 3 times or 10 times. What we want to do is have the button designate the action similar to like what we did with the like and unlike. So then our UI could adjust itself because of that's how great React is. That way, this is no longer a toggle, but rather it's going based off of some sort of data. So what I'm going to do here is say data equals to an empty dictionary, and then I'll just go ahead and do data equals to request.data. And then we'll do accept pass. And then I'll just go ahead and add in an action here. So action equals to data.get. And that's going to be our requested data, but more specifically, the key in there of action. And now I would say if the action equals to follow, then we would add the follower. Else if the action equals to unfollow, then we would remove. Otherwise, we can just say pass, as in it doesn't do anything. So if it's not one of those two actions, we'll just pass it on by. Okay, so now that we've got this, I'm also going to just print out this data. So notice I'm not using a serializer just yet. I'm just going to grab the requested data itself. So I'll print out this data and we'll give this a shot. But before we do that, we need to actually add this view somewhere, right? So we need to wrap in our URLs for this view. So let's go ahead and add that in. And we'll go ahead and copy this down here to like the tweet delete. And I'll just go ahead and say follow and get rid of that trailing slash there. And the path is going to be a string. The argument is username as we set right here. Okay, and then the endpoint, we'll go ahead and do API/profiles, just like our app name, just like sort of standard URL routing. So inside of our urls.py for our main configuration, I'm going to go ahead and copy this RE path of profiles and put it at the very bottom and do API profiles. So then I can have that S being a kind of either an S or no S. And then we just do profiles.api.urls. Okay, so let's go back into our server. Mine's running. So I'm going to go ahead and do API profiles, Justin / and then, of course, we want to do follow. And I hit enter here. Maybe I didn't save everything correctly. So let's go ahead and make sure I save everything. And refresh in here. And there we go. We've got our follow view here now. I'm going to go ahead and try and pass in some JSON data here. So we're going to do action. And this is going to be equal to follow. Okay, I'll go ahead and post this data through. I'm not actually sure. It says method is not allowed. And that's related to the get method. So let's go back into our view, right? So it's method not allowed because of how I'm rendering this page currently. So I actually want to pass in get as another argument here so that the data that's actually coming back is related to the followers for this profile. And that's actually okay. We probably want to have the followers for this profile anyway, so we can refresh in here. And I get user is not JSON serialable. Oh yeah, of course not, because this is a query set. So we could say current followers QS equals to this right here. And so we need to make it a count. Or if we actually wanted that list of objects, we would have to serialize it, and then it would show that list of object. So we save that, and I refresh in here, and now I've got followers being 1. I actually will call this count, because it is certainly possible that in the future you want to have your current follower query set being returned in the lookup for follow. And perhaps you call this followers instead. But I'm going to just leave it in like that. And there we go. We've got a count, and it's accurate. So let's go ahead and try it again with the action being unfollow. Okay, curly brackets and all that. Hit post. And what do you know? Count is 0. So we have this working correctly. And notice I am not using a serializer in here. I don't always need to use a serializer. In this case, I just simply don't need a serializer. And the reason I did this try block instead of or this is nothing. There's no reason to do that. You could do it just like that. So if there is no request data, it's going to give you an empty dictionary, and then therefore action data.get action is going to give you none as well. So that means that these will not be triggered either. And so I can come back in here again, and let's go ahead and follow this user. So I'll go ahead and say action and follow. And we hit post, and sure enough, it's still working. Okay, so that try block is a way to do something very similar to this, but or also works out really nicely because this will be none if there is no data being sent there. Otherwise, there will be some. Okay, so that's pretty cool. I did make one mistake, and that is my status code for this response. Notice that it's 400 down here. This should actually be a 200 response. Okay, because that's not an error, right? So action, follow again, and we hit post, and we should get 200. Okay, cool. So that is our now endpoint for following, so we can actually put it into effect. Now I do want to set up a actual unit test or a test case item for the API itself. And so to do this, I'm actually going to go into my tweet tests and just grab the things that are related to this. So I'm going to go ahead and grab those top items. And then we have to remember how to use our client here. So let's go ahead and come up to our profiles test. And let's grab those imports, bring them in. Okay, so there's a number of things that are redundant here. Okay, so let's go ahead and define our get client here and get client. I mean, naturally, I'm just going to go ahead and copy the one from my other tweet. Okay, and bring that up here. Here we go. So we've got same username, same password, all that stuff. That's good. So now that we've got that client, we can do an API call for this. And again, we might as well just grab what we've got in here. So it's not the tweet list. It's not a list view at all. It's literally just the toggling method that we haven't done yet. In our test case, that is. So we go in here and we'll just go ahead and say test follow API endpoint. And that's going to be profiles, not projects, but profiles. And we want to use an F string here so we can pass in some sort of username. And just like our API client, instead of using the first user we have, we're going to go ahead and use user B so it makes sense as to who we're following. So it's self.userb.username and /follow. And this is going to be a post method call here. And with post, we want to pass in some data. So I'm going to go ahead and give an action here. So action, and this is going to be follow. So the response that we should get is our data is response.json. And what this should do is give me a count of 1. It should return a count of 1. So count is our data.get count. and we'll do self.assert equal, and count is 1. Okay, so that's the follow action. Oops, we need to put a comma there. So we've got our endpoint and our data. Okay, so this is test follow API endpoint. And now I'm going to go ahead and test unfollow. So test unfollow API endpoint. And with this, I will actually grab some of the things related to following. Okay, so we're going to grab our first user and our second user. So this, of course, should mean that the user that is in the client is already following the other user, right? So in this case, the action should be unfollow, and then the data response should be 0. Okay, so now that I've got this, I have a way to actually test my endpoints as well as the backend logic as it's set up. So Python manage.py, test profiles, hit enter, and we should have, I think, 3 tests come through. It was 4. I had that wrong. There was this one too. So 4 tests came through and they were all successful. So our following and unfollowing all works along with the actions and the endpoints. Pretty cool. So now that we've got this, it's time to integrate it into our React project. But actually it occurred to me that in our profile following, what we also need to make sure is that me and the other user is not the same. So if it is the same, we just will send back our followers. In other words, I don't want to follow myself. That shouldn't be allowed and it shouldn't happen functionally. So I'll just go ahead and say if me.username is equal to username, then I'll just go ahead and return whatever my count is. So I can actually return this whole thing right here. No matter what type of request it is, I'll just go ahead and grab my followers. Would be me.profile followers.count. And there you go. So again, that's doing somewhat of a check here. And I should also make an API test for this. In my models, I will say that we could also create a signal that's related to the many-to-many field. I'm not going to do it, but you could create a signal that's related to this that would check that if the profile user is added in here, it would just pop them right back out. But the only place I can actually add them at this point is right in here inside of this user follow view. So I can kind of feel confident that I don't need to add additional things onto my models itself. But you also might want to think about having model managers that make sure that also the follower list is not including the profile user itself. But again, those are things that can be improved in the long run. But for now, I'm just going to finish off the tests with this following part, and I'll go into tests. And this is actually pretty easy, and it's really just following the test follow API endpoint. But we'll go ahead and say test cannot follow API endpoint, and this time it's just user.username. In this case, the count should be 0 because we haven't followed anybody. And it doesn't actually matter what our action is. So let's go ahead and save that, and we'll run it again. And this time it should be 5 tests, and we should have no problems. And sure enough, we have no problems. Pretty cool. Now what we want to do is go ahead and create our tweet feed view. So it's going to be just like our tweet list view in tweets API and views.py. We're going to go ahead and just copy that same one and paste underneath here, and I'll leave it in as a get, but I will add one decorator argument, and that is authenticated as a permission class to actually grab this, and then I'll go ahead and add feed in here. Okay, so I put it right above that tweet list view actually. And I'm going to go ahead and get rid of a number of things in here just to have the query set and the serializer. Now we can set our user equals to request.user. And to get that user's tweets, it's simple. It's just filter user equals to user. right? So that's going to give me part of the feed, because if you think of the feed itself, it's a combination of the user's tweets and whom they follow's tweets. So that solves one part of the equation, but it doesn't really solve the other part. So how do I get the followed users' tweets? That's kind of the question. Or actually, what we want is followed users' IDs. Because what we're going to do is grab our user ID and the followed user IDs to actually look this up and say user ID in some sort of list. And if we do user.id here, or the user instance.id, that will actually yield the exact same result. So using _in allows us to look inside of a list, and then it will find all of the tweets that are related to that. So really all I need to do is find out who this user's followed IDs are. Now, if you remember back to models.profiles, we have, or profile models, we have the user following.all, which is all user profiles I follow, not the user instances themselves, but this is actually a good start. And we can come back into our views and we can say profiles is that. And then we can grab all of the user IDs from this by using just an inline for loop, which we can do x.user.id for x in that iteration there. And then of course we can append the user.id. The ordering here doesn't actually matter a whole lot. So now I have a new list here, and that is my actual feed. I might need to order it. So order by, and probably a timestamp. I'm not even sure if our tweet object has a timestamp. So let's go ahead and just double check. And yes, we do. So whenever it's entered to the database, we're going to order it. And this is just going to give us newest first. If you get rid of that minus, it will give you oldest first. Cool. So that is now actually our feed. But this is not necessarily the most efficient way to do this. So another way to do this is to think about it in terms of how can we change this call to not have to do a loop in here, because this is actually doing a backend lookup. So that means that we're going to want to have a little bit more complex features to either a profile or the tweets. And realistically, I want the tweet object call, this call right here, to be done in models.py instead of how it's done here. But of course, you could go through and test this feed itself, which we might as well. I'm going to bring it into one of my URLs here, and we're going to import it right above that list view, and I'll put it right below the list view, and we'll just say feed. There we go. Let's run the server again, make sure that's running, and we'll go in here, API tweets feed, and we're getting none type is non-iterable. So another issue with this is perhaps our profiles. We don't have any profiles that this particular logged in user is working with. So what I'll do then is say if profiles.exists, then we will give the followed users IDs, and then I'll just go ahead and append it. Like that. Okay, so now we've got this, so we'll save it, refresh in here, and sure enough, there we go. Okay, so I don't actually, this particular user isn't following anyone, so that's why I got that error. But again, we want to actually solve this problem altogether, right? So the problem being that this is definitely not an efficient way to call profiles in a database. Django has more effective ways to do it, and even doing this .filter is pretty efficient, but we can make it even more so, and that's how we're going to use model managers. So So the way databases works, and specifically querying the database or asking it for information, is you can have it look up for every single item in here. So every single field, and get what that data is. Or you can be a lot more narrow in your scope. Right, so if we look at our view that we created, this is actually looking up for every item that's in the database. It's not doing a very efficient query. So a more efficient query would be something like this. So I'll go ahead and say profiles exist equals to user.following.exists. And now that I've got that, I can replace this. And then the next thing is these items here, the actual values for these profiles, is all we're looking for is the ID here of the user, which is that foreign key model. Now, of course, you could use any of these fields here, but I need just the ID. So to do this then it's pretty simple. We're going to go ahead and cut out user.following.all. I'll go ahead and comment out the old one. I can leave all in there, or I could do .values list and then grab the values that I need, which is user __ ID, and we'll say flat equals to true. And now I'll go ahead and get rid of that. Okay, so this is a much more efficient query because it's looking only for the user IDs that are related to that specific user foreign key object. So that's actually a much better query than what we had. But if we save this, what we're going to have is another problem. So if I refresh my feed, I get this query set object has no attribute append. So what this is actually giving us is a query set object. I could force it into being a list, but I don't recommend doing that. That is also not incredibly efficient because it's not really solving the problem we have, which is making sure that when we look up something in the backend, it's not killing our backend. And so far it's not. Adding list in here kind of takes away some of the value that Django brings and just turns it into a list that's definitely going to call all of those items. So what I want to do then instead is get rid of this altogether. We no longer need it. And instead I need to do is a multiple filter here. So two filters, one for the user or our specific user, and then also all of the profiles they follow. So to do this, I'm going to just import something inside of this view because we are going to change away from this in just a moment. But I'll do from Django.db.models, we're going to import Q. So what Q is going to allow me to do is look up two filters at the same time. It's going to be OR filters. So I can say this user or this list of users. And that's the idea. So I'm going to go ahead and do Q with a parentheses around that first query that was working. And then I'm going to do one line here and then Q user equals to my user, right? So this gives me that OR lookup. It's looking in here or here, and then ordering it by the timestamp will ensure that this is going to be based off of time, not based off of whatever this query might be. And then I can also say distinct, so I don't get actual duplicates of these items in here. It's certainly possible when you start doing these queues, because sometimes you might have the same like actual lookup in here. So like if for some reason you did allow your own personal user to be followed by itself, then it would definitely be in this query, and therefore multiple tweets for the exact same thing would come up. So distinct removes that option. Which is pretty cool. So it kind of makes it unique, if you will. So this query is great, but now our view is like pretty cumbersome, right? It's actually creating, I think, a lot more harm than good because it's not clear anymore as to how this feed is actually working. So what I want to do then is change my model to adjust for that. So this is where model managers and model query sets come in. So class tweet manager is models.manager, and I'll just say pass for just a moment, and then we'll do class tweet query set and models.query set and pass as well. Okay, so tweet manager or any model manager, what this just allows you to do is what we've been doing, and that is .objects dot something, right? So this dot objects is the actual model manager, and then filtering things is the query set manager or the model query set. So what these things in conjunction together allow us to add things to the database. They also allow us to query the database in a way that's super effective. So all I'm going to do here with the tweet manager is pass in the tweet query set as an option. So we'll go ahead and do define get query set, and it's going to take in self args and keyword args, and then it's just going to return this tweet query set here with self.model and using self._db. Okay, so then now I want to take this crazy query right here, maybe the whole thing, like all of the query. Let's just do that. I'll grab all this, and I'm going to create a new method in this query set saying define feed, and it's going to be self user, maybe even username, but let's just pass it in as self user. And instead of request.user, I'll just use the user that's coming through on this feed. And so this query is still roughly the same, but instead of doing .objects like that, we'll just return self.filter because this is the query set itself. This self actually replaces the model.objects. That's what self is essentially allowing this to have happen. So now that we have this, I of course need to import Q here. So to do that, we'll do from Django.db.models import Q, and then we need to wrap in this tweet manager down here. So objects equals to tweet manager, and that extends the default model manager to have this query set actually work on here too. So back in our view, I can now delete all of this stuff, literally all of it, and just say QS equals to tweet.objects.filter, well, or let's say .all, and then feed, and then pass in the user. Okay, so that is now a much cleaner query set lookup, at least as far as the view is concerned. I no longer need this import here. But we can take it one step further, and that is adding a method on the tweet manager itself as feed. That way I don't have to do .all.feed, but instead I can just do return self.getQuerySet.feed and user. Right? So this right here is just calling the tweet query set feed itself. And I'll show you why that's important in just a moment. So with this, then I can get rid of .all, and then now I have .feed. You could call it get feed. You could do it in a number of different ways, but I'm going to leave it in as feed. Now, the reason I have it where feed is calling a model query set is because then on any query set, I could do .feed. So if for some reason I wanted to get tweets from 2010, and I did all the query set filtering that I wanted, I could call .feed and pass in a user there, and then you would literally get all of that user's feed for that date using something like this. Whereas this doesn't allow for that dynamic of a lookup. So that is model managers and model query sets. I really enjoy using these things when they're necessary. Sometimes they are, sometimes they are not. If you go down a little bit to the tweet list view, I don't really need to have a model manager for this. This is not really that complicated. But if I were to do one, I would say by username and then pass in just the username. Okay, so now this is just a query set. And so then in my models, I would come back up to where my feed is, and we'll do define by username and say self user. And this would return self.filter user __username _ exact. And that's username, actually. It should be the argument. And there we go. It's the exact same query, but now it's actually allowing me to filter things down, at least on a little bit more reusable manner. So if you were doing, let's say, a search, or you wanted to filter things down in another way, just like I said with the date, you can now do it by the username, as in who was the tweeter, and then or you could do it by their feed. Either way, both things I think are worthwhile. But the biggest difference between this one and this one is by username is actually filtering the all call. It's actually going here. So you can't actually do by username up here because I just simply did not create that in the model manager. Okay, cool. So if you have questions on that, let me know. These are very useful, and I definitely recommend doing a bigger deep dive into model managers if this was not enough for you. Imagine if Google sent back every single result that you search for, right? So like literally in one page, millions of results. Now, of course, it says that there's a result of millions of pages, but it comes in page by page. It's never one big long list. And unfortunately, that's how we currently have our system set up, is one big list of results. So what we need to do is actually implement something called pagination. Pagination turns one big list and chunks it into multiple pages. So let's go ahead and do that. And we're inside of our Tweets API views. And I'm going to go ahead and import it from the REST framework. And that's from REST framework.pagination. We're going to import the page number pagination class. Now, there are other kinds of pagination classes that you can use. If you look at the Django docs framework, another one is the limit offset pagination. That is an interesting one that you might check out too. Cursor pagination, but you could also even create your own custom pagination class if you are interested. But I'm going to be using the actual page number pagination class for this. And now I'm still doing it in a function-based view. So class-based views make this a lot easier, but function-based views aren't really that difficult either. So let's go ahead and say paginator equals to the pagination class. And we have to set the actual page size. So paginator page size equals to, let's say, 20 results. So that means that my query set or this view is eventually going to just send back 20 items from whatever my query set ends up being. So that's one thing. And then the next thing is actually turning my query set into being handled by the paginator. So I'll go ahead and say paginated QS, as in paginated query set. And that's going to be paginator.paginate query set. Really simple. And then we pass in the query set we want to paginate. We still use that same serializer, except now we pass in the paginated query set. And then the response that we return, we could return this response still, and it probably still work. But instead, what we want to do is use the paginator to return a response. So paginator.get paginated response. And we pass in the serializer.data here. And actually, I missed one thing on the paginate query set, and that's actually passing in the request. Okay, so VS Code actually makes this really easy. So if I actually type out paginator and then do dot, I actually see all of the potential options in here. And like paginate query set and then parentheses, it actually gives me like auto completion. You need to pass in a query set and the request. That's pretty cool. Okay. So now that we've got this, I have a view that is paginated. So let's go ahead and take a look at that feed. And if I refresh in here, sure enough, it is paginated. In other words, the results are only going to be the number I specified, which was 20, and then it'll give me a URL for the next page in this list, right? So how I had the feed organized was based off of a timestamp. So if you remember back in our model, the feed itself is ordered by a reverse timestamp. So the most recent tweet should be first, and that is definitely the case here. So the next part of this is understanding that, yeah, our tweet list view should also have that same thing. But instead of making the paginator class all over again and doing these exact same things, instead what I'm going to do is define, and I'll say get paginated query set response. And this one is going to take in a query set, and it's also going to take in the request, right? So this is just a custom function that I'm going to do everything here. So it's literally pretty much this whole thing, except I'm not going to pass in these two arguments. Instead, it's just going to be this one thing. So it's kind of my default pagination for tweets. Naturally, I could actually pass in a serializer class here too if I wanted to get nuts. But I'm not going to do that. I mean, in the sense that, yeah, if you want other query sets or other serializers to be used in there. So now that we've got that, what I'm going to do here is, instead of having all of our other things, I'll just pass in the query set that I have, as well as the request. And then that's going to return the response that I want. So I can have just a few lines here. I'll get rid of this note. And then this exact same thing can happen down here, actually. So we paste that down. I am not using this query set or that user argument here, but instead just like that. So it's the same thing, but now both our feed and list view have paginated requests. So if I look at my tweets, I see that this is paginated as well. It's a lot faster loading. Even on my local computer, it's much faster. It's a much more efficient way to do it. And really the reason I did it with a function is so I'm not repeating myself over and over again. Now, if you find yourself doing something like this a lot for views, you really would probably want to look into class-based views, because class-based views would turn all of these lines of code into, well, I think it's like maybe 3 lines of code total. But we're not going to actually cover that at this point. So that's pagination, really good. But there's still a couple more things that I need to do. One of them being the timestamp for the tweet, so when it actually occurs, and also who it occurs by, like who's the person that's actually doing this tweet. Now what we're going to do is update our tweet create serializer as well as our tweet serializer to have the user's profile. So the actual user that's coming through in here, I want to actually see their data. Right, so the way I'm going to do this is by using a serializer method field again. And yet again, I will go ahead and say user, and it's going to be equal to that serializer method field. I am going to leave it in as read only, and I'm also going to pass it in as one of the fields here. Okay, and then what I want to do is say define get user and its self object. And here is when I want to actually return, well, first I'll just return the user ID, but what I actually want to return is that user's profile, right? So a serialized version of that user's profile. So let's go ahead and save just the user ID. And of course I get that number there. That is a good start. But I also want that for the parent tweet itself too. So parent tweet is the tweet create serializer. So I definitely want to make sure that I have that up here as well, because you want to have whoever the user is, you want to make sure that they are included anywhere that would make sense. And of course, this is one of those cases. Okay, cool. So now that we've got the starting of our user data, we actually need to go and add a couple more things, and that is the timestamp for the tweet. We want to know when the tweet occurs, and of course in both places. This makes a lot of sense in this because, I mean, you want to know, hey, the tweet happened, X hours ago or whatever. That's like, standard practice for these things. Okay, cool. So now that we've got that, definitely better formatted, better data. Let's make sure we save everything and refresh. And there we go. So we've got our timestamp and a user ID. So the next thing is making a serializer class inside of profiles. So let's go ahead and do serializers.py, and we'll go and do from REST framework import serializers, and then from.models we're going to import profile, and we'll go ahead and call it profile serializer, and serializers.model serializer, and class meta model equals to profile, and the fields are going to be, well, let's take a look. Location, bio, and timestamp. Do we really need to know when this user was updated or timestamp in the serializer? I'm going to say no. Followers, you might want to have the actual followers count. So I'll go ahead and do location, bio, and follower count. And then we will also get their first name and last name and perhaps their username as well. So let's try this out. I'll go ahead and do first name, and then last name, and then bio, location, follower count. We could say following count as well. and then finally username. Okay. So a number of things here. I also am going to include their ID just in case. So first name, of course, is not a field on this profile. Neither is username, right? So let's go ahead and actually have a few serializer classes here. So serializer method field, and this is going to be read only equals to true. We need a few of these, and that's from our actual user instance too. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this a few times, and we'll say last name, and then finally username. I think those are the only ones that we for sure need related to that. The follower count, we also might need that method field for that too. So serializer method field for the follower count and the following count. So this whole thing is mostly serializer method fields. Okay, so when we declare a serializer method field, we have to get it somehow. So I'm going to go ahead and define get the name of it. So first name is the field name that we gave it, and we return the obj. And this is just going to be returning obj.user.firstname. Right? It's not actually a whole lot different for the other ones. So last name, and username. Okay, so that handles those. Follower count, well, we have to think back on how we did that. So following all of the people whom I follow, so I can actually use the following idea. So who I'm following count. So we'll go ahead and say define get following count, and that's self obj, and that's going to return obj.user.following. And instead of .all, we would say .count. And then followers count is obj.followers.count. Because we have followers right on that profile. Okay, so now here is our user profile serializer. Now this is really the user public profile serializer. So I'm going to call this the public profile serializer because there's a really good chance that in the future, instead of using the profile form, you might want to use the serializer and React.js to update their profile. But for now, I'm going to use this public profile serializer, and we're going to import this into our tweets serializer here. And then we'll do from profiles.serializers import the public profile serializer, and the user itself is going to be this right here. But instead of using the actual serializer method field, what I'm going to try out is actually passing in that serializer, and again we'll say read only is true, and then we will also pass in a source being obj.user. Or do we need to? Well, it's going to be obj.user.profile, right? So whatever the object user profile is, that's what it is. When we don't actually pass in the object itself, instead we can pass in the field name and then whatever relative field that's there. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this get user ID call. We no longer need that. And then also down here in my user, I'm going to also put that there and get rid of that user ID call as well. So we save that, and now we refresh in our page, and we're getting that the public serializer has no get follower count. So perhaps we made a spelling error, or we didn't rename something. So get follower count. Yeah, and this says get followers count. It should be get follower. Okay, we refresh, and what do you know? Okay, so now it's actually giving me all of the data as I intended, right? So it gives me the usernames, and everything that we need to actually run our front end a lot better. So we've got our profile. Perhaps you change it from user to profile or author. That name doesn't actually matter that much. What matters for this is the actual source that you're using in that serializer, this source right here. So if you were to call this author, you would need to change it to author, just like that. And then you just refresh this page, and sure enough, it shows you that author. But I'm going to leave it in as user. Okay, cool. So we now have most, if not all, of the data that our client side needs to make the improvements that we need, which is displaying the user's profile as well as having a follow unfollow button available to us. So now we want to integrate pagination into our React project, right? And in order for me to do this, I want to make sure that I have enough tweets in here where pagination even makes sense. So if you don't have enough tweets, make sure you pause right now, do a bunch of tweets, and then that way you have something like this, where you have a next page and you can actually see what that next page is, and your results has the actual list. Once you got that all sorted, let's go ahead and jump into our React project, into index.html inside the public folder. We're going to change the username to being whichever user actually has those mini tweets. And then I'm going to go into list.js, where I'm actually doing that list view. And it's really simple. In this use effect method where we set the initial tweets, it's just response.results. We save that. We look at the rendered component. And what do I got? I actually have my results listed there. All right, so that's cool. But the next thing that I really need to do is also set a state element for our next URL. So I'm going to go ahead and say next URL and set next URL. And then initially it's going to just be null. And the reason I'm going to have it initially null is because in the long run, when you go to enough pages, just like our previous says null, eventually next will also say null. So if you go to enough of those pages, eventually you'll get to one that doesn't actually have a next element there. And that's kind of the point. That's why we actually want to get there, is eventually we're going to have so many pages that it's eventually going to be null. Okay, so that's important for one piece in just a moment. But first, we'll go ahead and set that URL with response.next. And naturally, you could set more state elements that are related to this if you needed, such as the count, like the actual number of tweets that there are. But I'm just going to go ahead and use next URL. And the reason for this is actually that I want to render out a button to load additional tweets. So to do that, I'll go ahead and say react.fragment, and we'll wrap this fragment around the tweets map, and we'll also add curly brackets around it so it actually renders. And then down below that, we'll go ahead and say next URL is not equal to null. And we'll go ahead and do a button. I'm not going to do anything with the button yet. So we'll go ahead and just say load next. And there we go. Okay, so what we should see is at the very bottom of our tweet view is something for load next. Let's actually add in a class in here, and I'll just do btn and btn outline primary. Okay, cool. So now we've got that. So what we need to do is actually implement the pagination portion of this, but we have fixed at least how the view is being rendered to, at the very least, get the most recent results, right? But we do need the multiple page part of this, which I actually want to dedicate a whole video to. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so if we look at how our API view works and we just go to the next page, the entire page is actually refreshed, right? So the results are new, and it's literally the next page of results. So what we want to do actually is initially make it to where whatever our list is currently, we want to just move it to the next page. So it would simulate as if we were going page by page by page. I don't end up wanting to do multiple pages like that, like a Google search results. Instead, what I want to do is have all of the results being loaded in as the user requests them. But before we even get there, let's go ahead and just replace what we currently have. So inside of the tweets list component, I'm going to go down to the button for next URL, and here is where I'm going to call the next URL itself. So I'll go ahead and say const handle load next, and this is going to take in an event as an argument, and we'll go ahead and say event.prevent default. And now I need to make sure that if next URL is not equal to null, then I'll go ahead and do an API tweets list lookup, right? So the username is going to be the same as what we had before, which is props.username. So it's either going to be a username or not. The next is going to be our actual callback method here. And I can keep it in line. The useEffect one didn't do this, but this one I can. Or I could use it as const handle load next response. Either way. And of course, there is a reference above this if you are unfamiliar with what I'm doing here. But we've got a handle load next response. And then what I actually want to do is in this API tweet list, I want to actually pass in my next URL. Now, the reason for this is because the next URL is going to be an element that we add to the API list tweet list lookup function so that I can override whatever the prop username is, or really override whatever the actual endpoint is. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. If you do control click and then hit F12 or go to definition, it will actually take us to that definition, which right now, of course, it's only giving in 2 arguments. So we want to add in another one called next URL. And realistically, we want to say if next URL is not equal to null and it's not equal to undefined, then we'll go ahead and set the endpoint equal to the next URL. Hopefully some of you already know right now the next URL, the problem with it currently is it actually includes local host. It includes the entire URL. It's not actually relative like these endpoints are otherwise. So what I want to do then is say replace and then replace the actual API lookup from here with an empty string. Now, when we go into production, you'll want to replace your URL altogether. And frankly, you could make a much better replacement for this altogether. And also you could change it to where the next URLs are relative to the endpoint as well. But for testing purposes, this is how I'm going to leave it. What this will give us is the resulting endpoint that has the parameter that's in there as well. So that's another thing, is you could just parse out the various parameters that are in this URL and format a whole new endpoint, all of which I'm not going to do because this is by far the easiest way to get this going. So now that we've got that, going back into our list, we have a new kind of response. And actually, it's this exact same. It's exactly this right here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and bring it down in here and save it. Okay, so now that we've got this, I want to actually use handle load next on my click method or the click event for the button. So we'll go ahead and save that and do a refresh. And this is where it's critical that you're using a username that has plenty of tweets. We've got that load next. I click on it and I'm actually not getting anything, right? So it didn't seem to change anything. Well, part of that is because of what I initialized, which was set inits tweet. I'm also going to go ahead and say set tweets to that. Okay, so I'm doing 2 things. I don't need the set tweets did set anymore. That's for the use effect, absolutely for the use effect. And so now we've got that. Let's go ahead and refresh in here. I'm going to scroll all the way down, hit load next, and there you go. I'm actually on the next page, right? So that's actually pretty cool. So it just refreshed the entire next page. But this is actually not what we want to have happen, right? We want to actually append all of the results to our current loaded page. So that's where we need to do one more thing, which is getting whatever the current results are. So I'll go ahead and say new tweets. And I'm going to set this equal to ... tweets. So that is what we're actually iterating, and then .concat, and we're going to concatenate the results here. So this is now a new array with the original tweets and then the response itself. And now we can set both of these to these new tweets. Now the reason I'm doing both of these is twofold. Number one, the props use effects when we add new tweets. So if we actually tweeted something new, it does take into account the new tweets and the initial tweets. And so I'm really just adding to the initial tweets but also setting the ones that are being rendered as well, because we want to make sure those initial tweets are coming through on both elements. Okay, so we save that and we refresh in here. Now if I go all the way to the bottom and hit load next, I get 85, 86, and then we can scroll all the way down, 73, and so on, all the way to the bottom again, and there we go, 64, and so on, right? So it's going to keep on loading these. Now, one of the things that you might accidentally do is set the next URL based off of the current next URL. That will give you a loop where it's just going back to the original page and then the forward and then back and forth and back and forth. And you don't want to do that. What you want to do is this right here. So that actually does the pagination for us. It's endless. It's the number of next URLs they're going to end up being. This will keep loading. And so one of the things to consider that you could do eventually is if they run out of tweets, especially if it's like a brand new service and there's not that many tweets in general, you could start to augment the results to have additional things at the very end of it if there are no next URLs. That gets a little bit more complicated, but it is definitely something you could do, and you could do it with how the current pagination is set up. We want to make our user actually show up here. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and jump into tweets detail.js, of course, in our React application and inside of the tweet component here. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to just kind of ignore the parent tweet for just a moment. Instead, what I'm going to do is change it out so where we only have the tweet content, so the ID is gone. And then I'm also going to add in whoever the tweet is, so the actual user that's doing this tweet. So I'm going to put it right above here, and it's obviously tweet.user.firstname, and then we could copy this a few times here. And the next one would be last name, and then finally username. And we can save that, and if I refresh in here, I just see Justin, so that's most likely my username. So I'll go ahead and add the @ there, and sure enough, that's just the username. So in my database, I want to actually go in there and go into users, and I'm going to add a full username and password to this user. So let's say, I think it's the Justin user. So we'll say Justin Mitchell, that's my name. I refresh in there, and sure enough, there it is. But the spacing's a bit off. So whenever you do React components like this, you can also use a curly bracket like that. You'll see this actually fairly often because that enforces an actual space there when it's rendered out into HTML. Okay, so it looks okay, but there's a couple problems. Number one is the J is not lined up with the end of this button, and neither is the J and this view button either. And that has to do with the button group here. So all I'm going to do is say px0, and that brings it right over for me. So the next thing is I'm going to actually shift all of this to the right and have a placeholder for a picture. So for the actual user's image. So the first thing I'll do is go ahead and add a new div class, and I'll call it dflex. And this is for a flexible row. So we just add that D in there, dflex, and then I'll make another div class, and this is class name of column 1. And then that's where we'll actually put the profile picture. And then the next div class will be column 11. Okay, and then this is going to wrap around all of that content that we had. So we save that, and there we go. So it's a little bit better. But now, of course, like I said, I wanted to shift all of that over a little bit. So in here, what I'll do is just add a span class name, and we'll do px3, so padding on the left and right. That's what the x is for. Will be 3, and then py2. And then you can also do border rounded, and I'll also do a bg dark and text white. And with this, I will grab the tweet user username, but I'm only going to grab the first element there. So we'll just use 0. And there we go. And this is not border rounded, but rather rounded circle, not border rounded. There we go. So it gives me a little circle, and yes, you could change this to being their profile picture or whatever. Right now, I'm just going to leave it in as an icon like that. And I'm also going to get rid of this column -1 and instead use MX1 around that. So it gives me a little bit of spacing, and now we've got our user here. Okay, cool. So the next thing is the actual retweet itself. So the parent tweet is coming in a little bit, maybe a little too much. So let's go ahead and check it out. And the parent tweet is underneath this retweet or above it. And it's because it's actually its own row here, right? So we actually created it in as a row. So if we scroll up a little bit, we see that here is the actual row itself. Now, I actually don't think that this method is best. So what I'm going to do instead is get rid of all of the div class itself, and instead just say if the tweet is a parent, then it's going to have that tweet come through. And then I'll also add one more thing in as is retweet. So I'm adding just another property in here, and that whenever you put a property like this, it defaults to being true. So since I added that property, I'm going to add it here as well. And now if I refresh in there, obviously the actual parent element is not showing the border as I may want. So really what I want to do then is if it is a retweet, we want to indicate as such. So I'll go ahead and say if it's a retweet being true, then let's just go ahead and add in a span here and say retweet. So I save that, and there it is. Okay, so it's actually showing me whether or not it's a retweet, and it's showing me in the correct place. I actually want this above my username though, right? It makes more sense to put it above my username. So it's just like that. And then we would do some sort of class name, and I'll give it a small and text muted. And it looks a little bit better, but it's kind of funky still. So we want to actually put the retweet above the entire tweet. So that means I will just come in here and grab this is retweet portion and put it right underneath dflex and give it a whole column in of itself. So div class name equals to column 12. And then let's close that out, save that, and we refresh. And now we've got the retweet in here. It's not actually giving me another row. So let's just put that right above the dflex. And there we go. That's a little bit better. So I might not need to even put the column 12 in here. So let's put that as margin bottom 2. And that's a little bit better. Okay, great. So the next thing is actually adjusting the class name itself on whether or not it is a retweet. So I'll go ahead and say let class name equals to that. And then I'll set the class name equal to something different. So we'll say is retweet equals to true. Then we'll just add a value to the class name. So we'll do $, the original class name, right? So it's getting this element before it's being set. And then we would do like border and rounded, something like that. And then otherwise we'll just set the class name I set above here. So we save that. And now it's actually giving me that initial sort of retweet look that we had, but the parent tweet itself is now just essentially just rendering out what the retweet is, which is pretty nice. And I'm actually going to add in one more aspect to this one, and I'll just do P2. So it's just a little bit padded in, and there's our now retweet. Okay, so the retweet itself, I also want to have a via. So like who is actually doing the retweet itself. So I'm going to add in a new property here and call it retweeter. And who is the retweeter? Well, if they're rendering out the parent tweet itself, so we'd say retweeter equals to tweet.user. And then if we do have a retweeter, actually, let's change how this is rendered itself. So this is going into the parent tweet. So naturally, I want the retweeter to be from the parent tweet as well. So next to retweet, I'll just pass in props.retweeter. And so this will actually bring down the retweeter back into the tweet itself. It seems like it's recursive, like it's calling itself, but it's not. It's just passing that same user or the top level user down to whomever the parent is. So let's go ahead and add this retweeter in here into the isRetweet portion. So this right here, retweet did, or retweet via retweeter dot username. And we'll put an @ sign here. We save that and refresh, and now it's saying retweet via, jmitchell3 or something along those lines. Okay, so granted, all of these retweets are from the exact same user, so I'm like retweeting myself, so it doesn't actually matter that much who the retweet was, but it is kind of nice that you can see who actually did the retweet by how we passed it down. So the user itself, we want to, of course, link it. We want the username to be linked, but as far as how this is styled out, it's definitely a lot closer. So I still want to actually make this even more dynamic than it currently is, and it based off of components instead of hard coding every little piece into it. So then if I need to change any little component, I can. So that's something we still need to do. All right, so I want to make components for each piece of the user itself. But before I even make a new folder for it and do all the exports and all that, I'm going to actually break it apart in here. So the first thing I'll do is say function, and let's just go ahead and say user picture. And this is going to take in props, and then it's going to return the user picture. This is so in the future I can just easily swap out what the picture is. And it's literally going to be this part right here. Okay, so I'll go ahead and copy this and say return. That's going to be the user picture. Now, of course, we need the actual user itself, so we'll just say const user equals to props. And then now instead of tweet.user, it'll be user.username. Okay, so now we have an element for our user picture. So let's go ahead and remove the old element that was here, and we'll just say user picture and user equals to tweet.user. We save that, and sure enough, it's the same. And then we'll go ahead and say user link. So function user link, and again, props. And this time I want to have a couple props. First is going to be the user, of course, and then we'll say whether or not we want to include full name. So we'll go ahead and do that's equal to props. And then we're going to return something. So let's go and take a look at where this might exist. And that's, of course, this right here. So I'll go ahead and copy this and come in here. And this is just going to be React.fragment. And there's all of the user related stuff. So of course it's not tweet anymore. It's just user. And also this part right here. So really the user link also needs to be linked to, and how we're going to link it is, well, it's really up to you. But before I even handle the link part, I want to handle how this part is rendered. So I'm going to go ahead and say const name display equals to, well, that's going to actually be equal to my username and first name and last name, just like this. And really, it will be if include full name equals to true, then we'll show that. Otherwise, it'll just be null. And then let's make sure we've got everything closed off correctly. Oops, too many curly brackets here. And then we'll just put in the name display here now. Okay. And then this is going to be a link. So again, I'll just use a span class for the moment. And we'll do const handle user link. And it's going to be event. And we're going to set it equal to something. So span on click equals to that. And in this case, it's window.location href equals to, well, it's going to be the user.username. So user.username is part of it, but then also profile. So /profile user.username. And that should actually give us the ability to link into that user. So let's try this again. And I'll come down into my tweet component here. The first place I see it is in this retweet element here. And so I'm just going to go ahead and say user link. And then the user being, well, this time it's the retweeter. So user equals to the retweeter. And so now I don't need that part. Instead, I have this user link now here. And then the next part is, of course, down here. And yet again, I'll go ahead and say user link, user equals to tweet.user. And we also want to say, we want to include the full name. So include full name. So now we can get rid of that. We save it and we take a look. We're getting undefined error. So maybe I have a spelling error up here. Yes, last underscore name. There we go. And there we go. So we now have a little bit better. I do need a space again. So that space element, I think I got rid of that on accident. So there we go. Actually, this space should probably exist up here. So let's get rid of that. And there it is. So if I click on one of these items, it actually does go into that link. Now, of course, it's not working on my client side, but it certainly will work on the Django side when we get there. And I think I have it on either profile or profiles. And now we have our link working. So there is another thing about this is our user picture. We probably want to have that element linked as well. And there's a number of ways on how we can handle this. So I might want to change user link from being called user link to instead being like function, let's call it user display. And that will take in props. And it's actually the exact same thing as what we have here. And so just like that. And then I'll cut out the user display here. And what I want to do for user link instead is I'm going to come in here and change my click element here to being user link, just like that. And then we'll say username equals to user.username. And then that way I can reuse this user link to being down here as well, or whatever the profile ends up being. So this is more of like a button now than it is anything else. And so what I want to do then is change my user link to grabbing the fragment. So putting the click event on the fragment itself, and then changing this part to being props.children and getting rid of everything else. And the link itself is going to be come through as username. So we'll go ahead and leave that. We could pass the user as well, but I'll leave it in as the username. So that's actually more appropriate of a link. And so now down here where I had user link before, I'm going to just change it to being user display. And then inside of user display, I do not need the handle user link any longer. And then I just need to make sure that I have links where I need them. So I refresh in here, and yet again, if I click on any of these elements, and potentially no surprise is React.fragment actually can't have a click event. So you need to actually put in a div class here. So let's try that again. And now we can click on any of these elements. And unfortunately, what's happening is it's creating a new line. So let's try just span. And I'm not getting any errors. If I click on the username or the profile picture, it will give me that same thing. Okay. And so the other part of this is then having a way or a class. So I'll just say class name, and that's going to be pointer. So pointer being Inside of app.css, I'm going to just add in a new app component here. Actually, I don't think we use app.css. Let's just double check to see if we import it at all. I do not. I import index.css. So I'll go ahead and add .pointer, and we'll say cursor equals to pointer, and I'm going to make it important. So we save that, and now when we go over any of our links, they actually look like they're links, right? Versus other things. Cool. So that is now our components, but of course we don't want them to live inside of tweets. Instead, what I'm going to do is put them into a new folder here, and I'm going to call it profiles. And inside of that, I'll give it an index.js and then components. These are simple components, but they're components nonetheless. So I'm going to go ahead and copy, well, maybe not everything here, but I will copy from user picture all the way up, paste that in, get rid of the action button, get rid of the use state, and then I want to export all of these functions here. And then we want to import all of them here. So import user picture, user display, and user link from .components. And then we want to export all of those, same ones. And then in our detail.js, I'm going to go ahead and delete all those. And then we're going to import them in. So import user display and user picture from profiles. Just like that. And I'm getting a little syntax error here. I think that's on my index.js. Let's make sure it's user link. I had a little error, but I went ahead and closed down the React server and then just refreshed, and now it's working. So if I click on any of these, sure enough, it's coming through. And you know, the data that we're actually displaying here is coming from the tweet API dictionary itself for this user. So if you wanted to have follower count there, you could. If you wanted to have following count there, you could. Those sorts of things could absolutely be rendered out. But I'm going to leave that up to you. I don't think it's necessary, especially for where we're at right here. I think really only the likes for any given tweet is what's necessary. It's not as necessary to see everything else. But it's pretty cool. So now that we've got a little bit more robust tweets, the next piece that I still need to handle is a simple and easy way to render out my feed. And it's not really going to be that complicated, but we're really close to being able to make that happen. Now what we need to do is make a tweets feed component, or simply a feed component. So it's going to be a lot like the tweets component, but it will only be looking up on our feed API. And so that means that I'm going to essentially duplicate how the tweets component works. I do not want to actually change it to the point where this no longer exists, because I might want all of the tweets listed out as it is right now somewhere on my service anyway. So I'm going to have them kind of standing side by side to each other. And that's true with list.js as well, or the tweets list. So let's go ahead and create a new one, and we'll call it feed.js. And I'm going to go ahead and grab the tweets list, everything from there, and paste it in here. Now, of course, it's not an API tweet list anymore. Instead, it's going to be an API tweet feed. And I certainly do not need the props.username. I don't need to pass in that username anymore, but I still might need to handle that next URL. So again, I'm just changing minor elements here. And so I need to actually make that API tweet feed lookup. So let's again copy the function for the tweet list. So I'm going to copy this, paste in here, and no longer is it tweets. I think we called it tweets/feed, but let's just double check to make sure. So inside of my API URLs, it is tweets/feed. So back into lookups. I no longer need the username in there, so let's get rid of that as an argument. And this is just tweets feed. And otherwise, it's identical. So now that we've got that in feeds.js, this is getting a lot closer. So I'm going to, instead of calling it tweets feed, I'll just call it feed list or tweets feed list. Either way, both work just fine. But now we've got a different API call. Everything else is pretty much the same. I don't think there's anything different, actually. And your first reaction to maybe this feed list is like, hey, why are you repeating yourself from the tweet list and the feed list? Well, the big reason being that they are two fundamentally separate components. The feed list is your feed, and you might change how your feed's API works. And if you do change it, then changing the client side or the component side is going to be isolated to feed.js. So it's not like another abstraction, right? So I don't want to make too many abstractions on abstractions. In other words, I don't want to have too many different props on any one component that might make me vulnerable to changes in the future on either one of these things. And if you remember, the tweets list is handling by username as well, but that's because the exact same API is being called whether or not it's the username or just generally the tweets list. So that's the same API, where the feed is a whole nother API, which is why I'm doing it in this method. So now what I want to do is actually import this feed list into my components. So we'll go ahead and do import feed list from feed. And yet again, I'm going to be copying and pasting, and this is going to be called the feed component. It's not any different than the tweets component except for what's being rendered. So feed component, right? So it's feed list here instead of tweet list. Okay, cool. So now that we've got that, let's go ahead and bring this into index.js. And we want to import this in as feed component. And the HTML element that we might want to replace, well, it could be tweet me to, but the problem with that is I know it works for both the general tweet feed as well as the individual user feed. So I'm not going to do it that way. Instead, I will actually copy it and say tweet me to dash feed. And this is going to be tweets tweet feed element. And then now it's tweet, or rather feed component, and the tweet element data set. I'm actually not positive if the data set will even have anything in there. And then of course it's entered into the tweet element itself. So tweet me to feed, that's pretty nice there. Okay, so let's actually make sure that my component is also being exported here, and it's not. So let's go ahead and bring it in. So feed component, and then exporting out that feed component. And there we go. So we have multiple layers here now. And then of course I need to test this feed component. So I'm gonna just add a class in here for the other one as dnone, the tweets container. I'm pretty sure we don't use that one anymore, but let's go ahead and also do that. And in this case, I'm gonna just copy only parts of this, get rid of dnone, and tweet me to dash feed. I probably won't actually see anything rendered. And we get this next URL.replace is not a function. So what that tells me is my API tweet feed has an invalid lookup somewhere on the feed.js. And sure enough, it does. We got rid of that username, but I didn't actually get rid of it in all of the API tweet feeds area. So it looks like it should be working now. And I get there was an error, a 403 forbidden call. And then it tries to log me in, and it's like moving things around. This is certainly not ideal on how it's currently being handled. So what I want to do is actually get rid of, on this feed, I'm going to get rid of the list altogether, or the alert altogether rather, on whether or not there was an error. Because I believe on my lookup component, I do handle some of those errors. So let's go ahead and just take a look inside of components. And sure enough, I do. right? So this should actually change my location as to where I am. And unfortunately, I have it where the login's already there. So I also want to just add one more thing in here and say if window.location index of login is not, or rather is equal to -1, then I'll do this. So all I did there with that condition was saying, hey, if login is in the URL, just don't keep refreshing there. Otherwise, it's going to constantly be going back into this login itself. Okay, so that's cool. We now have a way to do that. It is rendering out the feed component, or at least it seems like it is. But what I need to test now is inside of my React, or my Django project rather, I want to make sure that I can actually see one of my users even working on the client side. So going back into the default authentication classes in my Django project settings, I'm going to have that dev authentication here and just go to that home page. And sure enough, I see some tweets here by, well, it's only by Justin. So this is that feed for that person. I'll go ahead and say hello world and tweet something. And right now that's who's logged in, is Justin. I'm not positive if that is the correct user to be logged in, but let's go ahead and just check that real quick. So tweet me to REST API dev. We're getting user ID of 1. I believe that user ID of 1 is Justin. So let's change it to 2. And now it should be a different one. I tweet, and sure enough, it is a different user coming through in here, as evident by my most recent tweet. Okay, great. So that is our feed list. It should be working just fine now. And what I would say then is on my Django project, on my homepage, I'm probably going to have to redirect them to being some sort of login. So the homepage should not just by default show the feed view is kind of the point here. And that's going to be really simple to do in Django, right? So in the tweets React project in index.html, this doesn't need to show up on a non-authenticated user. It will just show up on an authenticated one, which is pretty sweet. So now that we have a bunch of major changes done, let's go ahead and bring it over into our Django project by building it out. So first thing we need to do is npm run build inside of the tweetme2 web app. And as that builds, I'm going to just go ahead and into my static files. I see I have a number of JS files in here, as well as a number of CSS files. These things I'm actually going to delete. I don't actually need the old ones at all, so that's why I end up deleting these things from time to time. And after it's done building, I'm going to go ahead and select the build file in the static, JS and CSS. Notice I have them both selected. I did that with Command or Control, depending on what system you're on. Command, of course, in Mac. And then we're going to go ahead and bring these over by dragging them over into our static. And if you hold down Option or Alt, you'll be able to drop those in just like that. Okay, so these are our new CSS files. And if we open up our templates inside of React, we got React CSS.html and JS.html. We just need to match the chunk number up with what's up here. So that first chunk, 2.0c, that one's already there. Main CE, this one is not. So I'll go ahead and easiest way to do this is by trying to rename it. That's how you can just copy that whole thing. And then we'll go into here and paste that in. CSS is not going to be any different. I'm guessing the CSS static file is actually the same, but I can't be sure until I look at it. So let's take a look. I've got a different chunk actually. So it is a little bit different. Okay. So again, just go into rename it and copy that name. Bring it over. There we go. And with that, I'm also going to run python manage.py collect static, just like that. All right, so that should solve our JavaScript related things. Now, there is certainly the possibility that that base embed has changed. So we definitely want to make it sure that we take a look at that. But if I refresh into localhost 8000, I get the appropriate things showing up. Now, I don't believe this is my feed. So what I need to do then is take a look at the views. So let's just backtrack a little bit here and go into urls.py. This is the tweets list view. That's the default list view. So I'm not sure if I want that anymore. I can say maybe just tweets or like all or global, something along those lines for the other tweets. And what I want to do is create a feed view, which basically we could change from our home view. I'm not sure if we use this anymore. So let's just go ahead and take a look. I do not use it anymore. So I'll go ahead and say home view. Bringing that right back in, and then we'll go ahead and add it to a path, just like that. In this home view, we rendered out just home.html, and then we also have whether or not the user is authenticated. So this is going to be pretty interesting for us as far as rendering out the tweets altogether and how we did it inside of the web app. So in pages home, I'm actually going to keep it in as home, and we've got tweet me to here. I don't need all of these other things, so perhaps I'll just keep this in here as a default, and I'll duplicate it so we have the original home and a duplicate version, and all I did there was drag it and then hit option. I'm going to call this feed.html. And again, we only need tweet me to here. I don't need the block title. And then I'll get rid of pretty much everything else except for in block content. And now we'll say if request.user.is authenticated, then I'll go ahead and use the feed. Otherwise, I'll use the global tweet list of every user. So is authenticated. How did we do that? Let's go ahead and check the web. Inside of public, I think I had a build here for the feed, and there it is. Of course, if you didn't have it in index.html like we did there, you could always go into the app where we actually render it, which in my case is right here. So element by ID, tweet me to feed. Cool. So now that we've got that, let's go back into feed2.html and div ID equals to feed2. Great. The next thing is I need to make sure that my actual project doesn't have that old user, that dev authentication going. So let's go ahead and comment that out inside of our settings here. And then back into my view for that home page, we want to change this to feed.html. I actually don't need the request user related stuff, including the context or the status. I can just render out feed.html. And if you remember, Django's rendering feature actually has request user authenticated in there, so we don't have to pass that in as context at all. So I refresh in here now, and it appears to be working. So I'll just go and say hello there. This user might already be authenticated, so let's just go into the admin, and sure enough, I am. Okay, so that's kind of a start here, and it looks like I'm logged in as the CFE user, which is cool. And it's also giving me that user's feed, of course. If I go there, I can like my own tweets. That part doesn't really matter. But what I want to do, of course, is make sure that I have other users working. So let's go ahead and open up an incognito window. And all I did there was Command-Shift-N or Control-Shift-N. Or you could also do File, New Incognito Window. And then I'll try and tweet. Of course, it's saying an error occurred. That's not a real error. That's just asking you to log in. And if I remember the password, yeah, it looks like I do. Okay, so it's showing me my feed. It's only showing me this particular user. So I'll go ahead and say hello there. And of course, that's actually me. So what I want to do is go into Profiles CFE. I need to actually follow this particular user. So now I can retweet them But that doesn't mean I'm following them, right? It just means that I retweeted them. But all that stuff is working, which is pretty cool. And I can go into my own profile as well as that other user profile. All right. So definitely a lot of things that we've done pretty well up until this point. Now, of course, the individual users, we need that follow button. That's actually not that complicated. It's just going to be another element that we would render out in here. Now we need to go ahead and create a profile badge. But before we actually create it in React, I want to make sure that I have the appropriate endpoint for this. And it's really just looking up information about this particular user. So let's go into our Django project in profiles in the API and look at our URLs here. I only have one for following a user. Let's see in the other profiles, I do have one for a detail view, but this is not what we want. We actually want the API detail view. It's not going to be a whole lot different than this user follow, but it will be based off of the other detail view, which is actually getting the user and all this same sort of context. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that and bring that into our API views for the profiles. And in this case, it's just an API view. I am not concerned whether or not the user is authenticated. That's definitely not a big deal at this point. I'll go ahead and just say get, and we can leave it in as profile detail view, but I'm going to go ahead and say profile detail API view because we do have another view function with the same name, and it's going to pass in all of the same stuff. The difference is how and what it's going to be returning. So the actual response here is going to be different, as well as that context. So the response itself is going to be the user profile, assuming that it exists. If it doesn't, it's going to raise a 404, which in my case, I'm just going to go ahead and return the response with a detail and say user not found and a status of 404. That way it's for sure a JSON response. Okay, so with this, we just need to use our serializer for this user and have that being responded back, right? So I just need to serialize this user's object based off of the profile serializer itself. So that's this right here. It's going to give me all of the things that I need. So I'm going to go ahead and import this into my views. So from ... serializers, import public profile serializer. Okay. And we already have our profile object here, right? So we're not going off of the requested user, going off the profile object. So I can go ahead and say data equals to the public profile serializer. And all we have to do is pass in the user itself. So profile obj, and we can say instance equals to profile obj, and then we want to return data.data. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this out now. I need to wrap it into a URL, and it's going to be roughly the same thing as that follow, but I'll just get rid of /follow. Okay, let's make sure our server's running. Mine turned off because of a bad connection. So we're going to go to API profiles and then our user. Get rid of that trailing slash there. So it looks like it's not actually coming through. So let's make sure everything is saved. And perhaps I do need to just include the trailing slash. And there we go. Okay, cool. So it's giving me back that user profile. So now I actually have a place to look up the data for the badge. So all we need to do now is actually create the badge. But of course, it's going to include a couple things. It's going to include our current state of whether or not we follow this user, and also their details as well. So inside of our serializers, what we kind of need to have is whether or not I am following this user. So that's something we need to do first before we take the badge step. Inside of our profile detail API view, I want to actually designate if my requested user is following the profile of the user I'm looking at, right? And this is fairly intuitive to do inside of the Django template, right? So inside of a Django template view or a Django standard function-based view, we can actually easily check whether or not the user is being followed. And if you remember in models.py, we gave you a few examples of this. And this is how you could go about doing it. So the first thing that I'm going to do is check if my user is in the followers here. In other words, it's something like this. So is following, and it would be user in profile object.followers.all, right? So this would actually give me a Boolean value. And of course, the user itself would have to be the request.user. And even further back, we'd have to make sure that if request.user is authenticated, then we could actually do this call. Otherwise, we're going to just go ahead and say is following is false. Right? So that's one of the ways we could actually check if the user is being followed. Okay, and we can actually implement this same thing in the API, and I will. But before we do that, another option would be actually checking if this profile is in that user's following. So another thing is we could copy this, paste right below, and instead of user in there, we could say profile object in user following dot all, right? So both of those should actually render the same data out. But what I'm actually going to do is the first one. So this, I think, is actually going to be a little bit more efficient, because what we could end up doing is a database call to look up the related things to that object. We're not going to do it right now, but if our service got big enough, we could have prefetching related things on here to where this call would be probably more efficient than this one, although they both would yield the same result at the end of the day. Okay, so if I lost you there, no worries. It's just the idea that, yeah, we can actually do this call in a few different ways, and those are those two different ways. Now, this is great and all, and we could actually use this, and if you remember back to how we did some of the profile views anyway in the template itself, so profiles detail, we actually passed in that username in there. So that's still being used, right? And I probably could add in another data piece here and say data is following, and then use that inside of my components. And that would be okay, but that's actually not how I want to go about doing this. Instead, what I want to do is update my API view, because this is actually where the conversation gets a little bit more interesting. As far as the profile detail API view, I want to actually be able to have that same data coming through from this serializer, right? So this same is following data coming through based off of the serializer, because you never know where you might end up using that data from that requested user and from that particular profile. So that means that this profile itself, the public profile serializer, I need to actually add in some additional data to it, because inside of the serializer itself, we actually cannot get the, so if we did get is following self and obj, I'm going to go ahead and say false first. We actually can't get the request here. So like, how do I actually get the request? And in other words, how do I use a serializer method field to grab what the request is? Now, to do that, we can pass in additional context into any sort of serializer. So any sort of REST framework serializer or Django REST framework serializer, we can pass in this other argument called context, similar to like if you were rendering out a template, you could pass in request and request. This context then is passed into that serializer in as context. So you would say context equals to self.context. So it's part of the instance itself of that profile serializer. And then request equaling to context.get request. So then we would say if request, like if the request is there, then we're going to go ahead and say user equals to request.user. And then yet again, just like we did in the other view, we would do something along these lines for is following. And the profile object would be the one that's being passed, so that obj there. And we would have an initial value for is following being false. And there we go. So now that I've got this method, I can actually copy one of the serializer method fields here. Read only being true is fine because this is not where we actually do the following anyway, right? We have a completely different view or an entire view set up for triggering whether or not the person is going to follow the other user. But this should actually answer that question, right? So it actually adds this is following argument to the fields for any given profile. So now in here, I can refresh and I see that the CFE user is following the Justin user in here, right? So that's pretty cool. So that actually means that now I can actually use this in many other places. But the thing is that we'll also find is in tweets, we still get that user profile, right? And it also still gives us is following. So if we wanted to use is following in there as well, we would have to pass in that context to that profile too. I don't think it's efficient to do that everywhere. It's not really necessary either because you're not going to be following users inside of a tweet. But if you were to want to do it, you would have to come into the API and actually where you're calling all of these things. So the tweet list view, right? So we've got a paginated query set here. That paginated query set has this tweets serializer. So yet again, we would want to pass in the context of the request and request. That context then goes into that tweet serializer, which comes down into where we actually call the public profile serializer here. And again, I'm not going to do it because I don't think it's necessary. We might need to turn that into a serializer method field using a lot of the same concepts we've already done and then passing in the context there as well. But let's go ahead and see. I refresh in here. So I did pass in the request inside of the tweets, and sure enough, it did change that data as well. So that context was actually passed to the sub-level context as well. So that's actually pretty nice to know, right? So now that we've got this, we see that, hey, I just need to pass in that context of request, and it works on all of the serializers that need it in the way that I just did. So that's passing in requests into these serializers to make a little bit more robust of a profile lookup, but also, more importantly, is how we're actually going to render out our buttons for following this user or in that profile badge. So now we need to go ahead and create the profile badge inside of our React project. So inside of tweetme2-web, I'm going to go into profiles in here and I'm going to make a new file and I'm going to call it badge.js. Now the reason I'm calling it badge is so I know exactly what that piece is. Oftentimes I do that just to make it easier on me in the future. So it's the profiles badge. All these different components I still use, so it's not like I don't need them to be in here, but badge is very explicit as to what I need it to be. So we're going to go ahead and import React from React, and I'm going to go ahead and create or export a function called badge, and of course it takes in props, and then it's going to return whatever. I'm actually going to call it profile badge. I think that's a little bit more robust of a name in case I ever need to add something else called badge. Okay, so what is the first thing I need to do here? Well, I need to make sure that I'm getting my username from the prop, right? This is the biggest reason for this is not based off of anything other than the fact that how we're going to end up rendering this, right? It's going to be rendered out in a similar fashion that we did the details, right? So the detail one has that container of data set. We need to do that still for our badges, especially if we want to have a list of badges at some point, much like we talked about with the tweetme2 detail as well. Okay, so that's the first thing that we need to do. The next thing I need to do is actually perform a lookup, and then we're just going to go ahead and return null for now. Okay, so the lookup itself, I've already done this before, and I did it inside of tweets in components.js in the tweet detail component. This tweet detail component is what's rendered in index.js, right? So that's the element that we're actually going to be referencing because of how we ended up doing it for the detail. Use effect. These are the things we need to do. Use effect, backend lookup, all of that, as well as all the state things. So we can copy and paste that. So the actual lookup, let's go ahead and paste that in here. And then from React, I'll do use state and use effect. Two very useful hooks. Yeah, let's put them in order. Okay, so the username is going to be the username that we want. And then I'll go ahead and say profile and set profile instead of tweet. And then set profile, I'm going to get rid of the alert itself. And then the lookup itself, we have an API tweet detail lookup. Of course, that's not the actual lookup we want. So inside of profiles, I'll probably have to create a whole lookup.js, much like I did for tweets. So let's go ahead and do that. Lookup.js. And yet again, I'll just copy the tweets lookup here. Following a very similar format as the tweets. So API and profile detail. This is going to be username. And it's not tweets, but rather profiles. I believe it's profiles. Let's just double check. We've got profiles here with an S. Great. And then we do profiles, username, and callback. Okay, so we've got that in there now. Let's go ahead and import it. Okay, so API profile detail. It's not the tweet ID, rather it's the username itself. Okay, so we can pass in that username and the arguments that it needs inside of this use effect. So with that, I should actually be able to grab the profile. I'll just, for now, go ahead and say profile. If that exists, then I'll give it a span and we'll do profile.firstname just to see if it even renders out. Okay, so now that we've got this profile badge, I'm going to go ahead and bring it into my index.js. So we'll go import profile badge from badge. And there we go. So this profile badge, let's go ahead and bring this into index.js, the root index.js, and import profile badge from profiles. And just like we did with the tweet detail elements, I'm going to now say user profile badge elements. So tweet me to dash detail. We'll go ahead and say profile badge. And then naturally we need to grab those elements, loop through them, and then render out our profile badge component. Okay. So with that, let's go ahead and just copy this class here and let's go up into public and then index.html. And I'm going to go ahead and do div class equals to that profile badge and then data dash username. And we're going to set it equal to, whatever the username is, just like that. We save that and let's take a look at here. Oh, I want to make sure that I have the feed missing. So I'll do div class of none and all I have is the badge itself. And there we go. So it's actually showing me the user itself. Now, part of the problem with this, though, is that in my settings.py, I don't have this authentication going. So I want to make sure that the current user I'm using is authenticated. So we refresh in there, and there's that actual user. Okay, cool. So that's a good start. We have that rendering. So back in our badge, one of the things that I want to do is say, if it's loading, right? So if it's actually running the lookup, well, I don't want it to show anything. So what I'll do then is say did lookup equals to false. Then we'll just say loading ... Otherwise, this other information. And, oh, whoops, put a colon there. And that way that not found ideally is not being shown. So we'll go ahead and say null. Just have it empty. Okay, cool. So now, of course, we need to actually render out more of this profile and how the badge itself looks. Realistically, I should probably call this profile badge component to fit a little bit better with everything else that I've been doing. So let's go ahead and just change it. And I realized this after I looked inside of index.js and we called the tweet detail component instead of just tweet detail. So I want to stick with that naming convention as well. And then there we go. Okay, so we've got the component done. Now I just need to finish off the badge. If you have any questions on this, let me know. This is actually definitely bringing a lot of things together that you should already know pretty well at this point. So now that we can render out the component, it's time to actually just finish off that component and probably do a build and all that. So with that, I'll go ahead and come right above this and just say function profile badge. And this is going to take in props. And the const, well, in this case, it should be the user profile. So we can call it profile or just user. I think everywhere else we've been calling it user. So let's stick it in as user. And it's going to be equal to props. And it's going to return what our user actually is. So initially, I'll just go ahead and say user.firstname. And really, we'll say user like this. Otherwise, we'll say null. Okay, so if the user even exists, then it'll render that out. And of course, this means that down here, I can change the span into just being profile badge. And then user is equal to that profile argument. Okay, so that really didn't change much. But what we want to do is see what is actually being rendered. All right, so what's inside of this profile badge. So if I inspect the element, I should see that I'm following this user. And sure enough, I am. And of course, that has to do with the fact that I turned those settings on. But that's actually really important that we have a user that we are already following, at least to make sure that what I'm about to do also works and makes sense. So the first thing is I want to just render out all of the pieces of it. And so perhaps it's the first name and last name. Right, and then underneath that, let's go ahead and just start making this from a span into a div class. And I think I actually already have some styling for this inside of my components. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. And we've got user display. This is actually it. And so I'm going to have it in here as including full name. So let's go ahead and bring that in. So import user display from components. And this right here. User display, user is equal to that user. And we want to include full name. I believe that's what we called it. Yep. Okay, so that should give us our name display and our user link. Now we might want to have hide link, because if the user's there, we won't necessarily need their link, right? So if the hide link is true, then we'll just say at user.username. Otherwise, we'll show the original user link. And I'm going to put this in as a string. So some string substitution here. Okay, and then now back into the badge. This time we'll go ahead and say hide link because, well, we're looking at their profile. We don't need their link in addition. Okay, so there we go. Pretty cool. The next component, we've got the link. That's fine. We don't actually need the link. We've got the display, and then we have our user picture. And yet again, do we want it to be linked? Same thing. Hide link. So in this case, what I'm going to do is just say if hide link equals to true, then we'll set what the default is, which is just this span here. So I'll go ahead and say const user ID span or user profile span, something like that, and literally set it equal to all of those things so that I can render it out and without being, duplicating everything. Just like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and import the user picture. And I'm just going to go ahead and put this above. User equals to user. And again, hide link. Oops, not from lookup, but from components. Let's put those things in order. Okay, there we go. It's also not linked. And I'm going to give it a break here. We might need to focus on some styling in just a little bit. But now I need a following button, right? So we'll go ahead and do button class name equals to btn and btn primary. And then this is going to be follow. Okay, so this verb should be based off of, the user's action. So user.isFollowing, then it's going to show, or it should show, unfollow, otherwise following, or follow. Okay, so unfollow's in there. We want to have a event handler for this, so handle follow toggle, and this is going to be an event and something. Okay, so I'll just console log the event and set this equal to this button on click, handle that follow. Okay, so now the tricky part here is what do we do with this follow toggle? Okay, so what I really want to do is actually set this toggle follow to be handled in the parent component. In other words, when I click on this, I want it to be triggered up here because this is actually where I want to do the backend lookup to ensure that that profile badge re-renders based off of that backend lookup because I'm going off of the property here, right? So I'm using that user property to render everything that's in here. So it only makes sense to handle the state one step above, which is where this profile is. So when I actually do toggle follow or not follow, I probably am going to need to make sure that what I send back is actually that profile detail. So it's, or at least something along those lines, right? So profiles, Justin, and follow. Let's get rid of that trailing slash. So right now it's only doing a count. It's not necessarily giving me any additional data, which is fine, but it's definitely there. So I'm going to go ahead and say did follow toggle. And now we'll go ahead and do event.prevent default. Okay, and then if did follow toggle, we'll go ahead and say that and just pass true. Well, that actually might not be great. It'd probably be better to say what the current verb is so that my action associates to that. So I'll go ahead and say const current verb equals to, and that's going to be one of these items here. So cut this out. And of course, this also requires me to be a user. So we'll say user and is following. So this current verb then would come in here. And current verb will pass all the way up. Okay. So now that we've got that, I need to add this in as a property that's being handled down here. So property did follow toggle and handle new follow. So below the use effect, we'll go ahead and say const handle new follow, and we'll give it the verb or the action verb. and then I'll console log what that action verb is. And before I even take a look at that, I actually want to set one more state element here. And I'll go ahead and say profile loading and set profile loading, the default being false. And then we will come in here, set profile loading being true, and then I'll pass profile loading into the badge itself. Okay, so this is another argument that's coming down to the badge. And so profile loading, if the profile is loading, we don't want to toggle it. So we'll go ahead and say and not profile loading. Okay, so let's take a look. If I refresh in here and click on it and keep clicking, notice it doesn't do it more than once. Now if I get rid of the profile loading, of course, and run it again, now I can click it as many times as I want. Okay, so the profile loading is good. This actually should change my current verb as well. So I'll just go ahead and say let current verb, and then current verb equals to, well, if the profile is loading, we'll just go ahead and say loading. Otherwise, the original current verb, which would be this. Okay, so now if we save that, it's loading. I can't click on it. It's going to load indefinitely. And the reason it's going to load indefinitely is because of how this parent method is handling everything, right? So really, after this set profile is loading, we want to do that, and then we want to perform some sort of lookup. So that lookup, again, is going to be, well, API profile follow toggle. And this is going to be post. So let's look up a reference for post right here. Not a huge deal. Actually very simple, right? So we do data, action, and so on. Of course, mine is just, I believe it's just action, but we'll have to double check that. So I'm going to add in action as another argument in here and get rid of this. And then pass the data in as one of the backend lookups. Okay, and this should be follow. Okay, and then let's go ahead and just double check in our API that that's the correct value. So in profile views API, we just need to see the follow view as to what we're looking for. And yes, it is action. So follow is what it is. Cool. So that means that in that lookup as well, I'm just going to do one more thing, and that is action to lowercase. And that's just going to make sure that that's a lowercase value. And then I'm also going to use string substitution. That way I don't have any errors if this is null. So if action, then add that action there. Okay, so if it's null, it's just going to be an empty string, right? So if action is somehow not sent through there, which it should be, that's what's going to happen. Okay, so now that we've got that, let's go back into our badge and import that to our lookup. Okay, API profile lookup down here, and we have that action verb already. We have a username, so it's going to be the property username, right? So the person whom I want to follow, not my requested user. And then the data of the action verb, which I already have, action verb. And then a handler, so the handler should be response and status. I can do it in line here. And we'll just go ahead and console log the response and status. And then I'll actually go ahead and set profile loading to being false in there, regardless of what the status is. No matter what, we get some sort of response back. Profile loading is false. Okay, so we refresh. I hit unfollow. It's still saying unfollow. That shouldn't be that surprising. Is following. If I refresh, though, refresh the entire page, it actually does show me follow again. I hit follow. I refresh the entire page. Again, same data. So there's a couple of ways on how I could go about making this a little bit more efficient. Number one is my API profile, that actual trigger, should actually send back the serialized data, right? So right now what I was doing is just sending back the current count. Instead, what I should do is send back the exact same thing or the exact same data as the detail view, right? So let's come down here, and the profile object is just profile. Okay, and then we return back that data. I don't think that's used anywhere else. It certainly could, but in my case, I don't need it used anywhere else, so I can get rid of the current follower count. Refresh in here, and now when I hit unfollow, what I should see back is the new data, which is right in here. It's a little bit hard to see because of all the different console logs, so let's go and get rid of some of them. So we'll get rid of the console log here. I just want this console log. Okay. So I hit follow. It's just a one single one. Is following is true. I hit follow again. It's not going to change, right? So it's still the same thing because it's still the same action verb. I haven't changed what that action verb is because I haven't changed the state of that profile. So really, down here, I'll just say if status equals to 200. I believe that's the status code that we set it at. And yes, we did. We'll set the profile to the response. And I'm going to unlog that, hit follow and unfollow, and there we go. We now have that toggle, which is really simple, I think. After putting all these things together, this shouldn't be a huge shocker. That is one way to do it. If I didn't want to change the API or the backend, all I would need to do is just re-trigger this lookup. So that's certainly another viable option, is to just re-trigger that lookup, username, same backend, all that. Of course, we're getting this response being grayed out, so you can just do an underscore there, and we still get that same data. But that's doing two lookups now. So it's doing two backend calls when it could just be one, which is why this method is preferred. It's much preferred to have our backend do a lot of that sort of work. And there we go. So we now have this badge working. It's just a matter of integrating it into our project and building it. Of course, I don't have a followers count and some other things related to this badge, but the key thing here was being able to actually follow and unfollow any particular user. We left it off where we have two different views that are almost doing the same thing. And when I say almost, we have our profile detail API view that's returning just the details back. And then our follow view is just handling one data action that's happening in relation to the requested data. So what I really want to do is actually combine these into one. And it's actually not that big of a deal. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this right here and bring it up above the data, and I'm actually going to change that to being serializer because that's actually more accurate to what that is. And then finally, we've got our data here. And of course, the profile is listed in as profile object. I'm going to leave that logic in there. And the next thing is I'm just going to go ahead and grab post data, so allowing for post data to come through. And then the last thing is if the requested user is themselves, then I'm just not going to allow for these actions to happen. I'm just not going to support it, essentially. So really all that means is that I need to grab whoever the profile user is and then the requested user. So if profile obj.user equals to the request.user, well, really, if it's not equal to that, then we'll go ahead and do this action. Okay, or actually have support for it. And realistically, even that action would be if request.method equals to post. Then again, all of these things happening. And then after that happens, then I actually want to serialize the data. And I don't have me listed in here. Me is, I believe, just the requested user, and sure enough, it is. So yet again, inside of this request method, I'll just add me in there. And then profile object user is not equal to me. Okay, so now that we've got that, I'm actually just going to comment out this follow view. and use my profile detail API view for both URLs. So it's like a profile detail and action view, but it's allowing me to handle the support for follow on either URL. And realistically, I could probably get rid of this one altogether and just having a post method that allows for that. Now, the only reason I'm doing this is just to clean up things. I don't need two different views in this case. But if in some reason you had more data coming through on a follow view and you did need it, then you could go ahead and do that. But for me, as the project stands right now, I don't need to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and run the server, and I have my React application still running too. And I just want to make sure that I can follow and unfollow any particular user. Is following is false, and then following is true. Cool. So everything is working as intended, and then I can actually look at either URL, and it's still giving me the same data either way, and also handling the post method either way. So that's pretty cool. Okay, cool. Now that we've got this, what I want to do is actually start to display some of this data inside of the actual badge itself. Now what I want to do is actually render out some additional information for this profile badge. So the user I'm using actually has data related to them, right? So I put a bunch of stuff in there just to make sure that, yeah, I can actually have some data being rendered, and they actually have a follower count too. The first thing I'm going to do is put in that follower count. So let's go ahead and right above or below the user display, I'm going to put user.follower count. I believe that's how we named it. Let's just double check. Follower count, there we go. And following count. So we can just say followers and following. Cool. And if we take a look at our app, there we go. So this is nice, but if there's like 10 million followers, for example, what is this going to look like? So to do this, I'm just going to do a very simple test and go back into my profile serializer. And for any of these counts, I'm just going to add in some arbitrarily big number. Okay. So following count, a lot of following. Okay. So I want this to be displayed in a more human readable format. This is like just too many numbers. I think I just need to chop off a few actually. Okay. So I want this in a human readable format. And to do that, I'm going to use a package called numeral.js. So inside of my React project where package.json is, what I'm going to do is I'm going to install numeral.js, and that is npm install numeral. So we'll go ahead and do that. Npm install numeral. You might have not seen that on mine. Npm install numeral. Okay, so we've got numeral installed. The version is 2. So then inside of badge.js, I need to use numeral. So I'm going to go ahead and say import numeral from numeral. So actually, I think they use lowercase numeral. Now in the documentation, what you'll see is something like this, where it doesn't actually show you how to use it inside of a React project. So typically if you see require like this, you can actually import it in this way. If you see require more like require equals to require something like that, then you would import it like this. Okay. If you were not already familiar with that. So now I've got this numeral here. All I need to do is change this follower count so I can wrap it in this numeral and then do .format. And the format I use is 0.0a. Okay, and since I'm going to be doing this, I might as well make this a utility method that I can use inside of any sort of badge itself. So I'll go ahead and just make a function here. And we'll say display count. something along those lines. And this is just going to return a span, and we'll go ahead and give a class name from props.className. And this will literally do props.children as the count part. So I'm going to just copy this real quick and bring it up here. And this is going to be props.children. Okay, so display count is now going to be that. So then what I can do instead is just add in display count being user dot follower count. Okay, and yet again, I'm going to bring this down here. And grab this one, paste that in there. Okay, so now I've got that going. Let's take a look at our project. And we need to make sure npm is running. This npm run start. Okay, now that that's going, I'm going to bring these back to being like that. And there we go. So 120 billion is what it rounded it up to. Okay, so back into our serializer, that looks about right. If I put a 3 there, 123 billion is approximately what it will be, right? And of course, if it's just 1, then it's doing 1.0. So perhaps I don't want the dot there, given a certain size or something along those lines. So if I don't want the dot, I can just get rid of dot 0, and then it's just that number. And so the lowercase a is actually how we designate that. But you can actually use numeral.js for all sorts of things, as they show in their docs. So in here, we see that you can use, well, first to create it, you just pass a number in here, and it could be any kind of number, and then it actually gives you a default value. So if you pass numeral around with, a comma, and you do dot value on that, it's going to give you the actual number itself, including flow point numbers and all that, which is pretty sweet. And then it will give you a nan if it's not a number, like this is a time. It's not giving you a number. Cool. So then formatting wise, there's all different kinds of formats. So you just pass this argument in as we have. So we did the number 0a, right? So this is the line that we used first, and then we used this one and this one, right? So if you give a little space, it'll give you a space there too. So that's kind of the gist of it. In my case, I'm going to leave it in as just 0a. And that actually makes, I think, a lot more sense as far as like how that's being rendered out. And then I'm going to go ahead and change back my serializer to being the correct value. And then in my badge, I also want to change followers and following to be based off of this count. So in other words, I want to have followers here. And in the case of one single follower, well, it's pretty simple. We just come in here and say follower count equals to 1. Then we say follower as the string. Otherwise, it's going to be followers. Right? So now we got one follower. And following X amount of people, or I think following and then the number actually makes probably more sense for following itself. But you can keep it consistent and say following like that. And now we've got a follower count showing up there. Not a huge deal here, but it is showing us some cool stuff. And then underneath that, we might as well go ahead and just say user.bio. And maybe above the bio, we put the location. And you can kind of play around with how you want that actually rendered out. But there we go. We now have a better format for our follower counts. And of course, it starts to happen once we hit to 1,000 followers, which isn't that big of a deal, but it is something nice to know that it's really easy to set that up. Of course, you could have the serializer doing that display too. There's definitely something like that in Python that you could just turn this into a formatted version of it. But the reason I'm doing it in JavaScript is so that I can still use the actual count itself. And then if I need to parse any additional counts, I can still use numeral for all of that as well. So with that, I'm actually going to go ahead and add one more file for that display count for utils.js. And we want to just bring that as a utility function because that's really what it is. So we'll go ahead and export that and do a couple imports from badge. And let's go ahead and copy this. And then import the display count from utils. And inside of utils, import React. The reason I have to import React in this case is because I'm using it as a functional component. The display count, you could pass in that number instead of using props.children, but I think props.children is a little bit better because then I can do all sorts of stuff with this display count that I'm not really covering here. But there we go. So let's make sure we save everything. Come back in, and now we have a much better looking profile itself. And of course, if I follow and unfollow, it's going to show me the updated numbers accordingly. So now what we're going to do is our final build. And this final build will also mean that we have to add additional navigational type items inside of the Django side of this. So that we can, get to any user's profile. That still works, but also I want to be able to go to, my own profile, edit that, and then log in and log out. Okay, so let's go ahead and start off with the build. So npm run build. And then as that's building, I'm going to go ahead and delete my old build items from static. So JS and CSS. Just going to go ahead and delete these. You can drag them into the trash or right click and hit delete. Okay, and the build's done. So I'm going to go ahead and come into my build inside of the web, tweet me web, and copy just the CSS and JS in here. And we'll bring it into static. Hold down Option, or I believe Control if you're on a Windows. And we've got our new JS files in here. So again, let's go ahead and update our templates for this. So CSS1 doesn't look like that one's changed. 50519C1C, and then 50519C1C. Okay, so that's good. So the next thing is just checking our JavaScript. Let's see if that has changed. And of course it has. So I'm going to go ahead and just hit rename on this and copy it. Go into my JS, paste that in there, and then main, again, rename, copy that whole thing, and paste this in there. Now, yeah, this isn't an automated process yet, but it is one that you eventually would want to make automated. But a big part of the reason that I don't think it's wise to automate it right away is that you want to make sure that what you're doing is through some sort of checklist. In my case, I'm replacing all of the CSS and all of the JavaScript related to my project every single time. It's manual, it's tedious, but it is sometimes necessary to make sure that we're not accidentally adding in the wrong things. Okay, with that in mind, let's go ahead and open up. I'm going to just do pip env shell, and then I'm going to collect the static files. So .manage.py, collect static. And again, something like this, it has to be manual. And again, you can automate this as well. But the reason that it is manual is because, again, we want to make sure that we're using the right CSS and the right JavaScript. So we'll go ahead and say yes. And it would copy over yours if you hadn't done that already. Okay, so the next thing, of course, is integrating that badge into the profile's detail. So in this case, we'll do div class. I actually don't remember the name of the badge itself, so I'll go ahead and put that in a moment. I do remember that I have to pass in the username, though, as that context variable that Django is providing. So let's go ahead and find out what that class is simply by going into our index.js in our tweet me to web. project here where it's being rendered. And there it is. Tweet me to profile badge is the name of the class. We save that. And let's go ahead and take a look at that user again. And sure enough, there's the badge showing up. And, you know, if we wanted to give some other random users, you totally could. Like, hey, check out these users too. So that is certainly an option that you would be able to have given what we've done so far. Okay, so now that we've got that out of the way, let's go ahead and update our nav bar so that we have our other URLs actually accessible. And so those other URLs, if we take a look in our project's URLs, I'm just going to collapse some of these things down. We've got a couple that we definitely need. Log in, log out, register, and then there's inside of profile URLs, there's one for editing any given profile too. So those are the few links that I want to have in my nav bar. Okay, so inside of my templates, inside of components, we go to navbar.html. My navbar has a couple like nav items already on here, right? So when I copied and pasted this over, I knew that eventually I would have these links working. So let's go ahead and get rid of this D none here and save it and then refresh it. And there we've got our links. Now something to note here is the drop-down menus will not work in React.js as it currently stands. And the reason for that is we're not using jQuery, the Bootstrap's default for using drop-downs and whatnot. So if you need drop-downs, you can do something from React.Strap. This actually allows you to do all of the things that you would need related to, you know, modals or drop-downs or all that. And essentially what you would do is install it and then render it out as a component, just like we have on some of these other pieces. But of course, if you're starting to render out a lot of little chunks everywhere, you might as well do the whole entire front end in a React project. So I'm just going to go ahead and eliminate the dropdown altogether because I don't need it. So let's get rid of that dropdown. The whole list element here, actually. Okay, and then I want to have this whole block on the right-hand side, not on the left-hand side. That's really simple. Right now there's MR auto. We just do ML auto. And what that will do is bring it over to the right here. As you see, like a little bit more of a standard look for something along these lines. So the home page, the home link, I'm going to leave that and just put a slash here for the href. The next few links, well, I don't need a disabled link, so I'm going to get rid of that one. This one is disabled, and it's really simple. It's just a class of disabled, so you know we can just delete that altogether. And instead what I'm going to do is copy and paste 3 links, maybe 4 actually. So I'll go ahead and say edit and register, log out, and log in. Log in and register is probably going to need to be right next to each other. And Django has some built-in URL functionality for our reversing these URLs is what it's called. I'm not actually going to do that because it's not necessary. These URLs are not really ever going to change. And so I'm going to leave them as is and then profile edit. Okay, so now I refresh that. I've got everything showing up. And then the active page, I'm just going to get rid of that as an option. So we can click on any of these and it will show us what we need. Okay, so naturally what we actually need is log in and register to not be there if the user is logged in. So built into Django, we have the ability to say if request.user.is authenticated, then to render something, otherwise render something else. Okay, so the thing that we need to render if they're not authenticated is log in and register. And then if they are authenticated, log out and edit. I can leave that home link in there either way because it's probably, you know, a good idea to always have that home page just readily available. Okay, and there we go. So now I can edit my profile. I can do all sorts of things that would be necessary for this project. So that's the majority of it. We covered a ton in functionality, and I think if you were to want to actually turn this into a full project where you release it to the world, we're like really close to being there. In the next one, we'll just discuss all of the next steps that you would want to have to make this a functional project in the real world beyond what we did here. But it's really, really close. Wow, nice work getting to this point. I really hope that you did all of that and you learned a lot. And if there are gaps in your knowledge, if you watch something and you're just like, I don't get that, please let me know in the comments. I try to answer these questions as much as I can, but oftentimes when you ask a question that you don't understand, that solves the answer for you. I know this because I do it all the time and I see it all the time. Now, one of the biggest questions you should have is, what's next? Well, realistically, it's time to build on to this project. This is a nice solid foundation, but of course, we didn't cover going into production. We didn't do that at all because we have a lot of those on cfe.sh/project and /courses at going into production. One of those things is actually handling image uploads, and we cover that in detail in the Dive into AWS course, so I definitely recommend you do that. That is how I recommend you do it for production. Now, if you're interested in seeing Django handle uploads inside of Django and not using a third-party service like AWS, that's something we're going to be covering very soon too, as well as notifications. So like web app notifications when somebody does something and they want to alert you, we need to cover that as well. And that's going to be a project we'll have that's self-contained. Now, the reason we didn't throw that in here is because it then starts to go down a road that this project didn't necessarily need. It does need, but it also doesn't to have a proof of concept. As it is right now, you could have this out there and working, and none of those things need to work just yet. That's the point of this, is you need to get something out there. Once you learn how to do it, you get it out there, get real users using it, and then start to add all the cool features you really, really want, because that's the way it's done. The next thing is, of course, private messaging. We actually cover this in detail in a course called Chat by Channels. And that course is, well, it's very comprehensive to doing direct messaging with Django, but it also allows you to see how to use WebSockets to do real-time messaging. So that's a pretty cool course in of itself. And then finally, what we do want to have eventually is an entire series dedicated to exploring and searching through hashtags. So you can tag any sort of object, whether it's a tweet or like a blog post or a product, and then being able to actually filter things down based off of those tags. So that's another one that we're going to be working on very soon. So let me know if you have any questions, and I hope to see you in the next course. Thanks again so much for watching. See you next time.